post where he's like, it's a custody issue. The wife got mad because he kept his kids longer than visitation, and he got charged with kidnapping, I think. But you don't get arrested for kidnapping he said it was like a couple of minutes past his visitation, and so he got arrested for kidnapping. The thing is that custody issues are civil, right? And police officers don't arrest, right? They don't arrest for civil issues, civil violations like that. And if it's just like a minute past visitation, like they go and they enforce the custody agreement and they get the kids back for you. But they're not going to arrest you. Like, they're not going to arrest you for keeping your kids. So something's not 100 on that. But the comments of the believers being upset at people who are posting the video, and then they're upset that the police came in and talked to the pastor during the sermon, right? They felt like the pastor should have got special privileges and the police should have waited until his sermon was over to arrest him or to question him. And then they, in the comments of people, they're typing stuff like, this isn't for you to be talking about. Let God be God. And I just wonder, like, why is it let God be God when it has to do with a pastor, but it's never let God be God when it has to do with everybody else? And then they'll say that they don't trust churches, or they don't put their trust in pastors, or the pastor isn't their God. But the way that they give special privileges to pastors to mess up and to do sin, because like there's also comments that say we're all sinners. Pastors are just human, and we're all sinners. But they don't say that about each other. And I know that because a young girl was just made to stand up in front of a congregation and apologize for her body doing a natural thing, right? She got pregnant after she had sex. That's what happens biologically. But she was made to stand up in front of a congregation of people and repent to these humans as if they are her God. But then when a pastor does something, it's let God be God, and its pastors are humans too. We all sin. And then you'll lie and say you don't worship your pastors. This is why I say I think y'all are full of shit. And I wish I could have said more in the video before I posted it. Right, they don't have to follow that part in the Bible. Which it's odd. It's very odd. And then like the I don't know, like, do they see themselves doing that? Do they know that they're doing that? Because they will get up here and swear up and down they don't worship a pastor. Hey, Simone.
Hey, what's up, Thinker?
What's up to the YouTube audience out there? Yeah. Did you see the video of the pastor that got arrested doing Sunday service?
He got arrested? I didn't see that one.
Yeah, the police came. And it's so crazy because as he was giving his sermon, he saw the police in the audience, and he's like, everything okay? Everything okay? And they was like, can we talk to you for a second? So he closes his Bible, and as he's like getting off the stage, he's telling the congregation, he says, pray, 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 pray. Yeah. Yeah. And then like it cuts off, right? Like you see him outside talking to the police officers, like, and then it cuts off. There is he did a Instagram post, and on the Instagram post, he's like, everything's okay. It was just a custody issue. My ex-wife called the police because I kept the kids a few minutes, past my visitation, right? But come to find out, he got arrested, and I'm like, they don't arrest for custody.
Yeah, that's a civil matter.
That's a civil matter.
Mm.
And people are in the comments like saying that people just want to quickly believe something bad about a pastor, or they're like, let God be God. The one person, so there was a white guy named Robbie, I think that's his name. He does videos where he calls out like bad husbands and stuff like that. I don't too much watch Robbie's stuff either, because it's something that it was a lot of controversy, but he does call out like a lot of bad husbands and stuff. So he had done a video about the pastor getting I agree, Crystal. He had done a video about the pastor getting arrested, and because he's talking about it now, okay, he's a white man talking about it, right? Literally, let me see if I can show y'all. Hold on. Let me just a second, because this comment right here, let me see if this is the right one. Can y'all see?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can
All
see
right.
the,
So,
yeah. Sorry.
okay, hold on. Literally, it says, damn, I can't get out of the way. But it says, white people. Oh, shit. It says, white people deal with white pastors, and let's deal with our own black pastors.
What are we dealing though?
Like, what? They're telling him, right, that deal with your own white pastors and let us deal with our own black pastors. Don't call out our black pastors.
What are we dealing though?
Like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, you want to defend the pastor so much, right? Like, your whole, like, you don't give a damn about what he's saying. You want to defend the pastor so much that that's what you're gonna comment. Black people deal with black pastors. White people, you deal with your white pastors. And instead of saying, yep, that pastor, something ain't right there, or that what that pastor did was wrong.
That's raggedy. That's just stupid.
They should definitely be held at higher standards court, especially like if they're saying, right, that they are the leader, right? They're your leader, and you're learning from them, right? Yeah, they should definitely be held at higher standards, but they're not. They're given an out every damn time. Every time they're given an out. Like, y'all motherfuckers, like, y'all do realize, right? First off, the fact that you have account one, which means that your ass gets blocked a lot. But like, you do realize that when you type shit like that you just let me know, right? That I get under your fucking skin. I'm in your head. I'm in your skin. That's when the fuck I transitioned into your skin, in your head. That's when. Y'all act like little children. And then you literally want somebody to believe that you have some power, right? That we should all want. We should all give up everything in our life so that we can have the same power that you have to act like a child, to whine because somebody doesn't believe in Santa Claus like you do. There was another young girl in my comments. Like, she commented on the video of my nieces and nephew and my sons when they were doing the little rap battle at my mom's. And she was commenting about God and my lack of belief in her God. So I asked her, I said, what made you comment that on this video that has nothing to do with your God? Or did you just pick a random video, right, to bitch about me not believing in your God? And she said, you are my people. And she said, I picked the video that had the least amount of comments because you are my people and I saw your live and I just want to make sure that you're not going down the wrong path and blah blah blah. I said, I'm not your motherfucking people. Like, you think that because I'm black and you're black that makes us people? Like, you think that means that I have to believe like you because we the same motherfucking skin complexion? I don't know you. That doesn't give you the right to come into my comments and try to force your God on me. Skin color ain't got nothing to do with that. What's up, y'all? Like, y'all are weird. But then y'all are type, let God be God when a pastor is doing some fucked up ass shit. But then all of a sudden that's my sister. I gotta make sure she don't go to hell. Thank you, y'all. Those are my nieces and nephews and my son. My great kids ain't old enough to do all that yet. Look, Crystal said, "Like, think would be think." Yeah, did y'all see the video of there was a guy that did go to the church to confront the pastor and the church members, and he said that a group of people in their community are going to be protesting at the church. Did y'all see that? And they did get together and created a GoFundMe so that they could support the young girl. That's what I was saying yesterday. Like, if we didn't do it, somebody was going to do it. Like, it's too many people pissed off about that. She's going to get a lot of support. And that the mom would have to be crazy to send all that support back. She already has a lot of people rallying around her. But I keep seeing women talk about how this happened to them when they were younger. And like, I didn't know that was even a thing. Of course she say that. She wouldn't have never even let it happen if she didn't stand with her pastor, that they're brainwashed. But then they'll get up here and say their pastor is not their God. Like, and then like, this is why I try to talk about or try to express how much this God needs a human to do shit. Like, if you can't question the God, then you can't question the human who the God is using. That my dad never did that, Chris. My dad never did anything like that. That's why I'm shocked. I never saw that. And my sister and my brother had kids under out of wedlock, and my brother was 16, almost 17 when he had his first child, and my sister was 16, and they didn't make them do that. Actually,
happened at the
I
church
had
that
four
my
brothers who were teenage parents. Huh?
no,
I had
it
four
happened
siblings
at
who were teenage parents. What
it
do you
happened
say?
at the church that my mother and siblings still go to, um, but they did bring the guy up as well. I will say, I will give them that little teeny tiny thing that the girl wasn't by herself. They had the boy in the front of the church too, but I said if anybody had ever tried to do that to me, I would have been uh, I would have been asking for forgiveness for an entirely different thing.
I would have. Yep. I would have told everybody to fuck themselves.
Exactly. They
Like
would have got a lot
seriously.
of choice words.
Like I do want to talk tonight about the whole your God needs human bodies. And they'll get up here and they'll say, no, he doesn't. God doesn't need anybody. God just wants to use human bodies. That's just the way he wants to do it. Like,
Why
make
he
it
don't
make
want to do
sense.
it any other
Huh?
way? Why
What do you
doesn't he
say?
just show us he never shows us he can do it any other way?
Because he can't.
Exactly.
He literally cannot. Like, you are your God's God. You have to take your God everywhere he goes. Like, stop it. You are your God's God. And another human has to talk for your God. Another human has to walk for your God. Another human has to do for your God. Like, I saw a video of a young girl who got stuck in the snow. And she was gonna have to pay like $225. Yes, you are. She was gonna have to pay $225 to get her car out of the ditch, right? And I'm glad that, this man stopped to help her. But the whole time she's like, ooh, favor ain't fair. Favor ain't fair. Thank you. She's like, God, I thank you. Ooh, Lord, I thank you. Now, and she did, show appreciation to the man, and she wanted to like give him some money. And he said no. He said God is watching over him. But your God, what did your God do? A belief in a
And
God, or
watch.
a human, right, that believes in a God, a human that believes in helping other people helped you. The next video was of a woman who fucking fell and busted her ass in the snow. And she was like, "Oh, thank God that I didn't break my tailbone." But at the end of the day, she fell and she busted her ass. It's humans doing human shit. What, I'm sorry, what did you say, Selena? I how do you not see the human? Right, God sent them like that, and that's the crazy thing. And I was thinking as I'm watching the video, right, and I was thinking if I had stopped and helped her, right, and I don't believe in the God, was it still God? Did your God still send me? Because if you say yes, then the whole thing that God does not talk to sinners, God doesn't hear sinners' prayers, God has no association with darkness, light and dark cannot mix, it fucking falls apart. But yeah, that's what makes my head hurt tonight, because how the hell do y'all not recognize the humans? If you're in the guest request box on purpose, can you please comment and let me know? There's 4 people in the guest request box. I don't want to bring up anybody on accident. Please let me know if you're in there on purpose. I don't know. That's a good. Well, I guess when stuff happened for them, anything good that happens for them means that they have favor. I have everything to lose by believing in Jesus, Nick. Everything. Who's in the request on purpose? Can y'all tell I got a lot of rest today?
I can hear it.
I got a lot of rest. But and then the alarm clock woke me up. I was decoding some code in my head, right? In my sleep, I was decoding some code, and the alarm clock woke me up, and I was mad because I was about ready to decode it. I can't even remember what it was, but the alarm clock woke me up. And then, like, there's a bruise on my right leg. I was like, what the fuck was I doing in my sleep? I was fighting some motherfuckers or something. I don't know.
I'm laughing because I wake up bruised too.
You like, and then like, so I'm watching this show. Yeah, and I watch Elementary for the first time, and Elementary's mind is, to me, like, the way he like decodes shit is so like fascinating. I think that in my dream, I think I dreamt that I was Sherlock.
That tracks.
I don't know who's in this box on purpose. Huh?
My husband said I'll be hitting him when I'm sleeping. I said, I don't mean to. It's just, I don't know what's going on. I don't know.
Maxie, are you on stage on purpose? Nope. I think the people that are in the box that's not answering are asleep. Yeah, Elementary is great. So I just finished the Mentalist. And of course I can see the similarities between the two, between the Mentalist and between Elementary. So of course I have to figure out who came first. And Elementary came first. The Mentalist was influenced by that show. But yeah. Sean, how are you?
Watch Psych.
Pretty good. How about yourself, Thinker?
I'm doing good. You said watch Psych?
Yeah. It's
okay.
comedy, but they are similar to The Mentalist. And Psych came first, I believe. But yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I watched that after Elementary.
All right.
Sean, how old are you for TikTok purposes?
Just turned 40.
Okay. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I am in the process of deconstructing, but I still consider myself an atheist at this point. But as you know, there's still plenty of work to be done personally to really like unravel all of the sort of indoctrination that's still built into me.
Okay, so you said you still consider yourself an atheist at this point, or are you saying that you're like considering yourself an atheist in advance while you're deconstructing, or are you?
Yeah, because I've essentially like let go of the belief system in general, but I think that there's still like residual, I don't know, like residual.
No, I get it now. I thought you were saying you were deconstructing from atheism.
No.
When you said I still consider myself an atheist at this point, I'm like, wait, is he deconstructing from atheism?
No, I'm so sorry. No.
Oh, okay. You know what? It's so funny because today I was talking to my daughter about an opportunity, and I was telling her, I just mentioned the word atheist, and she said, "You're an atheist?" And I was like, "Why did you say it like that?" and she was like, "I don't know." She said, "Well, I think evil when I hear the word atheist." I said, "You what?"
Oh my gosh.
And like, she wasn't raised in church. Like the last time she was in church was she was like 6, maybe 7. And so I'm like, "Well, where did you get that from?" And she was like, "I don't know." She's like, "I just think evil when I hear atheist." And I said, "Atheists aren't evil." And I said, "Atheists don't threaten to kill your kids." And she was like, I know. And I asked her, I said, have I ever said that atheists are evil to you? She was like, no. I was like, where the hell did you get that
Yeah,
from?
where'd
She was
you
like,
get that from?
it's, I guess, society. And
Yeah,
so, like, when I was talking to her about this opportunity, because I was like, Nana, I was like, if I do this, this is going to elevate it and it's going to be all in Nana's face. And she was like, but I think you have to, Mom. She was like, you have to, because you have to clear the way for like atheists. She's like, you got to get that stereotype off of atheists.
yeah,
And she's like, if anything, and then she, like, when I tell y'all, she's so fucking smart, because I was a little bit nervous about saying yes to this opportunity because of my mom, and our relationship is just now getting to the point where we're good. And I was like, holy shit, like, this is just gonna like put it all in her face. And my daughter was like, you can't. She said if you say no to this, you're still allowing Nana's religion to take precedent in your life.
oh,
Yeah, and she was like, she said, if anything, you have to say yes to this for those reasons. And she said, to get the stigma off of the word atheist, because the fact that she thought atheist meant evil, and she wasn't even raised in church, and she knows that I don't believe in God. She doesn't believe in a God. She was like, you got to do it. She was like, if anything, for that reason.
yeah,
And I was like, oh, I said, damn, you are smart.
yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah. So what did you come up to discuss today from the topic?
I wanted to discuss number 3, disingenuous, and I wanted to ask you a question because I don't think anybody's really had an opportunity to get your perspective on why believers do this particular thing, where over the last couple of days you have expressed how and why you have these types of conversations and how Christianity has personally impacted your life. I'm just curious from your perspective, why is it, do you think believers have such a hard time like wrapping their head around or conceptualizing how harmful their belief system is and how it doesn't exist in a vacuum and actually impacts everybody in society?
I honestly haven't figured that out yet, and that's why I'm having the conversations. But I think that they don't. They've disconnected from humanity as a whole, and they really believe that their belief is individualistic, and it's become a self-motivating thing, and so they believe that they're really like in this secret closet relationship with this deity.
Yeah.
In their heads, and so they've disconnected from reality. They've disconnected from humanity. And so, like, when the last conversation that I had last night, when I kept trying to get the young man to talk to me as a human about my human frustration, and he kept wanting to talk about the God, like this whole conversation, right, with me trying to say, hey, this God makes my head hurt. The things that you guys do and say frustrate me, make my head hurt because of how your beliefs, right, affect society. But I almost every time have to argue with them to get them to focus on the human part of it.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
Yeah. And so I think it's because they've disconnected from humanity as a whole. I haven't quite figured out or understood it yet. That's what I'm trying to do now. But I think that's a big part of it, the individualism of it all.
Yeah, because it's just so bizarre because at least here in the United States and a decent portion of folks that you speak with, they at least sound like they're from like the, Western world, quote unquote. And politicians, like even recently with this last election with Project 2025 and a huge conversation about Christian nationalism and them legislating their beliefs into law, I don't understand how they can hear all of these things or see all of these things going on around them, from Roe v. Wade being overturned to that NC governor last year who was quite literally in a church saying that some people deserve to die and need to be killed. I don't understand how they're able to separate their person, like their belief system, from everything else that's happening.
Well, and then we also know like a lot of them live in a delusional space, right? So I picture them most of the time walking around in their head, and not actually paying attention to what's around them. And so when they see stuff like that happening, they don't see them, right? Because they're like, well, I wouldn't have an abortion anyway, so it doesn't affect me, right?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not gay, so it doesn't affect me.
Oh, yeah, sort of like a white person who's like, I don't think racism is real because I've never experienced it. And it's like, well,
Yeah,
duh, you personally would not experience it.
yeah, yeah. And then the problems of the world, like the evil in the world, they don't have an answer for it, right? And so they know that their God isn't necessarily doing anything to stop it. So the only thing that they can do is like kind of pretend it isn't that bad, or just not worry about it, right? And focus on what the God does for them individually. Like for
Yeah.
them, I think, you know how I say that I cannot stand having conversations about who created the earth, because it's a like nobody's gonna be able to definitively say, oh, it was God or it was not God, right? Like, or a God, because nobody knows, definitely. You can't like point to something for talking about the big problems in the world, like world hunger, child essay, uh, uh, genocide, like the big problems that they feel like is out of their control. It's probably like that for them. The same way that I feel about having conversations that have no uh, value. You know what I'm saying? Like no answer to it, and so they turn off. They become indifferent to those problems,
Yeah.
and and they focus on, well, I know that what God does for me, that I can see, that I can control.
Yeah. And, I'm not gonna lie to you. There's sometimes you have conversation and you exercise so much patience, Simone and everybody else on the panel. But sometimes I like sit back and I listen because I used to be a believer, and I'd like to think that I had a little bit more empathy or compassion than what I've heard on your live sometimes. And some of the things I hear that comes out of like believers' mouths, it's very it's very alarming, quite low key frightening sometimes. It sounds like, especially when you reach the point in a conversation where it's almost like you break their brains and when you ask them a question and then they just default and like fall back on like almost like a script where they keep repeating the same thing over and over again, even though it has no relevancy to anything that you're talking about. It's really it's actually kind of scary to listen to.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I said it's like that's also another thing that I'm trying to figure out. There's like this negotiation moment that they have when they're met with logic. I joked with a Christian in the comments. Well, I wasn't joking with her. I was taunting her, to be honest, because she was getting on my fucking nerves. But like, she was getting on my nerves. But I told her, I was like, the Satan isn't your God's real enemy. Facts are, right? And so that moment when they are met with facts, and that that logic bone, right, gets tickled in their brain, something happens. They That moment of negotiation happens,
Yeah,
and they decide, right?
it's almost like a
Um,
factory reset.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And it's a fascinating thing to watch, and I can almost to a T um, tell when they're going to do it and what's going to make them go straight to that negotiating.
Yeah, very scary behavior. Well, thank you for having me up. I won't hog up all your time. I'll keep listening, and thank you for everything that you do. Your live is very therapeutic, quite frankly.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for coming up, Sean, and I hope you have a great day.
You too. Bye.
Yep, that's what they do. They fall back on faith. Island gal. Oh, what happened? Mezzo. Sparkle. Is it still spinning? Okay, can we take that person down? Linda Way.
Hey,
Hey,
hap-
how are you?
I'm great. I'm great. Um, I wanted to come up and talk about the topic fearmongering and how it how it relates to my deconstruction journey, because um, I spoke to you guys a few months ago and talked about my daughter being ill, me putting her on a protocol, and her being able to walk again. What I didn't say was that it was dire because we were on our way to Thailand as a trip for her graduation present from college. Um, and she got well. She didn't have any problems in Thailand, but I got over there and I couldn't walk. Not
Oh,
for the
wow.
same reason. No, it was a trip. Not for the same reasons, but because I didn't know that I had mild arthritis, no more than someone my own age. But I was backpacking through the jungles. We were over there for 3 weeks. I was carrying a maybe 16-pound backpack, some hotel stays, some downtime, but still a lot of walking in night markets and just doing a lot more physically than I do in Los Angeles. So, what occurred to me after we got back was that a couple of things. I would have thought a whole lot about God and about my words to her. Like, if you don't do what I tell you to do and follow this protocol, I am going to leave you in the hotel room. And I'm going along and doing my thing in Thailand. When, as it occurs, she was well, and a couple of 3 days, I had to remain in the hotel room. And I would have sworn up and down prior to deconstruction that it was because I had spoken words that God was angry with me about, something about pride and something about arrogance and something about um, being too uh, full of myself. But as it turns out, as a result of this, um, as a result of this occurrence, I found out that I have very mild arthritis in my knees, no more or less than someone else my age. Um, and that what I had was actually an overuse injury on both legs. The muscles just aren't strong enough. So now what that shows me is that I have to get in the gym. I have to bring up my muscle mass so that the joints are doing less work than the muscles. And I would have missed out on all of that common sense and logical approach had I still been mired in considering all of it God's work.
Yeah, I agree with that point. As well as, like, to think or believe that a God, right, would punish you for encouraging your daughter and helping your daughter walk again, that he would be so upset about that he would turn around and make it to where you couldn't walk. Like,
Well,
one would have to say
that's
that
how
he
he
was
acts.
mad about that. Huh?
That's how he acts. That's
You
how
said
he
that's
does.
how,
That's how
yeah, that's
God
what I was
acts.
going to say. That's what I'm going to say. Like, one would have to say that he was mad about that. And why would you, right, worship a God like that?
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of trying to get out of it. And then I um, was thinking about the upcoming trip. I've been off since November 7th. We left. We got back on the 22nd, and then I couldn't walk and had to be in PT and at home until tomorrow. Tomorrow's my first day back at work. I don't know how much time I have left. I'm hoping, in terms of PTO, I'm hoping I still have enough to come to the trip, the meet and greet. I am really hoping that I still have enough, even if I have to just fly in and not spend any extra time chilling a day before and a day after, because I like to do that kind of thing. I may not be able to, but I really hope tomorrow I'll see. I really hope I'm able to,
I hope
because
you are too. Like, even if, like, keep in mind too, like, we have the conference room booked. So, like, I know Fee said that she's going to be spending a lot of time in the conference room. Like, a lot of us is just going to be chilling in the conference room too.
oh,
Yeah. So there'll be a place to, like, just chill, and you don't have to, like, run around the city with everybody.
okay.
Yeah. So I hope you are still able to make it. If don't, no pressure, right?
Oh,
I
no,
don't
no,
want you
no,
to.
no.
Yeah.
I want so badly to come. Every meet and greet from every group that I've ever been to, when I went to the first one where bonds are formed, it's just so great afterwards. And when you come in secondhand, it's not that bad, but I just like to be in the original crew. I really do. And I hope I'm still able to do that same thing. I'm going to try to make that happen. And so the fear mongering that is done in, to bring it back to the topic, the fear mongering that is done, I find that it has less of a hold on me than it did 3 months ago. Because remember, I was telling you, well, I, I don't know. I feel fear and I'm afraid of everything. And you were like, are you afraid of the God that you don't believe in anymore? And I'm like, yeah. You were like, well, that's crazy. And I was like, I know it. Um, but I'm getting better. And I see myself getting stronger. And quite frankly, and this is very interesting, I see myself becoming kinder, because I can be quite mean. And I hate to admit that, but I
It's a
can't.
part of the journey. It's a part of recognizing yourself and meeting yourself for the first time. So
Without being under the auspices of
yeah.
this. Yeah, you're right. You're right. So that's it. I don't want to hold up a lot of time, but I just wanted to report in, like quarterly, and say how I'm doing.
How's your
And
daughter doing?
my daughter is doing great. I am. We have a we eh, we're doing something else now. It's called the beauty protocol. The healing protocol is still in effect, but when you have a slightly disfiguring disorder that leaves scars, especially as a young woman, it affects her self-esteem. And so I am working diligently on helping her bring that up so that she can reach her full potential. And
You're such a beautiful mom. And
thank
she is
because
very lucky to have you. Yes, like she I hope she recognizes how lucky she is to have a mom that one is willing to learn the things that you've learned to help her. You're
Yes.
willing to do the things that you do to help her, right?
Yes.
And you're willing to see her and see what she needs.
Well, I had a very painstaking relationship with my mother, and being the mother that I needed has helped me deal with my disappointment in not being loved as a child the way that I needed.
Yeah, and that's powerful. And I don't think a lot of people recognize that when you are able to be that, the thing that you felt that you didn't have growing up, it heals you
Yes,
also. Yeah, that's
does.
powerful.
I'm much happier now. My
I'm
divorce was
happy for
final
you.
on the 31st.
Congratulations on the 31st of December.
Yes, I
So
am
you
newly free. I am newly free.
you started 2025 with a whole new life.
Right. Yes.
Wow.
And so I am so happy. I am looking forward to retiring. As soon as she gets a job and passes what is that? Probation, and she's in
I'm
for
sorry.
about
One second. Let me say the rule right quick. Do not come in here praying for nobody. Pray for yourself. Don't pray for anybody. You will be blocked. You don't have that right. You don't get to go to your God for anybody else without their permission. I'm sorry, Linda. Wait, go ahead.
no problem. So I'm looking forward to retirement. I am looking forward to more travel. I'm looking forward to, I'm so looking forward to building muscle and getting fit. That is one thing that has eluded me in all my decades. But now it is a matter of necessity. It always has been, but there is nothing like not being able to walk. I felt so weak, and I've never been weak. I've been able to bench press 140 pounds. I've never been a weak woman, and I don't intend to be in my mature age and in my mature years. And so I'm going to the gym with a full with a trainer every time I go. Every time I go, it's going to be quite expensive, but nothing is as worth it as your health. And so I'm going to spend the money on it, because what else can I do? I cannot be old, weak, and feeble. I just can't do it. Not if I can help it.
Well, I wish you all the best in that. I'm proud of you, and thank you for coming up and sharing that with us. I know you're gonna do well.
Thank you so much. I'll be in the comments. Bye
You're
bye.
welcome. Bye.
Now you gotta take me down, cause
Okay. All right. Y'all asking what does it matter if you don't believe in a God? It lets me know every damn time that you don't believe your prayers work, because you wouldn't walk up to somebody on the street, right, and just change something about them without their permission. Like you wouldn't do it. And so if you actually believed that your prayers worked and that you wasn't just saying shit just to fucking piss people off, you wouldn't do it. And it says a lot about you as a person, that you think, first off, that you think that you could come in here and talk about some Father forgive them. You ain't fucking Jesus. You are literally trying to say the words that your Jesus said on the cross. You aren't him. Are you snoring? Ronald?
Huh?
Ronald? Are you asleep?
Hello?
Yeah, did you mean to come up? But did you come up on accident?
Yeah, I must have came up by accident.
It's okay. I'll take you down, okay?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Miss Charlene was asking about you too. Okay.
You know what? What about her? Her thing is on Saturday. I didn't
Yeah,
get a
it's
notification,
I don't know why it's not. She's been
and
looking
I
for
thought I
you.
followed her.
I don't know why it's
I
not
did
sending you a
follow her.
notification. Okay. I'll let her know. It's Saturday. It's at 2:00 Central, I believe, on Saturdays. But I'll let her know
Two.
that you came up.
So I'm in California, so that would be
That would
what,
be
1
12.
o'clock or 12?
12. Uh-huh. Yeah,
Okay.
noon. Yeah, but I'll let her know because she's sure been asking about you.
Okay, well, yeah, because I knew I missed it, and I'm going, I didn't get a notification, and I can't remember her name.
No, it's Charlene.
Charlene. Okay. All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome, Ronald. Have a good night.
You too.
All right. If you're in the guest request box on purpose, can you please comment so that we can bring you up and not accidental request? Lynn Ray Haley, you're in the box. Oak Art, you're in the box. Shan is a gem. Kim, Just Me, and Daria. Hey, how are you?
Hey, how you doing? Thank you.
I'm doing good.
Um, I would love to just get on here and shower you with all the compliments in the world. You a bad girl. I'm crazy about you.
Thank
And
you.
you've also taught me about misogyny. You know, what I'm saying, like even saying something like that. You know, what I'm saying, I'm kind of worried about it. Is it something offensive to that? But you really impressed me, and you do have the most beautiful voice. One
Thank
time
you.
you
I
had
appreciate that.
it was someone you had on, and they was talking about services for like blind people. Like my son, you know, he went through something, and he's blind right now, but he's real strong. You know, his mom is one of those believers that think prayer is going to do it. But and then he said she also thinks this way. I told her I was in tune to you one night, and you had someone on there that says there's a lot of people don't know about the services that they can get because of certain things like this. And so I forgot who it was, and I'm gonna get a pencil or something and write down or whatever. Or if you can kind of get me in contact with, if you
It's
remember what I'm talking
Fee.
about, maybe
Fee
Fee.
was
Okay,
the
it
one.
was Fee.
Yeah.
She's so smart too. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I will. If sometime tonight, if she comes back up, if she can speak on that again about the services
Okay.
that
I'll make sure when she comes up to remind her. Are you in the
okay.
Discord as well?
I don't know how to get in it.
Okay.
I don't. I mean, I am a
Have we sent you the link?
subscriber,
Yeah.
but
Yeah. I know you. I know you're a nerd. Have we sent you the link to your DM?
I don't know it. I don't know how to check.
Okay. Let me see if you don't know how to check your DMs. Do you know how to send me a message on here?
What? I just click on your picture and message.
Yeah. Well, if you go to my profile, right,
Uh huh.
in the bio, you'll see a big button that says message. So you
Uh
can
huh.
click that. Do
Okay.
that. Send me a message. That way I can send you
Okay.
a message back. Um,
Okay.
and you'll get a notification with the link, and I'll do that after the show. But you have to send me a message because if you don't, I will forget. Because I check all of my messages immediately after the show. I check all of my messages. So send me a message, and I'll send you the link to the Discord.
Okay. Will do. Thank you.
Thank you, Trinita. I sent you the link a long time ago. You didn't get that?
Who, me?
I was talking to Trinita.
Oh.
Send me another message. Well, Dudette's gonna do it right now, y'all. So message Dudette Ogard. Click on Dudette's profile, send her a message, and she's getting ready to send you the link.
Okay. Thank you.
You're
Will do.
welcome.
All right. Have a good night. I'll be listening.
All right, thank you. You too.
All right, bro.
Bye bye. I don't know. That's weird. I remember sending it to you, Trinita. Let's see. Just me. Just me. Okay. On accident. I don't know if this person's in there on purpose. Is it Lynn Ray? Lynn Ray? Okay. On accident. What time is it? It's midnight. All right, y'all. There's nobody else in the guest request box. It's 300 people in here. Normally we have way more people in here at this time. Might have to do a restart to get into the FYP. Let me see who's all in here if it's just us. Give me just a second. I think it's just us in here.
That's mainly what I see.
Yeah. All right, y'all. I might have to do a restart because everybody that was in the guest request box was on accident. No, it's not sub only. Yana?
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. How old are you for TikTok purposes?
I'm 26.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm not completely sure what you mean by like deconstructing. I'm not atheist. Well, I might as well. Yeah, I'm atheist. Yeah. I keep wanting to claim agnostic, but at the end of the day, I feel like being agnostic is just being in denial.
Okay. And what did you come up to talk about?
I wanted to come up and talk about how at the end of the day, I feel like when it comes to, I talk about this with my husband a lot, that religion is predatory at the end of the day. Not only is it predatory, for some people, it is a necessity, because when you give people nothing, then they look for faith. If they don't have faith, then they're prone to, unaliving themselves or unaliving others. And that is not conducive to a capitalistic society.
What do you mean they're prone to unaliving themselves or unaliving others without faith?
Like
Are you saying
people
that if a
who
person doesn't
need
believe in?
faith.
Oh, people who
No, no, no,
need
no, no,
faith.
no, no. Yeah, people who need faith and don't have faith, like the people who follow in these religions are the ones that need faith in order to survive.
Oh, yeah.
They can't believe that these things could happen to them without reason, and they love to believe that these things are happening to them for a reason, and things will come up better because of this. In reality, they're not. It's not because of a God, it's because of you. And I hate when people always give praise to God for their accomplishments when they're the ones that put in that hard work.
Yeah. They've been trained or indoctrinated to not trust themselves, right? It's kind of hard to believe that you can do hard things like that or be responsible for yourself when you've been told from birth, that that everything is wrong with you, right? Like even the skin that you walk in is wicked or evil. It's unworthy. And so they typically can't feel secure within themselves, right? Because they're constantly telling themselves that they're not worthy and that they need something on the outside to make them feel safe in the world or to make them feel like that shit is just possible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it keeps people from looking. Like, I feel like religion is
I'm sorry. I
the
don't. I'm
answer
sorry.
to our
One second.
society.
I don't think they think that I don't like their but go ahead. Never mind. Go ahead. I was getting ready to say that.
No, it's okay. I think
Their personalities just irritate the living fuck out of me because they're very egotistical assholes most of the time. And when I was on Mezzo's live, I was on Mezzo's live and I said Christian AA and Mezzo said, "What is that?" And I said, Christians are assholes. And Mezzo was like, "No, you can't say that." He's like, "That's not objectively true." And I was like, I get it. I get that, you can't say that it's objectively true, but it's objectively true for me on TikTok because almost every Christian that I've met has like this, they're very egotistical, dismissive human beings.
Superiority complex.
Yeah. And they don't care about, for example, if I say don't pray for me, they'll do it on purpose, right? They don't, right. And then they lie and claim that they have this Jesus in them that gives them the fruit, right? That allows them to be this gentle, kind, patient, understanding, loving, joyful person, right? And will ignore that they're doing things to try to ignite negative feelings or negative emotions or negative reactions out of a person just simply because that person doesn't believe. And so what I see is people who are willing to become the demons or the Satans for their God to convince, like they'll try to beat your mind down. They'll try to beat you down and drag you back to hell to their God. Like, honestly, all I see is a devil with demons dragging people to hell.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it with the masquerade of calling it heaven, right? That's all I see, because if you gotta beat somebody down to make them feel like they can't live in this world without this belief system or without this God,
it's a cult.
Yeah. You can't be whole, right? They don't want you whole. They don't want you having confidence in yourself, right? They don't want you leaning on your own abilities, because if you do that, then you don't need the God.
Exactly. In Christianity, very explicitly throughout all the text states basically not to ask questions. If you're asking questions, then you're learning more. Do not divert from this text. This text is the beginning and the end. You get what I mean? Like, and it hinders us in society. It hinders us when it comes to science, when it comes, to education, when it comes to historical facts and paleontology, and and then these people are still what's the word? They're still closing their eyes to the truth because it's not written in their Bible. Their Bible says otherwise.
Or they'll even deny it when it's written in their Bible because they've told them they've learned some extra biblical narrative, and the extra biblical narrative makes them feel good, right? And that's what they've married their belief system to. So they will even reject what's in their own book, right? And then they'll say something like that's a translation issue, right? Or God didn't really mean that, he meant something else, because it doesn't make them feel good, right? And so
God said this or did this or allowed this to happen.
Yeah. And most of them are broken people, and they don't realize that they're admitting that they're broken when they say stuff like how they need the God, right? Mm-hmm. They need the God because the God, he gets them through so much, right? And the reality is that you are a broken person. You're broken, and you don't know how to heal yourself. You don't believe that you can be healed. You don't believe that you can be healed with this God, because if you are, then you don't need it.
Exactly.
So they're afraid. Yeah, they're afraid to learn anything that tells them otherwise.
And it's really sad at the end of the day, because when it comes to figuring out your own emotions, a common phrase, because I grew up Baptist, like I was baptized when I was 18, this again, but by the time I was 19, I was like, you know what, wait a damn minute. Wait a minute. Hold the presses. Something's up here. Because the church will only tell you what they want to tell you. Once you start actually reading the Bible on your own, which I did, because I was so like, I'm so Christian. I'm so Baptist. I'm so Christian. Let me read this Bible now that I'm baptized. This thing is messed up. It is messed up. How do you follow someone who states that as long as a girl has flowered, that it's okay to impregnate her and marry her? It doesn't make sense. And by flowering, mean having her period. Kids have their periods at 8 years old, 10 years old, 12 years old. These are not okay ages, but they will defend it. He didn't mean it that way. Just like you said, he didn't mean it that way. He meant this way. And I'm like, that's clearly not what's written. You can look up any translation, and it's the same translation.
In their head, the women in that book are 19, 20, 30 years old. They refuse to see that these are
Mary
young girls.
was 16.
No, I think she was 12. 14 or 12. Like she was like, yeah.
I
According
just know
to
it was an
James.
even number.
Yeah, there's the evangelical kind of James. I think he says that she was like 12 or 14, something like that. And Joseph was like 60 or 80. I can't remember. It's one of those. But he was like decades older than her.
Right. And then the Christians get upset with me when I have these like debates and stuff. They were like, "So you don't believe in any God?" I was like, if I was to believe in a God, I wouldn't follow the Christian Bible. I'll probably follow the Quran at the end of the day. The Quran seems
Hell no. Hell no.
No, I'm just saying, because the Quran is more my
It is the
speed.
most
Don't let these
illogical
motherfuckers fuck
book
with your
I've
shit
ever
if
read.
you don't go fuck them up too.
The Quran is the most illogical book I've ever read. And I've not read all of it. What I have read in it, it is the most illogical shit I
They're
have
all
ever read.
illogical. But the one thing I do like about the Quran is just it's no nonsense. It's not a
It
factor
is.
whether you're whether you're in the right or you're in the wrong. It's if they came and mess with your stuff, light their ass up, light them up, and I actually fuck with that.
I don't. The Quran gives me the biggest headache of them all. Like I don't like the Quran at all. Yeah. But did you have anything else?
No, not really. I just feel like they all suck. They all need to go. If they all went, we'd prosper more as a society. We'd have better innovations. Money would be put more into innovating the earth altogether, because a lot of money gets subsidized to these churches. So, yeah.
I agree. Well, I thank you very much for coming up, and I hope you have a good night. Okay. Y'all, I'm probably going to do a reset around 1:00 because something isn't right. We're stuck at like 300, and normally we have more.
This is odd.
Yeah, very odd. I probably should have did a reset around 11:30. Okay, we're gonna move on from that. You're gonna have to like try again. I don't know what's going on with that. As a matter of fact, I think I'm gonna just do a reset. Dark Damsel. Y'all, why, like y'all are in here talking about some divine intervention comes in mid form. Like your God is afraid of me. Your God is afraid of me. I'm a thorn in your God's side. A human, a mortal, a woman is afraid of me. Y'all, the stuff that y'all say, y'all come in here every night and make your God look weak every night. Doc Damsel, I'm about to do a reset, okay? All right, y'all. I'll be right back. All right.
গুলোও দেখা যায় গুলো বানানো মানে লাল্লার একটা
$16 children. All right, y'all. Welcome back. Rare Juice, get out of my box. Like, y'all are weird. Like, you're weird. You are weird. And like the fact that you keep coming back and hitting requests after I told you no, right? Like, it tells me that you will, if a woman says no to you, you will stalk her. Stop doing that. That's freaking ridiculous. The topic is on the board. It is very ridiculous. Like, what the fuck? If somebody tells you that they don't want you on their live, don't fucking keep trying to hop in their box. Like, it's weird. Move on. Hey, Mezzo.
Good evening.
How are you?
I'm very good. I just had tuned back in and saw that you were restarting, so I thought I'd jump in here at the beginning to help people find you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think the Christians are at this point scared of this topic. They don't know how to focus on themselves. They just want to argue about their God. They don't know how to talk about them or humans, period.
Yeah, I was wondering when you started running was that just yesterday? And I saw it and I was like, oh, I love this so much. They probably won't. Like you almost need one at the bottom that's like also just if you want to talk about free will, or something that'll just like get them back up here.
Yeah, and it to me it just shows how shallow they are, right? How surface level they are because they can't. They're peddling this God as if it is a God that makes you a better human, right? Like this God has the power to elevate you to make your life better, but they're afraid to even focus on their life or talk about their life or address their life.
Yeah, I mean, when I was, well, that's honestly still hard for me to do. I'm kind of pathetic though. But I mean, like when I was a believer, it was like I remember like plugging my ears to my own thoughts I don't, that doesn't make sense, but like starting to think something and going like, no, 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 don't think about that. That's trouble. And like trying to block things out. So much less like intentionally trying to go like, why are we like this? Why are my friends doing this? Why is my family doing this? Why am I doing this? It's like, it's a difficult thing to do, and maybe even to catch yourself doing.
Yeah, I will say it is a I don't it is a hard thing to start doing. I think like most of the time you don't recognize that you're not doing it. Most people think that they are doing it, if that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think like it's hard to face the bad things about yourself and acknowledge it and say
It's
that this is something
embarrassing.
that yeah, it can be. But at the same time though, I think it's one of the most powerful things, because if you like how can a person say that they can change, or that they are trying to change or become better, if they can't acknowledge what needs to change about themselves?
I I hate like my past. And there's stuff about me right now that I still hate. Like I'm always trying to get better. Like I get really frustrated with myself when like in parenting. It's so hard. It's too hard. They made it too difficult, and it's difficult. And I mean, my kids are doing good, and we all love each other and get along. But it's really difficult. And at the end of so many days, I'm just like, man, I messed that up. I don't know if I did that right. That felt bad, and I hope they don't feel bad. And I'm reading books that say not to do that, but you can't not do that. And then when I think about my like further back, like my when I was a believer, or when I was kind of like not really sure what I was doing, I was horrendous. I just like I was despicable in so many ways now, and so like I I didn't want to face that at the time. People would bring stuff up to me like you should be nicer to people and things like that, and I was like not into it.
Yeah. And I get that. I guess I don't have any empathy for them because they're always pointing fingers at other people, right? Like you can't be the type of person that's telling people that they need your God because they're sinful or they're wicked or they're going to hell, and then be scared to look at yourself. Like I don't have any empathy for that.
Yeah, that's a big difference. You're totally right. That like if you were like hedonistic and also telling everyone else do whatever the fuck you want to, then that's one thing. But if you're like claiming to be good, but like you're judging other people but not willing to like look at your own man in the mirror, as Michael Jackson would say. My cat's climbing into my dryer. Hold on. I'm sorry. 1 second. I gotta help my
Yeah. But I also think that it's not because they're afraid to look at them. They just want to push their God. They're like a robot. They're surface level,
Yeah.
you know, not deep. Like they claim to be deep. They claim to think on a deep level all the time, but there's nothing deep about them. There's nothing deep about anything that they talk about. You know, like the revelations that they get. They're just very surface level people, because all like they just want to talk about what the God wants, what the God, you know, says. And that's what I don't think that it's because they're afraid, honestly, to address their own shortcomings. I think a lot of them don't think they have any.
They just don't think about it. Who,
Yeah.
me? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I,
Like
I, I
they
walk
feel
with
like they're
God. What are you
saved.
talking about?
Exactly. They're saved. They're morally superior. And which is like they don't see the they think that the stuff that we're saying, we're just saying it because we're assholes. Like we just don't like Christians. We just want to persecute Christians. There's no truth to saying that they act disingenuous, right? That they become disingenuous or that they fearmonger. There's no proof in us, like no validity in our outrage of them trying to force their God on us, because they don't do it. Nobody forces God on you, girly. Like those are the comments that I get all the time. So like I honestly just don't think that they think that they're doing anything wrong. They think that they are morally superior. And so they rather
Also,
argue about their God than actually talk about things that matter.
yeah, like they were probably looking at your prompt from last week, whatever it was, and spent all weekend studying and like getting stuff ready to, yeah, I'm gonna go tell Thinker what for, and then they get here and they go, what's that? Oh shit. I have nothing for this. Like I was ready to like talk about God. What do I do now?
Yeah, that's like I've had to like literally argue with them to get them to focus on the human aspect of it, right? Like because they just want to talk about their God. And then they'll come in the comments and say, God makes your head hurt. He doesn't make my head hurt. And to me, it just shows like if somebody comes to you and they say, hey, when this happens, it bothers me. If the person says, well, it don't bother me, how is that going to make you feel? Like, what does that tell you about the type of person that is? Like, should that even be somebody that's in your life? Because obviously, like, they just completely dismissed what you shared with them is bothering you and thought about themselves. It doesn't bother me, so I'm good. Right? That's the same thing that they do when we say, why doesn't your God stop the evil in his name? And they say, well, he helps me. He answers my prayers.
Yeah, I just got a raise. What are you talking about? This,
Yeah. Yeah.
I
But they
got to
don't want
tell
to
you,
talk about that.
I just watched your video on the pregnancy apology thing. That is so terrible. I mean, your video was your commentary was good on it, but obviously the video was terrible. I wasn't saying your video was so terrible. No, it was well said in every way. Can I ask you a technical question? How do you make your captions so fucking cool? Like you have like emojis jumping out of them and stuff. Like that was neato.
Yeah, TikTok. So I used to use CapCut to do it, but TikTok does it now. Like if when you hit the
What?
cap, yeah, you just change it in TikTok now.
I I'm a Luddite apparently. It's really yeah. Sorry, I was like watching it like that looked like it took forever, but yeah, that's me. There's a button for it.
No, I wouldn't.
I was
I don't
like
have
sitting
the
there
patience to sit.
animating like yeah.
Yeah, I don't have the patience to sit there and do that.
Oh, okay. But also your commentary was phenomenal and interesting, and the whole thing is just so sad, heartbreaking, really.
Yeah, and that's why I don't have empathy for them, Mezzo, because they do shit like that. Like they'll make a young girl stand up in front of a whole church, right, and repent to the people in the church, right, and then be scared to talk about how fucked up their personalities are, right? They'll be scared to talk about how hypocritical they are, but this young girl has to stand up and a lot of shit that they do is for show. It's for show.
And like the other thing with that bothered me is how it seemed very commonplace, like the way they were doing it. Like to me, that's so startling because I haven't seen that stuff in so long. Like I haven't been to a church in so long. Well, I mean, I go to like my wife's family is all church people, so like when we go visit them every now and we'll jump in and just sing and then leave, but that's like once a year. But it's like we don't see that stuff happen. But the way they did it was like, oh, now it's the time of the sermon where we do the forced repentance. Like it was like as if it was in the what do they call the brochure? It's not a brochure. What's the like little piece of paper that tells you everything that's going to happen in
The
church?
program.
The program.
The program.
Yeah, like it seemed like it was just like, and now it's time for this. This is normal. This is what we do here. It sucks. Next, here's the next week. We'll do another one. Like, why is this normal to you guys? This is so weird. It's so weird.
I, they're just weird people. They're just I don't know, weird superficial people that get on my damn nerves. Maybe I should put Christians make my head hurt. And honestly, the reason why I didn't put Christians make my head hurt is because then they could go to TikTok and cry discrimination. Because TikTok would then make them a protected class.
Right.
So I didn't put that up there.
The God
I
talk.
probably would have got suspended. Huh?
Preaching, maybe. I bet you could have gotten away with it, but it's not. It's not even what they're doing. It's yeah. You're right. It's like all of it.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
didn't do that stuff at we never at my church, I don't remember at least people coming up and saying that, at least not like by that level of force. Like some people would come up and would want to say like, "Hey, I've been struggling with alcoholism or something like that. Please pray for me." Whatever those types of things. But it was never like, "Come up here, it's time to say this." Ours was pretty mellow, and I think that's why that stuff is still even more startling to me because even when I was in it, we were not quite that type. Um, Not that like we were better necessarily, but it just God, that's so weird and scary to me.
I was like the Pentecostal churches are the ones that do, like they do the most in their church
Right.
services. And especially like in the Black community, it's like that's the thing to do. Like you have to believe in God, right? You have to repent. Like and it's taboo if you don't. I don't even. It's like I don't know. It's such a heavy weight in our families. Like it's a Jesus is a family member in our household. He's a
Yeah.
family member. Yeah. And so it's not surprising, honestly, that something like that happened. Like my dad never did anything like that, but it's not surprising that they did make her do something like that. What in our church, they would call people out, right? They wouldn't say the name. They'd be like, such and such, you walk in here with your mini skirt on and you can see your butt cheeks hanging out. You're on your
Yeah,
way
and
to
everyone's
hell. Like,
looking. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So
Everyone
they would
knows
do
you're
stuff
talking
like
about
that.
Teresa or whoever.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. Or I'd be like I remember the last time that I went to church. I went to visit a friend of mine. His church. He became the pastor after his dad died, and he invited me. And his mom was up, and she was talking. Like she was just talking before he got up to preach. And the whole time, when I tell you, everybody born under the sun, by the time she got done, was in hell and was gonna burn. And I'm sitting there like I
who's
look
left?
down, right. I look down and my hand is like shaking, like the anxiety is just so bad. And I'm like, how in the fuck? Like you can't be getting peace from this. Like you're literally just preaching negative words into people while they sit there and just allow you to just beat their brains up, beat their minds up, their hearts up, their bodies up with these negative words that you're throwing at them. I couldn't stay. I left and I told her, I was like, I can't stay and listen to this. Like what is this?
It's an interesting thing of like, at some point, and we've heard every believer say that like we are, we have a sin nature, we're naturally sinful. No matter how good we be, we cannot be good. We can do all these good acts, but God won't let us be good. It's just like not within our ability, right? Like we have to do something bad. And like why won't God let us do good is a good thing. That's an interesting topic. Maybe I should like run this.
They'll get up here and say it ain't God, that is free will. Like that. They don't realize that the God needs them to sin. The God needs them to suffer. Because if they didn't, then he would be unnecessary.
Yeah, he would look bad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, if we all
Like
started doing that.
he killed his son for no reason. But even with them saying, right, that they can't be sinless, because if they're sinless, they would be like Jesus, right? And that everybody sins because they can't do right. They don't, like, they will deny and say that the God needs them to sin. If you don't sin, then you become like the God. But the God doesn't want you to become like him. But the God doesn't need you to sin. It doesn't make sense. Everything is circular.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why they're scared to come up and talk to me, because I don't know. It's like it's just all circular.
Yeah, I mean, I would be if I were like full honesty. If I were a believer, I would be terrified, like of you, Justin, and Joel, I would be like, I'd be so scared. I don't like to go, like I had like no bearing, when I would like, I was so confused the whole time. I at no point felt like I would talk to other people about it, but if anyone came up and like questioned me at all, I was just like, ugh. I'm so terrified.
Yeah.
I
I
wouldn't
guess
have admitted that back then, but now looking back, I realized like I was too scared to defend any of this.
yeah, and then like I may have a blind spot because I never saw the need to defend it. Because I've always been more of a logical person, right? And so I've always asked the hard questions, even though when I did ask them, I was, met with saying the Lord rebuke you, or, you know, demon this and demon that. But I, I guess I have a blind spot there because I don't understand that part, and I think that's the part that I'm trying to understand is the need or the want to believe illogical shit over logical shit. Does that make sense?
Well, I mean, desire is strong.
But I'm trying to figure out, why is that desire there? Like, can they not still believe a God exists without believing that God told them to kill a bunch of people?
Oh God,
You,
thinker,
you,
I have to. There's in this parenting book I'm reading, and a concept came up, and I might have to like look up what it's called. I was hoping actually to ask Fee about it because I just know Fee already knows all about like the psychological thing, whatever it's called. But it's this interesting idea, and I'll look up the word for it as I start talking here about like when a kid, it's unformulated experience. There it is. So, and have you ever heard of this concept of an unformulated experience?
mm-mm.
So, like a kid will feel like if you are around like a young kid, your child, and there's like an earthquake or like maybe you get like you get a text message that's like some really bad news. They don't know what's going on. So they don't know if they're supposed to be scared or happy or like, yay, the house is moving or like phone calls are coming or whatever. But based off of you and like what how you react, they start to feel it. So they sense the anxiety, they sense the fear, and they join in on it, and they don't know why. And it's like the beginning of like their feelings. It happens too with like when they're uh, like when you're first like maybe attracted to people and you're really young and you kind of don't know like what's happening to me. Why do I like this so much? This is an interesting, I can't stop looking at this person. But the other thing about the unformulated experience is that it like for like the way I was reading about it is just a children's book, but it's so interesting because it like the natural response of it, especially when it's fear, not with a loved one, but with fear. Like when they feel scared, their first like natural evolutionary instinct is to think, I did it. It's like a guilt response. And I was reading this and like, this is the foundation of religion. We didn't know. Why am I scared of thunder? Why do I have these natural scary instincts? It must be my fault. Something I did. It's like the author wasn't talking about this at all. Like they were talking about how children react when you're scared of stuff. But like I was just reading it like this is it. Like this is how it all started early on. Oh, there's a flood happened. That must be my fault. It must have
Yeah.
been something I did wrong, to anger my something. Something must be there that is angry at me. Like it really just nailed like the origins of it, and it still is here. Like it still lasts. Like people don't know exactly what they're scared of, and so they feel like it's their fault. Which I know we're kind of talking about this and not totally, but it just reminded me of it. It's like so interesting to me.
No, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and that explains why free will comes in the middle of a conversation where we're talking about miracles. Like we could be talking about anything, and they'll just say free will, right, out
Yeah,
of
it's
nowhere.
my
Because
fault. I
yeah,
did it.
yeah, like they
Yeah.
literally take the blame for everything, for the God. But in that though, like if they can take the blame for some of the most atrocious shit to protect the God, then I feel like that they should be able to see, right, that means that they have more power, right, than the God does, because they're protecting the God in this whole free will concept. And when they say that the God limits his power, right, to respect their free will to take the blame, to do all of this stuff, then that means that you have more power than the God.
Yeah, he's cowering to our free will desires.
Yeah. And so like I understand I know why they take the blame. What I guess and I don't know if I'm articulating this right, but what I wonder and what confuses me is why they cannot see their own power. Like they can't see their own ability.
Yeah. Remember, you were in my life when that guy said that he saved somebody, like rescued somebody, and wouldn't take credit for it. He was like an EMT or something. And he was like, and then God saved that person. How did God do it? Well, I gave them CPR. Okay, that's you, buddy. Like, you're amazing. You have to like realize how like fantastic you really are, and give
They've
yourself a
been
little
taught to hate
credit.
themselves.
That sucks.
Yeah, like it's I I don't know, and it's almost like they are afraid. They're not afraid to see their wrongdoings, but they're afraid to just acknowledge themselves on a human level. Like the human is nothing. Like that's what they've been taught. The human is nothing. The skin is nothing. This flesh is sin. The flesh is undesirable. The flesh is the thing that I have to fight against every day of my life. And so like literally you've been told, right, that you are wrestling with your flesh. And that's the thing that makes you a evil person from birth.
Can you not
And
say wrestling with my flesh ever? It's like I don't know if I can like. There's certain expressions, thinker, that just I can't get through. Fucking gross.
wrestling, right? No. But that's what makes them like you're fighting yourself every day and telling yourself that you're not worthy, you don't deserve certain things. Like there's no way in hell you're gonna be able to tell me that you're happy, that you have peace. You can't be if you're wrestling with your flesh.
That is very interesting. Very interesting indeed. And what you're talking about and the premise of your live here is awesome. I used to be a Christian. I used to believe in that faith for years, But then when I started taking a step back and kind of looking at things and thinking about things, a couple of those things you were talking about, I started thinking about even more things. Um, you know, when we think about human intellect, when we think about the development of civilizations, when we think about the current history of civilization, to our known sciences, we haven't really been on this for
I'm sorry,
a long
everybody in the comments is like tripping because I'm letting you talk, and I normally don't do that because we
time.
don't know who you are. Like you just came up here and just started talking.
I just
And
figured you knew this guy.
no, I don't know this person. I don't know this person. But I'm just sitting here just listening. Go ahead. When he said I used to be Christian, I know that he's not Christian. Are you a believer or are you atheist?
I am neither. I
Do you
believe that
do you
I,
believe in a God?
I do not. I do not believe in a God that has been presented on any paperworks of all recorded history.
But do
I
you
don't
believe
believe.
in a God, period? In a
Now,
God at all?
I do not. I do not.
Okay.
That's not disincluding that these deities or gods may exist. That's just fine. I just don't believe in them.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out who you are. Do that. Do that.
He,
Why'd you
he
take him down? What happened?
he was nice. He just had a little short book to read. I think that counts as atheist. Like I know there's a lot of debate back and forth about exactly what it means, but if you don't believe in any God, I think that counts.
What? Hold on. Do that. What happened? Why y'all calling that man Nicolas Cage? What happened? Do that.
You can bring him back, but he wasn't talking about nothing.
Are they? Well, I was interested in what he was saying. That's why I didn't stop him at the beginning, because he was adding to what I was talking about. How people don't necessarily see themselves, like they can't see their humanness because all they see is the God, and that how evil they are in their own skin. That's why he was adding to that, and that's why I didn't stop him when he first started talking. But I am gonna bring him back up. Give me
Okay.
just a second.
Thank you much for having me. I'll just
You're welcome. I just that Dudette, she just doesn't play around with the rules. But we do allow atheists or non-believers on the stage. You just have to be adding value to the conversation. And so I did like what you were saying at first. So go ahead and continue.
All right, I'll say in short, I'll take it back even further. I believe that the total universe is in control of everything that we think, even unto our idea of free will. The total universe dictates every single thing that a human being does or ever will do, every single thing in physics that will occur or ever will occur. Religion was inevitable. Was it inevitable for conflict? In my opinion, it was. The earth is a conflict. It is not a party. It is not a hug fest. It is not for the nurturing of one species known as human beings. The universe.
I hear the Nick Cage now.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That was me that time.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I'm sorry.
I think maybe he's a flat earther.
I don't know. I zoned the fuck out. He started off so good the first time. I
He did
think when
not.
Dudette snatched him, he did, because he was talking about what I was talking about. When Dudette snatched his ass off stage, he came back a different person. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. He was not the same person
He's
when
the
he came
same
back.
person.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
He was talking about
No,
something completely different.
before he was Nick Cage, but then he switched and he was John Travolta. They can do that.
I don't know what that was. I have no idea what that man was talking about that second time.
He's the same person. I know. I knew it. I'm going on mute.
Hey, Bert, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. Good evening. I first of all, Mezzo, good to see you, and I appreciated what you were saying about fear and the childlike sort of perspective. And I think, like, on top of that is this deep desire to, or even feeling like they're owed heaven, and this kind of supremacist notion that that whatever they'll do, whatever it takes to do that. And if they think that telling other people that they deserve hell is going to get them, they'll step on anybody's neck in order to get their own slice of the pie, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like they sacrifice, like they're willing to sacrifice others in order to get there. And that's what I was saying the other day. When they say that hungry children are all a part of the plan, right? but then they'll say, but God blesses me. They're willing to sacrifice all those hungry children in God's plan in order for them to get whatever they feel like they're getting from this God.
And it doesn't matter. The hungry children don't matter. None of that matters because there's a better home awaiting in the sky, Lord, in the sky.
Yeah, there was one girl got up here and literally said that the it would be better for the kids to die a starving death because they would go to heaven.
Oh, they say that so much. Yeah, that infuriates me so much. Like, so the two options were either start in heaven, already good and happy, and just have eternity there, or suffer needlessly for 2 years on earth before doing that. Like, how can you say this is better? It's like mathematically worse.
And by the way, that's how I know that it has nothing to do with the original text, because the original text, it should be, well, the Jewish interpretation is to choose life,
That
to
was the whole
preserve
point
life.
of like David eating the bread and the showbread, right? On the Sabbath.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And in Deuteronomy is like choose life so that you might live. I mean, it's like it's may you live a long life, may you long endure. Like the core value in Judaism is this pikuach nefesh, the preservation of life, that you can break any law in order to preserve a life.
The life of an Israelite.
No, any person.
Well, not any person, because the God in the of the Israelites told them to kill other people. So
Sure,
it yeah, so it
that's
wasn't
fair.
any
That's fair.
person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And the what I was getting ready to say about the bread thing. No, the difference between the God of the Jewish people and the Christian God. The Jewish people God wants his people to preserve life. Wants them not to see themselves as these sinful people. Wants to see themselves as prosperous and wealthy, right? You don't have to work hard. I'm going to bless you. But the God of the Christians, right? You are dirty, filthy. You are going to work hard and you're still going to struggle, right? You are going to die. You're born to die, and then you get your reward after you die. Don't expect anything big in your life, because the blessing comes in your afterlife, and that blessing is to be with the God. That's like literally what they believe, that they are worshiping the same God, but what the God wants for each group is completely different.
Totally, and it's interesting that it's interpreted completely differently by us versus Christians.
Yeah. You highlight a few things in the Old Testament out of the 1,000 good messages. Like, honestly, when we ask y'all what the good messages are, y'all can't fucking say. Y'all, the one thing that y'all always say is love your neighbor as you love yourself. That's it.
Justice, you shall pursue is a good one.
Yeah, it depends on how you interpret that.
That's true. That's very true.
Like, the thing is, right, but like in the Old Testament, the justice and righteousness to the God of the Old Testament was it was subjective, right? It depended on what the will of that God was, and that God's primary purpose was the Israelites and building the kingdom of Israel, primarily
Totally.
Judah,
Totally. And I would say, like, the question is, what does the ethical path look like of the people interpreting the text? And, like, in other words, show your work, right? So, like, for Christians, we know what the work looks like, right? We know what the outcome is. But, I'm happy, I'm, yeah.
I don't know what you mean by, like, when you say that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, like, yes, the text says those things. And, like, while it says it was written in stone at Mount Sinai, I think the interpretation and how the conversation, like the commentary on that text, is how the text actually plays out in those faiths. And for Christianity, it's abundantly clear that A, the original text is almost irrelevant, and B, that it is an unalivement cult, for lack of a better word. And I think for Judaism, it has been a like a source of survival, like a need to survive for 2,000 years. And I think in the last 150 years, it's been, at least for progressive Judaism, a source of social justice.
As far as in with the text go,
Sorry?
as far as the scriptures go,
Mm-hmm.
how do you see that?
How do I see what?
That it's a source of survival.
Oh, sure. So, one nice phrase that comes from Ahad Am says, so much as the Jews have kept Shabbat, Shabbat has kept the Jews.
No, I'm talking about in the text. I'm not talking about like how y'all use it today, right?
Oh, that's what I was saying. That's what I'm saying. The interpretation of the text, what was your question one more time?
So we were talking about the differences between what the gods want, and you said that it has to do with like the ethics behind how you interpret it, right? And you said that for the Jewish people, it's a source of survival, right?
Yes.
And then for the Christians, it's a death cult. Like either one of you, right, could say that you're interpreting it and using it as a source of survival. Either one of you could say that, right? But the reality is that there are things written in the text, regardless of who's interpreting it, that's unethical and immoral. Like just the simple fact, right, of this God saying to a group of people, go into this land, right, and live in houses that you didn't build, eat food that you didn't grow, right? Like he's literally saying, I'm giving you a ready-made city. And by the way, kill everybody inside.
Yep.
That's unethical.
Agreed. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. So that's my point. The God of the Israelites wanted their people to be wealthy at any means necessary. And then the God of Christians, their leaders are wealthy, but their followers work hard. And the harder they work, the less they have. And that's how it's set up. I don't know. I'm not quite sure about Islam just yet. I think with Islam, I don't think they're supposed to want anything. I think they're supposed to want to be poor and suffering because then they need Allah. But it's funny how like these three different religions all believe they're worshiping the same God, but that God wants something different for all three.
Yeah, totally.
That's a classic Abrahamic religion move.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think like you're right. Like I think people just by virtue of ignore like the crummy stuff in the text and just like filter it out. It's almost the same way that people are like the universe has order because they only look at the ordered parts and don't focus on the chaotic parts.
Can you elaborate? What do you mean?
Yeah,
that's a really interesting comparison. I never thought about that. Sorry to interrupt your elaboration, but yeah, I see what you're saying. Keep going. I just wanted to. Yeah, that's fascinating.
for sure. Like there's like we're pattern finding machines, and so if the presupposition is that God is good or that the universe is ordered, then you only look at the things that are good. And like every time you confront somebody with Leviticus 25:46, it is as if you personally put that into the text. Do you know what I'm saying, Thinker?
Yeah.
Like it's as if that didn't exist 3 minutes before you read it to them. And the same is true, like with their understanding of science or whatever. Like to me, you have to be able to look at all of it and wrestle with all of it and accept that people 2,500, 3,000 years ago were wrong. you know, like to me, it's an ongoing conversation. Um,
I think at this point, like for me though, like I don't necessarily see the value, right, in
oh, mm-hmm.
in the text, like as a historical artifact. Yes, right. It's rich in history and what people at that time thought, right, and how they lived, right. But trying to apply those social norms and ideas to our society today is, I think, it's the most harmful thing that we've ever done to ourselves as a society.
I 100% agree. And having said that, there are texts. This is what I was trying to say originally. There are texts that were written on the walls of the bunks in Auschwitz that literally Jews would escape these camps to go dig up scraps of Torah to study and learn a little bit, that they would make prayer to fill in, like the phylacteries, in order to get through this. And that's true throughout Jewish history, throughout moments of persecution. And I can say with certainty that while Leviticus 25:46 is always going to be problematic, Leviticus 18:22 is always going to be a horrific verse, things like Esai me ayin yavo ezri, I lift my eyes to the mountain, where will my help come from, are still going to, go ahead.
I just like I don't know if you see it the way that we see it, right? I get that you're looking at it, right, from the perspective of a Jewish person who believes in this God, right? And you read the text and you see it as a group of people who were going through occupation, right? And there are, things in the text that they used to give them strength while they were going through these things, right? That brought them closer to their God, that
Yep.
helped them get through, the loss of their kingdom and things like that. But I like, it's hard for me, right, to see what you see when I see what they wrote. Like, I know some of the stuff was fan fiction, right? It was, this is what I wish it were like.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have access to a history that a lot of us don't, because what they wrote in the book is what we see, is what we learn about this group of people. And what I see is a group of people, right, who had a goal of becoming a nation, and everybody else on earth, right, bowing down to them and serving them and their God. And they were willing to do that at any cost.
Mm-hmm.
And so any prayers that they have, right, as they're going through this, is for them to get through whatever they're going through as they work to dominate everybody else on earth. Right. And that's the story that they wrote for us. Now, the reality is that there is a different story, right, an actual history that happened that we don't have access to. And so I can't see what you see, right, about your people, or about their history. And when you read this text and then say, oh, they use this text to help them, as a form of survival.
Mm-hmm.
Because what they wrote was that they were slave masters, that they were genociders, right? That they sold their women to the highest bidder.
Yeah, I mean, horrible. I mean, no doubt. I agreed. I think like, um, how do I say this? The source of anti-Semitism and Judeophobia in this world today is a confusion as to why Jews still exist. And frankly, Jews are just as confused. And one of the reasons I became a rabbi is because my grandparents studied this text and their grandparents studied this text and so on and so forth. Um, and by the way, that has literally nothing to do with anybody else but me.
Yeah, because I
And
don't think that I don't think that I said anything leading to like
oh, no, 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 no,
anti-Semitism
no, no,
or.
no, 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 no. That's not what I was saying at all by any means. I wasn't saying that. What I'm saying is the reason I hope that was not what you heard. I apologize if it was. That wasn't my intent at all. What I'm saying is that maybe we look past the horrific stuff in the text because we've known nothing but horrific oppression except for the last 100 years.
I hear you, right? But I think that you all are not the only ones that have gone through horrific oppression, right?
And
And
the
your the text, right,
exactly,
was used to oppress
exactly,
other people. And so
exactly.
and the reality is what was written in the text, right? Even if it was somebody's wishful thinking, right? Wishful hope. 'Cause like I think Dr. B in his book, he talks about how the laws in Leviticus, like nobody followed those laws. That was, some Leviticus and Deuteronomy, like there was some author, right, who was like, this is how Yahweh wanted it to be,
Exactly.
right?
Yep.
But
100%.
and that's their wishful thinking, right? This is what they wrote, and this text is what also caused other groups of people to go through horrific oppression. And we can't play the oppression Olympics and say that one group of people's oppression matters more, right, than another group of people's oppression. The reality is that this book has harmed damn near every group of people on this planet.
Yep.
It has done
Agreed.
some horrific things because people used the God to justify their horrific acts. And they've brainwashed people, right? And said that, one, this God is the only God in the world. This God created you. This God is wrathful, right? Here are the evil things that this God has done to people who crossed it and its favorite people, right? Then you get another group of people who creates a Messiah and says, you owe this God because you are wretched,
Totally. Yeah.
right?
Yeah. By the way, Crystal said set a new gift goal. You reached your goal. Um, I agree. I couldn't agree more. That this text is used by horrible people to make more suffering in the world. And your point about it being this revenge fantasy is, I think, how I cope with the fact that there's so much awful stuff in it. Because the reality is, it's not history. It's not real history. It's not. There are some historical things in it, but it's not a history book. It's not a science book. It's not making those claims. It's making. It's certainly making. You know. It's. It's
When
like a
you
source of. It's like. It's like a pump up. It's like.
When you say
You know,
it's not making the claim of being a history book,
hmm
what do you mean? It does. It
um,
does. It
but
does.
it's only internally. Like it wasn't meant for anybody else. It was like
No,
it'd
yeah,
be
I agree.
like it'd be like finding the pamphlet at a you know, at like a I don't even know what a comparable, like a group that's trying to pump itself up, and it's like, let's say it's like a sports rally, the bad example, but just like you find a pamphlet and it's like, screw the 49ers, screw the Browns, screw the LA Rams, our team's the best, and like the god of our team is going to destroy all these other teams, and like 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 I'm not trying to like in any way like apologize for the genocidal sort of like uh, words in the book. Like they're horrible.
But it's not even just the genocidal words. Like it has a whole entire personality of superiority and supremacy, right? It has the there's a lot of unethical and moral ideas, right? Like even just saying this group of people deserve to get a ready-made city, right? They're chosen. They deserve to take these people's hard work because they're just not good people. They're savages, and so God has chosen these people and said, go in, live in their houses, take their food.
Because that's what
That
happened to them. That's what happened to them. And it's, have you ever read,
where did it happen to them?
oh, Babylon?
No. That the way this book is written, right? They went into Canaan first, right, and took what was the what belonged to the Canaanites first.
But that didn't actually happen. What I'm
What
saying
what
is
I'm
that that's,
saying is how the book is written. I said the book has ideas in it, right? Like if we go to Deuteronomy, chapter 6, right,
mhm.
verse I think it's verse 10. It might be is it Deuteronomy 6?
But I'm not making a claim that that's what happened.
No, I said how the book is written and the ideas that it presents, the immorality that it presents, the unethical personality, right? That it presents. Like regardless if it happened, right? Like I think I've already addressed that the book is fan fiction, right? It's still the way that it was written, right? Is it produces a lot of the immorality, a lot of the selfishness, the greed, those ideas. It produces that in people today. The beliefs that people hold today come from the stories in this book. When he says here in Deuteronomy 6, like I don't know, like a lot of people don't talk about this, right? He's cautioning the Israelites against being disobedient because they're about to take the promised land. And he's like, when the Lord your God has brought you into the land that he swore to your ancestors, right, to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob to give you, and a land with fine large cities that you did not build, right? Like just think about like what he's saying to them. I'm about to
Hmm.
give you a land with fine large cities that you didn't build, houses already filled with all sorts of good that you didn't fill, hewn cisterns that you did not hew, vineyards and olive groves that you did not plant, right? And when you have eaten your fill, so like I'm about to give you other people's hard work, right? Just because of who you are, right? So you have that message. Then you have the message of, let me go get them out of slavery, right? And then I'm going to make them the slave masters, right? You have that message, right? So like, I don't get I hear what you're saying. What
Hmm.
I don't get is like you said, like the need to like ignore all of that, right? As if it doesn't have an
Yeah.
effect on our life today, and that
Yep.
what the greed
Yep.
that we see in the world, the supremacy that we see in the world, these ideas, right, come from this text.
Can I offer something,
Do
Jay?
do they come from the text, or do they come from Rome and Roman, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, is it that they come from the text, or is it that these words are written in the text and then they're used
Are these not in
by,
the? Is this not
of
what it says
course,
in Hebrew?
no, it's 100% says that in Hebrew, but like the reality of what the text is saying, A, to Jewish people, and B, to the people in history, is your ancestors were taken from Israel,
No,
dragged to
this
Babylon by their hair.
that's not
I'm
what this
telling you,
says here. This is
oh,
this is about them going into Canaan.
but it's not.
Where
Like,
does it say that that this has to do with them going to Babylon?
because it's apocalyptic. It's not about
Right here
Egypt, it's about
in
Babylon.
caution against disobedience in Deuteronomy 6.
I'm positing that when it is talking about returning to the land in any way, shape, or form,
This isn't
or
about them
getting,
returning to the land, though.
yes, I understand. When it's talking in the Torah, in the Pentateuch, in the five books of Moses, when it is talking about entering into the land, going into the land, crossing the Jordan River, right, preparing to go into the land, it's not about the first time. It is about returning from exile. It is a story that is entirely developed in Babylonian exile.
I get that. So the Deuteronomistic
Mhm.
histories
Yep.
were written during the 7th century, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Most of
I
it, and I'll say, like, look. Anytime it's talking about entering into the land is much later. But if you're talking about tearing down the high places, the things that we can associate with the King Josiah's reign, that is definitely in the 7th century.
and so what you're positing right now is when he's cautioning them about being disobedient before they go into Canaan, that what they're really talking about is coming back into Canaan, into the Levant area after Babylon. Here's the thing. Like I,
Let me ask you if this sounds
I
familiar.
give
A
me
group
just a
of people.
second.
Oh,
Hold
sorry,
on.
sorry. Yep.
So I understand, right, that the book is not one put into a correct chronological order. I also understand that a lot of what Christians believe was written, centuries prior to the Babylonian exile was actually written during the Babylonian exile.
Hmm.
What and I guess what I think is what's happening right now is the lines being blurred, because what I'm saying is what the story presents and what it has done to society. And so the way it was written by the Jewish people, because a lot of this was written by Judah,
To the way it was
right?
redacted. I think it's an
Right.
important. Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah. And so, but even with the redactions, right? And so I'm going to ask again, is Deuteronomy 6 and what we're talking about right now, is this a redaction or is this in the original Hebrew?
Well,
And
what do you?
the Hebrew that is this in the Hebrew text, Deuteronomy 6? The way that the way that I just read it to you, is that a redaction?
two 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 things. One, I think that anytime it is talking about like getting ready to cross into the land by crossing from east to west over the Jordan River, is 100% talking about the return from the Babylonian exile.
Is Deuteronomy 6 a redaction?
I think so. I would say yes.
And what are you saying that the original text said?
When I say redaction, what I mean is, the text is a tapestry of texts that were either sung, written, or redacted or essentially added over the course of time. And so the vast majority of Deuteronomy, the book of Joshua, the book of Judges, not necessarily Joshua because that's part of the DTR history, Judges and a lot of Deuteronomy are pre-exile and pre-Isaiah. When it is talking about entering into the land, these are a group of people who are anticipating returning. There's no reason to go from the Sinai Peninsula through the land to the other side of the Jordan River, wander around, and then come back.
But this is what I'm saying. So like I get what you're saying, right? Like what you're adding in you're saying, oh, because they wrote it during this time, right? And even though, right, what they wrote was about them going into Canaan, it was actually about them coming back into the land.
Correct.
That I get what you're saying, and as I stated again, like I've already addressed, right, that it's not in actual chronological order. A lot of the things that is written here did not actually happen, right? Some of the stuff was written and invented during Babylonian exile, but my point is that it was written, right? And it, regardless if it was written as a song, regardless if you think that it was a redaction added later after Babylonian exile, it was written. It was created by the Jewish people in Judah. Right.
Most of Deuteronomy, but I'm saying like, okay, let me ask you a question. Do you know how many times the word Sinai shows up in the book of Deuteronomy?
I'm not talking about Sinai right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm talking about the text itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
And right now I'm talking about Deuteronomy 6.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
This was created by Judah. It was created by the leaders in Judah.
I don't think so. I think it was created by the leaders in the Babylonian exile.
I'm not saying they were in Judah. It was the Judean leaders, the leaders of Judah.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm.
Created it. Regardless of when they created it, this was written by them.
Great.
Right. And so the concept, the message, the theology that they put out there, right, is that the God of Israel, the God of Judah, right, Yahweh, wanted them to take cities that were not theirs. Like it's the purpose of the message, right? It's the theological message that you are these group of people, right? You don't work for the cities that.
I know where we're talking past each other. It's not that when it says you did not build, it's not saying who built it. And I would argue that it's saying your ancestors from 4 generations ago built it. And so when you go back into that land,
Bert,
that's
not the way the story is, Bert, but that's not what the story says. Like that, the story is not written that way. The story is written, right, that the God chose Abraham and told Abraham to leave Ur. That the God chose Isaac and Jacob, okay? And that the promise was that his descendants were going to be given a land. That's how the story is written. It's the theology of the story, right? And that is that you are this special of a people that you will not work for the wealth that I'm going to give you.
I think we have 2 different ways of reading it. I think we're reading it 2 different ways.
Where in this book, right, gives you the interpretation that it says that Abraham's descendants built the cities that's in Canaan before they went down into Canaan.
Well, but Thinker, I think what we're talking past each other is like most of this is written during the Babylonian exile.
I get that, Bert, but because what you're not addressing, right, is the theology in the book. and how it was written. I understand the actual historical context, and I understand that the book was written during the Babylonian exile. I'm talking about the theology in the book,
Sure.
and the message
Jeremiah
in the book.
39.
No, Bert, I'm talking about Deuteronomy 6 right now. The message in the book, right, is that you are a special people. You are descendants of Abraham, right, and you will take land, right, that was promised to your father Abraham by the God of your ancestors, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And before you go into that land, right, and take houses that you didn't build, eat food that you didn't grow, right, hewn cisterns that you didn't hew, right, you're about to get a ready-made city made of milk and honey, ready-made wealth that you did not work for, right? Here are the laws. Make sure that you don't forget your God who gave all of this to you, right? That it's the theological message of it. It might not have happened that way in actual history, but the central message of it creates that supremacy ideology, creates that supremacy culture. And that's the thing that I don't like, when people try to ignore that.
I understand. I understand 100% completely. Yeah, I understand. I understand where you're coming from. Nope. Yep. I mean, I'm happy to explain like what the history is and why it is the way it is and why it's written the way it is. But yeah, I understand. I agree with you. I'm just I think that it's important. Like, it's one thing to read the text as a final univocal text.
No,
But
it's not univocal. It's
I
not
agree.
univocal. I'm talking
But you're
about
claiming it
theology.
is.
I did not. I said the theology of the story. I never said that it was univocal. There is a theological message in this story. There is a concept in this story. And what you're trying to convince me right now is that it's not. You're trying to convince me that there is a message in what I'm reading right now that says that the Israelites actually built the cities, that this God is saying when you go into the land that I swore to your ancestors, you're getting ready to live in houses that your ancestors built. You're getting ready to eat food that your ancestors grew. That's what you're trying to convince me right now, and that's not what that's not the message in Deuteronomy 6. And we know that because of the message that was written in Exodus. We know that because of what was written in Genesis. Even if it was written during the 7th century, even if it was written when they after they came back into the Levant area after the Babylonian exile, it's the theology, it's the message that the leaders of Judah wanted to put out there, and they wanted the Jewish people to believe about their history. And that message, right, has been passed on or confiscated by other people and has created these different ideas, right, into society. It's responsible for that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree. I 100% agree with that.
But so why did you say that I claimed that the book was univocal?
Well, because you're saying that it's written as one full story.
I never said that. And then saying that it's written as one full, like, even if you say that here in the history here it says this, right? That's not me saying that one person wrote that. America has one full story, but the histories are written by multiple people.
Great. Univocal is not the right word. I apologize. Univocal is not the right word. Like, the idea that it's one theology. I wish I could explain this.
And I asked you to show me in this book. I asked you to show me in the text where you're getting that it's saying that you're about to live in houses that your ancestors built when they go into Canaan. I asked you to show me that.
Sorry, my hearing aid turned off and it switched to the phone. What did you say?
I asked if you could show me in the text, right? When you said, I don't think it is telling them that they're about to go and live in houses that because it doesn't say who built the houses. I think it's saying that your ancestors built those houses. I said, where are you getting that? Where in the text does it say that? Because what we see, right, is a promise from the God of Israel that they will get, that he's going to promise them the land of Canaan, land flowing with milk and honey. That's what we see in this book. Where are you seeing in the book that the God is telling them that they're about to go back and take land and live in houses that their ancestors built?
Yeah,
You're going to actual history. You're going outside of what's in the book and saying, well, this is what happened in actual history. And I'm not talking about what happened in actual history. I'm talking about the ramifications of what's written in the text and the effect that has on society today. And you're blurring the lines there.
Got it. So I guess we're having two different conversations. I agree with 100% with your assessment of the text. Like I do not disagree with you at all in your assessment of how the text is used and how it's read and how it's written. I don't disagree with that at all. Like on the surface, yes, 100%. No doubt.
I get like I hope you know that I completely understand, right? When you come in here that you're on guard. Does that make sense when I say that? That you want people to know the truth, like the history behind what really went down with the Jewish people. And I think learning the history, right? I think it doesn't do a service when people think that this stuff happened in chronological order, when they don't know that the Sinai narrative was actually invented while they were in Babylonian exile, because it takes away, right, the fact that of what happened to them when they were dragged off to Babylon. Does that make sense?
100%. And I think I think understanding the true history undermines the claims.
I agree. I agree. But I think that's a different conversation. Does that make sense? Because what we're talking about is the effects that this text, as it is written, has on society today. That's what we're talking about right now in this conversation.
Great.
It feels disingenuous. And when you try to blur the lines the way that you did, and I don't know if it was out of defense, right? Because I think that you feel that you have to defend because of rampant anti-Semitism, and a lot of times within the Christian community. But that's not what this is here. Right. I don't allow anti-Semitism whatsoever.
I know you don't.
Yeah.
I know you don't.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that. Yeah. I'm sorry.
My goal, right, is to teach history, the history of the text, the history of the Israelites, so that you can understand the text a little bit more, the history of Christianity, the full history, right, of Christianity, the effects that the text has had on society, right? Have conversations with people who the text has affected, with people who believe in the text, and how that is affecting us in the world today. Because I was thinking today, I had made a statement about how the things that believers do make my soul itch, and I don't even believe I have a soul. And I said, you know what? Let me take that back, because to me the soul is the mind, or the things that you are, the things that you think, because that's what changes, right? When your thoughts change, right, your behavior change, your personality changes, right? How you look at how you perceive things. Your perception changes. And so I think that's when people say soul and spirit, I honestly think that they're talking about those things, right? And so having these conversations, I think, can affect what people are identifying as a soul or a spirit. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sorry, there's like pews outside my house right now. Do you hear that? Holy shit.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, get back.
Where are you at? Oh my,
Oh my
where are
god.
you at, Bert?
I'm in Palm Springs.
What the fuck?
It's also like insanely windy here in Southern California. It's possible those are trash cans flying around, unless you saw.
No, I didn't see anything, but it definitely sounded like.
I'm just also in LA, and I'm hearing all kinds of banging happening around outside. But it's just like, oh, I just got some here too, just like metal flowing around.
Holy shit. I just want to say, like, I am so appreciative of your space and everything that you're doing, and I apologize if I came off uber defensive or something. And I think I was trying to have a historic. I didn't mean to blur the lines if I was, and I understand exactly what you're saying. And I think, like, when I read the text, I'm not reading it from a supremacist perspective. And you've given me this feedback a bunch of times. It's hard for me to see it from a Christian perspective. And also it's hard for me to understand it, how the text has been used to oppress people when I see it or have experienced it in such a vastly different way. And so I am grateful for you for engaging with me and letting me, push back and engage, and I appreciate you pushing back against me.
You're welcome. No, I appreciate the conversations as well. And like I said, like learning the true historical aspect of the text, I think it's a very helpful thing for people when they are deconstructing from it. Or if they are going to choose this as their belief system, I think it's also helpful because then they can approach it in a healthier way, and they can allow themselves to ask questions if they don't necessarily think, if they're not in this whimsical, and I hate to use this word, but spell of a false timeline.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Because I think that's the most important thing, is being able to question it. Because like I said, there are some questionable things in here, like the story of Abraham and Gerar.
Oh, Hagar, yeah.
Right. Like you and I both know that's, an anachronism, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And also, like, her name means the stranger, like Hagar, like it means this, like it's the same word. It means the ger, which is the stranger, the alien, right? And she's the Egyptian, right? So, like,
not Hagar.
Oh,
I'm talking about the Abimelech. The Abimelech. And is it Gerar or Gerar? I don't know. I'm saying, but Gar. Why is there a B before that? Why? And then they spell it GAR, but you pronounce it Gar or something like that. Like the Hebrew language is gonna make my head hurt. I'm just letting you know that, because there's things that just does not make sense to me.
I'm waiting for you to chat so we can go through it. Yeah.
But that we know that Genesis 20, that story is written, like it's written for a purpose, right? Because Abraham couldn't have, deceived an Abimelech king, because they were not a nation at the time that Abraham would have existed. right? And it was most likely, as you say, written sometime during like the 7th century or sometime after the Babylonian exile. But the purpose of the story, right, is to show the favoritism of Abraham, like the favor of Abraham with this God, right? And I don't know if it's to show how Abraham got his wealth, and then to show that when they went,
the sister wife narrative, the first and
yeah,
second.
the second one.
So those narratives are also typical in Chaldean literature as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what I'm saying though, like, okay, so when we're talking about how how this text has affected society today, right? And stick with me because I'm gonna try to walk you through how it's affected Western society and believers of the Christian God. Okay, so Abraham clearly deceives the Abimelech in the story, correct?
Oh yeah, by lying to him and not revealing his real personhood.
Yeah. And the God tells the Abimelech, who acted out of innocence and out of integrity, that, hey, I'm about to kill you if you don't give Sarah back. The women in the city, he strikes them barren, right? And Abraham has to pray for the Abimelech to heal the Abimelech and all the women in the city because he's God's chosen. He's a chosen, right? And then he gets wealth out of this. But when we talk to believers, they will tell us that Abraham didn't deceive Abimelech. Do you see how, like, you can admit, yeah, he deceived him. They can't. And so,
they need him to be perfect. They need him to be.
I know. And so, yeah. And so what I'm saying is, like, the ramifications of their inability to say that Abraham did something deceitful, right, has filtered over into our society today when you see believers not able to say or give a pastor that same type of they give that pastor that same type of chosenness or I don't want to say excuse. What are they doing? Grace, right? A pastor that does something immoral, they can't call it out. They don't think that they have the right to. Oh, that's God. Let God do that. Or the pastor didn't do that. Or they're willing to turn a blind eye. Or they're willing to call something immoral good for the sake of God. So because they're willing to close their minds to immoral acts or call immoral acts good, it fucks with everybody else's life.
And are you saying, just a clarifying question, are you saying that that is a fault of the text or a fault of Christianity or both?
No, I didn't say that was a fault of the text. I'm saying it's a little bit of both. It's a little bit of both.
Yeah. So just like a little bit behind the curtain sort of thing. Are you familiar with like machloket in Judaism, the idea of like argument and the idea of like questioning being essential and argument?
Oh, I know y'all can. That's why I said it's a little bit of both, right? Like y'all are able to look at this text, right, and interpret it any way that you want. Like you can look at this text and interpret it and say, "Oh, we're so special," or you can look at this text and you can interpret it and say, "Now, why did Yahweh take Abraham's side when he did this deceitful thing? Right? Why was Yahweh willing to kill the innocent?" The one with integrity. What does Yahweh want me to learn from this? Does Yahweh want me to agree with him here, or does Yahweh want me to disagree with him here? Y'all can do that. They can't.
I find that fascinating. I love asking Christians if Abraham passed or failed the binding of Isaac, because Judaism has support for both. Yeah.
And a lot of times when I'm taking that as saying that y'all can question it because I'm taking that from you and Rabbi Chana.
Right.
But when I've talked to other Jewish people on my stage, they tell me that that's not true.
That's fascinating.
But also, I recognize that there are different Jewish sects. But they say that it's not true that y'all question your God and that you don't see your God as perfect.
I would be fascinated to know where those people are coming from and where they're getting that from. Yeah, I'd be fascinated. Yeah. It's what we teach our kids. And I hope that, anyway,
And I know, like, as a Jewish person, because you look at the text completely different. When you see the arguments that we have in here, you
I'm
might
shaking
not,
my head the whole time.
right? Because we're coming from a Western perspective of Christianity, and what most of us were indoctrinated into. We were not indoctrinated into Judaism, right? And the goal, right, in here is to deconstruct the harmful ideologies that come from the indoctrination of Christianity. It's not to teach or indoctrinate anyone into Judaism. We do teach the actual history as we learn it, right? But the goal isn't to teach Judaism.
Totally fair. And I hope that, I hope that when I am engaging with you in this argument, when we were discussing, and it was, that felt great to argue with you in a great way. And I hope you understand what I mean by that. Like, it's so good to speak with somebody as thoughtful as you. And I know that I'm sure I pissed people off in your audience. But I hope you know how much it meant to me for you to engage with me like that.
No, I appreciate the conversation because it helps me learn as well. Like, I don't like to have conversations with people that like agree with me all the time, and I don't. I like to be challenged, but I like to learn. But I also don't like. I would rather that the conversations are authentic, right? And not disingenuous. Like, if you're feeling some type of way, express it. Like, hey, thinker, I think that this is sending this type of message. I don't know everything, right? Like, express it, and then we can address that. Does that make sense? Like, just be authentic, and don't be like disingenuous. Because for a second you were kind of sounding like a Christian apologetic.
I did not mean to sound like that. I think, like, I was coming at it from a purely what I thought the historical text was trying to say. Like, I'm looking at Jeremiah 39 as the most catastrophic event for the Jewish people. And how do they cope with all of this? And how do they, the whole world was turned upside down and they're dragged into exile by their hair. And the text that you're bringing up is like the hope of a lifetime to return home.
I hear you saying that, but they didn't write it that way, right?
Agreed. I agree with. That I agree with. I 100% agree with you.
Because and I think, like, for example, the conquest of Canaan, right? When Joshua went into Canaan, that is a horrible picture. But I also know, one, that didn't happen.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah. And that it mirrors the religious reform of King Josiah.
Exactly.
Right. I totally get that. And I see how you're reading it from that place,
Exactly.
but they're not, and we're not.
Yeah. By the way, you know what the city of Ai? Do you know what Ai means? AI.
What does that mean?
It means destroyed city. So why on earth would Joshua need to take over a city that was already destroyed?
Exactly. There was no city there for them to take. Yeah. Like, and we, in our Saturday, sub only lives, like we went over the cities. Like we've talked about the conquest of Canaan several times. But again, it's the message, it's the theology that's in there. Like the story was written, and we can't deny that they wrote that story. And regardless if they're saying today, they're like, oh, this is symbolic of the religious reforms of King Josiah, the story that they wrote was that their God told them to go into these lands and genocide people.
Yeah. So people who even it's so. If let me just if I'm hearing you correctly. So anybody like if be careful what you write because people might take it and use it to increase suffering in the world. Even if you're even
But
if you're
it was written as a religious text by the leaders of Judah for a purpose, right? To put specific ideas in people's heads.
for sure.
And right. So it had a purpose of making the people who lived in the land of Judah, right? Because I honestly think that that those people were being oppressed by the leaders of Judah, that they were being brainwashed by the leaders of Judah with this story, right? But it was to get them to believe that a God wanted them to do certain things, right? Or be willing to allow certain things.
That I agree with. Like a nationalist narrative, that's 100% in line with my view on things. That it's like a rallying cry to get people on board with what this leadership was doing, in order to keep people. You would maybe you would say like in line to keep people in line. Yeah.
Not even just it probably was used to scare them to believing, right, that their God allowed these horrible things, but also to get them to agree. Like they had to build militaries.
You just made me think of something totally. You made me think of like what a fucked up thing it is to say like, okay, these people just suffered a horrible experience of the Babylonian exile, and then their leadership turns around and says, "This is your fault." You didn't follow the law, so this is your fault.
Well, here's the thing, right? We can't ignore the fact that prior to that there was the Davidic covenant, and that they believed that they had this one-sided covenant with this God, and then the Babylonian exile happened, and then there had to be somebody to take the fall, right, for why the Babylonian exile happened, and it couldn't be the God, because they had, when they came back into the Levant area, they had to revive everything.
Right.
Right.
And by the way, that's what Isaiah 53 is all about. That's the point of Isaiah 53.
No, yeah, but what I'm saying is like, so the way the text, like the text is written to do a specific thing, right? It's written, right, to put into the minds of a certain group of people a specific message, and that message is, right, that you are a chosen people of this specific God, and that God wants this specific things for you, and here's how we're going to do it.
You guys, I'm gonna have to jump down here and get to bed. If I could, I just wanted to add like one little comment before I do. Is this an alright time?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
This idea of like, the story has helped um, people in the Jewish community, get through hard times because they have this source to rely on, this story that, it reminds them to endure, maybe, or something like that, or for whatever feeling it invokes. I was reminded of like, remember when the first Black Panther movie came out, and it was like just gonna be so dope for like the Black community to have like. I remember there was a great TikTok where some guys were like looking at the poster for it in a theater, and they were pumped, and they were asking like white people like, "Is this what you feel like every day? Is it like this every day that you get to see yourself in every movie? This is it!" Like they were like so pumped, like in contrast. And it even though the movie like Wakanda's not real of a place, like the story isn't true, it's still like is inspiring a generation. I get that it's really good for kids especially and stuff. And it was also like objectively a dope movie. Like it was like one of the best Marvel movies. But I think if it was the case that like now people were using the script of Black Panther movie to like start actual wars and or like oppress actual like groups of people, and they were saying like, oh, because of what I can't remember the names of anyone right now, but like because of whoever said this, so this,
T'Challa.
yeah, T'Challa said this line in the movie, so now we can't let gay people get married or something like that. Then eventually, the Black community would probably be like, we're gonna let this one go. Like we're
Yeah.
gonna not like we're gonna set this one aside. We're not gonna do this as much anymore because it's been soured. And obviously like that movie doesn't like say that, but they're just like it's kind of a point where at some point you go, we gotta like move past it and still have the food, still have the clothing, still like maybe even still read it, but just like teach it in a different way, or just set it aside and let it be
And we
a,
did.
a dusty old book.
And we did. Yeah, 100%. I agree with you. And we did. And in fact, Rashi's first comment on Genesis 1:1 is like, we know other religions are going to use this text and have used this text. And we just accept that, and that's going to happen. And that's why there's the oral law. That's why there's the oral conversation. Yeah.
I tell horrendous stories to my children too. Like, I'm not. I think it's nice sometimes. Like, I tell them, Greek mythology stories when I'm implementing the constellations. Like, I tell them about Perseus and I would cut someone's head off. And like, I get that it's graphic and it's like a fun story, but I never would say like, and that's why. And I'm not saying you do this, but like, that's why we should, cut off witches' heads or something like, or whatever. Like, the moral of the story sucks because the method that they used to get to it is bad. And like there is war in Black Panther. Like there is violence in it. Like it's not a good book for kids. It's something that you have to be ready for and educated for, like mature enough to watch it and be able to set that aside and just enjoy the action. Anyways, I just wanted to bring up that little thought. And also, Bert, I don't know if you know this, but like 7 years ago you mentioned Auschwitz. My grandpa was he was there.
Hey,
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if we talked about that or not before.
I've never spoken to you about that before.
Um, I mean, he didn't work there. He wasn't like a guard. I mean, he was like in, just to be
There was a
clear.
split second where that thought crossed my mind, but I knew that you wouldn't have brought
Yeah.
it up because
No,
I just
I've joked about it before. Like, oh yeah, he was there. He had a great job.
no.
No, I mean, he was Ukrainian and Orthodox, but he was still just like fighting against them and got. I mean, that's the story. We don't know the truth behind it. I'll tell the whole story sometime. It's fascinatingly wild of a story because he escaped from two different camps, and that was one of them. And it's nuts. So
Wow.
I'll share it some other time if you want to hear it in one of my lives. Maybe it would take a long time. I don't want to run this conversation. But yeah, anyways, you guys keep going. Thanks for having me up. I appreciate and love all of
Thank you, Menzo, for keeping me company.
it.
I
Bye.
hope I didn't completely
Bye.
decimate my reputation. So
No, like I could tell I understand, right, the goal to, because the reality is that y'all's text was taken, right? It was taken and it was married to this New Testament text. And you know, you have a goal of getting people to see what you see in it. All right. I get that. I completely understand that. But it can't take precedent over what the goal of this live is. Does that
I
make sense?
appreciate that. Yeah, I keep screwing that up, don't I?
It's okay. Like I just know that I'm a very straightforward person, and I'm just gonna always reel it back to what the goal of the live is.
I appreciate it.
You're welcome. All right, let me see.
Sorry to ruin your night if I did.
No, it was a good conversation.
But
Where do that at? I think this person is asleep. What's up, do that?
I heard you yelling for me.
Oh, they were in the comments yelling for you. They was like, "Dude, Dad is back. Dude, Dad is back." I was like, "Where is she at?"
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What happened in the? Why were they saying it? What happened?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, they were saying Dude, Dad has spoken. I was like, "What happened?"
Oh, because I said if they don't get these likes to 100K in 10 minutes, I'm turning off the comments.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I don't know what's happening. It's like almost 600 people in here and 2 people in the guest request.
Yeah. We don't bite. So join the conversation.
I think they think I do. I don't know. Oh, they
Well,
think
their
I'm the
God will
devil.
protect them.
Huh?
Their God will protect them.
Okay, this person isn't connecting. It's so weird. Hi, what's your name?
Tamario.
Tamarium? Tamario?
Tamario. Yeah, Tamario.
Okay. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a believer.
What was funny? Why did you laugh?
I'm just laughing because I've been watching your live. You've been handling people bad here lately. That's why people don't want to get on
How?
there.
Oh, because y'all scared?
Say what?
Because you scared?
Heck no, man. I be listening or whatever. I mean, I like how y'all live go or whatever. And I just ran across you just saying y'all had a few people in the chat. I said, man, let me jump on here and see what they talking about.
Oh, you said I'd be handling people bad. You talking about cussing them out?
No, like, I mean, I guess I wouldn't say you be handling them bad. Like, they come on there and they be disingenuous and stuff, and like they like Christians, like you know how Christians do. I'm gonna just say being a Christian.
Oh, not letting them get away with the bullshit.
Yeah, you supposed to call them out on it.
Yeah, I think Christians are supposed to call each other out.
Right.
All right. Or
I used to be
believers. Right.
right. I used to be a Christian.
But you're just a believer. You're not a Christian, but
Right.
you still believe.
Man, I I was down by Houston. I work in the oil field, and I was one day I just had awakening about a lot of stuff that I was told by coming up in the Baptist church, and I started figuring out a lot of things like how how the church is ran, how they get over on people. And I was one of the ones who was like faithfully paying tithes, giving up to the youth and all kind of stuff I was doing. But I mean, I became more conscious of, and my dad a pastor or whatever, but just because he a pastor, that don't mean that I had to follow the same road. So, I mean, I believe in like astrology and different things like that now or whatever. And so, doing stuff just to, I believe in myself or whatever and what the universe will offer me.
Okay. So you don't believe in the God of Abraham anymore.
I see. I'm still learning or whatever. That's the reason why sometimes when I get on the live, I mean, I don't know everything or whatever. And my thing I've been saying is for the longest or whatever. Like most people, like they don't want to give women credit. I guess because women, they don't expect for women to have that type of knowledge and everything. But I've been saying this for like 2 or 3 years or whatever, that it's more women that are coming out and like making people more aware and being more conscious of everything than men are. And I think a lot of men hate the fact that women are able to bring that out of people or whatever. So, I mean, I love to hear it or whatever, you know, and especially when you call them out on it.
I get what you're saying, and that's something that you also grapple with as well because of the indoctrination into Christianity. Like the misogyny is baked into society, and so even if you are working on trying to deconstruct from your belief system in the Abrahamic God, at the same time you have to also and I'm asking, like, this is a question form, while you're deconstructing from your indoctrination in the Abrahamic God, you're at the same time having to deconstruct from the idea of male dominance, right? The beliefs that you hold about men and women in the world.
No, a lot of things is much easier for me or whatever. Like, I don't have to like, once I hear, I don't dwell on different things or whatever when I know things are true about something. If I got an instinct about something, I'm not going to sit there and dwell on it. And if I know somebody is speaking the truth about something and something is right or whatever, I'm going with what's right. Point blank, period. So the only way I don't go with something is right, I mean, I'm not aware of what's really going on. Just like like I like listening to your live or whatever because you more conscious and you very articulate on like everything, like, most people they still on their Jesus stuff and different things like that or whatever. And it took me a while to figure that part out about Jesus.
And so when you say that you're still working on that, what's the hang up? Like, what is it that okay, so it sounds like you're saying that you believe more so in like the universe, right? And you connecting with just life, right? If I have to put it like really, really simple, right? Connecting with life, and you no longer see Jesus as like the God that you need to serve or worship. What's the hang up when you say you're still working on that?
Because I mean, I don't know everything about it. Like when I very first found out about Jesus, I heard Jay-Z say something about him. He said that when the Christians find out about Jesus or something, he had made a statement, and it was a messed up statement to me at the time. But I say, man, this dude got to be crazy to say something like that. And so I went in later on after I got off from work that night, and I started looking up some stuff or whatever. And then I'm finding out about Constantine and different things like that. See, a lot of things like this or whatever, I had heard those names before, but I never looked off into different things like that or whatever. I always believed in what I was told at the church, and I went along with it instead of like looking for things myself. And now I'm at a point right now or whatever where, like I'm still learning, and like I said or whatever, I want to just like not believe in whatever. I want to believe in like being able to see beyond like what's really going on, and like I want to be able to understand the trees, the air, the different things like that, all of the creation that's out there. You get what I'm saying?
When you say that you want to understand the trees, are you talking about like on a scientific level? Like, because there are
Yeah,
ways that you could do that, right? Like,
yeah.
you could be a botanist, right? You could learn, botanical science. There are ways that you can do that, unless you're talking about connecting with them on like still in this spiritual sense, like what Christians would do, or describe how they connect with their God.
When you say Christians connect with their God or whatever, you talking about Jesus?
Jesus, the God of Abraham, the Holy
Oh, I ain't.
Spirit. They have
Oh,
three that they call one.
yeah. I ain't. I mean, I ain't on that
No, I'm
though.
saying, like, are you saying that you want to connect with trees in that way? When you say you want to like understand everything about trees, like there are books that can teach you everything that you want to know about trees. But like, what
Right.
do you mean connect with them on what type of level?
Like on a spiritual level, and be able to understand everything that's going on. I don't believe that I have to go pick up a book to understand what's really going on, with the universe and different things like that. Even though I understand that, I can learn a lot of things. Uh, like right now, I be on different things looking at mounds and different things like that.
So what I hear you saying is that you believe, right, that the universe would just impart knowledge in you without you having to actually study. Is that what you're saying? Like, you just want to know stuff about, you want to be able to look at a tree and just know stuff about that tree?
I just want to know the science of stuff like say for instance, like DNA, all type of stuff or whatever.
Yeah,
Like
but do you believe that anybody in history has ever not had to study or experiment to know what they know today?
right, everybody had to study. Yeah, yeah, I do believe that.
So why do you have this hope that you will be like the first to not have to study or experiment to receive that type of knowledge?
I'm gonna say regarding the Bible, you know, because it's like at one point, man, I was reading the Bible now, but I couldn't understand it, right? So I kind of went away from it, and then I went and bought all type of books. Never read those books or anything like that or whatever. And like I said or whatever, I never made the time for to like indulge off into like everything that was going on. I'm still finding my way, like, you know, what's going on. And I'm here lately, I've been joining your live. That's the reason why I said or whatever. Like, I give it up for a lot of women who have that type of awareness, who are educating, like people who don't really understand, but they, you know what I'm saying? They're at a point where they may be at a crossroad, but they looking. I believe that I'm onto something when I hear you speak. You feel me?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I hope that I'm not putting out the type of vibe that I'm gaining any type of knowledge without studying, because I study for hours. Like,
I can tell you.
like yeah, and so like I would hope that anything that I say, right, that you take and you research and you fact check, and if there's anything that you want more awareness about or more information about, that you would do the same thing.
Right.
The reality is that what this religion has done, like, it's not. Let me say this. I don't think there's anything wrong with people dreaming. Right, dreaming is an amazing tool that helps people envision a better future for themselves. Right, envision change for themselves. So your imagination is a powerful thing. But when we get to the point to where we are blurring our imagination with reality, with what is possible, and then we're talking about getting to know more about trees with the expectation of just looking at the tree and staring at the tree and being able to just say, now I know everything about the tree. It goes into kind of like what the claim that Muhammad makes that Allah gave him, right? In the Quran, Muhammad makes several claims that Allah just downloaded information into him, and he's like, yep, I didn't even know that before, but look what I know now. And then the stuff that he say is demonstrably wrong.
Right.
Right. Like, you don't want to be that. And then, you end up telling and then teaching it to other people. And then you just create more people with, incorrect information or false beliefs. It's in the bathroom. You talking about the toothpaste? Yeah. No, I haven't ate yet. I haven't eaten. Where is it? Okay. Thank you. Sorry. This is my dog.
So let me ask you something. Do you believe in astrology and stuff like that?
I don't. Do I believe in astrology? No. Do I think that the stars can be used? Yes.
Okay. So if you think that the stars can be used, what type of way would you be able to have access to something like that type of knowledge?
Well, like for one, we have constellations, right?
Okay.
They are on a cycle, right? It can be used to predict certain things. To back in the day, people used it as a GPS system. Like, we didn't have GPSs, right? It used them to help them get to know how to travel, right? I don't necessarily believe. Do the stars tell you what's going to happen in your day tomorrow? Right. But do I think that things have a purpose? Or let me not say have a purpose. Can we find purpose in the things that are in our world? And the answer is yes. And so, yeah, it's useful. So back in the day, because people didn't, they didn't have maps, they didn't know how to create maps, they used what was available to them. They would stare at the stars. They recognized the patterns. And so when they would travel, they used the stars, right, to travel, to tell them how to get from one place to the other and how to get back home. So we can find purpose in the things around us, but do I think that they're sending us personal messages? No, I don't think that.
Right. So, what did you grow up? Did you grow up Baptist at first?
I was Kojic, Church of God in Christ.
Oh, you were?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever been Catholic?
No.
You haven't?
No. Do I give off a Catholic vibe?
No.
No.
No, you straight though. You one of the ones who, like you said, or whatever. Most people you're the first person that I've seen with that can be articulate and call people out and make and people. I don't know. They I guess they fear that or whatever about you or whatever. It ain't like you doing anything bad or whatever, but I guess you just make them look kind of crazy or whatever. So I guess you got to
They
ease
make
up on them a little
themselves
bit.
look shit. They make themselves look crazy when they come up here. That ain't me doing that. That's them.
And
Like, it's the way, huh?
last night you was on a dude ass so bad, man. I fell asleep listening to it.
They do that to themselves. That's not me doing that.
Yeah, I say, wow, or whatever. See something serious,
But I honestly think that it's just it's the confidence, right?
right?
And most people don't walk around confident because they see it as uh, something bad to do. Like if you're confident in yourself, then you're not humble, and you're supposed to be humble, especially in our community. Like, and I had shared a story where I yelled at my son when he was 7 years old because like he was playing football and he had gotten like 7 touchdowns in one game. Maybe he was 9. I can't remember. He had got 7 touchdowns in one game, and I paid him $10 per touchdown, right? And he was
Wow,
with his friends, and he was like bragging and telling his friends how good he was. And I yelled at him and told him, "Don't you do that. Be humble. Be humble." This is when I was a Christian. Be humble, because that's what I was taught. And when I tell you, I when I tell you I blew out his light, he was
wow,
never the same.
wow,
He went all the way, like played in high school, right? Played basketball in high school. But when I noticed that he would always on the court, like he would always set the shot up for one of his teammates to take the shot. And I asked him one day, I was like, why don't you take the shot? Why are you always setting your teammates up? I gotta let my teammates play. I gotta let them, be seen and blah blah blah. And I was like, but you got to be seen. And he couldn't get past it.
right,
Couldn't get past it. And like even still to this day, like I'm still trying to undo what I did that day.
wow. And that confidence, like you said, is a mug. It makes a lot of difference.
Yeah. Especially like in the atmosphere that we live in, right? Like we live in a world where shit just does not come easy, right? And overnight success typically takes 10 years. It's not overnight. And in order to get through the 10 years, you have to be a confident person, right?
Right,
You kind of have to be delusional too, because we're going to go through some shit. But like you have to have that confidence in yourself, because people will laugh at you when you fail. They'll talk about you when you fail. They'll tell you that you can't do it. They'll tell you that you're not supposed to do it, right? They'll
right,
put their own fears, their limiting beliefs. They'll put what they feel about themselves on you and tell you that they're doing it because they love you or that because they care about you. And if you are the type of person that don't have confidence in yourself, you'll fall subject to that. Like you'll listen to that, and then
right.
you'll just be in the cycle with them. Like, and so a lot of times, I think what people see in me, it scares them because that's not what we were taught to be. And the right way to be is to be this humble person, because that's more Jesus like. That's more Christ like.
Right. So let me ask you this or whatever. Are you vegan?
Am I what?
Are you
No, I'm a
vegan?
pescatarian. No, but I
Okay.
am working towards becoming vegan. I haven't found any good vegan chicken yet that I like. Um, and I still eat seafood.
But you just working on. So let me ask, when did you find out that you had been duped? Everything changed. The light came on for you.
Are you asking when did I start deconstructing?
Yeah, when you just found out like no, this something ain't right.
So we had conversations with my brother, and we were talking about how God don't like black people because the black community just goes through shit, and we were talking about how it just seems like we're always, at the bottom of stuff, and we're like really religious, like especially our family, like it was always something going on, and the way that we were taught, like we give the shirt off our backs, right? Because that's how our parents were. And we were just having a conversation one day. Like I always asked questions, right? I was the demon. I was the Satan in the family all the time. But I tried to be, what my parents wanted me to be. And then one day after I had this conversation with him, I just decided that I was going to, really try to find the God, because I'm like, something just doesn't feel right. Like I always felt like we were worshiping the devil, like we were worshiping the wrong God. And that got me in a lot of trouble with my mama.
Right.
When they went back and told her that I said that God was the evil God, and she did not like that. But so I decided that I was going to find the God, like get closer to the God and find his name. And so I started studying on differently. And that meant my first goal was to correlate the stories in the book with actual history. And when I started doing that, I started to find out that the shit didn't match, like it didn't line up. And then I read a book called The Invention of the White Race. And I'm reading this book, and I'm reading about the conversation that the bourgeoisie had with the king, because the European indentured servants kept running away. And whenever an indentured servant would run away, they would get 1 day added to their contract for every day that they were gone. And it was costing the bourgeoisie money to take the indentured servant to court to extend their contracts. And they were also losing money because they were getting other indentured servant women pregnant, and the slave master was losing money on having to take care of the woman and the child. And so they were complaining to the king about it. And they had raided, not raided, is it right? They had raided the king's court for like 6 weeks, tore that motherfucker up for like 6 weeks. And so they were like, what are we going to do? Because we can't keep extending their contracts, because the Bible says that a Christian cannot enslave a Christian for life. And then one of the men said, well, what about the Africans? They're not Christian. Surely we can enslave them for life. And that sentence right there was like, what the fuck? Because what I was taught, right, or what we were made to believe, was that this God was ours, right?
Right.
And that we were always Christian, that our ancestors were Christian. And reading that they were not Christian, and that was one of the deciding factors in not allowing the Africans who had come over on indentured contracts out of their contracts, was an eye-opener for me. And I took a screenshot and I sent it to the family chat. And my brother, who is a pastor, called me and went off and told me to never, ever put anything like that in the chat again. And well, our ancestors were Christians and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, what?
Wow.
And so it just went downhill from there. I just I wanted to know more, and I just started like researching and learning more. I have Google Drive after Google Drive after Google Drive of notes, and one thing led to another, and here I am.
So let me ask you this. So you ain't vote in the presidential election, huh?
Hell yeah, I voted.
You voted.
Yeah, why the fuck wouldn't I not?
You vote. Hold on. You voted for Kamala.
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 Whatever her name is.
Not know whatever her name is. That her
So
name is Kamala.
so so you had some belief in her.
Let me ask you. Yes, I did. And then let me ask you a question.
All right.
Okay. At the end of the day, did two people run for president?
Yeah.
Two people ran. Did somebody win?
Yeah.
Somebody won. And are there going to be ramifications from either from it, when are there going to be things that's going to happen when somebody is in office? Are they going to run the country the way they want to run the country?
Yeah.
Okay. Now stop right there for a second. Okay.
All right.
What did you do to help that? What did your not voting do to affect that?
I mean, because I believe that Kamala, when she lied,
Her name is Allah.
well,
Like Kamala. No, well. Like here's the thing,
okay,
right? Like,
Kamala.
wait. You say, right, that you want to respect women, right?
But
Regardless of how
not
you
her.
feel about her. Regardless of how you feel about her, right? Disrespecting her, right? Especially in front of almost 600 people. Okay. Disrespecting her by not pronouncing her name right sends the wrong message for what you said that you want to do. You can dislike her all you want, but belittling her to the point to where she's not even worth you pronouncing her name right when it's an easy name to pronounce. It's not hard.
Right.
You're doing that on purpose to disrespect her.
Right.
But can you answer my question? What did you not voting do to help either situation?
I mean, you're right. I mean, it didn't help out any on either side. So, but I guess I was looking at it. I was looking at it wrong. You know, about the things that she had said about when she lied about like her grandparents and stuff like that or whatever. And I had been saying that about her for like over a year and a half.
So I don't want to get into like all of that. Let's say she did lie. Let's say she did. I don't even want to get into all of that. Okay. Let's say she did lie. Okay. Right. Do you not like have you not ever told a lie before?
I mean, yes, I have, but
okay, hold on for a second. So you have lied before, right?
Yeah.
Have like the people that have lied to you in your life?
Right.
Okay. Do you think that the bosses that you work for that sign your paychecks, they don't lie?
Yeah, they lie when they like. I mean, I guess the type of vibration you give out to them or whatever. But
no, I'm just saying. Do you think they lie?
Yeah, they lie. Yeah, of course they lie.
Yeah, the places you go and you spend your money, like you go to Walmart or Burger King or KFC. Like, do those people lie?
All the time.
All the time. But you still spend money with them, do you not?
Not like talking about it or whatever.
Do you spend money with them?
Yeah, I do, but
do you still go to work every day for your paycheck?
Yeah.
Yeah. The people that lie to you in your family, you forgive them, you still deal with them, right? You don't necessarily just be like, oh, fuck this person because they told a lie.
Hey, you got a damn good point about that because I showed and gave so many people a chance and just forgave them.
and the thing, here's the thing is what I'm saying, right?
All right.
When we're looking at the presidential election. And I don't want to get into the politics of it. Okay.
Right.
That's not what I'm trying to get into. At the end of the day, you have two people who are running to sit in one of the most powerful seats in our country. And they get to decide who sits in seats that will decide what transpires in your life for the next 4 years. And the decisions that those people that they get to pick that sits in those seats will have a effect from those 4 years going forward. And that affects your children and your children's children, right? At the end of the day, that's going to happen. No one is saying that you have to be in love with either candidate. The reality is somebody's going to run. Right? And there's probably going to be things that you're not going to agree with both candidates. But you have to it's like playing chess. Right? Like you have to participate in the process, because not participating, you just all you're telling me right now is that you didn't participate, and you just want to complain about it. You want to complain about the choices that you had, and then you just chose to not participate. And then now, right, whatever happens for the next 4 years, and I don't know if you were leaning more towards the other person because of the dislike that you have for Kamala. But what I hear you saying is that you chose to complain and not participate, and now you just have to sit back and just wait and see what happens to your life and how it affects your life and your children's lives.
Oh man, I never looked at it like that. I mean, nope, never looked at it like that. Let me ask you this though, or whatever. Where you from?
I'm not telling you that.
Oh man, I'm from Louisiana. Anyway, but do you believe that all everybody's created equal? Do you believe that?
No, everyone is not created equal, because the society creates the laws. There's no equality. We have not reached full equality on this planet.
No, I'm just saying, like they be saying, like all men are created equal and this and that or whatever, and according to the Constitution and all that other stuff or whatever. But I mean, I be looking at different things like why do we have like more strands of DNA than any other group of ethnicity group on this earth and different things like that? It's so, I mean, so how could we all be created equal? And I mean, it may be something that I'm missing. You get what I'm saying?
No. And I think you're getting into like a lot of like pseudoscience, which I don't get into that. And when that created equal, like you say you don't believe in a God, right? But to ask me that type of question, you believe in some creator, right? You believe that there's a creator out there that favors a specific group of people, and you believe that those group of people are black people, right?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, you're looking right to fill the gap of self-importance. And black people have been made to believe that they are less than for centuries because of racism, right, and white supremacy. And your question is looking to undo the feeling that white supremacy has caused. But that's not gonna. It doesn't fix that. It doesn't undo that. If you want to not feel like you're less than, just don't be less than. Don't feel less than. Know that you're not. and fight against the supremacy nature, the supremacy culture. Creating a different supremacy culture doesn't solve that.
Right. I understand what you're saying. Man, look at here. I just want to be led right. That's it. I don't care. That's it.
Then why can't you just like? Let me ask you a question. What is it that you feel that you as a black man can do, right? As a human, as a black human that's male,
Okay.
can do that a Asian human that's male can't do?
I mean, nothing.
So why are you looking for some DNA that says that you're superior to them?
I guess when I started going off, like exploring different things, looking at different stuff or whatever, I kept going down different roads, and I guess, like you said or whatever, uh, I was trying to fulfill something, like that I really wasn't conscious of what I was doing.
This is what I mean when I say like this text has created this supremacy culture. Everybody wants to be chosen or feel like they're the chosen one of the universe.
I was just
right.
thinking that. I just, it was so important to hear that just now. Thank you.
Which part?
The whole chosenness of it.
Oh.
And like it creates division. It creates divide. I think people that have to like try to enforce their superiority are actually weak. And I think that they don't necessarily believe that they are superior. And that is directed to the person in the chat who typed in all caps that Europeans are superior. I think you're weak that you feel like you have to insert that.
Right.
That you have to assert that. And I think that they don't believe it. And that's why they say it. Like the reality is that the earth is very diverse, and every group of people have amazing people that with amazing talents and amazing capabilities in it. Every group of people, every ethnicity have people who aren't that damn talented.
Right.
Right? Every group of people have people who are fucking intelligent. And every group has people who just didn't apply themselves. It's not your skin color that makes you smart. It's not your skin color that makes you run faster. It's not your skin color that makes you dance. Because I'm telling you, I can't fucking do half the shit that y'all can do. And I know my ass is black, and ain't nobody taking my motherfucking black card because I don't know how to fucking Dougie.
Right.
What? You don't know? I'm gonna have to teach you.
I try. It just doesn't do right.
I'm gonna teach you how to Dougie.
Wow.
I used to be able to dance when I was younger. I think the last dance that I mastered was the chuck and the shake.
What?
Yeah, I've been dancing a long ass time.
The shake?
The shake
Wow.
is the last dance that I mastered.
I can shake my ass off, so I'm gonna listen. We gonna have to, yeah.
I was busy doing things, but yeah. But no, if I put my mind to it, I can dance. But what I'm saying is like it doesn't come natural to me, is what I'm saying. Like,
right.
But there are some people, right, of other ethnicities that can dance, that it comes natural. It's like just saying that your skin color makes you who you are. Like you are so much more than that, right? While it does connect people at on a nationalistic level, nationality, right? That's one thing. Like your culture, right? That's an amazing thing. It's a beautiful thing, but is it enough, right? To want to cause a divide and live in a world of hatred. Not for me, it's not. I can't speak for everybody else, but it's not. It's not enough for me to want to look across the aisle and just be like, I don't like you because your skin is white.
Right. Right. Absolutely.
And I don't need to look at a white person and say that I'm better than this white woman because my skin is black, or because the majority of my people know how to pop lock. Because we're more than just dancing too. Like I when I tell you there's some intelligent people who are black, I like talking about the shit that they did, right? And we don't talk about that enough. And this is one of the things, like when Amazon did an interview on me, and they asked me about black excellence, and I told the lady, I was like, please don't use that term with me, because black people are just fucking excellent all the time.
Wow.
There's no need to call me black excellence. Like saying that is like saying that it's not normal, like that I'm doing something that's out of the norm. And the reality is that we have the capability of just fucking being excellent. We've been told or made to believe that we're less than, or society has been told or made to believe that we can't do certain things or don't want to do certain things, and it's just not true. It's just not true.
That's crazy.
Klopnoff, or whatever your name is, don't let me find you.
What did he say?
It's gonna be on. It's gonna be me and you.
What did Klopnoff say? He's cool people.
No, he's
what
not.
Did he say? What did he say?
Something about ethnicity and IQ.
What did he say? What?
Yeah. When I find you, I will hurt you.
What he's showing the true colors.
Complicated topics, including culture.
So let me ask you this, or whatever, before I go. So what would be
the correlations between IQ and ethnicity? We don't want to get into that. Oh God.
So what advice would you give to me, like based on the vibe that I've given you and talked about to you tonight? What would you encourage me like to do?
I can't tell you that. I'm not a spiritual guru, right? Like I'm not here to do that. I'm not a spiritual guru, like your leader or anything like that. Like I don't give advice either.
You don't?
No, I just share my experiences. And when when someone, like when you're talking to me, right? If you hear something that you're like, oh man, I'm going through that too. Maybe I'm gonna try what she tried, or maybe I ain't doing what the fuck she did. Like that's as far as I go.
Right, I got you.
Yeah, and I learned from y'all experiences too. Like it's an even exchange. Like I'm not here to be anybody's leader.
And y'all need to quit asking for free labor from her. I'm not laughing. This is almost every night. You'll come up, complimenting her, and I can see past that bull crap. I'm not like thinker. I see all the bullshit. I look past what's being said and pay attention to what's not being said.
Yeah, you miss
y'all need to stop coming up here asking her for free labor, and men especially. That's not what women are here to do for y'all. Pay attention to what's going on, how other people live, and the outcomes, and model that. Take note, and make necessary changes, because I'm getting sick of this. That's why I put in the comments $20 per question. Thinker won't let me
This is
do it.
why I love do that. No
But if
shit. Yeah, I let do that. I let you do whatever the fuck you want to do in this space. Fuck that.
because they come up here asking for too damn much and don't realize how heavy that is. And I can speak from experience because I'm a nurse. And it gets taxing
Yeah.
to do it every single day. And although I'm told I'm good at it, I don't like it. I don't like mental health.
You say you
But
don't like mental health? Oh, you don't like
no.
working in mental health?
Well, I seem to do well with the people who call with, symptoms of depression and anxiety and withdrawals from substances. I don't know. They seem to, I guess I have a sweeter approach with them. I don't know. Words of wisdom, but then it gets really tiring. And I feel more drained after those calls because they turn into a therapy session that lasts 45 minutes and I'm supposed to get through a call in 13 minutes.
Damn.
Yeah. So it's,
I can see how that could be taxing.
yeah.
I mean, like, Brittany thinks that 6,000 coins is how I pay my bills.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, I'm just like bleeding y'all dry for
Brittany,
fucking $6.50.
if you
Shut
broke,
the
just
fuck
say that.
up, Brittany.
Yeah, if you broke, just say that.
God damn. Like, yeah, I don't think that I think they think that because they see 600 people in a room that automatically means money. Like, I don't know. But y'all motherfuckers will come in here and y'all will pocket watch. You'll pocket watch a motherfucker. But then at the same time, you'll go and you'll give all your money to a pastor. You'll give all your money to a celebrity. And then fucking cry about somebody getting $6 worth of coins on TikTok. Shut the entire fuck up, Brittany.
Catch me outside, Brittany.
Brittany, don't nobody give a fuck.
You and Klopnoff or whatever his or her name is.
Virgil, hey, how are you? Is Virgil asleep? I think
I put them on.
I think they sleep. I think they came up on accident.
Me?
Okay.
Did you say Bert or Virgil?
Virgil.
Oh, okay.
I also think that people like that are just crybabies. Good. Good. If you're a three champion boxer, good for you. Why the fuck are you in my comments crying? I can say that you used people and made people pay you to watch you beat up people. Shame on you, Brittany. Shame on you for taking money from people while you caused harm to other people. Or are you threatening me, Brittany? Huh? Are you threatening me? Because all I have to do is screenshot that shit. And then use your imagination. Y'all motherfuckers are like, you don't use common sense. You get on social media and you issue threats as if you think that you're safe. And that's why you talking from a fucking ghost account. Y'all crybaby asses.
Those 3 matches didn't win her much money. That was too much.
It sounded like she was falling down the stairs. I was getting ready to ask her if she was okay.
Well, we'll never know. That was overstimulating.
I thought maybe she fell down the stairs. Like, goodness gracious.
Oh God, not also.
What happened? Oh, you took him down. Poor Oso.
He could come back up. Y'all, please get these likes to 150K. I don't want to have to turn off the comments. He could come back up.
I don't know who's in this box on purpose. If you're in the box on purpose, can you please comment? Kate?
This is why I don't come on stage.
I like having you on stage. Hey, Kate, how are you?
Thank you, girl. How you doing?
I'm good.
I've been up late. Mama can't sleep. Hot flashes and pain. But anywho, I did want to tell you this. I think it's so funny when I come to your lives because sometimes I feel like you be inside of my head because I think the exact same thing and then you say it. It's hilarious to me. I'm beyond hilarious, honey. I do want to, well, first of all, hi, everybody. I'm Kate, atheist. So I think it's really interesting because I was in your live the other day and you said, which I was already thinking about holding a live about this for a couple of days. You said, I don't even think that Christians believe in this. And I was saying to myself, I was thinking that. So I held a live yesterday. I only did it for 8 hours. And the topic of the live was...
Hold on. I love the fact that you said only 8 hours. And I feel like the only is because my ass be on here for like 11 hours.
Oh, girl, yes. You know, I be doing 12 and 16 hours. Yeah. Yeah, girl. I be getting it in. Yeah, Brittany. I monetize too, Brittany. They give me $6 worth of coins alive too, girl. But yes, so I held the live and it said, even Christians don't even believe in Christianity. And it was so popular yesterday. And just to hear Christians come up and say the things that they were saying, I said to myself, this is why I really like me. Because I'm able, just like Dudette, I don't always listen to what people say. I look beyond their words. And that's why most people can't really handle me. Because I look beyond the words and I will back you up in a corner and make you take off your mask immediately. I don't do masks. So I will put you in a position to where you're going to show me the real you. And come to find out, hey, Oscar, come to find out, no, they don't. They don't actually believe in the things that they say that they believe in. Their actions on an everyday level, just living life, waking up at 6 o'clock in the morning, if you watch their lives, they literally do not believe in what they say they do and what they say they believe. Just the mere fact of being sick, the first thing you do is run and grab medicine. You don't pray to your God. Mm-hmm. Something happening, a family emergency, you dial 911. You don't call out to God. You get up and go to work every single day to your 9 to 5 to pay your bills. The Bible says God is supposed to provide all your needs. You're supposed to find refuge in Him. You don't actually believe it. I can't pay attention to what you say, only what you do. And your actions on an everyday level show me that you don't believe it.
Yep. But you know what? The crazy thing, I will say one thing that they do believe. They believe in their devil.
Oh, yes, I have to have an imaginary evil person following me around. Oh, yes. Because then what excuse would I have for some of the atrocities and behaviors? Oh, I have to have a scapegoat. Just as much as your God has to have suffering.
Yeah.
That's why the
But
church.
I think too it's because they experience it. They experience their devil more than they experience their God. They have more evidence of their devil than they do their God because they go through shit. They know they're suffering.
Mhm.
And they see that, they feel that, they trust in that. Their God, they don't have any evidence of that God actually coming in and doing the things that they were told that this God was going to do, which is why they go to the medicine, why they go to the police. Right? Their
Mhm.
devil works harder than their God does in their life.
Mhm. Not only does he work harder than their God does, but if there is any Christians in the chat listening, I would just like for you just to do a little personal homework whenever you get a chance to do it. Go through your book and find a time that the devil lied. Not as Satan. No, 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 no. There's a difference. And most of you all don't know the difference, but do the research on that too. Find the time that the devil even lied. Life does not imitate this book. And I have deconstructed since 13 years of age. I've been deconstructed for a very long time. And I continue to study and read and listen to people. My approach is a little different. My approach is a very common sense approach. 1+1 does not equal 2 when it comes to this book. 1+1 equals you have free will. And that's a very scary way to live. Like you were talking to the gentleman earlier, and you brought up race. I had to take a seat and check my ego because I was like, oh, no, because black folk. And then I had to check my ego. There's nothing wrong with checking yourself. And that's what most Christians don't want to do. I had asked a person a question yesterday, and you can chime in if you want to or not. But the question was, why does your God need for you to suffer? And the answer that I got from one person was, well, he doesn't need you to, but the wages of sin is suffering and death. I said, and the wages of non-salvation is suffering and death too. You gonna suffer and die, and I'm gonna suffer and die. We're both going to go through the same thing. It's both inevitable for both of us. This book tells you in so many ways that it isn't true. Both of us are going to live forever. You all push this eternal life. Well, I want eternal life. And if you're not a Christian, then you're not going to have eternal life. According to your book, yes, I will, straight in hell. I will live forever in hell. Yes.
He's going to bring you back to life. Put
Right.
all your
He's going
pieces
to put new
together.
flesh upon me.
Yep. Just so he can burn it.
Yes. So what do you mean? We both going to have eternal life, honey. They don't read. They don't think. They don't live in reality. And yes, that is coming from a trans woman. You all do not live in reality. Absolutely. And it's scary. But yes, girl, that's all I want to say. I appreciate you, thinker.
I appreciate you too, Kate. Y'all make sure y'all follow Kate and watch their lives. When do you go live?
Ciao. I tried to go live at 11 o'clock till whenever, 11 a.m. EST, till whenever. Sometimes we rock out to 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, honey. But yes.
Well, and then I also do want to say I agree with everybody in the comments. Like, your voice is fucking amazing.
Mine? Really?
Yeah,
Oh, girl, I
absolutely.
be thinking that about you. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes when you see me come in here and I don't say nothing or give anything, I'm really just using you to go to sleep, girl. I use you all the time. Don't I turn the volume down real low on my phone to where I could just hear just a little bit. And child, I be knocked out to your voice, honey. That's why I had to ask you last. I said, girl, what microphone is that?
Did you get you a microphone?
No, not yet, but I'm going to. And I saw the one that you had, and I remember what you said. I wrote everything down, but I be like, child, I really can't stay woke in her lives. She puts me to sleep. Yes, ma'am, honey.
Well, I'm glad you got the morning shift then, because you have a very beautiful, soothing, dominant voice, like authoritative as well, right? Like, you would be a amazing public speaker. Or do you already speak publicly?
I was in public speaking. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, like I can tell, like, you have a very authoritative voice, like you would command attention in a room, and I could listen to you talk all day. So
You know, that means a lot coming from you. I started this TikTok journey 12 months ago, and probably like around month 6 or 7, someone came to my life and says, Kate, I really think that you should go to Thinker's Live. And I was like, who is that, baby? And everyone in the live was like, oh, explaining to me who you were. And I looked you up and I listened to some of your videos. I am so happy for you as a human. I'm so happy that not only do you have this self awareness that many people wish that they could receive. It is an amazing thing to deconstruct and become self aware. Self awareness is listening to the soul song to itself. And it's beautiful.
I love that. That is beautiful.
And you make me happy every time I hear you. And that's all I want to say, child. I'm finna get off and hopefully try to roll over and catch some Z's, honey.
Well, have a good night, beautiful.
Yes,
Thank you
love.
so much,
No
and
problem.
I will try my best to make it into some of your lives on. When I get off, I tend to work and then I go to sleep about 4 o'clock. But if you're live on Saturdays, do you go live on Saturdays?
Now, the weekend is usually the time I don't go live.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll try my best to make it into some of your lives,
Okay, I
and then
really
then
appreciate
I'm
it.
going to use you to go to sleep
Oh, okay. I
because I
appreciate
sleep
it.
during the day.
And if I see you, girl, I'm not gonna get loud and all queenie because I get loud, honey, and I get ignorant.
Oh,
Um,
just hey, be yourself. So, like, sometimes if I fall asleep at Christina's live, or if I fall asleep if Rhea goes live, and they'll be cussing somebody out, I'll wake up for a second and I'll watch, and then I'll roll over and go right back to sleep.
right, girl,
So,
wake
like,
up and giggle and then roll over. I know
yeah,
that's right.
yeah.
Okay, love. I'll see everybody later. Bye, everybody. Bye,
Bye. Have a
Oscar.
good
Y'all have a good
night.
night. Oh yeah. Hey, Bert. That's
I'm
my
gonna say
friend
who?
Bert.
I'm
Hey,
gonna say.
baby.
I thought you was calling Bert Oscar. I was like, did you
No, I
just
have a
call
friend
Bert
down in the
Oscar?
chat named Oscar. I was telling him
Oh,
hi.
okay.
But yeah,
Okay.
Bert, my friend, babe. Bert be in my chats too. I like listen to Bert. Bert
Yeah,
is
Bert is a wealth of knowledge.
well equipped with knowledge, baby. I enjoy Bert. Okay, y'all. Bye bye.
Bye. Have a good one.
Thanks, Kate.
Hey, Lala.
Lala, I've missed you.
I got back up here.
Oh
You,
Lord.
I think the stage misses you, Lala.
Yes. Been gone for so long.
Yeah, too long.
Thought I was gonna have to drive up there to see you. Bring my medicine bag.
How are you feeling? You there?
Yeah,
How you?
same.
Same. Okay. Well, we're not gonna make you talk.
I
I'll
should.
drop back down, y'all.
Okay. Get some rest.
I'm gonna message you.
Hopefully, she was sounding like that because she was sleeping. She sounded a lot stronger yesterday. She accidentally came up yesterday too.
Oops.
Bush King.
Hey, thinker.
Hi. Did you come up on accident?
I kind of, but I want to ask you a question. I'm deconstructing. I kind of want to ask just one question. I'll drop, please.
Okay. Okay.
What do you think of the? I always questioning this. The Adam and Eve, and their son Cain and Abel. I'm always questioning where did Cain bring his wife? Where did he get his wife from? Do you know that? I'm always stuck on that one.
Yeah. So it says that she came from the land of Nod, right? There. So the story. This is what I was telling Bert about, right? Like the way that we read it and the way it was given it to us as if it's a timeline, a consistent timeline. The reality is that Genesis 4 was written at a much later time by a completely different author who was not thinking about consistency in a storyline. And so the Cain would be the father of the Kenites. And so it basically is saying that he went into the land of Nod, and that's where he got his wife from. And he married the well, let me say it this way. There is some literature that says that he married the daughter of a African chief. And so somebody in Africa is what the belief is.
So will that mean said? I think. Do you think the God in the Bible do another creation of a human being, which to bring? Because I only know there was only even Adam.
It's not
That's where
supposed to read like that, right? So
okay.
Genesis 1 was written by the Elohists in the north. And then Genesis 2. So it has a dip in the north. The way their creation story is written is their God spoke things into existence. He's divine, right? He doesn't engage with humankind on a intimate level. And then the God in the south, Judah's God, is anthropomorphized. He acts. He has human characteristics. He engages with humans, and he created humans with his hands. So it's just two different perspectives of creation, right? So it's not supposed to read like, the God created different groups of humans. But there are some interpretations out there that are very racist in nature that interprets it to read that the God created in the garden a separate group of humans who were different from the first humans who they were calling the Bushmen, which were the Khoi people. And so it can be interpreted any kind of way, but it wasn't written for that purpose. It wasn't written like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
You're welcome. Bert,
All
go
right.
ahead.
A fun fact that node means like wandering. And so it's like the place of wandering, which makes sense for Cain's story. That's all.
Thank you, sir.
Node is nod in Hebrew. Like, yeah. Anyway.
Okie dokie. Thank you much.
Which makes sense, like that they would choose that word, which lets you know that the person that was writing it chose that word because they were writing it for the purposes of saying that Cain was a wanderer, like the Kenites, like
Exactly.
their story. Yeah. So it's like an origination story of the Kenites who were close to the Amalekites, right? The Midianites and the Amalekites.
Oh,
Wait, are the Kenites the same as the Midianites?
I don't know. I don't. That'd be really weird because then I can look, but that'd be really weird because like with given Moses' relationship with Midian or the idea of Moses' relationship with Midian.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking because when I was studying the Kenites, it says in one of the articles that I read, it said Moses married a Kenite, and I'm like, wait, Moses married a Midianite?
Uh, uh, well, Cushite.
Nope, it said Kenite. Did he marry a Midianite as well?
Yeah. Zipporah was a Midianite, and then in Numbers 12 it says he Cushi. Numbers 12. Miriam and Aaron spoke against Moses because of the Cushite woman he had taken into his household as a wife.
Yeah. But that the reason why I asked if the Kenites were also the Midianites is because this article was saying that Moses married a Kenite.
Yeah, where is that? Sorry.
I'll send it to you.
Okay.
It's a yeah.
Is there a
Because I
verse?
was studying the Kenite. No, not a verse. It's an article
Oh,
where I
okay.
was studying the Kenites.
Cool.
And in the article, it said that Moses married a Kenite, and I was like, wait, he married a Midianite woman. Like, why are they saying he married a Kenite? And then it said that the Kenites lived closely by the Amalekites, like they like worshiped the same as the Amalekites and shared the same culture. So yeah, but Genesis 4 is just like an origination story of the Kenites.
Yep.
All right. Thank you so much, guys.
You're welcome. Have a good
All
night.
right. Bye.
Thank you for coming up. Annika, are you in the guest request box on purpose? Hi, Radical. How are you? Hi. How are you?
Yes, yes. My question is why
I'm
I
sorry.
was really
I'm sorry. One
yes.
second. One second. One second. How are you?
I'm blessed, thank you.
Good. How old are you for TikTok purposes?
Me, I am a 44 years old, just turned 44 last month.
Okay. And go ahead. What's your question?
My question is that you say God makes your head hurt. What is the
Give me
purpose
just a
of
second.
that?
Secret count. Do not spam my chat. And the answer is no, because you did that stupid shit. Give me just a second. It's fucking dumb. Thank you, Joshua. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was looking at that you say that God makes your heart hurt, and I was asking what was the view of
Because
that.
people do stuff like that. People, for God, they do dumb shit like that. Like, why does God make believers behave in that way? Now the motherfucker is in my guest box as if I'm going to let him up on stage. Like, that's why God makes my head hurt, because for some reason the God doesn't allow its believers to think. It does something in its believers' heads that makes them behave the way that person just behaved.
Well, do you know, beside that, there was another aspect. There was the devil, there was evil thoughts, and there was
Thank the
also.
devil making y'all act like that. It's your God. Y'all are acting like that in my comments because you want to defend your God. It's not the devil. Okay.
No, I'm not.
I
I'm
don't
not
want to talk about the
defending.
devil. The devil doesn't make my head hurt. The God makes my head hurt. And I just told you why. You asked me why. Right. And I just, listen, You asked me, why does your God make my head hurt? And I just told you, and I just gave you an example that you could see. That person is not here to defend the devil. The devil didn't make them come in here to defend your God.
I didn't say
Okay?
that. Like
I don't want
I
to
was
talk
just
about the devil.
okay. So are you saved?
Are you?
Yes, I am saved. I going to
Okay, that's all
heaven
you need to
or
worry about. That's all you need to worry about. Now, do you want to talk about why
well?
your God makes my head hurt?
Yes, I did, and I asked
Okay,
you, and
let's
you
talk
asked,
about that. I already answered that. Now, can you address what I said? Why your God makes my head hurt?
and I did, and I was be like, okay, I was elaborate on it, and just let you know that it's not just that happened because sometimes people do things on their own. They don't use God to do that.
So, are you doing it on your own right now? Or are you here to defend your
Actually,
God? Why are you here to talk about your God?
I'm talking about why you use God in
Are
a
you up
something.
here to defend your God? Like, what made you come up here? Because I said God
I
make my
just
head hurt.
Yes, and I just
Okay,
wanna and
so you can't. What made you come up here was your God, correct?
I just came because of the purpose
Because
of
of your
that
God. Because I
of
said your
okay,
God makes
let's
my
see
head
that.
hurt, right? You came
But
up
I
here.
mean,
Listen, you came up here to defend your God, correct?
but it didn't have a
Can
name. You just say
did you
God
come?
in
Did you
general.
come up here to defend your God? Did you come up here to defend the idea of God?
Yes, I can. The
Okay.
idea of
All right.
okay,
You came up here to
say
defend
that.
the idea of God. So
Yeah,
you are making my head hurt right now, right? Because you're not answering the questions. You want to talk about other stuff, right? You asked me if I was saved out of the blue. So, okay. You are making my head hurt right now, and you're doing it because of your God, not a devil, and not because of you acting out of your own, right? So when you try to say that, oh, some people do things just because, like, out of their own, like, I don't know the difference between the two. And when I tell you that your God makes my head hurt, and it's because of the way the believers of the God act, because of the God, that's what I mean. I know I know what's making my head hurt.
okay, but just not ask because you didn't specify which God, but you just said God in
God. I
general.
don't.
So I just wanna. I
God.
just that's why I asked.
God. God.
Okay, but God has a. There was
I
many
don't care
different
which God. I
gods.
don't care which
You
God.
know.
Your God. You are making my head hurt right now. So whatever God you serve that's making you do this makes my head hurt.
But I mean, I serve Jesus Christ,
Okay.
my Lord and Savior.
Hey, Jesus Christ.
So,
Jesus Christ. You are making my
yes,
head hurt.
because I told you I serve Jesus Christ, the Lord of,
No, because you don't
you know,
listen. I told you already what makes my head hurt. I told you already. You don't listen. All you want to do is preach. I told you already what makes my head hurt.
okay,
And
so are
and
you,
and
okay,
and there are four things on the board that tells you what makes my head hurt. It's how you all act, right? How you all act in the name of this God, the things that you are willing to do in the name of this God. I even in the beginning, I even tried to show you, like, what one of the believers was in my comments, just like, right. I asked you to hold on. I even pointed it out to you, and I said, this behavior like this is what makes my head hurt, and y'all do stuff like that in the name of your God.
but okay, you also talk about slavery and delusional, delusion of God of grandeur. But what is that consist of that? On your, you say it's four of them. So the first one is slavery, apologetics. What is that? Why
Did you
is
not read the entire board? It says these symptoms occur after believing in the God. One is slavery apologists. Two is delusions of grandeur. Three is disingenuous. 4 is fearmongering. You have to read the entire board.
Okay. Well, I was not reading. I was just going by. I
$20.
was going.
If you
I was
can't
reading by
read, then
one.
it's $20 per explanation. Cash app in her bio. Don't make her
Wow.
do all of the hard work.
Okay. So it was that way. I was just.
The
I
very
was just
fact, listen, the very
because there
fact
was.
that you saw God makes my head hurt and you hit request, right? You didn't read
No, I
anything
was.
else.
No, I was. No, I was following the conversation. Also, that
What
was going
conversation? What conversation?
about the Adam and Eve that you say that that came from out of the north, but
So why didn't you
also,
ask about Adam and Eve then? Why did you talk about what I said about God making my head hurt? If you
but
came up here
where,
to talk about that conversation, which was a research conversation, right? Like somebody asked a question, right?
yeah,
About the Bible. You didn't come up here to talk. You didn't come up here and talk about that. The
yeah,
first
but
thing that you said, the first thing that you addressed was me saying that God makes my head hurt.
but yes, that was the title that I saw posted on, and then I also you asked me what I come out. So I was listening. Also, the gentleman that asked you about Adam
Don't
and Eve
lie.
and
Don't
Cain.
lie, because you're about to become disingenuous. When you came up here, you said you have a question, right? I
Yes,
said, "What is your question?" And you
I s-
asked me. You asked, "Why does God make my head hurt?" You didn't ask anything about the question the last gentleman asked about Cain or Adam and Eve. There's no point in lying right now.
Well, I was not about to lie, and I was just saying, I was listening the conversation when you say if I just come in for that, and I just mentioned that I was also listening about the gentleman that was asking the question about the cane. So this is me, and I've been listening, and but that's why I came in. I just want to know why. But you could have specific, like like give us a title, the kind of God that say and so on. So we just say in general because it's a multiple God that you can think of, that you can see, that made it. It's just not just one.
When you say God, are you being specific?
Yes, you got to be specific.
When
There
you
was many God.
when you are
When I
telling
yeah,
people about your
I'm
God,
very
when
specific.
you say
I'm
God,
very
when
specific.
you say God, when you say God, do you be specific?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so what God are you talking about?
I'm thinking about the God of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. That's
So
the God I'm
so
talking about.
so and what's that God's name?
Where his name is Elohim.
No, Elohim means God.
Okay, I mean he has a name,
Then what's
Elohim.
his name?
That's his name. He is
Elohim is
Elohim.
not a name. It's not a name.
It
That
is a
means
name.
no, it's not. It just literally means God.
The title.
But that's the name. That's his
No, it's
proper
not.
name.
No, it's
And
not.
now
Don't
it
ask
also
me to
go.
be specific if you can't.
But I am specific to you,
No,
and
you're
also go
not.
by
All
Yahweh.
you're doing is saying God in Hebrew. When you say Elohim, you're just saying God in Hebrew.
Okay,
That's all you're doing.
but that's the proper that's his proper name.
His proper name
Okay,
is God.
his proper name is Elohim, which he
Elohim
used
is
also,
God in Hebrew. All you're doing is saying God in Hebrew. That's
and then he
it.
also go by Yahweh. He also go by Yahweh. You
Also
know,
goes by Yahweh.
yes,
Yahweh is his name. God is
and
a title. So don't ask me to be specific when you're not specific.
where I'm giving, I'm just giving the specific
You're
where
not
God's
specific.
go.
You're not specific. You're not specific. And I already told you, I don't care what the God's name is. God makes my head hurt.
But apparently, you do not know which God will make your head
Your
hurt
God,
because you're not
Jesus
specific.
Christ, Jesus Christ, your God makes my head hurt.
Okay, but Jesus
Jesus makes
Christ is not our head.
Jesus makes my head hurt. The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob makes my head hurt.
But that's not
Yahweh,
on the
Yahweh,
timeline.
Yahweh makes my head hurt.
Is
Jehovah makes my head hurt. How much more specific do you need me to be? El Sagal makes my head hurt. How much more specific?
You're on mute.
yes. That's what I was saying. You may not knowing God. Actually, you literally know about God for you to say God make your head hurt like that.
You don't listen. Okay, I've already told you the reason why your God makes my head hurt is because of his followers and how y'all behave.
But that ain't got nothing to do with God, though. The follower
Sure,
ain't
y'all
got
don't
nothing
have
to do
nothing to
with
do with
you.
God when y'all are the ones that are responsible for carrying your God around because your God doesn't have a body. You're the one responsible for speaking for your God because your God doesn't have a mouth.
Does do has a mouth.
What?
Does do have a mouth. He does have a mouth. He
Does
speaks to
do have a
you.
mouth?
Yes, he speaks to you, to me, through you. He speaks to any way he wants to. It don't even have to be a follower. God does not purposely need a follower to speak to you. He can use whoever he please to communicate with you.
He can speak to who he can speak through whoever to communicate to me. Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Wait, listen, I'm
Yes.
gonna say this really slowly. I'm gonna say this very slowly, and I'm gonna ask you if you understand what you just said. Okay? I'm going to repeat what you just said to me. Okay?
Yes.
Your God can speak through whoever to communicate to me.
Yes.
So therefore, your God needs to use the mouth of another human to speak to me.
So what he did, you just don't respond. You just the one that don't comprehend and respond the proper way.
Listen, listen. Your God needs to use the mouth of another human to speak to me. I'm going to say it one more time. Your God needs to use the mouth of a human to speak to me.
But how can you use another human to speak to you when you're not listening? You didn't even give no about someone a chance, to hear, what's being said. But you just throwing off, and so on off. But you just make an assumption of the God follower does. It's a lot of follower. It's a lot of God of followers that also, that also. So, and that's why I was saying you are not really specific and you can use anybody God. Like, I mean, I wonder if Buddha is part of it. I wonder, it's Yakun, who many gods is about it, because you just say that in general. So I was just asking you, do you talk to God? Do you actually talk to God and ask God, like, why he make or have his follower, make your head hurt? Or do you know who God follower really is?
Listen, the very fact that you missed your own damn point and you are a God follower who your God would use to speak to me is the very reason your God makes my head hurt. You talk, you say words that you don't understand. Okay? All you care about is the God. There is absolutely nothing, okay, that I'm going to believe that a God is saying to you, to me. And if your God was talking to you, I don't want it.
Okay, but supposedly I told you that you and you with the hair. Don't you think you should be at least asked how to avoid from not going to hell?
Jesus,
Go ahead.
what
Go ahead and
language are
do
you
that.
speaking?
I'm speaking English as you do
Are
as
you
well.
are you sure?
I'm positive. Because that was warning in what people say, and not know there was the consequences when you say something, and then you literally not specific or emphasize like what are you saying
You're
to whom
speaking
you say it to.
you're speaking in run-on sentences.
No, I'm not speaking in sensitivity. I just clearly explain to you,
Clearly? Are you
yeah,
sure it was clear?
yeah, it was clear.
Are you sure that you know what you're saying?
Yes, I know what I'm talking about.
What did you say?
Well, I'm just saying that like I said to her, I say she said that do God use me to talk to I said, do she know that she going to hell? That's what I just asked her. Does she know that?
There is no
So
hell.
how do you know that? Do you been there before?
If I have, would I be here talking to you?
Where there was a lot of people been there, and then they can tell to tell
You
somebody
know,
there is
you
no
know
hell.
what? I have been to hell. I'm there now while talking to you.
But no, that's not hell.
What is it
Apparently,
for to
from
you?
from your base,
To
from your
you,
basic
but to
sin.
me, this is hell.
No, it is not.
It is.
But that's not how
How do you
described
know
in
what
the
hell
book,
is? How do you know what hell is to me?
because the Bible describe what hell looks like.
The Bible is fake.
The
This
Bible is not fake.
the
They
Bible the
don't.
Bible the Bible is not real. It's just a bunch of words. But I'm telling you, this is hell.
No, it is
The
not.
Bible lied to you. This is hell.
But do you look at the definition of hell? Can you check the definition of
I
hell?
don't care about the definition. I know what I feel, and this is definitely hell because it's hell when trying to speak to someone who doesn't understand what they're saying and doesn't understand what the person they're speaking to is saying to them. You're not following the conversation. So this is hell with the back and forth, and we're not getting anywhere.
Like the crazy thing about it is that it's on the screen, right? It's on the screen. The things that I say that makes my head hurt. Fearmongering is number 4. And you did it. I don't know why you would think that I would even care about you trying to scare me with hell. Like, do you think that I have studied about your God, or that I have conversations about your God and have not one time heard about the threat of hell? Do you think that you are the first to threaten hell to me and my whole entire life? Can you answer that? Are you there? All right, well, we will move on. Looks like Yahweh took his tongue back.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
What is it like when you ask a specific question and then they say yes, but, and then say something that is completely non sequitur to the conversation?
Hello. Thanks for letting me.
That's what makes my head hurt.
I wonder if there's an option 5, which is just not listening, like not engaging with the conversation.
They can't comprehend. There's no depth, no real depth to anything that they say. Like they can't comprehend.
How is it possible to be so? How is that possible?
We're getting ready to see with Gilbert. I can already tell. I can just tell by the profile picture. And Gilbert was the one gifting Jesus Christ. So Gilbert co-signs the Jesus Christ's inability to actually comprehend and engage with the conversation. He co-signs it. Ain't that right, Gilbert?
Well, the issue was... Wait, sorry, can you hear me?
Hold on. How old are you, Gilbert?
I'm 26.
What year were you born?
1999.
What was the issue, Gilbert? Why were you co-signing that?
Because the issue was he clearly had a big language barrier. Like he couldn't speak in his own language.
Gilbert, you think that he didn't understand when I said to him that your God needed humans to speak for him?
Well, thing is, people do speak through God and the Holy Spirit.
Gilbert, what question did I just ask you?
You said,
what question did I ask you?
You said, do you think that he really believes that?
No, I didn't say that. I did not say that.
Okay.
See, this is the problem, okay?
Could you just clarify then? Because I'm not listening.
Because like what I want you to do, okay? I want you to engage with me, all right?
Okay.
Don't be somewhere else having a conversation with yourself and then respond to me how you will respond to yourself.
All right.
Okay?
I understand.
Do you think he did not understand when I said to him, your God needs humans to talk for him?
I don't think he fully understood.
So when his response was, God uses other people to talk to you, thinker, but you don't listen, was a response from someone who didn't understand that your God uses humans to talk for him?
I can agree. I don't think he did understand very well, but I still appreciate him trying.
So when his response was, God is using humans to talk to you, but you're not listening, is not a response from someone who understood that your God uses humans to talk for him?
I mean, it's really just he didn't really understand what he was saying. The effort was still there.
Oh my God. Yeah, go on mute. Bert.
Yes.
Gilbert, go on mute, please. If I say Bert, Yahweh uses humans to talk for him, and you say to me, well, he's using humans to talk to you now, but you just won't listen. Would you assume that you understood me saying that he uses humans?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like I have so many thoughts about what Goober just said and the way in which he said it, and I mean, can you that's why are you he's infantilizing this person.
And what you see him doing right now, right? Like his inability to recognize that Jesus Christ's response to my statement that their God needs humans to talk for them was an appropriate response. He's unable to see that the response was appropriate because he feels that he needs to defend Jesus Christ. And he has in his head, right? Defend, 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 defend. So nothing that we say is going to connect. It's not going to make sense. And this is the same thing they do with their God. Gilbert, he can't engage because on his mind is defend, defend, defend. Ain't that right, Gilbert?
And also that because he had an accent because Gubert couldn't understand this person because he had an accent, therefore he does not speak English.
Well, I mean, he was having trouble, but I won't stand from a Christian perspective. I will actually listen and understand to what you're saying.
But you've already showed us that you can do that, Goober. I reiterated to you twice to see if you would pick up on the fact that his response was inappropriate. It was an appropriate response to me saying your God uses humans to talk. And you couldn't even pick up on that. You've already shown you already shown that you have the same tendencies as every other Christian that gets on this stage when it comes to having a conversation with y'all.
But when it does come to prophets and people who speak through God, that is a real thing that does come about. I'm not trying to just defend Jesus Christ.
Who gives a fuck? Who said it wasn't? Why did you just say that?
Because it seems to be making
said it wasn't?
I'm trying to solve this issue.
I don't give a fuck if your God talks to I don't care. Because you guys, it's you that make my head hurt. It's you guys. It's the way y'all act. It's the way y'all think or don't think. It's you.
If I wanted to hurt myself, I'd do it. I don't understand why you want to make your head hurt if you're doing this.
Because I fucking gotta live in the world with y'all. Everybody has to live in the world with y'all.
That's like me saying I hate Muslims and then going to a mosque. It's like
I talk to Muslims every day and I tell them I don't like their behavior. Every fucking day. I talk to them every fucking day and say I don't like their behavior. Gilbert, I don't fucking like the way y'all think. I don't like the way y'all behave. I don't like it.
About this. Seriously.
Because I fucking have to live in the world with you motherfuckers. That's why.
But like, I have to live with lots of people, and I just suck it up.
Okay. I'm not you, fucking Gilbert. I'm not you. And and then you are a liar. On top of that, you're a liar. You are a liar. You're a liar because if you don't like something, Gilbert, if you don't like something, you claim that you just fucking go on about your life. But here the fuck you are, Gilbert, on my stage. You're on my stage, right? Talking about something that ain't got shit to do with you. Because why the fuck do you care, Gilbert? Why the fuck do you care that your God makes my head hurt? Why do you care, Gilbert?
Because I'm a problem solver. I like to solve things.
Really? And how are you gonna solve the problem of your God making my head hurt?
Well, probably stay away from my God. That was what I would say. But honestly,
stay away from your God. That's the problem solving. That's your problem solving.
Well, the thing is, I'd rather.
How are you going to solve that? How are you going to solve that? How are you going to make that happen, Gilbert?
You could either get closer and then fix it completely, or stay away.
How are you going to make that happen, Gilbert?
How
are you going to make it happen?
Because I'm giving you an option, the same God gave me.
Okay, now how are you going to enforce the option?
enforce it. I'm giving you
Yeah.
recommendations. Either you could go to God and ask to relieve this, and He would. It's really that simple.
How would He relieve it?
Because if you give your life to Christ, then you wouldn't have your head being hurt from all these.
And me giving my life to Christ is gonna what? Do what?
It's gonna make
You
your head
all are the
explode.
problem, Goobert. You are the problem. And how would me giving my life to Christ fix you?
Because you can just intellectually stay with Jesus. You don't have to go near any Christians.
That's dumb.
Do you seriously you think that is the problem, the solution to the problem?
I think it is, or either you could just
or Goobert, or Christians could just really be better people. How about that, Goobert? How about raising awareness to the egregious, immoral, bigoted, unintellectual bullshit that Christians say and do? How about having shut up right now. How about having conversations, right, that shine a spotlight on this bullshit so that Christians can see how they are affecting the world around them, right? So they can stop being so oblivious and thinking that their belief system is so innocent, right? Having conversations, right, that say, hey, Christian, I don't give a fuck if you worship a God, right? But the way that you are bigoted, the way that you condone essay of children, the way that you condone the egregious behaviors of pastors, the way that you make children stand up in front of the church and repent to whole ass adults while hiding your own fucking hand, the way that you are disingenuous, the way that you apologize for slavery, the way that you apologize for misogyny, the way that you fucking fearmonger every goddamn day is getting on my fucking nerves. Stop fucking doing it. Keep your belief system to yourself. Stop fucking voting with your beliefs, because everybody doesn't want to live like you. Everybody doesn't want to believe like you. Stop creating division in families. Stop beating your fucking kids because you believe a God told you to. Having conversations, Goobert, having conversations to let you know how much you're making my fucking head hurt, right? Maybe, Goobert, maybe you as a Christian, if you actually believe in your Jesus, and if you actually believe that there is some power in that Jesus's blood, maybe you, Goobert, will look at yourself in the mirror and say, God damn, am I acting like that? Do I behave like that? Do I have those type of beliefs? Am I the problem? How about that, Goobert? Is that hard? Is that hard to do for you as a believer, Goobert? Or does Jesus not want you to self retrospect? Does he not want you to look at yourself?
Can I speak?
I just asked you a question.
Yeah. My answer to that can't be yes or no. It has to be a response.
Does Jesus want you to inspect yourself and look at yourself?
Yes, Jesus does want me to reflect.
Okay, so how about that? How about that's the solution, Goobert? If people who are not believers are telling believers that y'all are the problem, right? If they're telling believers that the way that y'all are behaving, threatening people's children's lives, threatening to kidnap people's kids because they don't believe in your God, right? That y'all are the ones that lie for your God.
Mason just said something very
then
important.
Listen, how about listening sometimes, Goobert? Like the reason why people don't want to be believers is because of the existing believers. You all are the problem. You are the ones that are responsible. You are the ones that are responsible for being the poster child for your God. You are the walking billboard for your God, and y'all have fucking failed.
Can I speak? Specifically me as a person, I don't represent the entire Christian community. My job is to follow in the footsteps as Jesus did. and in that is he lived a perfect life, and that's my goal. I've never pushed my Christianity onto anyone else. I've come up with a solution for you. There's other people and you really, really hate God, and I completely understand that.
Shut the fuck up, Goober. Like, you didn't hear shit I said. Bye. Shut the fuck up.
He's a problem solver, my black ass.
They don't hear shit. Like, I swear they're the most closed-minded motherfuckers I ever met in my life. Like, they don't hear shit.
I had to mute him in the comments because he wasn't listening to you. He was too busy responding to people in the comments.
I don't care if you think it's disrespectful. Like, y'all are fucking ridiculous. Y'all are ridiculous.
I just want to know what they think that's supposed to mean to us. For them to comment, that they find this to be disrespectful or tone policing.
I don't know. I don't know why they think I would give a fuck. Like, for you to say just because you met some corrupted Christians, like, that tells me that you are also a part of the problem. Do you think that the issue with Christianity is small? Do you think it's isolated to this live with the 700 people in here? Like, do you think only the 700 people in here feel the way that I feel? Or are you oblivious, right, to all of the content out there where now people are speaking out and are saying, I cannot fucking stand Christians. Christians cause so much harm in my life. Like, are you just not paying the fuck attention? Or do you look at that and say, oh my God, they hate me because we're so special?
I found the text with the that Jethro is the Kenite, by the way.
Jethro is a Kenite? See?
Yeah. Judges 1:16.
Interesting. So are they Midianites too? Is a Midianite a Canaanite?
Yeah,
A Kenite?
it's not clear. Like, at least Jethro is both a Kenite and a Midianite, although it doesn't name him by name. It says the descendants of the Kenite, the father-in-law of Moses, went up with the Judahites from the city of palms to the wilderness of Judah, and they went and settled among the people in the Negev of Arad. So it doesn't. It's like, it's interesting because it's going back to kind of like, it's it's interesting. Like, it's going back to the Pentateuch stories, revisiting them, and I'm sure contradicting in some ways, but it's and it doesn't name Jethro here. It's a unnamed father-in-law. And I went and looked and saw to see if there's any other, like, because presumably he has at least one wife, probably two wives, looking at numbers and Exodus. So anyway, it was interesting.
I know the article that I read said that the Midianites are the Kenites, like they're one and the same, and that they were close to the Amalekites. But I don't know.
They would have had to have been, because if they're leaving.
They also said that they worshipped Yahweh, that the Kenites worshipped Yahweh. Which is interesting too.
Yeah. Kenites.
Y'all get these likes to 200K, please. 10 minutes. Or it's going dark on you. Hi, Fee.
Hey, Fee.
Hey, do that. Hey, Thinker. Hey, Bert.
Hello.
I don't know why they thought like that. I don't know what they think. I don't like. It's just weird.
I found it interesting that he wanted to problem solve and get to the root of the problem, but he's not addressing the root of the problem. He's addressing the fruit of the tree, but not the root of the problem. Like, you're talking about these believers who, who behave a certain way. You're talking about the fact that their belief system in this imaginary deity is leading to specific behavior. And he's talking about getting closer to the concept that's producing the belief to begin with. And that's madness.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying I don't think that they can. I honestly don't think that they can engage in that way. I think that something has happened to their mind that's blocking it. And the crazy thing is that he came up to defend the last guest, and he did the same thing the last guest did.
Yeah, I do think that there's a block there. And even when listening to these conversations, even in observing the behavior of their fellow Christians, there's no questioning that there's a problem in the way that they think. There's a gap in connecting of ideas and thought processes. There's something going on. And the fact that he would come up here, I didn't hear the previous guest, I just woke up, but the fact that he would come up here to defend a behavior by exhibiting the same behavior is wild.
Yep, they don't know. They don't see themselves. They only know how to. They're like I don't know. Like if I have to think about a video game, they're the little characters in the game that are going around eating things like you know what I'm saying? Like that all they know how to do is look outward. They don't know how to look in. They don't know how to look at themselves.
Nope. I thought Bash's question yesterday was perfect. So the things that it pair, y'all's topics pair so well together. It's almost like they are connected in a way, because it is an issue. Like your prompt saying God makes my head hurt, and the reason for your head hurting, because we're talking about this deity that none of us believe actually exists. Then what is causing the source of your headache? And is what you said to him, which I thought was so beautifully surmised, in that it's the behavior of the people that hold on to this belief system that is problem inducing, and it's dangerous. And you're right. There has to be an internal introspection in order for somebody to actually see that. But I don't know that they can do that.
They can't, because their answer is, well, then just don't engage with him. Get away from him. Or how does somebody who you don't believe exists make your head hurt? And they still don't hear me saying human, 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 human. They don't hear human at all. Just like they don't see that it's the humans that are doing the things that they're thanking their God for. They don't fucking see humans, period. Like I don't even think they think they're human anymore. I think they walk around thinking that they're some fucking angels.
I don't know what they identify themselves as internally, but I do think that, look how it parallels with the critique that they have about us, saying what we say about this book. No matter how many times we say this is an internal critique, this is an internal critique. If they were able to understand that and internally critique themselves, then perhaps this conversation would go very differently. But I don't know that is something that is in their in the realm of capability for them.
I don't know. Mr. Sip.
Yeah.
How old are you?
Thanks for having me. I'm 46.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I don't think I'm either, but I'm in agreement with the Bible not being, or the God in the Bible. I think the God in the Bible is Satan. Just let me put that out there. But I'm here because I wanted to address. It was something you spoke on earlier when you was talking to this one guy about voting.
Mm-hmm.
You remember that conversation?
Yeah, but
I've been on it.
I don't want to revisit it.
Yeah, okay. That's what I was just. I just wanted to like, cause you all seem like some very well, not seem like you are very intellectual beings, and I just wanted to bring awareness that anyone in the general population has never voted for a president.
I don't want to have this conversation. Thank you for coming up.
Next.
I'm finna go get me a honey bun. Y'all can bring up who y'all want to. I'll be right back.
Ooh, a deep fried honey bun.
This
Ooh,
Kenite
yeah.
thinker, this Kenite thing is like cracking me. This is like you've opened up a whole new world for me.
Really? Well, let me know what you find.
I'm blown away by this. This is amazing.
Let me know what you find. I'm finna go get me
Okay,
some honey buns.
great. Yeah,
I'll be right
enjoy,
back.
enjoy.
All right, do that. Just bring up somebody.
Is it Cordivia? All right, guess not. No, they didn't connect. Albert? They're not connecting. Deep Alpha 6?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, one question I have for the host: when they ban TikTok, should we follow her on YouTube or Twitter or Instagram? What should we do?
Well, right now, follow her on YouTube. And when she comes back, I'll ask further questions. I think she has an Instagram as well.
Okay, gotcha. Just want to make sure. Just when the ban take place. So yeah, I was going to follow her on YouTube as well. Let's see here.
Are you a subscriber
Yeah. A subscriber to subscriber to what?
to her live?
Yes, I am.
No, you're not. You don't have the nerd badge next to your name. The subscription is a paid subscription, so
Oh, okay. Okay,
yeah.
gotcha. Okay, gotcha. You talking about subscriber? Okay, gotcha. I'll go ahead and do that after we're done talking. I will do that ASAP.
Now, are you a Christian, a believer, an atheist, deconstructing?
I will be in what would you call an atheist in American term.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
Eve, you want to start with him?
Oh yeah, sure. Did you want a topic, or did you just come up here to ask about following thinker?
I wanted to ask a question for the host when she got back. I wanted to ask her now that we're atheists, black atheists, as we would say, but we're atheists, and some of us are Gnostic believers. I wanted to know, as a whole, what does she think should be done to religion as a whole? Should we get rid of it? Should we just forget about it? What should we do for for religion as a whole? Like now that we're atheists, as you would say.
I don't think Thinker is an atheist. She's not here, but she can clarify that for herself when she comes back. But I'm pretty sure I've heard her say that she's not an atheist, and
Yeah,
some people
no.
in this community are not atheists. I am, but I don't know that everybody else is.
Okay, I'll wait for
I
you to
don't
get back.
believe in a God, but I just don't identify as an atheist. I don't like. I mean, I can. if I need to.
Okay, and what would you identify yourself, host?
Don't that I don't identify. I don't believe in a God. There's no need
Oh,
for me to identify.
oh, okay, gotcha. All right, and did you hear the question that I asked on your
No, I
moderator?
just got back.
Okay, yes, the question I asked your moderators is, what now that you don't identify
They're
as like
not
a
moderators, they're hosts.
host, excuse me. I asked them now that you don't identify as those things like atheist or anything like that. What do you think should be done to religion as a whole? Should we get rid of religion or should we keep it? What should we do?
I don't care if a person has a belief in a God, or if they have a religion. Like, it's the what people do with their beliefs. The shit needs to be deconstructed. The ideas that are being taught in the religion needs to be deconstructed. And I don't care if a person has a belief system, a religion.
Oh, okay. Because like what made me ask that is like there's a lot of religion that has derogatory terms for women, for gays, for this, for that, and so, I mean, personally, I think we should get rid of religion as a whole because what it's doing to society, i.e., the East. That's why, matter of fact, that's why the East is in turmoil right now, is because of religion. But that's why I think.
How would that resolve the problem though? Wouldn't you ultimately just be flipping the what do you call that thing? Hourglass upside down? Because in reality what you're doing is telling people again how to think and how to behave and who to be. If my mind has convinced me and in my brain I've assessed information and I've determined that I believe in a God, why should you or anyone else tell me that I can't believe that or I can't
Right.
practice that if my practices do not harm anyone else? I just don't think the abolition of one system should be replaced with the construction of another. Ultimately, people should be free to believe what they want to believe, but they also should extend that freedom to everyone else. I don't know that controlling it in the other direction is going to resolve anything.
Oh, that's true. That's really true. Now I'm glad you say that because like the majority of religions that's coming up right now. Well, not coming up, but modern religion today. For example, Islam. Islam has some stuff in there that's very derogatory. And the same thing for Christianity as well. The reason why I say that, if you look at the majority of serial K's and grapers, they use the Bible to justify what they're doing. So if they're using the Bible and they're using the Quran or whoever or whatever they're using, they tend to use these main religions. And if you look into those religions, they're having some very harsh things to say about, if this person sleeps with a woman or this person sleeps with
I,
a man.
but you got to think about the fact. One, you're talking about a religion that is entire framework is on sacred text, right? And a specific doctrine that goes along with those sacred texts, all right? And then you also have to take into consideration that the three religions that we're talking about today and what they've done, they're imperialist, right? So it's not that they're just a religion, they're imperialistic religions.
Gotcha. Imperialistic religions that have caused more harm than good.
Yes, because there were religious systems in the world before these three, right? And they didn't go around the world conquering and colonizing and indoctrinating. So it's not necessarily just the fact of having a religion. It's the ideologies, right, that come from the religion, the indoctrination that comes with that religion.
Exactly. Okay, gotcha. All right. Now, well, I got your answer. Thank you so much for having me on. I appreciate it.
I think another parallel, just before you drop down, want to share this point that just popped into my head. I think a parallel example would be the way in the States, in the U.S., we talk about the Second Amendment, how you've got people that are all completely for abolishing the you have people who who claim or accuse those of us who want better pew pew laws in the states around how people can attain them, what they can do with them, and rules and regulations around it. When we say that, the folks on the other side think complete and total abolition of it, and that's not what deconstruction is. Deconstruction of a religious system is not complete and total outlawing of having a religion or a belief system. It's just saying be sensible with how you use it. Pay attention to the fact that what you do with it has impacts on other people. And even what Thinker was saying, the fact that these three major religions are built around sacred texts, what is that? What makes it sacred? Who determined it was sacred? Who labeled it as sacred? Why are you seeing it that way? So until people start asking themselves those types of questions that come up in deconstruction, but don't come up in indoctrination, we'll find ourselves in the same situation over and over again.
Gotcha. I understand. Thank you so much, ladies. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up.
I just wanted
Hey,
to also
Dr. B.
Oh, sorry.
Morning. Sorry. Good.
Go ahead, Bert.
Oh, just only that, like, I think people are just shitty. And supremacy is in every single group. And the desire to conquer, I don't think, is necessarily unique to the Bible. And we've not come that far in 100,000 years. I mean, maybe in some ways technologically, but philosophically, we're spinning our wheels in a big way. And like, we focus on Islam, Christianity, and I guess Judaism because that's the part of the world that we live in. But I mean,
I don't think so. Like, there's not. What other religion has? Well, let me ask you this: what other religion is imperialistic?
sure. I think it's not necessarily the religion, but Chinese culture is also imperialistic.
No, not their culture. We're talking about religions. We're not
Sure.
talking about cultures.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, I guess like Shinto was used as an imperialism for Japan. There are genocides in Africa that were based on religious ethnic groups.
Which one? What?
Yeah, I mean,
What genocide was
sure.
based
Yeah.
on a African religion?
Yeah. I mean, like these by virtue of ethnic groups, like it's impossible to separate their religious practices and
No.
beliefs.
So then you can't say that a religion did it, right? Like if you can't say that that the genocide in Africa was caused by an African religion if you don't know what that African religion is.
I mean, I could look it up if that's helpful, but
Yeah, look, I would like for you to look that up.
yeah. And I would say like ancient religions also like were just as genocidal and all that.
There are like not on the level that the Abrahamic religions are, and the reality is that these three religions, and Christianity and Islam more so than Judaism, is all around the world because of imperialist efforts. And that's
Yeah.
just the truth. There isn't another religion, right, that has forced their way into other countries through imperialist and militaristic efforts. It's just not. And to make a claim that there is or have been would be untrue.
Oh, I wasn't trying to say against. I guess I'm saying it's a human problem just as much as it is a religious problem.
There is no religion without humans. So I don't know that's a distinction without a difference in a way. Religions live in the heads of humans. And you're right. Like that, it's very ironic that I just finished the last episode of Game of Thrones last night, and I don't disagree with you in that it's the pursuit of power and the just this ridiculous need to be in control, and this is ultimately fear based. So yes, as long as humans exist in the way that we are today, there's going to be this subset of humans who have this need to control others. And but the problem is that, to Thinker's point, these religious beliefs, these ultimately superstitious belief systems that are being held onto for centuries for some reason only bolster that base desire that exists in some humans. So I don't know that by trying to separate the human from the religion is effective. I do think that, like Thinker was saying, the stretch and the reach of Christianity could have just been serendipitous with the um, advancement of humans and connectivity of people around the world. Maybe that's why it became so prolific. Who knows? But it speaks to that negative part in our in that sometimes is what's controlling a lot of humans, and it has to be for the ones that do the things that are done around the world in the name of religion.
And that desire to conquer, like so for Christianity, that desire to conquer comes from Rome in large part. And Rome is like one of the most famous conquerors. And while it certainly ended up using Christianity to do that conquering, so much of Rome's expansion prior to Christianity was in success because of Roman Hellenism, which was a violent form of the Greco-Hellenism. And by the way, everything I guess like you,
Yeah, I feel like I think you feel like there's a need to always like defend Judaism.
no, I'm not trying to defend. I'm saying that like it wasn't about Judaism. It was like
It was about like saying, hey, it wasn't us, it was Rome.
oh, I'm not even talking about Judaism. I'm just saying that like humanity, like every group has supremacist people that are trying to conquer people. That's in Judaism too. Like we're seeing that right now. Like I'm not trying to say that Judaism is different or separate from that. I'm saying that like nobody is different from that.
But I don't think we said that, that anybody was different. I think what we said was that three of the biggest, most problematic religions in the world are the Abrahamic religions. And it's due to their imperialistic endeavors.
Because those are the ones that we're aware of. But like, I mean, how did the Indian subcontinent, get conquered by Hinduism? The Aryan invasion theory.
I said three of the biggest, right? Hinduism. Let me ask you this, Bert. How does Hinduism affect your life today? How did Hinduism affect the lives of the Jewish people?
It's true. It doesn't. Well, I mean, there are some Jewish people that live in India, but there's 1.6 billion people in the Indians in the.
No, how I said in the world. Okay, Christianity, right, are in countries where Hinduism used to be the state religion, and now they're fighting because Christianity is trying to take over that and make Christianity the state religion, right? But where is Hinduism doing the opposite in Western nations?
It's not.
It's
I'm
not,
not.
right?
Not, yeah.
Mm-mm. So when we say that the Abrahamic religions are three of the biggest, right, religions in the world that damn near touch every aspect of this planet and is still trying to go where they have not gone, right? That's what we mean. Like there's no one is saying that they're the only religions that have done any conquering or that have harmful histories or harmful beliefs. But Christianity, Islam, and Judaism are three of the biggest.
This is a curiosity question, but what did Judaism conquer?
Are you are you asking
Genuinely.
that
Yeah, no, yeah,
genuinely?
asking, yeah,
Like
genuinely.
and like with what's going on in the world today?
Sure, but I mean, is that a big conflict?
Yes, it's a huge conflict. It's a huge conflict.
When you say huge, what do you mean?
Like literally lives, like I hope you don't think that like it's some small feat that over 35,000 lives have been taken over some land, right? That people have been held in an open air prison, right, for over 75 years,
Hmm.
right? Yes, it is a huge conflict, and based off of the stories in your book and the claim that your God gave y'all that land. It is a huge conflict.
And I think it's so worth noting here that anything that leads to the loss of human life in whatever quantity is a huge conflict. It's
That's
a
a great
huge
point.
conflict.
Yeah, that's a great.
It's
Yeah,
a
that's
huge
totally.
conflict for the families that lost loved ones. So when we try to when we view things through a very, very specific lens, it blurs out the reality for the people on the periphery, and that's just not fair. And if what we're talking about is figuring out how to create a society where that does not happen, but it also allows people to have their self-expression of their belief systems and worship whatever deity they worship, we can't use that filter. It will only lead us in the same direction that we just came from.
That's why I say like I get this sense that like you feel the need to separate Judaism from all that we talk about in here. But I hope you know, right? Like at like V just said, like the goal, right, is to address the issues in it all, right? So that everyone, right, one has a right to life. Everyone has a right to life, no matter where you came from, no matter what nation you came from, no matter what God you worship.
A trillion%. I mean, one life is infinitely too many lives lost. I'm with you. Yeah, I just, yeah, I was really genuinely just trying to clarify what you meant by that, but
Yeah, I think the scale of an atrocity doesn't make it any less atrocious.
of course.
And until we keep that in mind, we have to keep that in mind. We just simply have to, because unfortunately the leaders in the people in control do not.
And I don't know, like I think like for like religion becomes people's identity. It becomes people's identity. And saying that religion needs to be like stomped out, or uh, a specific religion is more harmful than the other, I think that it can feel like an attack on the person, and that's just not the case. And we have to be able to look at what these systems, how these systems are moving throughout society, and what they're actually doing to humanity, to the human, because the religion is not who you are, or it should not be who you are. And because it becomes who you are, it's causing humans to not see the value of other human life, and to be able to justify the harm done to other humans. And that's something I'll never agree with.
Yeah, war and oppression are horrible.
Kate, how are you? Kate? Okay. I don't know. The timid Tamara person, you've already been on stage once tonight, so I can't bring you back up. Truth SR, are you in the box on purpose? Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Can I get your age, please?
Yeah, I'm 49.
And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Deconstructing.
Okay. Give me just a second. Fee, look what New Creation Christ just commented.
Better than any. What did he say?
And
Well,
that's what I actually think they think. Like that's why they can't look. They can't retrospect. They can't not retrospect. Is it introspect? They
yeah,
can't,
interesting.
yeah, and they can't introspect. They because they literally think that because they believe in a God, they're better than everybody else.
I think that's, but he was continuing a sentence. He said, I don't come here because I'm better than anyone else. That was a continuation of a sentence.
Oh, but they do think that.
Oh, they absolutely do. Yeah.
Yeah, they do
They
think that.
but the thing is, I don't know that they are willing and to be honest with themselves enough to actually say it. I don't think that they are.
Yeah. And like Diamond said, he told a random stranger that he loved her.
Yeah, also creepy because you
Yeah.
don't like. It's just platitudes. I think they're parroting the things that they think this God wants them to say, and again, lack of introspection.
Go ahead, Truth.
Yeah, I was looking at the fearmongering part. For me, I'm a newly agnostic agnostic atheist, I would say. I was raised Catholic and then I went Pentecostal, and the fear mongering amongst Christians, like, it is evil, but a lot of them, especially in my area or the people that I know, a lot of them, I know that they know, but I'm not sure that they intentionally want to do it. They say that they do it out of love, but everything, for instance, about a year ago, the pastor, my parents still go to church, and the church that I grew up in, or the Pentecostal church that I went to, and he met up with me, and he basically said, because I was a worship leader, and he said, I think the devil's got a hold of you. And in a way, I feel like he did it out of love, but not realizing that it is fear mongering and it is an evil thing to say to anyone. And they need to fix that. But how do we go to fix that? I mean, even there's people that I know that were around here. They have problems with addictions. You go to everywhere. There's rehab centers, and they're ran by Christian organizations, nonprofit Christian organizations or groups, and they put. I don't know if it's the fear of God, but I'm not even sure that these people that run these places are equipped to find the root problem of these people's addictions. But they slap God and they slap Christianity on them, and they come out of there.
Have you ever gone through
myself through rehab or anything?
Mm-hmm.
Or no, I didn't need rehab. When I did go through.
Like
I had a partner.
Through the 12 steps?
No, I didn't need to.
So, how can you speak on what the experience is of a person that goes through that, right? So, because,
I don't know that.
One second.
Yeah.
So, some people that go through first off, when they go through the 12-step program, there are different things that they work on at each step that have to do with them acknowledging certain things, right? About themselves and about why they use the specific thing to cope with a specific thing. So they it's almost like a group therapy type thing. The second thing is that they have sponsors, right, that can help them when they have to go through the withdrawal and the desire to go back, right, to change their habits. They have a support system there. And then third, they get to choose who or what they deem their higher power. They're not forced to choose the Christian God as their higher power. They can choose whatever they want as their higher power. Now, there are some programs that will preach Jesus, to the person that's going through the program, but they don't force them to choose the Christian God. So I just want to make sure like that's not true. And then it's not like some magical prayer, right? Let me take that back. There is one thing that I think also helps if a person takes what the actual serenity prayer is saying. It's not praying and asking God to take the addiction away, but help me to accept what I can change and give me the strength to change the things that I can't. It's accepting reality, accepting life, and then being strong enough, right, to do the things that are within my power, which most people in the world have not grasped. Right. And it's the same prayer that they put in the hospitals, in the ICU rooms, because people are when you have someone that's in an ICU or on the brink of death, and you go into the chapel, that prayer is sitting right there with the candles because you feel like it's out of your hands. And at that moment, the only thing you can do, right, is get yourself to the point of just accepting where you are, right, and moving forward. And so that's what they do, like in the 12-step program. It's not necessarily that because it's Christian or because it's the Christian God that they're doing anything extraordinary, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that does make sense. I've never gone through it, never have. I was wondering because the people that I know come out, and my cousin is also a worship leader and worked in those places, and they come out. A lot of them, like they believe in the God that we did, right? Because in my area, I'm from Canada, and most of the people are Christian. So I suppose that does make sense. But also, like, when they talk to me, like everything that, whether it's your like, the God can help you with everything. Like he's the for me, it was, I'm a part of the LGBTQ community, and growing up in that, at church, they, I was on the floor. They were slapping me, trying to take the demons out of me, and like all kinds of stuff that, I realized that, to me, they're delusions. That if they see demons, to me, I don't see that. And but it's as if every single thing, like, he can heal you. I have a cousin that her daughter is has mobility issues and was born like that, and they pray. Their whole energy is that she heals from it, and it's to me. I know it's not going to happen. It's not. And if they don't, they feel like, they say it's Satan. Satan has this on you, and Satan. And the people that they don't know, they want them to be a part of them. They want them to go to heaven. So they're so indoctrinated. How do we change their mindset to not fearmonger the LGBTQ people that they're going to hell, or telling people that, they're not, that God is the answer for their problems, when
I don't
it's
think that you're
not.
necessarily going to change their, like, you changing their minds, right? Would be changing their doctrine. You talk to the LGBTQ person who believes it. I think that's the best way to go, right? And that way, when someone comes to them with the fear mongering, they're able to set the boundary to keep themselves from being mentally harmed from that.
Right. The thing is, like, most people are already in that part, and they vote against, like you were saying earlier, they vote against these things that don't affect them, and they're against policies that don't affect them at all. And how do we as a society fix the problem that we're having with Christians that are fear
Yeah, I think
mongering people?
this is one of the steps, right? Like for a long time, people who didn't agree with what Christians believed or how Christians saw things in society were afraid to speak out and say, I don't agree with you. Right. And so,
Right.
yeah, so I think the first step is voicing that and making it making them aware. Right. And then the second thing is, like again, you're not going to change their doctrine.
No.
But we can have conversations that enforce not like the whole separation of church and state, right? And
Right.
making sure that we don't continue to be lackadaisical and allow our politicians to blur the lines like we have allowed. And then there, like, some of us may not know the proper way to fight in the court system when it comes to stopping these harmful laws that impede upon marginalized, the rights of marginalized groups. But that's something that we need to educate ourselves on,
Right.
so that we can,
Right.
fight back the right way. But focusing on
Right.
changing their doctrine, I think, is going to be a waste of time. Like, the
Right.
doctrine won't change, but having the conversations with the people who believe the doctrine is going to be the best way.
And I've had some conversations with them, but where I get stuck is when they see my point, they just revert back to, oh, well, it's the end times. The Bible warned us about people like you, and that we would be, that people will stop believing at the end of times. And then I don't know what to say. Like, I just give up. Like,
Yeah, like, you're not going to get everybody,
right.
right? I think the main thing for you, like, if there's people around you that keep trying to convince you that that you don't deserve to live, that your existence isn't as important as theirs, or you aren't living your existence right because of who you love, and theirs is automatically right because of who they love, like, and you've tried to reason with them, and you couldn't get them to see that, and those people shouldn't be around you, because you're just
Right.
gonna keep allowing them to harm you mentally, right?
Yeah,
That's
I'm
where,
lucky that my close family, even though they're still there, that they respect my stance. At least we don't talk about it much. Um, my parents are in the 80s, so I don't try to talk to them much about it. It's they're not the ones making the noise, let's say. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Cool. That's really all I wanted to ask and talk about. Thank you.
you're welcome. I hope you have a good morning.
You too. Bye bye.
uh, Hi, what's your name?
Where's Robo Crap? Robo Crap. How you guys doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing awesome.
Can I have your age for TikTok purposes, please?
Yeah, my age is 35.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an
35.
atheist?
I believe in Jesus. Jesus is the truth, the way. He's the King of Kings, for sure. I see you getting headaches. I would recommend a pharmacy like Walgreens. They got some good pills
Did you
for
think I was gonna laugh
headaches.
at that?
No, I'm just trying to
So
help
you
you
came
out.
up
I
here to
mean, it
be an
wasn't.
asshole? You came up here to be an asshole for Christ?
It wasn't really a joke. I'm just trying to help you out.
No, I asked, did you
But
come up here to be an asshole for Christ?
why
That's
is
what
that? What are you?
you came up here to show, how bad of a personality believers have. Like, you
Why
wanted to
bad? I'm
add to
trying
it.
to.
No, I'm just asking. Like, you wanted to add to it. Is that why you came up here? To, like, increase?
What do you mean? I'm not
Okay.
trying to be an asshole or anything. I'm just trying to help you
I
out.
mean, you do. So if I take a Tylenol, then Christians will no longer be uh, horrible people with bad attitudes, with bad personalities, who don't think, who are bigots.
Well, it depends if we're triggering them. Anybody could be, not only Christians.
No, I'm talking about Christians though. That's
Yeah, but that's
what I'm talking
everybody.
about. Like, well, why do you want to deflect to everybody? Let's stay on Christians.
That's
Let's
just
stay on
reality.
Christians, and I'm asking you,
Let's stay with
the
reality.
Tylenol, the pharmacy that you told me to go to, right? If I go to that pharmacy and I get some Tylenol, will Christians no longer be bigots? Will they no
It
longer
depends.
apologize for slavery? If I take a
It,
Tylenol, will Christians stop apologizing for slavery and genocide? Huh?
and like I said, if you're not triggering nobody, nobody's gonna give you anything. But
Oh, you don't
it
know how to
doesn't matter
answer
if
that
it's a
question. So
Christian.
you don't know how to answer that question.
I mean, you may not like it. That's your problem. That's not
Yeah,
mine.
no, like you came up here just to be the Christian asshole.
I'd like to ask a quick question. You mentioned triggering. What's the purpose of a trigger?
Making him mad, like getting him irritated by her questions, or like trying to sound like she's better than everybody.
Oh, I
So,
sound like I'm better than everybody. You know, when you say shit like that, that speaks volumes for how you feel about yourself. And the fact that you sit here and you listen to my voice and you say,
I'm
God damn,
speaking the
she's
truth. I'm
better than
sorry if
me.
you don't like it.
Right.
I'm
You
sorry if you
say,
don't like
yeah, I'm telling you, I'm speaking the truth right now. Okay.
it. Forgive
When
me.
you hear my voice, that's why you keep trying to talk over me, because my voice is saying to you in your head, she's better than me. She's smarter than me. She's nicer than me. People like her more than me. Why can't I be as strong as her? Why aren't I as confident as her? Why don't I study this book like her? Like, you hear that shit in your head, even though I've never said those fucking words. My voice just
You
rings
saying
that
all that
shit in
about
your
me, so
ears because
you must be
that little
letting me.
sentence that you just said, she thinks she's better than everybody else. You think that shit. You've never heard me say that, but because you
You
think I
lie.
think it,
You lie.
you think
Go to the
that shit, don't you? You
pharmacy.
think I'm better than you?
Relax.
You think I'm better than you, don't you?
I'm being nice. I'm being nice. Relax. Relax.
You think I'm
It's
better
just
than you?
reality.
Just answer me. You think I'm better than you, don't you?
I'm just speaking facts. What do you
Answer
mean?
it. You think I'm better than you?
That's funny, man. You're hella funny.
You
Hey, but I'm
do,
speaking.
don't you?
That's funny.
I hit a
Everything you
spot.
said,
Did I hit a
everything you just
spot?
said, is because you think that about me. Everything you just said.
Is that like, I know you are, but what am I type shit? Like, are you original? I want to have a
I'm
real
just speaking
conversation.
facts.
Let's have a real conversation.
We're
Okay.
having one.
All
We just
right.
need to
All right.
relax. That's all.
Okay. Okay.
Breathing,
All right. Now listen.
breathe,
Listen. You realize
relax.
that if you had listen, stop talking. I know my voice sounds like I'm saying that I'm better than you, but I'm not. So you don't have to try to talk over me, okay?
Just
Now,
please
I
calm down.
know, are you going to act childish? Because I can tell you right now, that the reason why you're behaving the way you're behaving
Please
is
calm
because you're
down.
insecure. I can tell you that right now. I can taste your insecurity. Okay?
How does it taste? Can you please calm down?
It's very bitter. It's very bitter. Okay?
Okay, put
There's no need. There's no need.
some
Like,
salt, some
chill.
lemon, some
Chill for a
tapatio, and you're
second.
gonna.
You don't know how to chill?
Okay, relax then. Relax.
You know. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna move on because you're too insecure for this conversation. Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Yep. Have a good one.
I think it's difficult for some men when they feel like their penis isn't as big as it should be, right, to handle that sort of thing. So
and you know what? Again, once again, they come up here and demonstrate the very behavior that we're discussing. And I'm so glad you said what you said. I hate when people say, you think you're better than me. You don't have access to the inner workings of my mind. So clearly that thought came from your head, not mine. You think I'm better than you. And it's uncomfortable for you. They kill me with that. And in terms of triggers, like, we own our own triggers. Our triggers are supposed to cause us to look inward and see what's causing it. But the simple fact of the matter is that Christians don't have or they haven't demonstrated the ability to do that, so they stay stuck.
And the crazy thing is, like, they don't realize it, but they wear it. They wear it all over the shit that they say, the stuff that they think. They literally are telling on themselves. Like they wear it all over them.
And it legitimately sounded like this dude wrote out everything he wanted to say before he came up, and he just stuck with the script. He was like, calm down, calm down. Like, you were calm AF. So, dude, like, listen. Oh, it's hilarious.
I just wonder why Jesus doesn't do what he said he's going to do for them. Like, y'all are mad at us because you see in us what you were promised. You need to take that up with your God. Don't become even worse of a human. If you're not getting the return on your investment, all the years that you spent on your knees for this God, but you see somebody else with what you've been praying for, take that up with your God. Starlight, how are you?
Hi, I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good. Can I get your age,
Okay.
please?
So, I'm sorry?
Your age for TikTok purposes?
Oh, I'm 30 years old.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
So, I'm in the process of deconstructing from two things, not just the belief in God, but also, well, mainly religion. And deconstructing from belief in God is like second, I'm not sure which one is secondary, but it's kind of there as well. And it's the one that is a bit harder to get away from because of this very real term, this fearmongering thing, where some of the beliefs are so ingrained since childhood that, and still in the back of my mind, I wonder about what if. I always have this question, what if? Although I was able to, I can say I'm fully removed from religion because the religion I belong to was extreme, is extreme, I can say, but it seems so subtle in the way that it operates. It was very isolating, and why when I left, I felt a sense of regret because some of the things that they said would happen actually happened, but then I realized it's not because I left the religion, it's because of what the religion had done to me. Just the simple fact of isolating me, well, the people in the religion isolating us, um, removing us from like family and friends who were not believers, discouraging education and so on. I feel like I'm so behind in life, and they're like, yes, this is the only path to life and also like a happy life. So when I left, I kind of went through a period of I was very unhappy because I felt like I was behind everyone in my age group, which I am, and I'm catching up. I'm currently in the process of getting my master's degree, and I'm so proud of myself. At 30 years old, I'm almost at the end.
Congratulations.
And thank you so much. This religion, it really broke a lot of us down. I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional because I'm thinking about it, and I'm so upset at the state that my life was in. So yeah, I was so scared because the things that they said would happen, you would be unhappy, you'd never find true joy and so on. I kind of started to believe it because I thought that leaving the religion is what had caused that to happen. But it's just that the religion had then taken away so much of real life from me that when I got out, I didn't know how to function. So then now that I'm trying to function, I'm trying to get into a normal routine to socialize with normal human beings who are not part of this group. I didn't know how to go about it. So I really was unhappy for a while, but then I think after, because it's been about 4 or 5 years, I feel like I've finally broken free from it. I've completely deconstructed it. In my mind, I finally feel free from it, and I'm so happy. But the something that I'm finding really hard to fully get out from, that I still hold some in the back of my mind, a little bit of fear, a little bit of this what if that lingers, is what if God is real, and what if I won't have this salvation that they speak of. And what I found to be very helpful, because I've decided to spend a lot of time on the internet looking for books, watching YouTube videos about other people who are also deconstructing. And I can't really remember this guy's name, but how he does it is that he he reads the scriptures and he points out all the inconsistencies and all the wrongs and all the, and one thing he said, if God is real, he's a real asshole. I'm sorry. I don't mean to use like vulgar language, but he said if God is really, he's really an asshole. And one of the examples was, if he has the power to create and do all these great things, why is he allowing, why wouldn't he change the state of the world? Because he has the power to do it. And then all these apologists, they have all these reasons as to why, and we don't understand God's way, and we don't understand God's thinking. I'm like, but any human being, a parent, because we were taught to see God as a parent, right? Any human being who has a child, who sees their child in any state, even as an adult, you see your adult child in a state, if you have the capability, any normal functioning parent would take the time, would make the effort to do all that they can to help their child. So how is this all-powerful God, who is capable of all, we're told, oh well, don't question him, he has his reasons. Well, what is the reason? What is the reason? His reasons make no sense. So I think little by little I am getting to that point, but I am still not able to get rid of that what if in the back of my mind, because it's been so ingrained. Like I said, I was born into it. This is a generational thing. My grandmother died in it, her parents died in it. So I'm still working on the deconstructing God. But as for religion, oh my God, I'm so far removed from it. I'm so happy that I'm fully out of that shit show that they call religion. It's embarrassing as a child, just being different from everybody, just being seen and treated as different. It was just too much. It was just way too much. So I mean, I'm looking more into like science and science explanation for a lot of things, which is the explanations through science are very clear. They make a lot more sense than, we don't know God's thinking, so we just have to accept it. So I'm the kind of person who look for explanations for everything that I do, for everything around me, and the answer, we don't understand God's thoughts, has never been enough for me. But we've always been taught to, if you question God, then you're not a true believer, or you're not a good person, or you, well, I'm done trying to be a good person in the sense of religion, and I'm just trying to live my life. Or obviously I'm still trying to be a good person, because you feel like if you're not religious, or if you don't believe in God, that you've lost all morality, which makes absolutely no sense. So many people in the world who don't believe in God are moral people, they're good people, they're kind people, and they try to tie morality to or kindness or being a good person to being a believer, which is not true. And I would really like for people to understand that you don't have to be tied to a religion, you don't have to be tied to some sort of spiritual belief in that sense of God, or any of these major religions, they're gods, to be a good person. You can be a good person by just being good to the people around you, being good to yourself, and basically treating people the way that you know that you would want to be treated. I know some of the things that we live by come from the Bible, but I also think that some somewhat reasonably good things are in the Bible because they were written by human beings, and some of them were not bad people. But I feel like all of them just hooked onto this God who, I feel like he's just made life complicated for so many people who believe in him, and I'm just so tired of it. And I just hope to finally, to get some point in the future, get away from this what if, where I could be fully convinced 100% that this person is not here or doesn't exist, or I'm not sure, or if he does, then maybe he has no power over us. I just need to come to a point where I can fully get this being that I'm not even sure what he is or what it is, just get it out of my mind, and no longer have this lingering fear, this lingering what if in the back of my mind.
First off, congratulations again on the getting the master's degree, and congratulations on getting to the point of fully deconstructing. And when I say, like, I don't think that we fully deconstruct, right? Like, I think it's an ongoing process. So there's still, how you're saying, like, even this what if is still like lingering in the back of your mind. So the deconstruction process, it takes time. Even
It
when
really
you get
does.
over this hump here, there are going to still be other things that you're going to realize that you need to deconstruct. Right.
Yeah, that is so true. Oh, and what
Yeah.
I wanted to speak on, sorry, just probably 2 minutes. This delusion of grandeur thing, it was such a, it was so, I don't, it was such a warped thing in my mind because being in the part of the religion or being a believer, it gave us this delusion of grandeur all at the same time making us feel minute. Like you're nothing, you're less than, but at the same time you're better than the person who's not a believer. So it was just so conflicting and so confusing. And well, the more I think about it, the less it makes sense. Because how am I a better person than everybody because I'm a believer? But at the same time, you're telling me I'm like the sand in the earth and I'm nothing without God. And so am I all of that or am I not? So that was also a part of the whole thing that kind of didn't make sense to me.
Yeah, and I agree. One of the things that I was going to say to you is like next time somebody says something to you about that, or if you have that thought about like what if, right? What if he is real and there is a heaven or there is a hell? Just ask yourself if you had been a serial killer and at the end of your life you asked for forgiveness, would you go to heaven or would you go to hell?
Hmm.
And the
That
answer
also makes
would
no
be,
sense because you're like, even if in your last moments you ask for forgiveness, you'll go to heaven. Well, what if I'm the person you killed, so I'm in heaven and then I'm seeing you come into heaven because after you've done such terrible things to me, I don't want to be there. Heaven sounds really like hell when you think about it. Because if
yeah.
everybody could just say sorry and go, then all of us are gonna be up there and miserable with each other. So
Yeah. And if that is the case, right? Like it doesn't really, it's no benefit to like be worried about whether this God is real. Or, the fear mongering part, right? And like I would just make a joke to myself and be like, shit, I'll just repent on my deathbed. Right. Like a joke. You know what I'm saying? Because
I know, right?
literally that's what it's basically saying. Right.
Yeah.
That there was a video the other day of a guy who had executed 8 people and he's like, God, Jesus, make sure I got caught. Like, what,
What?
bro? Jesus didn't make sure you didn't shoot the people?
Yeah, exactly. And that's what's this thing about this all powerful God, right? He's so powerful that he could change and he could do this and that, but then he cannot prevent people who do shit like that from doing the things that they do. Like,
Exactly.
what is he doing? Is he just sitting up there? Is life on earth just a sitcom to him that he just watches the seasons and if he doesn't like it, then he tweaks it a little bit? I don't know what's happening.
You know what else I was thinking while you were sharing your story, Starlight? I was listening to you talk about the things that you went through and the feelings that you had about, lack of religion not encouraging education, all those things. And I related so much to that I swore you were going to say that you grew up in the religion that I grew up in, but you didn't, because the religion I grew up in doesn't teach going to heaven or going to hell. But
I
the
think we
fear.
did. I think we did because it didn't teach going to heaven or going to hell. It taught that a very select few go to heaven and the rest of us are going to live forever on earth. So
Oh
yeah.
yeah, well you did. Yeah, I was a J-Dub too. Okay, so that's why it sounded so familiar. But I was going to ask how many people in the chat shared that same feeling of not belonging, of not being encouraged to have relationships with family members, of being told that they were right and everyone else was wrong. Like we hear that over and over and over and over again from so many other belief systems that fear something different. They all worship the same God, but they fear something different. So what
Completely
that says
different.
to me from an intellectual perspective is everybody can't be right, but they can damn sure all be wrong. And what
Exactly.
do the statistics tell us? So I feared Armageddon for a long time.
Oh
I shared with
Lord.
them, like, when the first time I voted back in 2008, my hands were shaking. The first time I stepped foot in the church, my legs almost buckled underneath me. Like that fear was so real. And that's the same fear that they have of hell. And that's the same fear that Muslims have of whatever their destination is. And that's the same
Yep.
fear that other believers have of the punishment from whatever they call their deity. And the reality that is that everybody can't be right, but everybody can be wrong. I always fell back on that when I was encountered with those feelings or thoughts of fear that would pop up. I would see something in the news and I'm like, oh, are they going to say peace and security? Because if they say that, then sudden
Oh,
destruction will
then they
befall
were
us.
right.
That happened for so long long, but it does get better. The farther you get away from it, you have to give it time. And big ups to you for getting your master's degree, because I know how they do not encourage. Not only do they discourage it, they suppress it. They
Like
do
I
not
remember
allow education
I
in that
started.
organization at all.
Yeah, the discouragement was I was when the shunning that they do is like if you're a disfellowship or if you get out then you get shunned. Baby, I was getting shunned before I even was officially out because I realized whilst I was still in that I was like, I'm gonna go take some classes at the French embassy so that I can go to university in France because it's cheaper and so on. So I'm doing my little plan kind of undercover so that I won't get so that they won't see what I'm doing. So then they find out that I'm taking classes, evening classes and so on. And these people start to like treat me like I have the plague. So I'm like, I thought this shunning was like when you leave. I ain't left yet.
Like, why y'all pre-shunning? Well, I don't see this in the book.
Girl, I got
Pre-shunning.
heavy into shunning. So eventually when I realized, okay, this shit is not gonna end and I'm not gonna give up my dream. I know what I wanna do. I was like, okay, fine. Whoever doesn't want to speak to me, doesn't speak to me. That's okay. And then I left the island, my island where I lived, without saying a word to anybody except the person who I lived with, which was an aunt of mine, who's also part of it. But she's like, man, I'm talking to my people. I don't give a damn. So I was with her and she was like, okay, take care of yourself and so on. But then I also had to, it was hard for me, but I had to let go of her as well because she kept sending me these things because I was trying to deconstruct by myself. She kept sending me these things and scriptures and magazines and so on. And I'm like, I can't. I'm trying to get this thing out of my mind. And she just kept on. And eventually she spoke to another family member who I was still in touch with. And I was like, I don't know why she's not speaking to me. I was so scared to tell her, I don't have a problem with you. It's just that I cannot keep receiving this thing. I'm trying to, and I was also scared to tell her that I was getting away from this belief system because then then I would be officially out and officially shunned and so on. So I was kind of scared, but now I don't really care. I speak to whoever speaks to me, and I'm okay.
Yeah, it takes time to get to that point. But yeah, the fear lingers. I think the fear was the last thing to go for me. And it took quite a while for that to happen. But I do think by what you're doing right now, educating yourself, researching, what you laughing at, thank you.
The last comment. If God doesn't exist, then why not just live for yourself and just rip people off to gain for self?
That's exactly what the religions do because all the money they've taken from all of us, where is it?
And
Right?
that's
So many disasters
exactly.
around the world. Are they helping people? No, they're building more buildings. As for the religion that I'm from, they're building buildings here, there, and everywhere.
But also, it's like saying I'm a horrible person, but I'm not going to be horrible because I believe God's going to strike me down. Like you're basically saying, right, that you would be that type of person, Mason.
Yeah,
Yes.
because without religion, they have no morality. Like their morality strictly depends on being part of a religion or having a belief in God. And I feel like so many people are good people without God. So that makes absolutely no sense.
And I think the simple answer to that question is because I don't want to do that. I don't have a desire to rip other people off any more than I have a desire to be ripped off. So again, I say this thing like this religion, it shines a light on your true character. So to the person that wrote that, if you think that way, you need to sit with yourself and think about whether or not you are truly a good person or are you a bad person on a leash, and the name on that leash is religion or God or fear or whatever.
Or
I don't do
Christ.
those things. Yeah, I don't
That
do
is so
those things
good.
because I don't want to.
That is just such a good point. They're just bad people who want to do bad things on a leash. Meanwhile, the person holding the leash is doing just as bad things as the big corporations that they speak of. Like, please stop.
But I think too, it stops them or takes away the need for them to actually be decent people or for them to actually change because they have the excuse that they're still going to sin, right? Jesus died for their sins. They can't be sinless because if they were sinless, they'd be Jesus. So there's that grace, like there, I can still sin and I'm still going to heaven. Like there's no real motivation for them to actually be decent humans, right? So there's no development actually happening there, and like they just I don't know. I forget. Like they make my hair hurt. I forgot what I was saying. They just the whole blood thing. Them being covered in the blood. Like there is no motivation for them to actually be good people.
Yeah, that is so true. Their entire motivation is just based because of the fear of not gaining this salvation or this heaven or whatever it is that they promised. Like if there's no reward, then there's no reason to be good. Whereas you should just be a good person.
I'm like seriously sick of like I don't think that they can change. Like I don't I don't know. It's like one after the other, back to back to back to back. They all say the same shit. They come in this room the same way with the same preconceived notions. Like they're like bots.
They're the very things that they claim God doesn't want us to be. He
Yeah.
doesn't want robots, yet they behave like one every single day
Mm-hmm.
with no critical thought, no consideration whatsoever of what the entailments of their belief system hold or are. Like just being able to type something like that tells me that that person has never truly sat and contemplated that idea for any length of time. They just spit it out their mouths because they've heard it said from a pulpit somewhere.
And I'm loving the fact that they don't like being judged after they've spent decades judging everybody else. I'm fucking loving it. Like they don't like the spotlight being put on them right now and their behavior and their lack of growth and their false ass claims. But they'll sit in they'll sit in a congregation while a bishop makes a young girl stand up on the altar and confess her sins to them. Like they'll amen and hallelujah somebody being judged in a church and putting all their tea out so they could go home and say, girl, did you know such and such daughter got pregnant? But they don't like us judging them. They don't like that. That's wrong.
And
Now we're persecuting you now because now you're being judged.
that video pissed me off so bad. And all of it just made my blood boil. But at the end, when he was like, and said something about baby showers, I'm like, so the baby doesn't need diapers. So because the mother wasn't married when she conceived, the baby can't have formula. You can't. What was the purpose of that? And it's almost like over and over and over and over again, like you said, Thinker, they don't think about the positions that they hold. They don't care whether or not this position of superiority absolutely squashes the people below them. They don't care, while at the same time saying that the only way to care is to behave like them.
Yep.
Oh, it's a mess. It's all a mess. This whole religion thing. It's
I think just this topic, like I think this topic fucks them up because
it
it's not talking about the God, it's talking about them. It fucks them up, so they can't. All they can do is come up here and act childish.
Has there been any fruitful conversation on this topic yet where they did
No,
not act child? Wow.
no. This one fucks them up. V.
Wow.
Yeah, no.
And this is this should be the easiest one to address
It should be because it's talking about just me, like just what
exactly.
I don't like, but they can't fuck with it.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to get into the mind of God. I'm not asking you to understand his plan. We know all of that is above you. Talk to me about why you act the way you do. Talk to me about why you say the things that you say. Talk to me about why you think the way that you think. That's why I think this particular prompt is fucking brilliant, because you can't wiggle away from this. You can't squirm out of it. You can't redirect the focus to something other than the choices and behavior that you make.
Their so-called free will. They preach free will, but they can't even fucking face the free will. That's the crazy thing.
That is wild. And then I think also, like that guy that came up saying that you think you're better than everybody else. You see in what they say, they're telling you how they think. They're telling you what their fears are. And all of us do that. Like if we pay attention when we converse with people, they're projecting to you exactly how their mind is structured. So even though they're not doing it intentionally, they're telling you what their fears are. They're telling you what they truly believe, if not on the conscious, definitely on a subconscious level. Maybe these conversations will spark something. I don't know, or maybe they'll just keep crashing out. This is wild.
Well, I mean, conversations like this is what I've came across multiple conversations like this on the internet, and I think this is that these conversations help me deconstruct. And I think if I'm not like the people who would come and like be disrespectful and try and say you think you're better than me and stuff like that, but I would sit and I would listen, and even though they're sitting there being all judgy and oh you think da 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 and oh, you're not intelligent if you don't believe in God, eventually it gets through to some of them because it did get through to me.
It was listening to those conversations. I've shared this before. It was listening to the conversations of other believers that was really the final thing that pulled that last brick of doubt out of my foundation of belief. Like it was hearing people trying to talk through and explain what they believe and failing at it every single time. It was people trying to defend belief systems like Jehovah's Witnesses or,
Yep.
other belief systems that are somewhat on the fringe of main Christianity. And I know you know what I mean by that.
Oh,
But I think it was listening to those conversations that I was like, none of these motherfuckers know what they're talking about. I'm like, no, they are all making this shit up as they go. And they just sometimes get a lot of people to buy into it. Sometimes they get a few people to buy into it. But they're all making this all this nonsense up.
The fact that they don't even think they have to read the book. Like if you had something that was powerful, like your claim is that you have this relationship with this powerful God, right? And that he left instructions for you, right? For you to get to know him. But you don't pick that motherfucker up. You don't pick it up. But this is your claim to fame. But you like if the Bible is supposed to be your claim to fame. That's supposed to be where you get all your blessings, all your wealth, all your knowledge. But you don't pick the motherfucker up. But you want everybody to pick up what the fuck you done told yourself. Like this, it just don't fucking make sense to me. Like if you had access to this deity, yeah, we see all the movies, the fantasy movies where people find like a genie in like a chest or something, right? Or they'll unlock some deity from another realm because they done came across some old relic, right? They're taking the relic with them. They're engaging with the relic. You motherfuckers know y'all don't got shit because y'all don't even fucking engage with the book. You know you don't.
As for the JW specifically, how I realized that these people just make shit up as they go, and I had to just take a moment to just laugh. So I'm nosy, right? So even though I don't attend, I'm not really getting involved in what they do. There are people who are on the inside, the spies, I would call them, the pretend JWs who they see stuff and then they come and they report back like on YouTube or in forums and so on. And they're like,
The
I remember
Pimos.
they're like, yeah, you shouldn't. I remember in my time, yeah, you're supposed to have always wear a skirt. It's also always supposed to be loose fitting because you don't want to. Do you know that now these people, these heifers, are wearing pants out? Like women are allowed to wear pants. They're out in the street in pants, giving out stuff to people.
Oh yeah, and the men can wear beards now because
And they can wear
for
beards.
so long they couldn't
Whereas
have
they were like,
beards.
oh, I know, like men, if you don't shave in like 2 days, if you're a hairy guy, your beard will come in. So my cousins would have like a stubble, and they would be, the older men would be like, oh, are you straying, brother so and so? And that is so, and it's such a worldly look, and da 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 da. Da.
You
And
can even
now
have
they're
locks
like,
back. You can even have locks back in the day.
you couldn't even have. So the moment I left, baby, I started my locks, but I had to cut them out to start over because there was some issues. But the moment I left, baby, I installed my locks. They were so pretty. But
What was wrong with locks? Why couldn't you have locks?
It
it's
was
worldly.
yeah.
It's
It
of the
was
world. Oh, and where I'm from, they said it's associated with Rastafarianism, which is another religion. So I don't know.
yeah. It was more of a it was a tethering to a culture that, according to them, it was anything that represented or could represent a culture. then you couldn't do it. So I think men couldn't be bald either, not by choice. I think if they lost their hair, they
Yeah.
could be bald, but you couldn't even like shave all your hair off. And that was some scripture that they pointed to. It was weird, right? It was some weird shit. It really
And I
was.
don't know if it's everywhere, but
This
like even makeup, right? When I was younger and I started to get into the YouTube girlies and doing my makeup, I started to work. So, I would get my makeup and, do my eyeshadow, my vibrant colors. They're like, that is so worldly. You have to be more subtle because it gives, these people like practically what it called like a Jezebel.
Yeah.
look, there is this video on TikTok. It's this older lady. She's a black lady, and she has on black lipstick, right? But she has on her church clothes, and her hair is like in like little curls, and she's standing up next to her wall, and it's just her and her wall, and she says, "The Spirit of the Lord is here." And that's all she says, right? Like I know she said, "I can feel it in the atmosphere," like that. Man, the Christians in the comments, like they're in the comments talking about, okay, auntie, like what some people say. I like the words, but I rebuke the spirit. Okay, auntie, you scare me. Like they are really scared. They're like, oh, they like, dude, she got a demon or is she praising Jesus? Like they're in the comments praying because of the way that she says it, and I think she was being 100% like serious. She just looks really serious when she's saying it, and they're fucking frightened when I tell you they are scared in the comments because she doesn't like her demeanor when she says it. It's funny as hell, but like they are so afraid of shit. Like they think everything is a demon. They think everything is out to get them. Like
We
Yep.
couldn't
it's
we couldn't watch Smurfs. We couldn't watch
Yeah.
Pokemon. I mean, we couldn't do anything. Everything was demonic. Like all of the denominations that are represented in this live today, all y'all were demonic too. Like anybody that wasn't a Jehovah's Witness, it was a religion of the devil. And that is crazy because I didn't know, Thinker, until you shared the other day that Kojic had something. They felt like the other denominations were not of God either. We were taught that all other religions accepted each other and kind of intermingled and exchanged like churches and shit like that. But we were
Interfaithing,
the
yeah.
only, yeah, we were the only ones that were set apart and different because we kept ourselves separate from false religion.
Babylon the Great.
Yep. That harlot.
Oh my.
I swear Yahweh and Jehovah done created a hellified mess. I will say.
And the interesting piece about it, people say all the time, why I would question why would a logical thinking adult opt into that religion? Because I grew up in it and I didn't have a choice. But listening to Dr. B and Dr. Kip and also You Thinker and Dan McClellan, I can see why people who are searching for the truth in scripture may be kind of their interest may be piqued by Jehovah's Witnesses because they did teach about the Hebrew Tetragrammaton. They taught about the truth of when Jesus, that December 25th wasn't Jesus's birthday. They talked about a lot of things that are factually true and kind of wrapped those pieces of truth into a whole lot of BS, and people buy into it. And so, but I never figured out, I could never growing up, I could never understand why someone would voluntarily step into such a controlling and high demand religion such as J-Dubs.
Yeah. Well, what I noticed, in the island where I'm from, they played a lot on people's emotions, like people who were going through difficult situations, tragedy, death of family members, like, and we have a lot of hurricanes and so on. What they would do, and I noticed, for example, two people in my specific congregation came in. One of them, her son, I think he ended up in a very serious accident, and then he ended up on drugs and ended up in a mental hospital and so on. They ended up convincing her. She came and she brought her husband and her granddaughters and so on. And another lady, her baby died from sickle cell anemia at a very, very young age. And I guess they play on these emotions, on this whole thing about paradise and the resurrection, and all of these things are going to happen, and you just have to believe in Jehovah, and you only have to just be serious about serving Jehovah and so on. And these people came in, and I think with time, when some of them got over their grief, well, not got over, but they kind of came past that initial grief, I noticed some of them left. Because I guess they used this reassuring message, according to them, to get people in. And even on some of us who were already in, it kind of worked on me as well, because both my parents died when I was like 8 years old, right? I was like a child, and even my mother was raised in it. When I was closer to my mother, my father, I don't know where that guy is, but was actually. My mother died, and whenever I would be going through stuff and they would have me speak to like the sisters in the congregation or whoever, whatever, like, you know what, you just have to believe, and you just have to whatever, and you're gonna see your mom in paradise, and I held on to that thing for so long, like I really, 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 because, and then I started to get frustrated because I'm like, I've been waiting forever. When is this time gonna come for me to see my mom again? And it's not coming. I'm getting frustrated. I'm getting older. I'm getting wiser. I'm making friends. I'm getting over that initial grief, that grief of a young child needing their mother that bad. And I kind of came to the point where I accepted that's my reality. And that promise, according to them, was no longer, it didn't really have a pull on my heartstrings anymore. So I think their thing is using these two tactics. It's like fearmongering, the Armageddon is coming, with these books with these like gruesome images of like fire and whatever coming down from heaven, and this whole thing about, you know what, if you stay with Jehovah, how you're gonna see all your loved ones again, and so on. And children also who like animals, they show pictures in the books about you could play with a lion, and you could play. These things were really played on children's minds. Like this, it was so unrealistic. It's so unrealistic now that I think about it. But these things really played on our hearts as young people in the religion. So it's really true. There are two main tactics. It's like fearmongering, right? If you stay, then you're gonna avoid this big disaster, and there's this great thing, or you could see your family members, or you would meet your whoever in paradise, or in other religion if it's heaven, or so on and so forth. So I'm glad I was able to get away from these things. That's insane.
Yeah, the fear of something happening to you or your family member if you were to leave Christ or question Christ, that was a big one for me. Thinking that, like they would always say, like, something's gonna happen to you or God's gonna get you. That was the big one for me. But I had to realize, like, shit happens to people. Like, shit happens in life, and it's not because a God is causing it to happen. But that fear mongering is a motherfucker. Like, even still to this day, my mom still tries to, like, she don't try to use the fear mongering, but she'll remind us in the chat, right? To like, y'all be careful out there, because God such and such, or the Bible says such and such and such, and you don't want God to do such and such and such. Like, she still does it to this day, but it's not in a way of saying, hey, if you don't do what's in it, if you don't do or believe in God, then this is going to happen to you. She uses it in her like morning messages and stuff. Does that make sense? Like in the family chat. Yeah. Like it's just a part of their entire belief system. It's like the fear mongering is baked in.
In the case of the JWs, it's kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy, and they set you up to suffer when you leave, like what I was explaining my situation earlier. Because you're so isolated, because you're not part of normal society, when you leave, you struggle so much that you kind of believe that you really made a mistake by leaving, right? Because when you're so isolated, you don't really have friends. You're not allowed to have friends outside. You're not allowed to attend events, socialize normally. Like we would go to school, and at the end of the day, you have to leave in right away. I always regret that I didn't get to participate in like after school activities and so on and so forth, because these things build skills. These things build like it helps you grow as a person. But when you're in a group where you're so controlled and then you suddenly leave, remember they've been telling you that when you leave, that Jehovah is not going to protect you anymore, and so on, so forth. You feel like you really lost that protection, when that's not really the case. You didn't lose the protection. You kind of now have to go and learn how to live in society like everybody else who's been doing so for like their entire lives. So it becomes like a self-fulfilling prophecy, and then a lot of people believe. So this whole thing about people who are being excommunicated or disfellowship from the religion, they run to come back because they realize life is hard, because I don't know how to socialize with people outside of this group. I don't know how to. A lot of them, what they've done is that they encourage you not to have like regular jobs. This thing is so insane when I think about it.
Like an abusive spouse or an abusive
Yeah,
relationship.
you're
They
not allowed to have a
isolate you.
regular job, right? If somebody in the congregation probably has a small business, they encourage you to work with them and not with. So you don't know how to apply for a job normally. You don't know how to. If your a brother in the congregation has a house, they would encourage you to rent from him instead of going and doing it, the normal way. So then you do everything. A lot of people end up doing their whole life, work, school, everything seems to be surrounded by them. So when you leave, you don't know how to function in society. So then you struggle, and then you believe, oh yeah, it's so true. What they say, that I'm going to struggle without Jehovah. And when you realize it's not that you struggle without Jehovah, it's that these people had you in a situation where you never learned to function in normal society. And now you're learning everything from scratch at a very late stage, which is what I went through. And I really struggled, I must say.
I mean, it's ultimately they handicap you and then they tell you that the rehabilitation is demonic presence or demonic influence or lack of divine favor. So they don't teach you the skills that you need in order to function in life. They don't teach you how to be critical thinkers. They don't teach you how to think anyway. They tell you what to think. And then they isolate you from the people of the world. You don't know how to engage with people who have different belief systems. You don't know how to engage in a conversation whatsoever. You know how to parrot what you've been told. And then the natural consequences of being exposed to, it's kind of like, I used this analogy the other day. If a child who had a parent who, you know what Munchausen's by proxy is, where the parent convinces the child that they're sick and there's literally nothing wrong with them. It's just for attention. If that situation occurred and the child was told that their legs didn't work and they were in a wheelchair, when they started walking, it would be uncomfortable for them. It would be new sensations left and right, new experiences left and right. But while going through that acclimation process, they're being told everything that you feel, everything that you experience is from the devil. And it becomes that self-fulfilling prophecy where you step away and you fear all of these things will happen. You fear all of these things will occur because God no longer has his hand on you. I use the analogy of the
Right.
Wiz all the time. All the things that Dorothy was told to fear in the Wiz were just normal people doing normal things. And they weren't these big boogeymen that they were made out to be. Boogeymen that they were made out to be. It's not like that. But you don't know that because you aren't taught to distinguish between two different things. You're just told what things are. And the world is painted in such a very black and white way for you. And I'm so glad that you were able to break free from that. And that's why I think this platform and these conversations are so incredibly critical.
Yeah, I'm so happy I found it, because I saw it last night when you were live. I saw it last night when the host was live, and I came in like really at the last minute when she was about to end it. I was like, oh, I want to say my piece, but then it was right at the end. I'm like, I'm gonna wait for her to go live this morning, and I I got it. So yeah, I think it's important for persons like yourself, like myself, like other people who are deconstructing to come and say their piece, because some of us could be hesitating, just waiting. Because let me tell you, I spent 5 years after coming to a sort of a realization, still staying in the religion, still not being unsure as to what to do. And it took me a while to gradually come out. And now I'm like 5 years out. So this is not like a 5 year process. It's been a 10-year process, but half of it has been me staying there and not knowing what to do. So I think platforms like these are very important. Conversations like these are very important to get people who are hesitating, who are considering, who are starting to get deconstruct mentally, for them to see that they're not alone, that there's a reality outside of these groups, these societies, these religions.
And I thank you for sharing your story, because it's very important for people to be able to see that they can, rebuild their life outside of those communities, out of the church, outside of the church communities. Like I said, it's similar to being in a relationship with, an abusive spouse, and they alienate you, or an abusive partner. Like they alienate you and make you feel like you need them, or there's nowhere to run to. And anytime you feel like you're about to run, they remind you that you don't have any money, or you don't have anywhere to stay, or it's going to be hard out there for you. And you end up going back or changing your mind. And then you're afraid, right, to start all back over again, or you're beat down and you don't think that you can. But I am what do I say, survivor of both. And it is definitely possible. Starlight has done it, so it's definitely possible. Thank you for coming up and sharing that with us.
Thank you for letting me share. I'm gonna stick around to hear what everyone else has to say, but I could get off the panel if to allow for
Yeah.
others to speak.
Okay. Thank you. Hope you have a great rest of the morning. Okay.
Thank you. Likewise.
I don't know if it's my contacts that's making my head hurt, or if it's the Christians. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, two things can be true at once. I agree. But I think it's time for a new prescription, though. I put in a new pair tonight, but like my head doesn't hurt. My eyes are blurry, but when I have on my glasses, they don't. It's not. It doesn't like feel weird. So I think it's time for a new prescription. Jeff. Jeff. Okay. Guess it's an accident.
Hello?
I thought I took him down. Did you join on accident? Okay. I don't know. Oh my goodness. I don't know what was going on with Jeff's phone. If you're in the guest box on purpose, can you please comment to let me know? That's another thing that irritates me, is bringing up accidental accounts. Goodness gracious.
That is so annoying.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing all right. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Can I get
I
your
am
age?
31
Oh,
and Christian by label, and then follower of the way by textual description.
so you're a believer.
Correct.
Why were you in the live yesterday?
I was.
Yeah, but you kept like tagging me yesterday saying, "Are you going to acknowledge me? Are you going to speak?" Why were you doing
Oh,
that?
yeah. That's what they were saying. They were saying I was spamming. I ain't like, when I get into lives, this my like fun time. So I just come in to listen to different people. But Yeah, I was just trying to see if you saw me because I was gonna get up, but I wasn't sure if you was gonna see
Yeah,
me or
but you were
not.
saying so you're not gonna say hello, like I know you or something.
No, no, no. I was just trying to make sure you saw me. I apologize for that because I
Uh,
was gonna enter into the conversation because this was the same prompt for yesterday.
yeah, I typically do run the same prompt all week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the reason why I chose you to come up right now is because of what the comments from yesterday. Because I thought maybe you were like a friendly or something.
Oh
It's
no,
it's
no,
kind of
no.
weird to me that you were a Christian doing that.
Oh no, no, no.
Well,
I
not
apologize.
weird that you were a Christian spamming my chat. That's pretty on brand. But that you were asking me why I didn't speak to you as if we were. But it's all good.
Just acknowledging. That's all.
You
I
wanted me to acknowledge you, and I
No,
didn't
no,
know who
no,
you
no.
were.
Yeah, I understood. I know it's crazy. I'm a little weird, but I wanted to get on and just apologize, not on behalf of the believers, but in a humble way, saying I'm sorry that I saw two people yesterday get on and three today get on and fuel the fire like for your headache, as in like they weren't listening to the fact that you were saying that the people are the problem and not the God that they serve because of the lack of representation of what they believe. And so I had to
No, I do
apologize for
think that
that.
God is like the belief systems are the problem as well. But I am
Mhm.
talking about the people this
Correct.
time. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. So because I watched three today for sure get up and like back to back do the same thing, and the lack of answering questions uh because they were trying to defend the faith. I'm not one that defends the faith. I like to exchange information just so people have the insight that they need for from what the text actually says. A lot of the times the teachings that we learned from our past haven't been textual, and I know that you say deconstruction. A lot of the terminology y'all use, I'm learning as I'm listening. So some of this stuff I do not know what it means for real. But I would call it reconstruction in the church, right? There's a young group of believers who see the same way that the outside world is looking at. We've seen the errors that our forefathers have made, and we're like now grouping together and having conversations about what needs to be done to change not the foundation of what Christianity is, but how it's been presented to the world. So that's why I wanted to apologize, because I saw the last person that I saw kind of irked me, but I don't like, I'm not going to bash nobody, but he kind of irked me. But no one got up and actually was answering the questions. They were just trying to say what you were or where you were headed based off of the belief.
Can I ask you a question? So, like, when with the well, first of all, let me say kudos to you and the young people that are like, wait, let's take a look at this,
Mm-hmm.
because that's definitely needed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you guys planning on making excuses for the stuff that the stories in this book, or do y'all plan on like doing the research and addressing it, accepting the facts and addressing your faith in that way, or do you plan on becoming apologist
Apologist for what?
for the book and the God and the things that the God taught?
I mean,
For
I'm not gonna apologize for what God has done.
no,
I can't
when
do that.
I don't know if you know what an apologist is.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm learning these terminologies as
Okay,
I'm
so
listening.
all
Yeah,
right, let me explain. So an
thank you.
apologist is someone who how do I say it? Because they basically apologize for the faith in a way that they create theological answers that create a plausibility, right? Or a plausible answer for something so that it validates the faith. Does that make sense?
Um,
So, like, for example, slavery.
mhm,
All right. In the book, The God Condones Slavery, he tells the
mhm,
Israelites that they are allowed to enslave people of other nations, that
mhm,
they can pass them down to their children and own them as property and treat them as slaves.
Okay.
An apologist, right, would say, okay, yep, I see that, the slavery in the Bible, but here's why God allowed that.
Right.
Because humans, right, are
Mm.
wicked people, and God needed to work with humans on a slower level, on their level, to convince them that owning other people were wrong. And so he didn't
Right.
actually condone slavery. He just
Okay.
allowed them to participate in what was already happening in the world,
Okay.
right? Which is,
I see the
it's,
text saying man servant and maid servant, but yeah, I get what you're saying though.
yeah, well, you're already like apologizing then, because that, what does that mean? You see maid servant, man servant. What, do you think that's something different?
That's like somebody that's hired for labor
No,
because
it's
they
not.
got paid.
No, it isn't. Like, so let me ask you this: have you started studying in the Hebrew?
No, I
So
only
where are you
read the
getting that?
Bible.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
man
So,
saved
but hold on,
servant.
hold on. Can I
Go
finish?
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Where, when you say that, like, notice that you're about to give me an explanation for what the
Mm-hmm.
word bondservant and maidservant means, right? You're
Okay.
about to give me that explanation, okay?
Okay.
And you have not studied the Hebrew. You don't know what the Hebrew word ibed means, okay?
Okay.
There is also a word in the Hebrew, a sakir, which means a hired worker.
Okay.
Now, you're about to answer a question that you have not studied. And what I want to ask you is, why are you about to do that? And then where did you get the answer that you're about to give me?
Well, my foundation comes from the Bible, not like the Bible
No,
that's
what the
written.
word means. What
Correct.
the word means, love. What
Right. Right.
when you say the word manservant and
And maid
maidservant
servant.
means
Correct.
a hired worker,
Hmm.
okay? I'm asking you. You said you have not studied the Hebrew, so you don't know what that word means in Hebrew. You
Not
don't.
Hebrew. No.
You do realize that the text was written in Hebrew.
I know, but it was translated right in English, but the
Hold on,
context
hold
of
on,
the
hold on.
text tells you that they got paid.
It does not. Sorry.
It does because it God tells them to give to the servants what they're owed.
So if I were to show you this,
Go ahead,
if
please.
I were to show, no, let me ask you: are you a gambling man?
Am I what?
Are you a gambling man? Do you
A
like to
gambling
bet?
man?
Yeah, or is that against your religion?
No, I mean, you're not supposed to gamble, but I do scratch offs.
You scratch that's cool.
Yeah.
Are you a man of your word? Now I did meet somebody yesterday who was a Christian who was not a man of their word, but are you
Okay.
a man of your word?
Correct.
Are you a man of your word?
Correct. But if you're gonna
Not
ask would I
correct. I'm
throw
not.
out
I'm not
something, I
telling you
won't.
that you are a man of your word. I'm asking you if you are.
I said
'Cause-
correct. Yes.
okay. Yes would be the answer, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So, if I were to bet you $100 that the words for bondservant and manservant does not mean a hired worker, right? And
Mm.
that in this text, when it talks about manservant and bondservant, that it is talking about chattel slaves. Would you cash out me $100?
No, I wouldn't bet you though
Why?
because
Why wouldn't you
I
bet
would
me?
believe that you were by the Hebrew text of it. I would believe that you're
No, no,
right.
no. I can show you. I can show you with both. I can show you, like I can show you with just the Bible, and then
Hmm.
I can also show you in the Hebrew.
With the context of the Bible where
Absolutely.
they get their rations and payments for what they do.
I can show you.
Okay.
I just want to know if you're going to bet me first.
Nah, no, I said I wouldn't bet. I've already stated that I wouldn't bet because I believe
Oh, well, then I'm not going
you
to
to
show
be
you
right.
then.
Oh, okay. I was saying I would
No,
believe
no, no.
you to
You
be
said
right.
because what? Because
I
what?
said I believe you to be right in the Hebrew text,
No,
correct?
no, no. I don't have to show you in the Hebrew. What I said was I could show you, right, just by using the context of the Bible, right?
I
And
would like you to show
and
me, but I'm not
and
gonna bet
I'm
you
not going to
for it.
show you unless we bet.
Oh
No,
no, I'm not gonna
because
bet.
okay, yeah. So
Okay.
that's not. Yeah, that's okay. So the reason why I
Mm-hmm.
asked that question, right? Like if you're going to do like you said, the reconstruction, like with young people, and
Mm-hmm.
again, I think it's an amazing thing that you're going to do that. But if you're going to do that, I think that you're only going into apologetics if you go into it the way that you're going into this conversation with me right now, because you have your preconceived notions. Like you don't go into the actual historical context to try to understand, right, what the text is actually saying. You don't go and check
Is that a
the
perception? Because I mean, I do. I just
I
haven't
just
done it for
asked you
that
that and
word.
you
I
said
haven't done it for
no.
that word. That's what I'm saying.
I just
Like
asked
there's
you, and listen. First off, like, let me finish.
go
Like,
ahead.
I asked questions to you to understand where you're coming from. This is exactly why I said, where did you get the answer, right? And why are you? I said, have you studied that? Have you gone into the Hebrew? Your answers were no. So my
I
next
haven't
follow up
studied the
question.
Hebrew for that
I get
word.
it. Please stop talking while I'm talking. Okay.
Hmm.
All right. And listen, you're about to go into defense mode. There's no need to do that. I'm literally acknowledging that you came on the stage and you said, "Hey, I
Hmm.
sat back, I watched my fellow brothers and sisters. I didn't like what I saw."
Hmm.
Right? You said you didn't like it.
Okay.
Right? And so you and some other young people at your church said, "Hey, what we're going to do, we're going to get together and we're going to reconstruct the teachings and make sure that non-believers see us differently than what they're seeing now, because those that have come before us have really fucked this up." Right? I heard you.
Hmm.
What I'm saying to you is, when you and I talked about the slavery thing,
Hmm.
right? You interrupted me and you said, "Well, it says manservant, maidservant." And I
Hmm.
said, "Well, why did you say that? What was the purpose of you saying that?" And you made it known that the reason why you emphasize those two words is because it's like, no, not really slavery. It's hired workers, right? And I asked you, well, have you studied that, right? Have you studied what that word actually means, right? Have you studied the history behind that word? Have you studied the Hebrew? You said no. So then my next question to you was, why were you getting ready to answer, right, a question that I asked you? Why were you getting ready to give me information about something you have not studied? And then where did you get that information from? And your response was that you got the information from the Bible,
Hmm.
right?
Hmm.
So that means that you have not studied it. So when I say, right, that when you're getting ready to do the reconstruction, make sure that you actually study it. You shouldn't get upset at me and say, well, how do you know? Is that a preconception? No, that's me actively listening to everything that you have said,
Hmm.
right? Right? Because I didn't add anything to our conversation, did I?
I'm telling you that I didn't study that word in Hebrew. That's what I told you, that I didn't study that word in Hebrew. That's what we were getting caught up
Did I
on.
say anything else, Fee? Did I say he
No,
didn't study the Bible at all? Did
no,
I?
That's
you
what
Yeah.
I'm
no.
saying. I didn't study that word in Hebrew. You
I
would be
didn't say
correct
you
about
did.
that.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Like
You
I
So
don't
think
know
for
what
that
you're
word,
talking about. You
for
don't
that
know what
word,
you're talking about. Stop, because you're getting ready to move right into what you say that you didn't like. Right? You're getting ready to do it, and I don't know why. Why are you getting ready to be on the defense
I'm
right
not
now?
defending
You
myself.
are literally defending yourself for something that you said. You said you didn't study it. And because I'm saying, when you get ready to do your reconstruction group, make sure you study. Make sure you go to the Hebrew. Make sure you understand the context before you start giving answers for stuff. Because I would tell you right now, Bird, you're wrong. And all you're going to do is become another poor piss apologist. That's all I was trying to say to you. But you got in your feelings, and why? And then I was really cool. I was really cool with you. And then y'all will get upset because now, guess what? Thinkers animated.
I don't mind being your punching bag.
Do you see this bullshit? Do you see what the fuck he just said?
And I think that this is a really key point. What is it, Bird? And I think this is the part that you're missing because Thinker gave you pushback. Now you feel like you're her punching bag, and you're completely missing the point. All she is saying to you, specifically on this subject of slavery, is that before you start reconstructing around the notion that the Bible does not condone chattel slavery, look at what the word is. Do the research on what that word is. Look at what the scriptures say. Look at what the scholarship says. Because it's one thing to deconstruct a belief system, right? But you're talking about reconstructing it. What is your foundation? Is your foundation accurate? Or are you just simply trying to paint over the structure that's already there? And if you don't do the research into what these words actually mean and what this text actually said and the historical context, the archaeological findings, all of those things. You're simply just painting a fresh coat of paint on an existing structure. You're not really reconstructing anything because you've never deconstructed it.
Do you mind
Does
if
it?
I ask a question?
Sure.
Is slavery like a slave is someone who doesn't get paid for their work, correct?
You.
If I'm not mistaken.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. That's that so that was my miscommunication because I'm thinking that as a bond servant and a maid servant, they are people who were paid for the work that they did in some form.
And what we're telling you is that that is incorrect. A
Okay.
bondservant is a slave.
Okay.
This Bible tells you that your God told his people that they could own other human beings for
Okay.
life and
And I
pass them
wouldn't
on to
apologize
others.
for that though.
Well, you didn't apologize for it, but you also didn't acknowledge it.
Because
Also, I literally said the words in Hebrew. I gave you both.
you did, but there
I
was no
literally
definition behind it.
I literally said a bond servant
Uh-huh.
is a eved,
Even
ebed, and
correct.
a hired servant is a secure. I literally said that, and I told you right that I could show you in the
And I
Bible
asked you to.
and in the Hebrew. But the thing is that the topic right isn't necessarily the slavery. I'm not here to be your teacher,
Okay.
right? We're here to
Understood.
talk about the behaviors of people who believe in this God.
Okay. What is delusional or delusions of candor?
I mean, you actually did that when you felt that you were special enough to be my punching bag.
For real?
Yes.
Because I said for you to express yourself and I'll
No,
be
that's not what you
take the
said.
one.
You
And
victimized yourself
as a
like poor
punching
little
bag?
Christian. Yeah,
Oh no no
like
no,
you
I wasn't trying to
victimized
be a
yourself.
victim.
Yeah,
That's not
it's
what I was
okay.
saying
I'm
at all.
okay being your punching bag. Like you're not special enough to be my punching bag.
No,
I don't want to
I think
fucking
you
punch
perceived it
down on
wrong.
y'all. Like literally, I approach y'all with as much grace and empathy as I fucking can. Because I swear, I don't like you guys come up here and you talk all soft and you do, but
I
your
think
person no stop talking over me, okay?
he said I
Like
made
I
that
swear
mistake.
there's nothing important that you have to say that you have to continue saying it in the middle of me talking. Nothing. You can wait. And if you cannot remember, right, what you want to say, write it down. Like I'm the host of the live and I fucking have a pen and a piece of paper.
Understood. I heard it
Okay?
while they were talking.
Okay. When you come up here and you're talking all soft,
Hmm.
right? And you say, "Oh, I'm different than everybody else," and in so many words. No, you didn't say those words, right? You didn't say those words exactly, but you came up here to let us know that you wanted to do something different. You wanted to be different than what you saw, and then you displayed the same exact characteristics as what you said you understood that what was making my head hurt from the conversations that I had with other believers. You did the exact same thing. And then when I try to explain to you, right, that I'm trying to I'm actively listening to you, right? I literally recited our whole entire conversation so that you would know that I heard everything that you said, right? And your response was, I'm okay being your punching bag. As
Hmm.
if you didn't know that that would be offensive as fuck,
Hmm.
right? Like y'all do little sneaky shit like that. Y'all say sneaky things like that to try to incite negative emotions in people. Like I can't even think of the word, but it's devious. And the very thing that you claim that you are, you're supposed to be peace, you're supposed to be love, you're supposed to be mercy, you're supposed to be grace. You are the exact opposite of it because you try to incite negative feelings and negative emotions in people.
Okay.
Yes, vindictive. Thank you, Ray.
mind if I speak? My I think it came off wrong when I thought about it on the drive here, and I was thinking about punching back. I was thinking about a release of stress, but the backside of it was like you share your words as though you're forcefully letting your stress out, and then I'm gonna rebuttal with a response. So it wasn't like, oh, you're bashing me. I don't feel bashed as a believer. Like I'm not worried about what people say about me as a believer. Like I'm okay with the negative outlook that people have on as being a believer. That's what I'm taught to suffer. So that's what I was given through the Word of God, to be ready to suffer. So I'm not worried about that. I was trying to allow a space for you to express yourself in whatever way you needed to.
Can I
That's
ask you a
that's
quick
what I meant
question?
by punching back. Correct?
Bert, Bert,
Yes,
can I
ma'am.
ask you a quick question?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that you're not concerned with the negative perception that people have of you because you are Christian, correct?
Hmm.
Are you concerned with the negative belief systems within Christianity?
As far as what? Can you give me some context, please?
Well, you were just talking about one of them with thinker, and I think that's the piece that you've completely pole vaulted on over, because the reality is that the belief systems that are posited in this book, the laws that this God dictated, the genocides that he
Hmm.
directed,
Hmm.
all of these things are the basis for which believers construct their belief systems.
Okay.
Their belief systems then are carried out and exemplified in their behaviors.
Okay.
Their behaviors have impact on those of us around you guys. Do you agree with
Understood.
that?
Understood. Definitely.
So the fact that you are okay being seen as negative or being seen as a bad person or whatever it is that you're okay with,
Hmm.
would that not then cause you to say, why would these people see me this way? Why would they say this about a belief system that to me is all about love and all about acceptance and all about all the positive things that a lot of you guys come up here and talk about?
Hmm.
Why would that be the case? Does it not cross your mind to investigate that piece of it to see where's that coming from? Are they making it up? Is it true? Does that word truly mean what that word means that Thinker said in Hebrew?
Okay.
If you are going to accept a belief system and allow it to guide and direct the only life that we know that we have,
Uh,
why would you not first verify that it's true?
to the first point of the question, when it came to the slavery part, I wouldn't I would accept it that God said that we or the Hebrews could have slaves. I wouldn't question God about why he did what he did, because this is who I believe is an all-knowing God. So what he did then had to have played out for the benefit of humanity in the end. That's how I would think about it as a believer.
So that means that you think slavery is only bad depending on who does it, or
No,
or an evil thing is only evil depending on who commits the evil.
no, I didn't. That's not what I said. I said I wouldn't question God about what he did. I didn't say whether I was okay with slavery or not.
I
But
gotta
I
I
think,
ask
said
a
I wouldn't
question.
question.
I gotta
yeah,
ask a question.
Go
okay.
ahead.
I'm sorry, Fia. Just really quickly.
Yes, ma'am.
You wouldn't question God about what He did.
Mm-hmm.
Listen to those words.
Mm-hmm.
You would not question God about what He did.
Mm-hmm.
Where is your God's body?
As far as God the Father of Jesus
Where is
Christ,
His
there is no
body on
body.
this? Where
There
is
is
His
no body.
body on it? There is no body.
There is no body.
How does your God do?
He speaks
How does He speak?
with his mouth. He's an audible God.
So your God would speak to all of us right now, and we can all hear Him.
If that was his wish, he could.
Why would it not be His wish?
Well, there was a time when he said he would no longer be with me, like his spirit would no
Does
longer
your
reside
God
with
do
man.
today? Does your
Yes, he
God do
does.
today?
Definitely.
How does
Definitely.
He do? How does He do?
He can do in many forms.
How? How?
He can do through people. He can do for
Hold on.
by himself.
Hold on. What can your God do by Himself without a human being? Outside of the weather and bullshit and the sun rising, what can your God do without a human being
Right.
in this realm on this earth?
Anything.
Name what?
He can create. Okay.
Without creation, don't go to creation.
No.
Don't go to creation. Not the sun rising, not a storm, not a tree growing. What can your God do in this world, on this earth, that you would have to not question him about, that he has done? What can he do without a human being?
Anything. That's why I'm
Name
saying
it.
there's
What?
nothing that he can't do.
Name it. What can he do?
He can, like,
What? Let me change. Let me change the question.
exclude
What can your
creation,
God name? Let me
but
change the
you're
question.
asking about
Let me change the
creating.
question. Oh, you already know that you can't answer this. You're a
I
little
said anything.
apologist.
I've already
You're
answered
no
it.
anything ain't fucking nothing. Like you're an
I
apologist.
didn't apologize.
You're
No,
probably in school to be an apologist.
no, I
Listen,
don't go to seminary. I'm
sure,
sorry.
sure. I didn't say shit about no seminary.
Oh, that's not where you learned it.
Listen to me.
Okay.
What can your God do on this earth that a human can do without a human body? What can your God do that we can do without a human body
If God
on this
wanted
earth?
to
Not
speak,
if. I don't want an if.
okay, God can create a car. He
Hey,
can
Kinky
create
Butt!
food.
Oh my god. Kenny missed you so much. Hi. Hey.
The
It's been
grandbabies are
2
there.
weeks. Yes. Hi.
Hey,
It's been 2 weeks. Oh my
I love
god.
baby
oh
Joy.
no.
Yes, I haven't seen her since
Oh,
Christmas. Hey, oh my
oh.
gosh, she done got so fat. Huh? Okay, y'all can go. I'm good. Thank y'all. Okay.
She said, get out. Y'all can
Oh
go with
my
the
god. I
babysitter.
missed her so much. Hi. Hey, Tinky. Okay. Can you answer that? I don't want to if. Okay. I don't want to if. I
Like
want to know. Yep.
plainly, he can
What
ride a
that? What
bike.
can
He
he?
can flick
Hold
on a
on.
light
Listen.
switch and turn it on.
Stop for a second.
Okay,
Without a human body.
correct.
Okay.
He can ride a bike. He can flick on and off a light switch. Is there
So you're
something
gonna lie?
specific?
You're gonna lie?
No, that's not a lie. That's something that
You're
God
gonna
can
lie?
do. God can do
Have you seen your
anything.
God ride a bike?
I haven't personally seen it, but he can
Okay.
do it.
What have you seen your God do? Because I see that I have to like get very specific with you because
Yes, you
you're willing to
do.
lie.
I'm
Okay.
not lying
What
though. That's
have
something he can
you,
do in my belief.
Bird,
That's
what
what he can
have
do.
you seen your God do on this earth that humans can do without a human body?
I haven't asked God to do anything
I
without a
didn't
human
ask if
body.
you've asked God to do anything. What have you seen him do?
He doesn't have to do anything
Oh,
here.
you're dishonest as fuck.
He doesn't have to
You
do
told me
anything
that you
here.
are a man of integrity, but you are a liar. You
How
realize
did I
that.
lie to you
You're
though? Express
disingenuous.
yourself. How did I
You
lie
are
to
a
you?
liar. No, stop it. You are a fucking liar. But here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. I think that logic spot in your head just got tickled.
It didn't.
Yes, it did. And you did a negotiation, right? You decided to negotiate with yourself and
About
lie to
what?
yourself. You decided to lie to yourself. You know damn well
God
that
can do anything?
you know damn well that you in this physical realm
Mm-hmm.
got more power than your God. And
No,
that
negative.
your God, stop talking while I'm talking. Your God, right, needs to use your mouth, needs to use another human's mouth, needs to use a human's body to do.
God
Your
speaks
your God,
audibly.
I'm talking. Stop talking while I'm talking. And so you wouldn't question God about him telling the Israelites that they could enslave somebody because you wouldn't be questioning your God. You would be questioning another human because it was another human who told you that a God told you that the Israelites could enslave. It was a human who wrote the book. It was a human who told you that a God exists. You wouldn't question God because you wouldn't question the human.
I don't question God because I
You
know God
can't
for
question.
myself.
Let me put it
And
this way
that's
since you like
the
specifics.
which one is
Let
that?
me put it this way
Go
since you
ahead.
like specifics, okay?
Uh-huh.
You fucking can't question your God because your God ain't got a fucking ear for you to talk to. You can't question your God because your God doesn't have a fucking body. You can't question your God because you have to go to another human who speaks, walks, and talks for your God. That's why.
Hey, Bert, can I ask you a question? Is he still here?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry, my mic turned off.
Okay, I want to ask you a question. I've been
Go ahead.
asking believers this the past couple of days.
Okay.
You know how you talk about the things in the Bible, like you know slavery is wrong. So, and I'm assuming that you would never enslave a person, correct?
No, that's not my character.
Okay, great. So you know that slavery is wrong. You wouldn't enslave a person. It's not your character because I mean, as a logical thinking human being, you know owning another person as property is not okay. And there's scriptures where God told people to kill men, woman, child, bash babies' heads against rocks. Like there's some difficult
It's real.
passages in this book.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, right. Okay. What if when you get to heaven, God asks you, why did you say that was okay for me to do that? What if his question to you is, I told you I was loved, but I behaved very unlovingly. You know what doing this to other human beings does. Why didn't you say something about it? Why didn't you speak out? Why didn't you ask me? Why didn't you do that? Like, what would your answer be to God? Because ultimately what you're saying is divine command theory is in play in your life. Meaning if God says it, then automatically it's good. Fuck how it impacts the other people. The impact be damned. If God said it, it's good. What if he asks you to answer for that position? What would your answer be?
I would tell him that he was just and righteous.
And if he says to you, it's not just and righteous to bash babies' heads against rocks, why would you say it's okay for me to do it?
Because it's not my place to tell God what's just and righteous. The thing about like that Old Testament thing is that at the end, God gives life everlasting back to the people who choose Christ. And so,
No, they don't. In the Old Testament, there's no concept of life everlasting in the Old Testament. That doesn't come about
but
until the New Testament.
exactly, but Christ went to the grave to preach to those that did not know him.
No, he
And they
didn't.
rose. Yes, he did. You gotta check the scriptures.
He told you very specifically he
Check
came
the
not for
scripture.
anybody but I did check the scripture, which is why I hold the position that I do. He said very clearly he didn't come for y'all. He came for the lost sheep of Israel. He made that very clear in every single thing that he said. Paul was the one that was trying to invite everybody to the party. That wasn't
Yes.
Jesus.
So when Peter was up and he saw the transfiguration, or the cloud came down with all the food on it, right, on the blanket. You remember this part?
That's during the time of Paul. That was after Jesus died. Stop.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
She clearly just made it
That was
clear that when
Peter.
your
That was
Jesus was
Peter.
here, but that was after your Jesus died when Peter had that dream.
Christ says
That was
that
after Peter
nothing
died.
God
Listen, you're
called
not in a room with
clean
people who don't read
unclean.
this book. You're
Okay,
not in
so
a
then
room
you
with people
know.
who don't read and who don't study. That was
So then you know.
after that was after your Christ died. And she very clearly told you that. She very
Christ
clearly
knew
already
that there
acknowledged
were going to be
that
more
when
than
your
Jews.
Jesus was here, he made it clear that he was here for the lost sheep of Israel. It wasn't until the Israelites rejected him that he started that his theology moved towards the Gentiles. But it was Paul, and
But
even
it
in those
moved
gospels. And
towards
stop
the
talking while I'm
Gentiles.
talking. I done told you
That's
that.
what
I
I
don't know
need
how
you to
many
say.
times. I done told you. I don't know how many times. Like you're just a rude, disingenuous, lack of integrity Christian right now. She like literally she told you that Jesus came for the lost sheep of Israel. It was Paul who invited y'all to the party. And it was Paul's letters who was in rotation before the gospels were even written. And so when the one of the gospels makes it seem as if Jesus is moving towards the Gentiles, that was clearly written after Paul had already started preaching this Jesus to the Gentiles. Now I gotta go. My granddaughter just shitted. I'll be right back.
Paul didn't start that. Peter was the one that God showed the vision to. It wasn't Paul. Paul got his assignment from the Lord on the road to Damascus, which was at a different time than Peter got the vision of the sheet with all the food coming down, and then the two Gentiles came to Peter's house so that he could preach the gospel to his family, and they got saved. That's in
So,
the word. That's in
so
Acts.
yeah, you're right. It is an act. But let me ask you this: how do you know any of that happened? You're basically, listen to what I'm saying before you interrupt me. Listen to what I'm saying. You're saying to me that a book written 2,500 years ago
Hmm.
that tells you a man had a vision while walking on the road and saw something and wrote
Hmm.
it down about a man who lived years, decades before. I want to say how many, I don't know how many years it was before that Jesus died, that Paul came on the scene. I can't remember. But you're ultimately taking the word of a person who told you that they had a vision, and you accept this because where you grew up, this is the accepted belief system. There's no external verification or validation that any of the shit in this book actually happened. Yet you've staked your entire existence on it and you've built your life around it. And you haven't even confirmed whether or not it's true.
Can I?
I could tell you right now, well, you know, there should be there's a man hopping around from building to building in New York
Mhm.
City because the Marvel books talk about Spider-Man.
Right. I was
Like,
just gonna say that.
right, that doesn't make any
That
sense.
was cute. No, this is the one thing that you're right about. Like, as far as historic record goes, we don't even really see the Hebrews mentioned much in our history books, right? So we have Xerxes that was a king, and we have him actually in the history, right? Books, right? We have uh what they say, the Gentiles, the Greeks, right? They're in history books. But these people were spoken of in the Old Testament, and they had relations with the Hebrews, right? The Hebrews, as they traveled through history,
What?
I have no idea what
you're
he's
not
talking about.
Wait,
you're not
wait,
getting what I'm
what?
saying.
Hell
We were
no.
talking history, right?
Yeah, right. What history are you? What
Oh,
history
you
are you
have
talking
no.
about?
She asked a question
What
about
history are you talking
why I
about? That
believe. She asked a question about why I believe it. Period. Like, why do I believe about something that was written by somebody? Like, how do I even know it's real? And
yeah,
I'm
but what
saying,
history are you talking about
oh,
that
from
has the? Can I
yes, ma'am.
answer the question? What history are you talking about that has to deal with Xerxes and Alexander the Great and the Hebrews?
Hmm.
That's not in this Bible. What history?
No, it is. It's in the Bible. I'm
I said
saying
that's
that.
not in the Bible. When we're talking about
Oh,
history,
okay,
the Bible
okay.
isn't history.
So
What extra biblical history are you talking about?
I wasn't talking extra biblical history. I was making a point that, like, the history books don't talk about the interaction between these kings and so on and so forth in the Hebrews, right? Like, our basic history books don't talk about, like, when they talk about Xerxes, they don't talk about Daniel being the one that gave him the dream or the vision. No, that was Nebuchadnezzar. I'm sorry, I'm off right there. When they talk about Xerxes, they don't talk about the Hebrews and how Malachi got permission to go rebuild Jerusalem and things like that. They don't say that in the history books.
Because the
But
shit didn't happen.
it would have to be record if you go check the
It's
records of
not.
Kings, right?
That it's not. That's
So
the thing. Like, and even the whole story about Nebuchadnezzar, that shit didn't happen. The
Nebuchadnezzar wasn't a king,
Nebuchadnezzar was definitely a king, but
and
Nebuchadnezzar was
Xerxes
not.
wasn't a
Stop
king.
fucking talking while I'm talking. Damn, like who taught y'all how to have conversations?
I wasn't even finished.
Like literally, I was talking about Nebuchadnezzar, and you butted in. And Nebuchadnezzar wasn't a king. The story about Nebuchadnezzar is about Nebuchadnezzar, and the chronicles of Nineveh show it. Nebuchadnezzar was the king at that time. Nebuchadnezzar is the one who was in exile for like 10 years. Belshazzar wasn't Nebuchadnezzar's son. Belshazzar was Nebuchadnezzar's son. And Belshazzar wasn't even in Babylon at the time when the Assyrians came in and conquer Babylon. And it wasn't the Medes, it was the Assyrians. And when Nebuchadnezzar ran, the Assyrian king captured him and took him to Cyprus.
And you said this was where?
It's in the Babylonian Chronicles.
Okay.
It's recorded there in their history.
In the Chronicles
And
of the
Nebuchadnezzar's chronicles from where he was in exile, and he wrote about his time in exile. The letters that when Nebuchadnezzar came back, the priest of Marduk told Nebuchadnezzar that Belshazzar wouldn't. He ended the festivals and didn't collect the taxes while he was gone. So Nebuchadnezzar sent his son away to be head of the military. And there are clay tablets with order forms sending toiletries to Belshazzar away from Babylon during the time that the king of Assyria came in and conquered Babylon. Like, the story isn't true. It's fan fiction. That's why you don't see it in actual history.
I don't see that how that is, because if you go to the like Christ for the Nations, they have books on the chronicles of these things as well, like from for the Hebrews.
Do me a favor.
Yeah.
Repeat back to me everything that I just said to you.
You were talking about how I don't know, like Nebuchadnezzar wasn't the actual king. It was Nabias. Is that what you said? And then
Why did I say it? What resources did I say they had for that?
You were talking about the chronicles of the Babylonians, correct?
And what else?
Then you were talking about how Belshazzar was Nebias' son and not Nebuchadnezzar.
But I stated how they knew. What else did they have?
Oh, you said you were talking about the tablets, or no, the toiletries. I'm sorry, the toiletries that they were written on. Correct?
3 different points of references. 3.
Okay.
The Babylonian Kingly Chronicles.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Nebuchadnezzar's chronicles when he was in exile. Okay. And order forms on cuneiform tablets. Right. That all correlate. Right. 3 different points of reference of resources.
Okay.
Okay. and you say nope, that can't be true because the Hebrew book.
Right. No, I mean, like I said earlier, my stance is my foundation is always going to be biblical, regardless of what anybody says.
And nobody's telling you that your faith can be biblical. We're talking about facts.
Right.
Right. And so again, like I say, there's this you speak when I say you could speak. There's this negotiation that y'all do. Yep, I'm glad you can laugh. There's this negotiation that y'all do. You are met with logic, you're met with facts, and then you negotiate with yourself and you choose to believe a lie. You just basically said, regardless of what the facts say,
mm-hmm.
my foundation is in Bible, therefore I believe the Bible, regardless of what the facts say.
Right.
So like there's no point, right, in having these type of conversations with you, because you're going to believe whatever you have already told yourself is true. Like you saying that you and your young Christian
we're not going to
members, like, God damn, would you stop it? It's a waste of time, because all you're going to do is create a bad apologetic group. You're just going to reinforce lies. You're not going to look for the truth. You're not going to accept the truth. You might as well just keep the same damn doctrine that you have, because all you're going to do is teach them how to apologize for the fucked up shit that already exists in the religion.
And if ultimately you've decided that this is what you want to believe, I love that for you. As long as you don't try to force that down anybody's throat, okay. But you cannot simultaneously say, I'm looking for truth, I'm reconstructing, and I'm trying to do it in a way that is accurate, and ignore data. Because the reality is, if any of us start researching anything with a conclusion in hand, we're not doing research. And Thinker shares all the time, when she started diving into this information, it was for the purpose of getting closer to this God, but the data did not support that.
Right.
When we're looking into things, we don't go where we want to go, we go where the data leads us, and oftentimes it's in locations we did not want to land up. I know that's the case for me.
I think it might have been misunderstood when I said reconstruction. When I said reconstruction, I was talking about what was the character of the Christian that has been shown, because it has been the lack of the, I guess
You
we could
ain't gonna
say,
be able to change somebody's character. What the fuck? That's a waste
no,
of fucking
God
time.
does.
No,
God
you
does.
ain't God, motherfucker.
No,
Like,
I
this is
said
what
God
I
does.
keep
I'm
telling,
not
but
trying
you,
to
like,
be
you're
God.
saying reconstructing the character of what has been shown. That's not your responsibility. You can't fucking do that. The only thing that you can do is attack the damn beliefs. Y'all keep trying to put yourselves in your God's space. You ain't
That's
your
not what I
God.
said.
You're
That's not what
not
I
your,
said.
well, you are your God, but you're not your God.
I'm
You
not.
don't have the power that you believe that your God has. Okay? You can't reconstruct somebody else's character. Worry about your own fucking character. How in the hell are you going to create a group, right, focused on reconstructing somebody else's character when yours is flawed?
Well,
You won't even look at your own self.
I do look at
No,
myself.
you sat up here and gaslit the fuck out of me,
How?
right? In the very beginning of this conversation, right? I even approached you with empathy and grace, right? You sat up here and lied, right?
Why?
Refused. Yes, you did. You made yourself a victim. You did every
I didn't
fucking
do that.
thing
I
that you said
expressed
that you did not
disappointment.
like what the other Christians did. You can't fix somebody else's character if you're not willing to fix your own.
I expressed what the punching bag was. That wasn't me
I,
being a victim. I'm
and
sorry.
what all you do, like what you said about the punching bag, is some bullshit as apologist shit. The same shit that you plan on doing about this book. The same type of apology that you plan on making about the stories in this book. All you did was deflect.
I understand that that's how you feel, and I can't change that. But when I say change the character of people, I'm not talking about like me going in, hey, you need to do this, do that. I'm talking about through the word of God, people seeing
Oh,
how
you're gonna go and
Christ walked.
preach? You're gonna go and preach?
How Christ walked. Yeah.
Do you? Is that not the message today? Be
Yeah,
like Christ.
but
Love your neighbor like you love yourself. Like, that's the same message y'all already preach, bro. Like that. Do you realize that that is the surface level bullshit? That is the reason why y'all don't think you actually need to look at yourselves.
but I look at myself every day when I
But you
read the
know,
word of God.
but Bird, the interesting thing about this is that at the beginning of this conversation, you came up here to apologize for the character, right? But
Mm-hmm.
the first part of the conversation was addressing your behavior. And
Mm-hmm.
I think, and your behavior yesterday, the things that you were saying in the chat, and it's almost like you are exemplifying every single thing that we're talking about, because in your mind, because your intent was a specific thing, the impact of your behavior is irrelevant. In the same way with this God, if his intent is just the impact of what he does is irrelevant, and that's just not fair. If we're going to be honest about a character assessment, we have to start with ourselves. And starting with ourselves, it has to include looking at how our choices and behavior impact other people.
You know what? You know what? First off, hold on. Who is it? Precious Merriweather. I can cut off whoever the fuck I want to cut off. It's my live. Second, you know what I thought about the in the comments where the Christians have issues with people being animated or having emotions. To me, it's my emotions are louder than their bullshit. They can be quiet and soft and devious and vindictive and disingenuous and hateful and fearmongering, just like that. And it's harmful as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, stop talking while I'm talking. It's harmful. It's like a fucking snake. It's like it slithers in It's so fucking sneaky and harmful and deadly. And then they'll shine a light on someone calling that shit out and saying what you are doing is hurting me. It's harmful. And because a person is expressing that hurt, they will demonize the person expressing the hurt and completely ignore the motherfucker that's doing it.
Do you feel like I demonize you?
Did I say you?
No, I'm asking a question.
I think you are very manipulative. I think you're very manipulative.
I can be, definitely.
No, I think you
Not
are.
right now.
I think you are very manipulative.
No,
You're
I can
very
be, but I'm not
well,
right now.
but you are. Yes, you are. You're very
No.
manipulative. You are. You are very manipulative, and I think you think that you are being slick, but you're not.
No, I'm not trying to be slick. That's not why I came up here.
Sure.
I think saying I can be manipulative and is a little bit more insidious than just admitting that you're manipulative. Because when you're saying you can be, you intentionally behave that way, and I don't think that there's anything more insidious than that. And pardon me for all of the Game of Thrones references, because like I said, I just finished it last
It's
night.
a fire show. I get it.
Yeah, it's Littlefinger. It's literally Littlefinger. There's this benevolence and this, oh, I'm just here to help you, while all the time manipulating things behind the scene to their benefit. And that's exactly what this feels like.
Can I ask a question now, since you said
Sorry, I
that?
got excited.
Can I? So a little bit earlier, she was like, I'm sorry. Thinker was like, I don't want to. Thinker was like, you have to look at yourself. Me letting you know that I can be manipulative is me actually showing you that there was a time when I had to look at myself and say, Judah, you're a manipulative person. So that's why I can say now I'm not being.
You are manipulative right now. The very fact, like you think, yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're very manipulative right now, and you are.
Express ourselves.
Sure.
Hey, Bert, can you go on mute so you'll stop
Yes, ma'am.
interrupting Thinker? Yeah,
Yes,
just put yourself on mute because it's really distracting when you talk over her. Thanks, Thinker.
Thank you. Like you think that saying that you can be manipulative, right, is you doing a self-reflection, but all you are doing is deflecting in the moment, because what I literally said is that you are a manipulative person, right? And someone who has actually self-reflected and has recognized their manipulative capability says, you know what, yeah, I am manipulative, but that's something that I'm working on, or I have recognized that about myself. That's something that I'm working on. But not you. Not you, Bird. You deflected. You knocked it away from you. And then you tried to bring it back and use it. You think that we don't recognize what you're doing?
Yeah, this would be the time where you can talk because Thinker's not talking. So you can come off mute now and respond.
Oh, okay, thank you. There we go. All right. Um, I'm from a personal perspective, I don't see myself being manipulative right now because I know what it looks like when I'm manipulative.
Do you think that there is a possibility that you can behave in manipulative ways and not recognize it, depending on the subject?
I mean, not recognize it, no, because I believe manipulation is something like a choice that I'm making to do.
So you never knew, there were times that every time you were manipulative in the past, you knew exactly what you were doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So how long have you been working on being manipulative? When did you recognize it?
It was an art form that I learned since I was young.
No, when did you recognize that you were manipulative?
I was like 11.
When you were 11. And when did you start working on not being manipulative?
I want to say 24.
24, 2024?
No, 24.
When
That
you
was
were
cute though. I
24?
like your jokes. Yeah, 24 when I was 24.
I'm not trying to be cute, I'm not joking
Nah.
with you. Like, what the fuck? I don't know how old you are, and
Oh, I'm 31.
like,
I said that at
yeah.
the
So,
beginning.
like, when you say 24, I thought you was talking about 2024.
Okay.
So you're you're not you don't see yourself as a manipulative person now.
Not in this moment, no.
When was the last time you were a manipulative person?
With all honesty, probably like 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. And do you think that you recognize any time that you use manipulation?
Correct, because I said I know when I do it because it was an art form for me.
So yesterday when you came in here spamming my motherfucking chat, tagging me, right? And I asked you today, like, why the fuck did you do that? As if I know who you are. What did you say? Why did you say you did it?
Because I wanted to be noticed. I
And
wanted you to acknowledge me, right?
you were manipulating me to notice you.
Spot on.
Because I got in the chat like
You
on a
were
live
manipulating me yesterday to notice you.
by saying hello
Were
to
you
you.
were you manipulating me to notice you yesterday?
No, I was talking.
And I think this is a perfect example of why the residue of things that we're working on can be present still in us. Thinker just masterfully showed you where you are still engaging in manipulation.
How
The
is it?
reality, hang on, Bird, let me finish. The reality is that anytime that we are wanting to be perceived by a certain way to people, that is manipulation. And you have to realize that under a Christian worldview, everything is painted as black and white, but there are shades of gray. So manipulation in and of itself is not. My bad, I got a call. Manipulation is not automatically a negative thing, but if you aren't willing to really analyze yourself to see the different ways in which it still shows up in your life, then you're simply lying to yourself. And to Thinker's point, yesterday in the chat, you said I come in chats and this is just where I let off steam, or I do this, that, and the third. But you had a goal.
I don't think she was done.
She got a phone call. She'll be back.
Oh, okay. Do you mind if I ask? So when a person comes in and just says hello, like just because that's how I started off. I
Don't
said
start
hello.
manipulating because you already told us that you did it for a purpose. Just chill, okay? And just take it.
To
You
be
already, at the
seen?
beginning of your conversation, you already
To be
told us you did it
seen?
on purpose. It's manipulation. Like, you getting ready to try to wiggle your way out of it. Work on it. Sit
I'm
in it.
not. I'm
Sit
not.
in
I'm
it.
not. I'm not. I'm not
Hey,
trying to
hey,
wiggle out of nothing. I'm
yes,
asking
you
you a
are.
question. I'm asking.
Like,
I'm literally
look,
asking you a
bruh,
question.
we're talking about manipulation.
Right.
Just fucking sit in it. You said that you wanted to work on it. Sit in it.
Okay.
Fee, are you back?
Do you mind if I ask the question?
Fee,
Oh, okay. No. I'm sorry.
go ahead. She's still on her call.
You consider manipulation a person just wanting to be seen?
It's the way you go about it.
By saying hello and then asking, "Do you notice me?" That in a direct form is manipulation.
Thinker, when my husband and I first started dating, I told him that I would not let him not talk to me. Literally what I said to him, because he was in a place where he was like, yeah, I'll stop talking to people and just not think about them anymore. And I was like, you're not gonna do that to me. I drove 45 minutes to his mom's house to see him. I manipulated him into talking to me by doing that. I was very
Yep.
direct.
Very
But I
direct.
That
manipulated
is
him
what. Okay, so then
into
we all
talking to
manipulate.
me
She's
by
talking
doing
right
that.
now, Bird. Sorry. Go ahead, Simone.
It's like he doesn't understand when someone else's sound is coming out of their mouth that his should not have sound coming out of it. It's cool. It's cool. But that was manipulation. It was in a good it was coming from a good place, but I still manipulated him into talking to me. Manipulation does not automatically mean negative, and I think that's where you're stuck.
And I'm sorry, I got a phone call, y'all. My bad for cutting out in the middle of what I was saying.
It's okay. You can pick up where you left off if you want.
Well, based on what I just heard Simone Bible say, that's exactly what I was going to say. Like, it's just the black and white.
Fee is a very important person.
What happened?
I said you're a very important person. We could.
Oh, y'all are sweet. I don't know about that, but y'all are sweet. Yeah, like it forces you to reject things that are a natural part of human interactions. Manipulation is not a negative thing in and of itself. It depends on how you use it. Anger is not a negative thing in and of itself. It depends on how you use it. So your default is to buck against anybody who says you're being manipulative because you think it's a bad thing. When we clearly pointed out ways that you were being manipulative, sit with that. Don't reject it, sit with it. What does it mean? How does that show up in my life in other ways? All of us have to do that, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's what personal growth is.
Is it okay to speak?
Yes, it's okay to speak. And I think
And the
even
next
that,
time, nobody's going to tell you yes, because
look at the baby.
common sense that when there's not a sound coming out of somebody's mouth, that's an opportunity to speak. That's just common sense. So going forward, we're not going to answer that question. I gotta go. I'll be back.
Okay, and we also, Bert, we go on mute when we're not speaking. So if you see me and Simone on mute, then it's your turn to speak.
Okay. So would y'all consider persistence manipulation as well?
Persistence for what?
Like when Simone was talking about how she drove, and I apologize for using your um, imagery, but when she talked about how she drove to be where her man was, she called it manipulation, but that's something I just see as persistence. Knowing that he would have, or knowing that it was possible that he would have stopped talking, but she was like, no, I'm going to make sure I'm in a space where he does talk to me, like in a persistent way. And she drove out there, but y'all see that as manipulation. I see that as persistence. And so when I'm saying hello and then I'm asking, do you see me? I was from a place of, in my thought process, this is me being persistent, not manipulative.
Ultimately, and this is just maybe a more philosophical perspective, everything that we do with a goal is manipulation. We have a purpose. And sometimes that purpose can be to serve our own interests. Sometimes that purpose can be to serve the interests of others. And that's why I think instead of looking at things on such a black and white, through such a black and white lens, we have to look at it through a scale. Like, what is the reason that this tactic is being utilized? But taking this back to the context of religion, we aren't taught to do that in religion. We are taught this is bad, this is good, full stop, period. We don't delve into like the social dynamics or the interpersonal dynamics or all of the things that we need and that actually happen under the surface that we never look at. We just call a thing bad. So yes, she was persistent to the goal or accomplishing the goal that she wanted to accomplish. But every move we make that has a goal is some form of manipulation if it involves another person. Does that make sense?
Yes. I'm not even gonna say no. Like, yeah, it does. We just, okay. Terminology wise, we're off. Understood.
But it's not truly about terminology. Tell me where you disagree. Which terminology are we off on? Because I agree with you that it is about being persistent. She is persistent in her goal of manipulating the behavior of the person that she was engaging with. I didn't hear her story, so I can't speak to specifics. But everything that we do with a purpose is a form of manipulation. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, well, what you stated earlier when you said manipulation in my mind has a negative connotation to it, then you would be correct. So that's why I wouldn't put persistence and manipulation in the same category.
Well, I mean, I can see that being the case. How you've been taught to see a thing through a specific lens your entire life. It's not going to change in the course of one conversation, but I would encourage you to think about it. Write it down. Like, think about whether or not, think about anything that you've done, any interaction that you've had with a person at work, in your personal life. You have a goal. Like, if I go and I am trying to think of an example, but I don't think it's going to matter. I just think you need to kind of sit with it and think about it for a while. If you can come up with an example of an interaction that you had with someone and it was a purpose and you had a goal and it did not fall under the umbrella of what manipulation actually is, not how you feel about it, not how you see it and what you've been taught to believe the word means, but what it truly means. Bring it back and talk to me about it.
Right. I don't know if you assume that I've been in just church my whole life where you when you say spiritual lens about everything, but I haven't been in church my whole life though, but
Yeah, I
that's
made no assumptions about that. No, I
oh,
don't think it. I don't think it matters. The fact that you told me that you see manipulation as negative is all that matters. Where it came from is pretty inconsequential.
oh, understood. You said when we put a application in for a job and we call, like when they teach you about going for a job and you call after you put the application in, you call and ask them, hey, this is Jude, or just tell them, hey, this is Judah Bird. I'm calling. I just put an application in. I just wanted you to, have my name and my voice or whatever. If it's a video call or you walk up to the place that you put the application in, is that manipulation or persistence?
It's both. You are persistently working to manipulate them to the goal that you want. You want the job. And that's not a negative thing, Judah. It just is what it is. Like, words have meanings, definitions, they have usages. That is, you are being persistent in your behavior because you have a goal in mind and you want that person to do a thing. Think of it as a dial, right? Like, you're turning a dial. The turning of the dial, any action that you make to try to get the setting or the desired outcome that you want, that is manipulation. Manipulation means to move. You can manipulate things in your hand. That's movement. You're trying to form or direct things in a specific way. That is manipulation. It's not a bad thing. You're just going to have to ultimately reframe how you're thinking about it.
I mean, God uses manipulation all the time. Like when Christians say that they're going through stuff because their God is testing them, wouldn't that be manipulation? Because he wants them to act a certain way, think a certain thing, do a certain thing. Wouldn't that be manipulation?
I, I'm I'm trying to agree with y'all on this, but I do want to say I apologize for manipulating you. I did not know you seen it that way. Or trying to. I'm not going to say I manipulated you because I can't do that. Trying
I mean,
to.
there's like literally, why did I tell you that I chose you today to come on stage?
Oh, because by the way that I came at you, you thought that we knew each other or something, correct?
So did you succeed at manipulating me?
Do I have to say yes? Because
Did you succeed at what you wanted yesterday?
no,
Did
because
you
I didn't come up
succeed?
yesterday. But yes, today I did, correct.
Exactly.
Right.
So you did
Am I
manipulate
persistent?
me. So you
I'm
did.
persistent.
So like a half apology, right? And I'm not even asking for you to apologize. Like honestly, it's the fact of you saying, you being disingenuous and saying that you were not deflecting away, right? From when I said that you are manipulative, right? You don't have to apologize for being manipulative. It's the way that you have allowed this conversation to go. And then on top of that, Bird, I take the brunt of the negativity when y'all are the ones that usually incite the conversations to go this way. And then it's because I'm not. someone, because let me say it this way, because I'm very transparent, right? And my emotions, and I say what the fuck I want to say. I take the brunt of shit that you actually started. If anything, that's what you should be apologizing for.
How disingenuous. Can I get, I know I should know these by now, but context me.
Are you asking what the word means?
Correct.
Pretending that you don't understand something, pretending that you don't remember something, that something happened, that you remember it a different way, pretending that you said one thing and did another. Like it's a form of dishonesty, but you're pretending to be oblivious to reality, intellectually dishonest, things like that. Yeah, just not being genuine.
Okay. Okay.
She
I
fucked that
honestly
bottle up.
thank y'all for y'all time. Y'all are amazing women. I'm gonna go think about these things. I'm gonna talk about it with God. We're gonna get it understood, and then
You gonna
hopefully
talk
I'll see
about it with
y'all
God in
again.
somebody else's body?
No, no, I talk to
You
God.
gonna
It
talk
just be
about it
me
with
and
God
him.
in your
It
head?
just be me and him.
In your head?
It just be me and him for real, for real. But
Yeah.
I enjoyed this. I really enjoy what y'all do here, man. Y'all challenge the believers for real, and that's dope. Cause we need that. We need to be challenged, and I'm for it. I really am. I'm for it.
All right, go with God, Bird. Have a good one.
Thank you, sweetie.
Don't call me sweetie, Bird. I'm not your
Oh,
sweetie.
thank you, thinker.
You're welcome. Why do men think all women want to be called sweetie?
I don't know. That itches my ass every single time. I also giggle so loud when you tell people to go with God. I don't know why that tickles me so much.
That's where they going. Exactly. This subtle manipulation. Why the fuck subtle manipulation? Okay, Tinky Butt, hold on. She has a cold.
Baby.
I don't like it. Let's see. Who's next? Thank you. Because I have my whole life pronounced to be in subtle. It don't even sound right. Subtle, 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 subtle. I can't fucking do it. It's going to come out. I can't do it.
Think of it spelled like S-U-T, subtle.
Subtle. Okay, thank you. It's gonna revert back. Subtle, yeah.
Somebody
Who's
said,
next?
Thinker, you have a baby? Congratulations.
It's my grandbaby, y'all. And before somebody said, "You're a grandmama," yeah. Okay, okay. Oh, who's next? If you're, oh, hold on. Can y'all do this? I'll be right back. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take her to her dad. She got a cold. I don't like it.
Poor baby.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna take her to her dad. I'll be
Okay.
back.
Anybody in the comments want, or in the request want to come up? Simone, you see people on your end? Let's see. I'll just start
There's
at the,
several in there, but I haven't seen it. Oh, wait, I
yeah.
see a me.
Who's a me? Okay, let me see.
Call me. What? I can't even see today.
I see Nisi, Rachel. Call me Melody God. Let's see.
Okay.
Hello.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. Doing great.
Awesome. Are you what's your age for TikTok purposes?
36.
Okay, cool. And are you a believer? Deconstructing?
Absolutely not.
Okay. All right. What topic did you want to, or which area of headache would you like to discuss this morning?
Oh, I mean, I'm coming down from the headache that just left the what is it, the request box? The
Yeah.
last headache y'all had up here? That
Yeah.
was wow. Very much wow. I was raised in that environment as far as the church thing. Heavy indoctrination, and it's the delusions of grandeur, like all of that. I get it, I get it. The symptoms, as far as the context of what this live is about, getting on to that. Yes, I believe that there's way more symptoms that come along with that environment. As you saw from the example of the guy that was last on this stage, very heavy denial, very heavy lack of accountability, lack of any sense of self and the people around in the sense of what's been going on. It was appalling to me just listening to all that. I was like, wait, what? Sir, why? First, why are you talking? Just be quiet.
Yeah, we nor and just FYI, we Thinker normally doesn't like to discuss previous guests just because they're not on the
Oh,
stage to defend themselves. Um,
got
yeah,
you.
just to be fair. But yeah, it is definitely a common thread that we see. But onto
Got
the
you.
topic, what about the four things that are up here? Did you want to share something about?
Um, the disingenuous was it, well, we could talk about the slave. We could talk about it all. I would definitely say, shoot, where do you want to start? So much. It's way more to this just from the four topics that comes along with dealing with the whole Jesus God thing. I can well if we go with the disingenuous aspect of things, it it speaks a lot to what my upbringing was, due to the facts that they train you to move a certain type of way when it comes down to relaying information and swinging things in your favor to get them to fall in line with whatever it is that you're presenting that still caters to you ultimately going towards Jesus. And that in itself is like when you're presented with facts, like even with, I mean, and I'm only reason why I'm bringing back the guy is because the example was presented like in first, like in real time. When information, they don't want you to read, they don't want you to dive into anything. We're taught, well, at least from the presentation, oh, you shouldn't question God because God is all knowing and things of that nature. While in the same breath, relaying to us that, oh, you have the mind of Christ. You are made in God's image. So who God is, you are. So if that is all supposed to be truth and something is being presented that's just not clicking, it's not making any sense, I'm not supposed to utilize this very mind that I have that's supposed to be lined up with Christ to recognize and discern in that moment, like, hey, nah, this is not on point. So it's a lot of mind games, which in sense is disingenuous because we want you to use your brain, but we don't want you to use your brain enough to recognize that what we're selling is some bullshit. So
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. And it really does. You see the point where you get to the intersection of, I think it's Jasmine on here. I believe that's a content creator. She starts a lot of her TikToks with, we're about to approach a point where your cognitive dissonance is going to deactivate your critical thinking. And you almost see it happening. You hear the wheels start to creak to a stop because they aren't willing to engage with the issues that they are presented with. And it's truly sad that is such a prevalent experience for so many believers.
yeah, no, and I can attest to having been in a position where I could have fully slid into that pocket. I'm so thankful that I've always had a curious spirit about me, to where I want to know. I'd always been looking for truth, even while being in that environment, which in hindsight, from what my experience was highly, highly hit with, oh, you're rebellious, you're a problem, because we don't want you in front of anybody talking about anything, because in hindsight, you're going to spark the people to start asking questions. And we don't want anybody asking questions. They just need to be walking in faith, walking in, walking by faith and not by sight, or, and, that type of foolishness. And it's like, it comes to a point where I know for me, I'm not trying to be a deer in headlights about life. Like, to come out of that environment, I came out of there like in my mid 20s. And with having a better understanding of myself, it's like, it's imperative. I know for me, with all of this learning, like loving yourself, you got to love yourself to want to know more, to want to be more, have a different perception of life. And you're never going to learn that in that environment, because all of your self-worth is tied to an entity you ain't never seen, you ain't never going to see. There is no Jesus coming back, none of that stuff that they're kicking or whatnot. Like, it's really that type of time that we're living in. And if I hadn't had the friends that I have, like, the and I'm speaking even to the extent, like, from an ancestral place, because they don't want you to acknowledge them either, but in the same sense want you to talk to a spirit as well. It's crazy work. All of it is mind games, and it's disingenuous, and it's still a form of manipulation, with the intention that we can bring up the whole thing about the slavery aspect of things. It still caters to all of that. Their disposition is that, to obey your masters. But my thing is, like, who are these masters we're talking about? And if we go into history, which they don't want to talk about in church, or take into account that, hey, did you know that there was a slave Bible? Like a literal slave Bible that was pushed regularly to different places to continue to utilize these rhetorics, these what I'll say, these incantations, to continue to have people to move a certain way and to think a certain way. They don't want us to be angry. They don't want us to turn the other, I want to say turn, they want us to turn the other cheek, but they don't want us to retaliate. That's the thing that I find to be the most interesting situation. And that's where I believe where the fear mongering comes into play, because they love to tell you
I'm gonna say
the
it right
battle.
quick because I want to make sure that we're not monologuing. I
Oh,
just got
okay.
back, so I'm thinker. Um,
Hi.
hey, I assume that you are either not a Christian or you're deconstructing. Which one?
Oh, I'm out.
You're out.
Completely
Okay,
out.
yeah. And so I agree with everything that you were saying. I wanted to kind of talk about the they don't want you to be angry thing. I don't think it's that it's just about not wanting black people to retaliate, although I do think that that is a part of it. But I think that anybody that's been indoctrinated by it, they don't want them to be angry, because I think anger can also be used, right, to fuel change. And it's like, don't get angry enough, right, to stand up to the powers that be. Don't get angry enough to try to change the system that they've created that gives them the control, right, or allows them to do what they want to do, which is why it's seen as taboo for a person to have those emotions. But you can be sad, right? Like sadness, they incite. It's like they kind of need you to be and to feel that emotion, because the sadder you are, right, then you'll feel like you need this God, the more and more and more you need the God. It's like if you listen to the gospel songs, right? They all sound like begging God when they're in the place of struggle or oppression or worry or depression or anxiety. The gospel songs tend to invoke that particular emotion.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm actually a
desperation. Yeah.
musician. I'm actually a musician, and I can heavily speak to that. Like it's really spell work, for real, for real. Like it's a frequency. Like certain chords evoke certain emotions, and literally can, what is it, enchant you. Like how they, I don't know. Have you seen the Shrek movies? I like utilizing movie references. Have you seen any of the Shrek joints?
The Is that the Shrek what?
And have you seen any of the Shrek movies?
Oh, Shrek movies, yes.
Okay, so you remember the Pied Piper?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
you know what's so crazy about that? So there is a have you heard the story about the guy that played the pipes and kidnapped all those kids? Okay. So the Pied Piper and Peter Pan and how their stories are like closely similar, right? There is a city in the Bible called Caesarea Philippi, where he's in Caesarea Philippi and he's talking to Peter and he's like, who do they say that I am? You know, that famous conversation with Jesus and Peter, who do they say that I am? And Jesus says that they say that you are the Messiah. And he's like, be careful that you don't tell anybody that. And then he's like, upon this rock I'll build my church and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. That conversation. That Caesarea Philippi is this massive mountain that is the shrine of Pan, the god Pan. And Pan was a Greek god that was adopted into the Roman pantheon. And the opening to the Caesarea Philippi was called the gates of hell during the Greco-Roman period. And that's where they would go in and out of the shrine, when they would go and pay homage to the Greek god Pan. And Peter Pan and the Pied Piper is based off of that, the worship of Pan.
Wow.
The Pan had what they call satires, like the little nymphs. He was a god of like greenery, and they believed back then that they had like orgies as a part of the rituals and like things like that. But so when Jesus is saying to Peter, upon this rock I will build my church and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it, it's symbolic for the rise of Christianity and the downfall of paganism, of the Greek god Pan, who was worshipped, who was pretty popular at that time.
Wow. You know what's wild? Like when I hear that, I I take it as, okay, well, Jesus' disposition is, okay, we're gonna have our rhetoric or the thought process of everything stand on the movement. Because if you think about like the Catholic Church or any of those environments, they closely still tie to the perspective of that Pan worship. I mean, it came along with what's going on with all the Greek stuff, but I know as a musician that I don't even listen to gospel music like that anymore, because people think that, oh, because gospel is tied to it, or that disposition is that is still a good thing. Folks don't read anymore, and I would, if anything, and emphasize that we read the lyrics, because it's literally an incantation. Um, all of it is literally incantations, spell work, to get you to continually subconsciously confess things over your life that you have no understanding or of the intention behind why the song was created in the first place. Um, so yeah, that's very, very extensive. I know for me at least, a lot of people don't take it that way because they're caught up in the music, how they feel in it. Back to what you was talking about, as far as like they want them to feel sad, or um, that type of thing. It's a game. And the system knows how powerful the people are, especially our people, as far as black people is concerned. And they don't want us to be in a position to where it's like, that that reaping what you've sown type swing. It only works to a degree, you know, when it boils down to it. Yeah. And they
Yeah.
love children. They want the children specifically because if you can get them, it goes back to what it says in scripture. You train up a child the way they should go and they won't depart from it. But the church don't want to take in consideration what the children are being trained up in. And if it's God's position, or Jesus' position, like he said, oh, upon this rock I'm going to build the church. Pan position, you just talked about the whole orgies thing. We talked about the whole thing of the gathering of children and the indoctrination of children. All of that is the church. His church sits on that. So instead of it being a situation of, it says, the gates of hell won't prevail. All right. So you're saying that the focus of worship is no longer going to be on Pan. The focus of worship is going to be on Jesus, but with all the undertones of Pan.
Yeah, like
That's
it.
how I'm
So,
hearing it.
well, it wasn't necessary just about pagan, but the death of paganism. So,
Mm-hmm.
Eusebius, who was a early church father, and Jerome, whose name was also Eusebius, who was also an early church father, took the words of Plutarch. So, like Plutarch says that when Pan died, there was this guy, I forgot the guy's name. He was fishing on a boat, and he heard, a voice say, "The great god Pan has died. Go and tell, everyone." And when he went and told that, there was a big cry, like a lamenting. Everybody was lamenting because Pan had died. And so Jerome writes about it, and says that it was symbolic for the death of, because Pan died during the same time that Jesus died, during the reign of Tiberius Augustus, is what they write, right? And so it's symbolic for paganism dying, and and Jesus's death was symbolic of the rise of Christianity. And then Eusebius went a little further and added to the story of Plutarch, to say that the guy he didn't obey the gods, and didn't go and tell people that Pan died, and like there was a big fallout or something like that. But so basically they're just trying to say that paganism as a whole, but Pan just happens to be the representation of that, because Pan was the god that, was being worshipped at that time. He was a popular in Rome at that time. But it's symbolic to say that paganism as a whole is what was dying out, and that Christianity was taking over. And so it's the what do you need, her pacifier? Hold on. Here you go. Yeah. And so not I don't think it necessarily like the story in the Bible or the idea of Pan uh in the Greco-Roman period necessarily had to do with children, although Rome was very uh they had emperors who were P3DOs on the low. And it was a pretty big thing. But I think it more so just had to deal with like paganism, not necessarily children. Like if you think about it, this God doesn't really talk about children that much in this book, right? Like
Yeah.
there's no like you don't baptize the kids. Like I don't think there's one child in the book getting baptized.
Yeah.
Jesus didn't even
Well,
get baptized until he was a whole ass adult. I think the only thing he says to do with the kids is like you just teach them, like you just make them like know the word of God or follow the law of God. You beat them with a rod. You don't antagonize them. Um, yeah, that's it. Like this God doesn't. Oh, like the God is okay with like ripping them out of the mother's bellies, dashing their heads against the stone. Um, but they didn't have a respect for kids back then, and like they didn't see babies as humans. Children were not seen as humans until, at some cultures, until they were 3, and some cultures until they were 10. Sometimes they didn't get named until they were like 2 years old. The infanticide laws allowed the parents to straight up, kill their kids. If they had a girl, they could kill the baby and not be held liable for murder. They could punish their children by starving them, uh, putting, like poisoning them. Like children just were not seen as humans until they reached a certain age. And so that would, to me, that would be one of the reasons why you don't necessarily see this God talking about the soul of a child or how to be a good parent in that sense. And then his law, like that basically just says like, if your child is disobedient, drag them before the elders and to say my child is a drunkard, and then everybody gather around and stone him.
yeah. See, I see it as, because I take in consideration the words we use too, right? So, out of all the people in the world, when you hear the word minority, the key word in it, the foundational word, is minor. So, when we think about us as a people, they handle us from the position of children. They say that we're the children of God. And in that particular sense, it had no, that's where I feel like there's the double entendre that comes with that. Because it's like we can acknowledge it from the sense of like actual, factual children. But then we take into the consideration of the adults who are still being handled and treated and subconsciously moved around as children. I think even like with what's going on with the document that you on the screen, like they still handle the adults that way. Even if you take it to the position of slavery, they handle the adults that way. So like it's just so much. It's so much. It's so much to wrap your head around, because it's really, I know from my own research and just the rabbit hole that I've gone down. Well, I've gone down a few different rabbit holes to that extent to come to where I am now. It's a strong form of manipulation, strong form of manipulation that's been conjured and continually and consistently and utilized, and still to this day being utilized in our environments. And I think that a lot of it is a situation where people are self-inflicted. I know with being in church, it is a self-infliction thing. It's to convince you that no, like, because we're casting everything on Jesus, because we're casting everything on God, you have absolved yourself from all responsibility, which in turn still leans you towards being a child. Because when we think about children, the children are not responsible. They're not positioned or not deemed capable of being responsible or aware to the extent of making decisions as adults. Hence why they love, I mean, even if you think about the story of Peter Pan, they didn't want any of those kids to grow up, which still keeps you in a position to do things with the notion that, oh, Jesus is going to take care of all of that. He died for all of our sins and whatnot. But you're still moving and your life is still the way that it is due to the decisions that you've made, due to the lack of the sense of self, your lack of accountability, all the pertinent things that you need to be able to properly function in the world, especially when it comes to the situation of discernment. But I mean, and I'm looking at the comments. I just seen one that says, as far as the Peter Pan story, talking about kidnapping children. I mean, it's no different than what has been presented to us as the story of our own history. People have been snatched up regularly. And that goes into the whole thing with the slavery aspect of things. Folks were being snatched up regularly, and still to this day. I mean, they have the statistics of a child being taken every 6 seconds. That's a crazy work. First and foremost, how are you able to keep track of such a thing? It just shows you how diabolical this country for real really is, like to the extent of these atrocities that are continually happening. And because folks are so caught up in Jesus taking care of it when it was never on Jesus to take care of it, because in hindsight, he enforces it, because these are the same people who sit here and tell you that, God is love and God is this and this and this and that, but then have the same thought process that it was okay for slavery, that it was okay for the things that happened in scripture to take place. And I think that's just utterly ridiculous. But some people won't think it that way because, we're not supposed to question God. We're not supposed to do any of those things. And I believe that when they get out of the spell work of it all, because it's literally a spell, then their the cognitive aspect of things will, kick in to be in a position to trust yourself. And that's another thing. They don't want you to trust yourself. They don't want you to trust yourself. When I tell you the things that I've learned in that environment, the self-hatred, the lack of understanding myself just in fullness, without it being a situation of looking outside of me or going outside of me for validation, not going outside of myself looking for acceptance. You're not going to learn any of that in church, because it's literally geared to keep people to give their energy to a system to keep it alive. And they show it to you regularly. Even in the TV shows, it's still, to tell a vision is still the same thing as being enchanted. But if you don't have no sense of yourself, you don't realize that your energy is being pulled upon to have you move and think a certain type of way. So that's my 1-2 with that.
Well, I definitely appreciate the conversation. Thank you for coming up. I know Fee had to leave, and she had a phone call, but I hope you have a good rest of the morning. Okay.
All right, you too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Brother Jay. Oh no, knocked out. Hey, Ivor.
How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Wait, I don't have an echo, do I?
No.
Because I have my mic connected, and it's on my iPad, and it's weird. I just want to make sure I don't have an echo. Um, yeah. Anyway, so I have a contribution to the slavery apologist thing, and I want to run something by you, and stop me if it doesn't make sense.
Okay, go ahead.
So last night after our discussion, I was thinking like until like 3 in the morning my time, and what I the thought process that I was struggling with or going through was that I think that the reasons the slavery apologists go so hard for their God is because when you look at the Bible, what I see is that there's this it's unapologetic about removing the believers' autonomy over their own bodies, their personhood, so to speak. So it's like this notion that the God created humans, you didn't create yourself, therefore you don't have any rights to your own selfhood, for a lack of a better term. And that is what I took away from like the verse you shared with me yesterday about Jesus being in the driver's seat. In like the first version, it's basically saying like you have no choice here. Jesus is in the driver's seat. Without Jesus, you know and can be nothing. Like you don't know anything. Just follow Jesus. And even the second version, it said the same thing. It was just much more of a disguised language. And what I saw in all of that is that it's this kind of a psychological abuse of by like removing your confidence, like the ownership over your life, the ownership over your own actions. And it's for me, it just seems like such a clear pathway towards cultism and slavery. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Because like that's the only way that they could convince somebody to agree that to be enslaved, right, and to obey there's the person who's enslaving them.
Yeah, exactly. And there's this song that came up like from 13 years ago. It's a Nora Jones song, and there's two lines that I've combined to kind of uh, to add to the slavery thing. It says that we run into a church, the people all look the same. That's part of one verse, and then the next verse, because you never heard someone who wants to learn to be a slave, and that just for me fit this thing so perfectly. It's because the believers don't seem to see that their book, their belief, is priming, kind of almost grooming them for like the ultimate slavery of worshiping their sky daddy for eternity. Yeah, so I just saw that fits so perfectly with the not the delusion, the cognitive dissonance of this whole slavery apologist thing.
And that's so true. Like, so when we talk about what the prophecy is in Isaiah, right? In Isaiah 60, where it says that the foreigners are building up the walls, they're carrying in the cedar trees, right? They're nursing the babies of the Israelites. It's literally saying that the Gentiles are doing the labor, right, for the Israelites. So and this is in New Jerusalem. And so it's saying that they're going to be the servants of the Israelites. So it's like, if you agree, right, to be this robot or to be this, like if you agree to give your will over to the God during your life, then you will have no problem, right, being the slave for eternity. And so we did a live one night where I asked the question, like, what if that, like, that's the whole purpose of the guy. He's like, I don't want anybody that is going to fight back against being my slave for life. Like those that don't want to be my slave are the ones that I'm just going to throw in the incinerator. But the ones that will willfully choose to be my robot, those I'll keep.
Yeah, it's and the God keeps you because for me it seems like um this quote unquote almighty God needs external validation from humans, and that external validation is unwavering, no questioning, just complete worship.
Yeah, but Isaiah 60 doesn't even say it's just worship. Like they're literally building the walls for New Jerusalem for the Israelites. They're doing the work for them. They're planting the cedar trees. They're bringing in the gold of the nations that belong to the other kings. Like they're like a chain gang.
Yeah, the gates shall always be open. I read that somewhere.
Yeah, yeah. So it's like if you agree, right, in this world, in this life, to being like to handing your will over to me in this life, then you won't have a problem with being the slave in eternity, because it's like a training ground. Like that's what we were saying during that life. It's like this life is training them to be an eternal slave.
Yeah, and like uh, uh, obviously we can see what it's doing, and I guess when you're in it like that, when you're really in the thick of the belief, you can't see that. I don't know if you saw that while you were still, you know, I think you were a missionary, if I'm not mistaken, or doing mission
Yeah.
work or something.
hmm
Yeah.
The cedar
Um,
trees are in Lebanon. Like the Isaiah 60 is saying that they're bringing in the wealth of the other nations into New Jerusalem. Go ahead, Heretic.
oh, sorry. No, I was just agreeing. I didn't mean to talk over you. Um, and
Oh no, I was responding to Greenwich.
okay. Um, yeah, what your life has inspired me to do is also like I usually like don't care about reading the Bible, but the knowledge of understanding exactly what the text says does help you form better like ways of discussing any of having any discussions with believers if that comes up. It's almost like not to use this in a warlike way, but it's kind of like ammunition for ammunition and confidence, I would guess. Would say that when you do have conversations, it's easier to talk to believers if they are open to having a discussion.
Yeah, say that again. Like, what makes it easier to talk to them?
Reading the text, actually
Oh,
knowing it.
reading the text. Yeah.
I usually would not care at all. And the only reference I would have was the slide. But since joining your live
I can
space,
barely hear you. You keep going in and out.
oh, is this better?
It sounds like you're far away from the mic a little bit.
Right up to. Can you hear me now?
Well, I don't know what happened. Like you were loud at first.
Is that better?
Uh-uh.
Um, that's weird because I'm speaking at the same volume. I don't know what's happening.
It's like it's almost like you moved away from the phone.
That's weird because I'm right, like literally right in front of my mic. Should I quickly?
Did
I can
did you
disconnect it.
auto connect? Hannah is asking if you auto connected to a device. What's up, Ria?
No, I'm gonna quickly see if I can disconnect. Let me just see if I can disconnect the mic.
It does sound a little better now.
Oh, can you hear me now? No.
Yeah, it sounds a little better now. Not as clear as it was at first.
I had an external
There
mic
we
connected.
go. There we go.
Oh, okay.
That sounds so much better.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had an external mic connected, but for some reason something just happened, but okay, whatever. Um, I also wanted to quickly add that what seems to happen with believers, what I've noticed, especially with this question or this prompt, is that their belief makes them willingly destroy their own boundaries, which is why they have no respect sometimes or most of the time for other people's boundaries. And in a way, I think that this contributes to SA being so rampant in churches, it contributes to believers who come up to on your platform and cross your boundaries. They cross our boundaries by praying for us, and even when we say, "Hey, you're crossing my boundaries," they disguise their "fuck yous" with "God bless yous."
Or
Yeah,
yeah, or bless your heart, or
yeah,
I love you.
exactly.
Things that shouldn't be a fuck you. Like it sounds that things that should make you feel warm and happy and fuzzy, they've
Mm.
made those things. They've turned them into negative innuendos and responses.
Yeah, it's they've encoded it in such a weird way. And Fee was talking earlier with someone about like how they project their something about projection, and what they're really just doing is they're showing who they are. And there's a perfect phrase. It's a three-word phrase that says, "Projection is confession."
That I like that, but and
Yeah.
that explains exactly what I've been feeling and what I've been trying to express. Like when that guy was like, "You think that you're smart" or something, he said. Like for me, he was confessing that he thinks that,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yeah, yeah. That's exactly what I've been trying to express. Thank you. I like
Oh,
that.
my pleasure. I like Fee's way of being very concise with her words, and I look forward, or I look up to being able to do that. So I just wanted to add that little piece. And also some interesting information that every time I go onto your live, I'll have in my DMs at least one or two people saying how they like my voice.
Oh, you do have a nice voice.
Thank you, but it's so like weirdly validating because I don't like my own voice. I'm so self-conscious about my pronunciation and when I like drop words or
Really?
yeah, I'm really, really self-conscious about that.
You have a very nice voice and you articulate well. You
Oh, thank you, thank you. That's so good to hear.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So yeah, I get it's mostly men that say that. So I'd like to let the men know that I'm taken. But I appreciate the attention. Yeah.
With they
Yeah, it's
thirsty
been
asses.
there's what?
I said with their thirsty asses.
Yeah. Who would have thought that I would get some thirsty DMs on, on this kind of thing? Yeah, so I appreciate that. It's kind of funny. I also there's one thing that happened earlier today that I found interesting. Now it flew out of my mind. It was during the beginning of the live because I was up when you started. Oh no, I don't want to waste any time. But yeah, this topic, you're right. It really confuses people or it brings out another side of people.
Yeah, I didn't think that it would, to be honest, because so I'm like I said, I like these conversations. I learn a lot. It's helping me recognize like I didn't think that they would respond this way if the conversation was about humans and not their God. So it's very interesting.
Right, like, and that's actually literally what I wanted to add to this was that you mentioned not just yesterday but today as well that they can't seem to separate themselves from the God.
No, they think they are the God, and I don't think they realize that they've put themselves in that God's place. Like when they, if we're saying, if we're talking about their behaviors, right? They say you're mocking God, and it's like I didn't say anything about your God. I said
Yeah.
you. I said humans, right? So they think that they are the God, and then like even thinking about what that preacher did, that bishop did, making that young lady stand up in front of the church and repent to the congregation. That's some shit. Like they put themselves in the position to enforce what they believe that God wants, and they do all of this while denying that they have to do this for the God, because the God doesn't have a fucking body, or the God
Yeah,
doesn't have a mouth. And in their head, the God does it's the God doing it, not them. And
exactly.
it's just fascinating to me how they seriously cannot see the human.
And I think it goes back to the point I made earlier, is that they they believe that they are nothing without God. So whenever they enter in these discussions, they can't speak for themselves, because you are taught you're nothing without God. You can't speak without God. You can't think for yourself, basically.
There was this lady. She was a prophetess. I can't remember her name. I always say her name wrong, but I think it starts with a J. It might be Jasmine or
I think I know.
Jerry or
Let's see
something.
in the comments.
Um, and she was preaching, and she was saying, "Who told you that you can think for yourself? Who told you that you can make decisions for yourself without the Holy Spirit?" Like, she was basically telling people that they can't do anything. Not Jaleesa, no. This person is not Juanita Bynum either. Is it Jasmine? Jake? Is her name Jasmine? She
Was
got
it
the
time?
dread. She has the locks. She's brown skinned with locks. Um, she also said that you should suffer in grace. That she was saying that. Um, she said that Jackie Hill Perry. That's her name. Thank you, Jackie Hill Perry. She was saying, she was preaching, and she was like, "Who told you that you can think without the Holy Spirit? Who told you that you can make decisions for yourself without the Holy Spirit?" And I was like, "What the fuck?" Like, she's literally telling people that they can't even just think without the Holy Spirit.
And yeah, that's literally what they do. That's what they get taught. And then they project that onto us as if that means anything.
Yeah, it's insane to me. It's insane, all while ignoring the fact that it's a human speaking for the God, saying that God said this. It's a
Yeah,
human who's decided for themselves that they are chosen by the God to be the mouthpiece of the God. And then this other human accepts that and believes that. But they they can't see that this person, in order for you to accept and believe, is she asleep? Oh, no, okay. Uh, okay. This person, in order for you to accept, she's in love with her daddy. In order for you to accept and believe that this person is being used by the God, they have to make you feel less than them. They have to make you feel like something's wrong with you, and that you need the God. And therefore, the more you need the God, the more you'll be willing to let them be that stand in, that mouthpiece for the God for them. That makes sense.
yeah. Yeah, no, it makes sense, because you always say this, this one sentence, this one question, that is just so beautiful and so deep if people think about it. And it's, what can the God do without a human body?
And they can't get past that. Like the last guy that was on stage, and I was asking him, I literally had to like get very specific, and he even manipulated his way out of that shit. Like, he would say, I asked the question, what can your God do on this earth that a human can do, right, without a human body? And like, even getting down to like being very specific, he said, I haven't. I said, he said, riding a bike. Then I said, what have you saw the God do? Then his next response was, I haven't asked him to do anything. Like, they know, right, that their God don't have a body. They know that God can't do shit in the physical realm without a human. But they refuse to engage with that idea. And I think some people refuse to engage with it because they need it to be that way, because they know that they can manipulate other humans. I think some people have a goal of becoming a pastor or a prophet because they know the power that it comes with, the power, the status, and the wealth that comes with that. So they need people to stay in this delusional state and believe that a human has to speak for the God, right? So they
Yeah.
have aspirations. So they don't want people to wake up to that reality. And then some people are just genuinely afraid to recognize it because they feel they need the God. If I recognize this, then oh no, what am I going to do about a God? That's what
Yeah,
I think.
and
Yeah.
yeah, I am totally with you on that one. And what's especially scary for me during exchanges like that is I always think about do how do they talk to other people in their lives, in their human lives, not their TikTok lives. How do they communicate? Is it also this manipulative? Is it also this gaslighting way? And not to assume what people do in their lives. I don't know, people on the internet like that, obviously, but it there's an indication of their ability to communicate, and that's kind of scary to me to think that far.
Yeah. I think I think I think they do talk to people and communicate like this in their everyday life. I think it's a natural thing, like the manipulative tactics, like the being disingenuous, like even in their relationships, like they know how to convince their partners not to acknowledge or see or call out their manipulation, right? Like I don't think they would be able to do it on this level, like with believers, if they didn't do it in their everyday life and the people around them.
Yeah, I guess I kind of have this idea that people are a little bit more brave behind a screen, when it's not face to face. But I guess actually it's just a lower version of their actual way of communicating, or it might be a more animated. I don't know, but yeah, I get what you're saying. It's definitely more than probable that they do the exact same thing in their relationships, which is scary.
Yeah, if I didn't think that they acted like this in everyday life with people around them, I don't think that I would be so uh uh let me see, emotional about it, if that makes sense. um
Yeah,
yeah, because I know that there's either a spouse, a child, a friend that they're doing this to, they're saying these things to, they're using these tactics on in their everyday life, and they're
yeah,
and
because
it's harmful to people around them.
exactly, like
Yeah.
it's this behavior doesn't just express itself in this occasion. It's a thing that they've always been doing. Otherwise, they would have been expressing themselves in a different way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
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 So yeah, so it's listening to your live is always a blast. Especially because I get thirsty DMs. Kidding, I'm kidding.
That's the word I was
Um,
looking for. Passionate. I be trying to. It'd be hard trying to find the right words to say because I feel like I am a emotional person, and I can like feel when I'm trying, when I'm talking, like I'm intentional about the things that I say, and so
mm,
trying to find the right word to express exactly how I feel and exactly what I mean sometimes it's hard. But yeah, I'm very passionate when I can tell that somebody is using manipulative tactics or when they're gaslighting, because I want to call that shit out, because I'm like, I know that there is somebody in your life that you're fucking doing this to.
yeah, and we especially know that because if you've been on the receiving end and you've been gaslit, like really gaslit, and you come out on the other side, you can spot that shit from a mile away.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
especially when you get out of the faith or out of the belief, it really does thrive on on that kind of emotional manipulation, emotional abuse, I would say.
Yeah. And like when I was going through it, I didn't even know that it was abuse. Like it's one thing to not know that somebody putting their hands on you is abusive because you think it's just love. But it's another thing to not even recognize the verbal attacks as abuse, to not recognize the manipulation as abuse. And so I think that's another reason why I'm so passionate about that aspect of it, because while there's a lot of programs and content out there that talks about domestic violence, and they always show the pictures of, you know, the physical aspect of domestic violence, I don't hear a lot about the verbal and the emotional and mental aspects of domestic violence. And I think that for me, the hardest part of getting over it was the mental, like what the verbal did to my mind and what it did to my self-esteem. And so I think that there needs to be more awareness about that part of it.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Um, like your experience reminds me, or what you're talking about reminds me of my mom when she realized that like punishing by like corporal punishment for children, she would not do that because she was raised that way, and she at one point just decided when we were very young that that's not what she's gonna do, because she would say that a child could forget um, could forget the physical hit, the physical thing you do, but it's that feeling that lasts. It's how you made them feel. And later on, there's this Maya Angelou quote that actually summarizes what you said beautifully. It's people will forget what you say, they might forget what you do, but they will never forget how you made them feel.
Exactly. That's why I cringe when I see parents say to their kids, "Bring your stupid ass over here." I fucking cringe.
It's not the words, it's how they feel.
Yeah.
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 So
Exactly.
yeah. So, yeah, thanks. I don't want to stay up too long. I know you probably have some guests, and I hope there's more, not more productive, but productive in another way, not to belittle myself. But
No, this is a great conversation. Like that. Yeah, it was a great conversation, and like I said, I think the verbal aspect of abuse needs to be highlighted more and talked about more. So,
yeah, and I especially like when Dr. Bowen comes up and like seeing his, like from when he first started to come up to like his sense of humor now. But I just wanted to mention that. But when he comes up and he points out misogyny in men, that they're not aware of. And that's part of misogyny is a verbal thing as much as it is physical. And that's a part of our human, our humanness is the patriarchy and the misogyny that is so deeply ingrained that we as men don't know what that feels like for a woman. And that's a verbal thing, right?
yep, absolutely. And Bash said it best that women have to be like in these types of conversations. He noticed that we have to be a little bit more aggressive to defend ourselves because of the misogyny. Because most men don't think that they're misogynistic, and so he said, like in him participating in these conversations and being in here, that he see why we have to be more aggressive.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
and whenever Bash gets, and it takes a lot for Bash to get really angry like that. I wish that I could jump in and join the conversation, but there's nothing that irks me more than when a man gives a misogynistic comment, not because I know that even though I'm a gay man and even though I try my best, because of the society I've grown up in, I have definitely said something that's misogynistic without realizing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it. Like the unconscious aspect, like you unconsciously doing it. Is
Yeah,
that what you're
you
saying?
don't know
Yeah.
until someone points it out. And especially growing up in a Christian religion, it is misogynistic.
Mm-hmm. I,
Yeah.
I think women too. I think sometimes we can be misogynistic too, is because it's built into the society, and like even women have to deconstruct from misogyny
Yeah.
as well. Yeah.
It's the same
Girl,
way
you just ate.
the baby.
Goodness.
um it's the same way how misogyny can be internalized like that. It's the same way how I, as a gay man, can be homophobic.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
That's all good. I know you got the baby there.
I need to take her to her daddy. She just ate. I don't get it. Hold on. I'll be right back. Give me just a second.
Yeah, all good.
I don't know. Is there a mod that could come up so it won't be silent? Because I got to go upstairs. Let's see. Because I know Fee is on a phone call. Is there a power mod in here? A super mod? Right. She wants to come up. She wants to say what's on her mind. She definitely going to be like her grandmama because I could eat and still be hungry. I think she's just bored. Yeah. I don't think there is a mod in here right now, is it? Let me see if I can text my son and tell him to come downstairs and get his daughter. Let's see.
And I don't think people really understand what delusions of grandeur means.
I don't think they do.
Yeah, they engage in it without knowing what it is. I guess when you have knowledge about it, you're probably less likely to do it. Well, not probably, but there's potential.
Hold on, I am so sorry.
Yeah, all good, all good.
I don't know why she acting like her stomach is touching her back. Cause she just ate. Why are you acting like your stomach touching your back, little girl? Huh? Oh, okay. All right, Annie got you. Yeah, you just want to be in the microphone? You just want to say hi? Yeah. Okay, okay. Okay. I'm not making you no mod, Big Mo. Why would I do that? Why would I do that, Big Mo? Oh, goodness. Okay. All right. I don't think there is a mod in here.
Oh no.
Hold on. I thought Rhea was here too, but I think all the mods are gone. 30 mods. And I'm here by myself. Let's see.
Oh yeah, Lala's
Yeah.
so sick.
Yeah, Lala's sick. He is in the bathroom. He can't come get her right now. It's all good. Y'all might have to just hear her cry a little bit.
Yeah, I don't
Because she
blame
can't have another bottle already. She just ate. I don't know why she acting like she hungry. Are you bored? Are you just bored? You'll be one of those eaters. Okay. All right. Thank y'all. She's good. She'll be all right until he gets off the toilet. Until he gets out the bathroom. He gonna be mad I said that. But yeah. All right. Did you have anything else you wanted to say?
Oh, I wanted to add said, oh, what was it? Oh, right. So cults are very prolific here in Korea, and I wanted to share just a little bit of advice for your daughter. Is that when she first comes here, everyone's going to be super nice, and that's wonderful. People are really kind, but just watch out for the people on the street with the pamphlets and the Bibles and the stuff.
Oh, okay. Yeah. She doesn't believe in God, so I think she's pretty strong in that aspect.
Yeah,
But yeah, I'll let her know.
yeah, just so it'll be a fun experience for her. I hope she doesn't have to deal with that, but like you said, if she's very strong-willed, she can just say no. Because when I first got here, it was like I wanted to be kind and listen to everyone, and yeah, I almost got pulled into this building to go to this church thing, and I was like, just off the street, that's weird. And luckily, I didn't. But you hear some horror stories about cults here where they have gone so far as to be like, my mom messaged me one day saying there's this Korean cult in Namibia all the way across the oceans in Namibia where I grew up, which I found so bizarre.
Wow. What's different from the Korean Jesus, like the Korean stories about Jesus and the Western stories, the Western Jesus? Do they see it the same way, or are there some differences that was changed for Korea?
As like, to be honest, the only thing that I know is that like that the god is connected to like a Korean mythology, and when they say God, they say like Hananim, which means like basically translates to like sky god. And that's the only thing that I can say is that I know that there's a slight little difference, but overall, it's exactly the same because it's very westernized. The only thing
Oh,
that's
okay.
different is the different branches of the cults that come from that. I don't know if you've heard like of God the Mother.
Uh-uh.
Yeah, so that's a major thing here where they say that God is actually a mother, is actually a woman. And they use the scriptures and they manipulate it to such a way where, like, I was reading it going, I guess if you didn't think farther, if you didn't have any critical thinking skills, that you would just believe this. It's cleverly written, and the cults usually extend into like classic cult things where people uh, disconnect from their families, where they unalive themselves and stuff like that. Those stories are a dime a dozen here in Korea.
That's interesting. Now I have something to look into, like a point of reference to look into, because I got to know more about this.
Oh yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So for me, especially in this country, like I look at religion and it all looks like a cult to me, except for Buddhism here. Like, but Buddhism in its nature isn't really. There's no deity, if I'm not mistaken. That is a point of worship.
Yeah.
There's no like there's the Buddha, but it's different from a sky god.
Yeah.
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 If I were to choose a religion, it would probably be that one because it's least harmful to other people.
I agree.
Yeah.
But I did see, like, when there was a Pew Research article that was saying how religion affects the income of its followers, or the wealth of its followers, like the poverty levels, basically. And Buddha was pretty low on the poverty scale.
Oh no, the Buddhists are very wealthy, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, the Christians are really poor. I used to teach at a Christian school, and yeah, the Buddhists are really wealthy here.
Wow. I know. I think the top ones that were their followers were on, like, in poverty were Christianity, Islam, Hinduism. Atheists were like in the middle. And then they like they had Christianity like Orthodox. Then they broke the Christianity down to like Orthodox Protestantism, Catholics, and so I think the Protestants
Mhm.
were the lowest when it came to poverty. Like they had the worst poverty rates. Um, Judaism was pretty high in the wealth rate. Buddhists were up there. Um, so yeah, I think that if I were to choose a religion, I wouldn't have a problem choosing Buddhism either.
Yeah, it's more of a philosophy, really. Just some interesting facts on like God the Mother. It's a basically it comes from something called the World Mission Society Church of God, and I think it was started in 1964, if I'm reading this correctly. And they still have their main headquarters here in Seoul, actually near Seoul, just like outside of Seoul.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It talks about the bride of the lamb. It's so weird. I want to read more into this, and actually, maybe we could just have a brief discussion later if that comes up.
Yeah, it's definitely something I'm gonna look into because I always wondered like if in Korea do they expect Jesus to look like them or
Oh no,
is Jesus the white Western
it's the white.
Jesus or that's interesting.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's definitely the white. Even the Korean Jesus, the muscled one. It's the regular statue of Jesus, just beefed up. Yeah, that's all. It's with the long hair and the.
That's interesting.
Yeah. All right, so thanks for letting me up again 2 days in a row. And the more I get up here, the more comfortable I feel talking. I know this has been like a couple of times, but still, I still get nervous.
Oh no, I enjoy it. Every time you come up is a great conversation.
I'm happy. I try to read and really formulate my thoughts and take notes and stuff to really try and contribute and not just talk out of nothing. It's just my Virgo-ness that, yeah, I'm obsessed with how I'm perceived, apparently. Yeah. All right. So thank you so much. I really enjoy your life, like I said, and it's a little bit sad that you're all alone. There's no mods up and stuff.
They'll be back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
But
right. So
thank you, Ivor, and I hope you have a great rest of the day, okay?
thank you so much. I'll be listening and commenting. So talk to you next time. Bye.
Bye. Frame of God, what are you doing back in here? Like you obviously do not like me. Why are you back? Yep. I agree. Mother of Prep. I think she's actually mentioned several times in the Bible. Black Swan, how are you?
Hello.
Yes. Hi. How are you?
I am great. How about you?
I'm good. Your age for TikTok purposes, please.
44.
All right. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a knower of God.
What does that mean?
I used to be a believer, but now I know. I don't just believe no more.
What do you know?
I know God is real.
And what took you from being a believer to a knower?
He have had manifestations in my life when I believed his word. Like this is one of the biggest ones right here. I was
I'm sorry.
attacked.
Give me just 1 second. Can
Okay.
somebody, if there's a mod, can somebody block the person that just typed in all caps for me, please? I believe that person was Frame God or Frame X God or God Frame X. Frame God, Frame X God. Thank you. I appreciate it. My hands are full or I would do it. Go ahead, Black Snow.
Okay. So what I mean is my experiences is when I've prayed, things that is not possible for it to happen has happened when I did it. in the name of Jesus. And God has manifested himself to me. April 3rd, 1997. I started going to church and I did not know God. I always believed in God. And April 3rd, I had prayed to God and I said, God, if you are real, I was like, I see people at church, they be speaking in tongues and they catch the Holy Spirit. I didn't know what that was. And I said, I don't know if they faking it or if they are real. I was like, can you let me speak in tongues and catch the Holy Spirit? I mean, because I see other people do it. I never done it. And April 3rd, 1997, about 3 a.m. in the morning, I was praying, and I always used to pray in my mind. But I was so sleepy because I was at work and I was like dead tired. So I started praying in my mind. And you ever been in a position when you was like so sleepy, you like nodded off and was woke at the same time?
Yeah.
Right. That's where I was at because I was like dead tired. And I was praying so I can go to sleep. And it's like I nodded off. But then I heard myself praying.
I'll give it a few more seconds. Yeah, maybe he fell asleep.
And I'm sorry, thinker, capitalism has been spelled in all capital letters this morning. I don't know why they
Oh,
try.
you all got to apologize.
All right. Now, this is the big thing right here. I prayed to God. I've been attacked with multiple sclerosis, an incurable disease. And I prayed to God and asked him, can he heal me? My parents was praying for my healing and my daughters was praying for my healing. And now after we prayed, now my neurologist who told me there is no cure for MS, he just told me that they can grow new nerves in me. That's a cure after we prayed in Jesus' name.
I'm
So
sorry. Say it again. I was handing my granddaughter to my son.
okay. I said, I've been attacked with an incurable disease, MS, multiple sclerosis. So I prayed and asked God, can he heal me completely so I can go back to work? After I said that prayer, I went to my neurologist. My neurologist is the one who told me there is nothing that can be done. He told me after I said that prayer, in Jesus' name, can you heal me completely so I can go back to work as a firefighter? My neurologist told me that they can grow new nerves with stem
So now you
cells.
don't have multiple sclerosis anymore.
Well, I haven't had the procedure done, but
When did he
when I
tell
get
you?
this
When did they tell
procedure
you that?
in October,
Why haven't
October
you had it
1st,
done?
because the next time I see, well, right now they got trial. When the stem cells, they doing like the trial stuff. What is it? Trial?
The
When
you're talking about the human trials, but
exactly.
Black Snow, do you realize that all of that had to be in play before you said
That's
your
what I was
prayer?
getting ready to say.
Yeah.
That's why I was walking him
Oh,
to
I'm
it.
sorry,
Yeah,
thinker.
that's okay. That's what I was getting ready to say.
Okay, what do you mean?
Like, so, basically, that what you're talking about is doctors, right, or
Hmm?
scientists working on treatments or cures for MS, right?
Right, right.
And it's a new approach called Pipe 307, right?
What is
And
that?
it's the treatment that your doctor is introducing you to, right? But they have to go through animal testing, then they have to go through human trial testing once they're approved by the FDA. But like you do realize, like this is a process, right?
Right.
That scientists have been working on for a
Is that
while, right?
since the early
Hold on, can I
2000s?
finish?
Mhm.
Yeah. So scientists have been working on trying to get a cure for MS for a while. And so what you are describing as an answer to your prayer is something that already existed, like that, or that was already in the works. And your prayer had no effect on that thing coming into existence. And then on top of that, you have not been cured of MS. On top of that, you don't know how this procedure, one, if you would even get selected, right, for the human trials, two, how that procedure uh, is going to affect your body. Does that make sense?
I hear what you're saying. Can I respond now?
Yeah.
Okay. What I was saying was my neurologist is the one that told me that they can grow new nerves in me, and he's saying with the stem cells. So they've been doing it already. That's why they're doing the clinical trials and stuff, and they're just trying to get it cleared by the FDA. I mean, when these clinical trials come back, they need to be cleared. And he told me, he a Jewish man. He don't even believe in Jesus. He told me, this is what you have always said. And I've always told him that I'm already healed in the name of Jesus. It's only a matter of time before my manifestation take place.
I mean, like believing that you're, you know, going to be around to take advantage of that. There's nothing wrong with that. But your prayer did not make this happen, right? Like people have been trying to cure MS for a long time. They've been trying to cure
True.
cancer. They've been trying to cure Parkinson's. Like there's nothing wrong with you having the hope, right? But you taking credit for it as if this God. The reason this trial exists is because you prayed. Like that's delusions of grandeur for me. Like that. That's like saying that other people are going to be healed because the God decided to heal you and created this trial or this cure for you. Like it's these are humans who see a problem in society and they've been working on it to cure it, and whatever their motivations are. Maybe they lost somebody to MS. My grandfather died of MS. If I was a scientist, I definitely would be working on a cure. Dr. Hadia Nicole Green, her grandmother died from cancer, so that moved her to work on finding a cure for cancer. Some people know that there are certain diseases out here that are profitable, so they work on finding a cure so they can make money. Like whatever their motivations are, like there are people out here working on finding cures to these things for a long time. It has nothing to do with your prayer. Because like if you'd have told me that you prayed and this God reversed the damage to your nerves and your muscles without you needing to wait on a scientist to figure out whether or not they can cure MS, then I would say, okay, maybe your prayer has something to do with it.
And do you also think it would not be a viable solution for people with the condition that you have had you not prayed? Like, so would the breakthrough still have happened had you not prayed for it? Knowing full well that it didn't just it didn't drop out of the sky. People, scientists and medical professionals have been working on it for years. So because of that, you have to ask yourself, what place or what impact did my prayer actually have on the solution, or does your prayer have an impact on the way you mentally synthesize the solution? You've created that correlation in your mind when those factors were already, that wheel was already in motion well before you uttered a prayer. That's corollary, not causal.
Okay, now I was attacked with MS in 2006, probably 2000. I've been attacked with. I left the fire department 2012. So I've been believing God that I'm healed by the stripes of Jesus since then. And I've been praying over myself since then. And I've been commanding that demon to go, and I've been seeing small manifestations. But then that's when I just said,
What
Daddy,
demon?
can you
Like
just heal
saying,
me?
what demon? You've been commanding what demon to go?
This
What?
demon of multiple sclerosis.
It's not a demon.
It, like, do you know how insensitive that is to call it a demon? Like
I
you're literally
believe all
saying to me, you're
sickness.
literally saying to me right now that my grandfather died with a demon in him.
No,
Like,
I'm
do you?
saying the
No,
attack.
you're calling the disease a demon, and I just told you that my grandfather died due to multiple sclerosis. One of my good friends, Dr. Bowen, has multiple sclerosis, and you're sitting here telling me that they have demons in them because they have an illness.
I'm telling you, the attack. The Bible say that the devil come to steal, kill, and destroy.
It's not
That's
an
what
attack. Like,
sickness and
y'all
disease
believe
do.
is this is so fucking crazy to me that you believe that a demon or a devil can attack your body, but you got to beg a god to heal it. You didn't have to beg the demon to attack your body. It wasn't hard for the demon to attack your body and give you the illness. Now you got to beg a god to undo what the demon did.
I didn't beg him. I just asked
And
him.
the God watched the demon attack you and did nothing.
And he also let the demon, right. And if your God was that powerful, why didn't he just protect you from the affliction as opposed to allowing you to have the affliction and then let you pray for years and years before he answered your prayer by way of a medical procedure that was already being developed anyway? Like, it just doesn't stand it doesn't stand up to any scrutiny.
Mm.
And I told y'all I blame Jesus for calling epilepsy a demon in this book, and
Well,
blindness,
he.
like saying sin come out, your sins are forgiven, and then all of a sudden a person is healed. Like, and then, like, even with thinking that your illness is an attack of some demon that's in you and you're telling the demon to come out, this is where the way that believers treat mental illness, and why so many people who are believers or who have family members that are believers don't get the help that they need, because y'all think that every dang thing is a demon. But
Right.
here, the crazy thing is, though, y'all
Uh,
don't even see yourselves as demons. Like, the stuff that y'all do and
let me,
say. Hold on, let me finish. Right, y'all will
okay.
call sicknesses demons. Right, so the y'all will call mental illness a demon, but when y'all will call people who don't believe demons. Y'all call everybody demons but yourselves. And y'all can't see that when y'all say these harmful stuff, right, that you are initiating negative feelings, negative thoughts, negative emotions in other people.
And Thinker, the other question I would ask is, if medical research shows that MS is an autoimmune disease, so if it were a demon, why would the demon be affected by medical intervention? Like, why would a demon, which is a spiritual thing, be impacted by solutions that are
That part.
physical? That doesn't make any sense.
And then needing to go to medical professionals to test you, figure out what's going on, and then use their brains to come up with a way to try to figure out how to fix you. And it's a demon though. Okay.
And then there are
Can I?
people. Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Let me know when I can respond. I'm letting y'all talk, but let me know when I can respond. Now. Okay. So what I'm what I'm saying is the demonic attack is not. I'm not saying that it's a demon in me. I'm saying like if a person, if you got into a fight and you had a black eye, that was an attack on you, and the result of it is the black eye. The result of the attack is the multiple sclerosis.
No, you're when you say attack, when you use the word attack, you're implying that there's a conscious mind behind that inflicting that on you. There is a demon
Yes,
making that happen. Okay, so where is it?
it's in the
Why do
spirit
you
realm.
need scientists? Oh, scientists are fighting spirits now. They're
No,
fighting in the spiritual world. Are they curing you of a spiritual disease? Are you in a spiritual clinical trial?
Then I'm like,
no.
why can't your God just undo what the demon did? If the demon can just speak and attack your body, why can't your God just speak and unattack it? Why does your God need to wait until these doctors, these scientists figure out a cure?
There has been accounts when
No, right
believers
now. Why
have
can't
got
your God do it now? Why are you waiting
um
on this trial and having to hope and
like
believe for your healing? Why do you have to hope and believe for your healing? If a demon can just speak and attack your body and cause your body to get sick, why can't you with this God just speak and undo what the demon did?
okay, can I respond?
Yeah, I want you to respond to that. I don't want you to tell me what something happened what with somebody else. I'm talking about you.
Okay. Well, I have been believing God, and I am seeing smaller manifestations. Like I'm able to walk. At first, I couldn't walk up the stairs completely, but from me praying, I'm able to walk up the stairs better as long as I'm holding on to the rail. First, I couldn't lift up my right leg, but now I'm able to walk up the stairs since I've been praying. Now that's when I asked God, can He
Are
just
you
heal
able to
me
walk up the
completely?
stairs because you are exercising and pushing yourself to walk up those
No,
stairs?
I'm not exercising.
I'm talking about pushing yourself to walk up the stairs.
No, what
Are
I'm
you
saying
able
is
to do it because you are making yourself do it? You're forcing yourself to do it?
I'm lifting up my leg the same way it was going when I couldn't lift it up really.
That's called
I'm
physical
using the same
therapy.
strength.
That's called physical therapy, Black Snow. People do it every day. Like if you have some sort of weakness in your limbs, you go to a physical therapist and you do repetitive motions to get that limb to be a little bit stronger. Like that's
I know
literally what how the body works.
I had sessions of physical therapy in the past, but and I'm like last year, but I haven't been doing no physical therapy.
But
And
if you are intentionally, do you intentionally get up to walk up the stairs to make it easier for you to walk up the stairs? Is that an intentional thing that you do in your mind?
no, I'm just walking up the stairs because if I walk downstairs to eat something, then I'm going back up to my room upstairs.
But
And
So
even unintentionally, the fact that you're exercising your like the fact that you're actually getting up, walking up the stairs, coming back down is physical therapy. You might not have the intention to, want to be better, but the fact that you're moving around, if you were to sit down and be immobile, your muscles would deteriorate and you would not be able to walk as much as you are right now. So whether you have the intention or not, you are participating in physical therapy.
Don't get
okay,
mad at us because we don't. I'm not talking to you, Black Swan. They know who I'm talking to. Don't fucking get mad at us because we don't just believe bullshit. If you are saying that your God has the power to heal you, then the questions that we are asking, he should be able to stand up to. You getting in your feelings because you know it's illogical.
And I don't understand the mindset behind getting mad about, and not you, Black Snow, but people in the comments getting mad about the questions that we're asking because they are logical questions. Why would I serve a God that has the power to snap his fingers and make all of my pain go away? Why would I serve a God if I have to ask him to intervene? He already knows I'm in pain. Why would he have to save me from a disease or pain that he has the ability to take away? That doesn't make any sense.
And then I got to do all the work and give him the credit. I still have to do the physical
Hmm.
therapy. I still have to convince myself and push myself, right? And do all the work and then give him the credit. Like what the fuck? This is why I asked the question about the little girl, the little girl that's learning how to walk, and she's doing all the work.
Hmm.
And then y'all want to go and give the God credit for the work that she's going through, the pain that she's going through.
but can I say something?
Go ahead.
Okay. Now I hear what you're saying. I hear completely what you're saying. what God tells us to do in His Word is believe Him, believe what His words say. Let me ask you: do y'all know who the God of this
I
world
want you
we
to
live
take me
in
to. I
is?
want you to take me to a scripture where your God healed somebody gradually. Take me to the scripture where when the prophets in this Bible was healing people in the name of your God, and it happened gradually over years. Take me to a scripture.
I don't believe that's in the Bible.
So you said that your God said believe His word. Where
Hmm.
in His word does He say believe in slow healing?
No, not in slow. They be instantly when God
So
do it.
then what's the point of you pointing out that He said believe His word? Because in His word it was instant.
True. I totally agree with that.
So what you telling us to believe right now ain't what's in His word.
I agree with you. God is all about instant, but what I'm pointing out is because I prayed to God, something that has never happened. I believe that, like my neurologist, the one that told me this is what you have always said, and he's the same one that told me there's nothing that can ever be done for you. You're going to be completely blind. You're going to be in a
Your
wheelchair.
neurologist still don't know if you're going to be healed. Your neurologist
Right.
is a freaking human. Like you keep saying that, like we're just gonna just be like, oh, your neurologist said it, so there it is. It's a done deal. Your neurologist don't know shit. Your neurologist is telling you, hey, here's another trial. There are multiple trials for MS, but your neurologist does not know if that trial is going to affect you or not.
And doctors misdiagnose all the time, or they tell you like people have gotten prognoses that are like you're gonna die in 2 weeks, and they live for 20 more years, or they say there's nothing else that can be done for you, and then when they find a second opinion, third opinion, fourth opinion, fifth opinion, like this is a normal thing. I don't know why y'all. I swear I'm gonna keep saying it. Christians, y'all are conceited as hell. Human beings in general, you just think you're the only one on this planet. Like, what?
And I
And
also
I want you to get in the trial. I hope you get healed. I hope
Yeah.
you get healed. But saying that the trial exists because you prayed, right?
I'm
Or you're healed because you prayed. No, if you get healed, it's because you got into a trial and the trial worked. It's because scientists worked on a cure, long nights. Had absolutely nothing to do with you praying, and there was no devil that attacked your body, and there was no God that healed it. Your belief in a God may have motivated you to continue believing in your healing, continue to believing that something's going to come through. That's completely different from saying that God did anything.
I hear what you're saying. Um, I am going to I'm gonna actually come back up here when I get my manifestation, and then we can talk again.
what manifestation are you referring to?
When I get these new nerves.
So you think they're just going to miraculously appear, or you're going to get in a clinical trial from a medical professional who from medical professionals who have investigated how to resolve this issue, and then you're going to give credit to your God, right?
No,
And then do
the
you think
clinic.
that what do you think we're going to say? You think that we're going to say anything different? We're going to say
Can I?
kudos to the doctors. I'm glad that you got healed. I'm still not going to say a God did it
And he
because a
still
God
couldn't.
didn't do it.
Right, he still
But I
couldn't
know,
demonstrate that a God did it. You believe that a
I
God
know,
is doing it.
I know
How do you know?
God is doing it.
How do
I
you
know
know?
y'all don't believe in God, but I
Your
know
what is
God.
your God doing?
All right, let me tell
No,
you the
no, no.
message.
Explain to me. Tell me step by step what your God is doing. Step by step.
Right now, God is running heaven.
What? No. What
He's a
is your
king.
God doing in this situation here with the nerve thing? What step by step? What is your God doing? You told us step by step what the demon did to attack your body to
He
give you MS. Step by step, what is your God doing?
he when he created us, he put our stem cells
No,
in our bodies.
in this situation right here, don't go all the way back to creation. I don't know why Y'all got to go all the
Right.
way back to creation.
That's all
And
they
this
have.
situation here, what is your God doing step by step?
This is what I'm telling you. He put our stem cells in our bones.
Oh my fucking gosh.
They know exactly how demons operate. They know exactly how the devil operates. They know exactly how possession works.
Well,
But when it
the
comes to
devil
their
come to
God, I'm not done talking. But when it comes to their God, oh yeah, the garden. When he created, yeah, the sky. Look at the trees.
okay. The devil's come to steal, kill, and destroy.
Oh my
That's how he
god. Like what?
operates.
What in the living fuck?
It's literally like talking to, I said this yesterday, it's literally like talking to children about their fairy tale books. And they tell you how the
Yep.
gingerbread man does this. There's no demonstration of any of this, Black Snow. There's no demonstration of a devil. You believe that this is true, but you can't demonstrate that it's true. You believe that God healed you, but you go to doctors who do research and use science and systems to figure out how to make you feel better. They are doing the work. Your belief is causing you to give God credit for it because maybe this belief system motivates you and keeps you going and keeps you optimistic instead of pessimistic, and I love that for you. That's great. But the utility of a thing does not make it true. And if you cannot demonstrate that your healing is caused by divine intervention, then there's no way that you're going to be able to convince us that it's true.
Then you better not have to put up a GoFundMe and ask everybody to help you pay for this treatment. God better do it
Oh
for free.
no. Nah, I got insurance that's gonna pay for it.
Your insurance better not pay a damn dime.
I know. Why would
Because
God need a Stigma?
exactly. Like why you gotta pay God for this miracle? That doesn't make no sense.
It's just y'all just don't ask the logical questions. Like I would, like I said earlier, the first thing I would say is instead of trying to having me pray to you to get into this clinical trial, why not just fix my nerves yourself? You have the capability to do it. You have all this faith in God's power, but you don't expect him to actually use the power in a way that would be beneficial for you. And every little thing that you see that's positive for you that comes at the hands of men, no healing that you have experienced has come at the hand of God. You've gone to the doctors, you
Cassidy,
talked
shut
to your
your racist
neurologist.
bitch ass up. You think that I don't know, right? First off, your motherfucking tax dollars don't go to me, bitch.
Oh, what did she say?
Not one motherfucking iota of your tax dollars go to me. If anything, I pay more taxes than your ass do.
Yeah, I was about to say that she definitely doesn't want to have that conversation.
Can I say something real quick? Okay, I'll take that as a yes. Um, I was I know people that I know other believers, and some believers kind of told me the same kind of stuff y'all saying that I need to just let God heal me, and I'm looking at it like I heard a situation. It was like a cartoon. Not it was like a something when they said that a man was like drowning or whatever, or he was sinking, and he was asking God to heal him. I mean, not to heal him, but to come rescue him. And a man came by in a boat and told him to jump on, and the guy said, "No, I'm straight. God coming to get me." Then another man came by in a helicopter, dropped down on a ladder. He said, "No, I'm waiting on God," and then he died. And when we got to heaven, he said, "God, why didn't you heal me?" God said, "I sent you a man in a boat. I sent you a man in a helicopter." So I look at
Oh
this
my
as the same
god.
situation.
That like literally, dude. Do you realize that you are talking about a story that somebody made up?
Yeah, I know.
Like
But
Mm-hmm.
you're all you're doing is saying like what some human said to keep you believing in this guy. Like that does not change the fact that it's not a God healing you. It is humans doing the work.
And the reality is that person could have been saved had he learned how to swim. Y'all want to abdicate all personal responsibility for the things that happen to you to some external supernatural entities that do not exist, that we have no evidence of existing. And that's while that's a cute little story that encourages people to continue to believe that some power is working in their favor. The reality is we have to make the decisions that we need to make for ourselves. The power to do better is found in us collaborating with each other, in us appreciating each other. but you pay for insurance, you go to the doctor, you take their advice because they've gone to school to learn how to do these things. And as soon as they benefit you, you give credit to an entity that you've never even seen, that you can't communicate with outside of your brain. Your God's voice sounds just like yours.
And then in reality, my next question to your God would have been, well, then shit, if you saw that I didn't catch the drift, then why didn't you just split the seed?
He did it
If you didn't
before.
want me to die? If you knew, right, that I didn't recognize, right, that you were sinning, why didn't you just split the motherfucker? Make the ground dry.
Or just tell me, be like, hey, yo, I'm sending you this boat. Better hold on. Like, why is communication such a problem with your God? Why is direct communication such a problem with this deity? And when y'all say you're directly communicating with him, he tells the person he's communicating with the very thing that they want to hear. So why would we then not conclude that everything that you think you heard from a God came from your own mind? Like I said earlier today, everybody can't be right, but they can all be wrong. And none of the stories that come up here, the people share coming up here, have led me to believe that any of this stuff is true. It's just simply not convincing to anyone that's willing to engage in critical thinking.
And
Okay.
I find it funny that like in this book, the God had to go like do some extra phenomenal stuff, like splitting the Red Sea, water being struck, a rock being struck, and water coming out, manna coming from the sky, right? Raising people from the dead, healing people instantaneously, walking on water, right? Calling down curses and mauling children, right? He had to do some extra phenomenal shit, showing up and blinding Paul, right? But today, y'all don't even expect that shit.
Today, he can only help you find your car keys.
I want to speak to I want to that young lady who just spoke before the thinker was speaking. She was saying that God answers and it's only what we want. I That's because we ask things that's in line with His word. So it's things He already told
Okay,
us.
and his word, did he not split the Red Sea?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay,
But
did manna fall from the sky?
it did.
Did he heal people instantaneously?
Yes,
Okay, it's in line with his word. Then you should be able to
exactly.
ask for it. You should be able to ask for it. He told you in the Bible that you should be able to lay hands on the sick and they shall recover. Lay hands on them and they
Now
shall
get this.
recover.
Get this. The funniest thing about that is I have healed people with the power of
Then
God.
why can't you heal yourself? Why you
I,
gotta wait on a clinical trial?
I
If you
don't
can heal
know
other people
everything.
like that no, like, do you understand? Do you hear yourself?
I do. I understand what you're saying.
And then y'all are
But
so dangerous with this I can heal people shit. Y'all need to stop that shit because people die because you are up here thinking that you have the power in your hands to heal people who should be in the fucking hospital.
I have healed people with the power of God.
Then why haven't you healed yourself with the power of God?
My sister, I have been doing that. And I'm
I
telling you,
almost disconnected his ass because y'all know how I am about my niece. Like
Yeah,
I almost fucking disconnected him. Like I
yeah.
swear.
And I think that that's part of the problem, Black Snow. You guys say these things because you think it makes you sound so admirable.
no,
Let me finish. Let me finish.
no,
No,
that's
no, no.
not
Let
what I
me
said.
hang on a second. Hang on a second. Let me finish because I think you're missing the entailments of what you're saying.
Okay.
You're saying that people can be healed in the name of God, while Thinker has a niece who was brought to the altar and died because she needed medical intervention. There's nothing consistent about the healing that you say you have this power to do. And if you have the power in your body to heal someone else, why would you ever be sick? Why would you be experiencing the pain that you experience? It just doesn't make sense. And by saying what you said about you have the power to heal, that will hear you. Gullible people will come to you when they need to be going to a professional who has training and skill set to be able to help them. That is why it's dangerous. There's nothing wrong with you having faith. I can't tell you not to have faith. You can believe whatever you want to believe. That is completely up to you. But when you spread that to other people, they listen to you, especially gullible people who are maybe in a difficult time in their life, and they want to find some sort of solace, or they're looking for hope. They believe this and they die. When you have no guarantee whatsoever that what you offer will work. Even medical professionals don't even give you guarantees. You're offering guarantees on a system that has not been substantiated or recorded. There's no system whatsoever. It's just faith. And there's nothing you can't believe on faith. I can believe I'm taller than you on faith, and I can guarantee you I'm not. I can believe I'm better than you on faith, and I can guarantee you I'm not. Faith is not a pathway to truth. And it's dangerous when it's wielded in the way that you are wielding it.
Before he told that story, he acknowledged that his fellow Christians have been asking him, why not just let God heal you? Why are you not listening to your fellow Christians that believe in the same power as your God? Why are you going to the hospital and bothering scientists? Why not follow your fellow believers in Christ, right? This power that you speak of. Why not follow it?
Okay, do you remember when I just told y'all that I have seen people heal with the power of God? I didn't do that by myself. It was a group of us. I don't have a group. I've been trying to get a group of believers to help heal me, and not everybody been too busy. So I don't got nobody that's like my ex-wife told me that. She said we used to heal people and we seen the healing. Why won't you just believe God? And I said, well, you won't help me and nobody else will help me.
Why would your
And
God need
she's
their help, Black Snow?
He said
no, because
too
Jesus,
busy to fucking heal people. Do you hear that? Do you
Mm-hmm.
That
hear
is
that?
Mm-hmm.
wild.
Mm-hmm.
people are too busy.
Why?
That's
Who
what I'm
did you think
saying.
we were talking about? Jesus?
Jesus got to clock
Listen to
in.
me. I've talked to the people, and they say they too busy with their work schedule and their life, or whatever.
So your healing, your God is holding up your healing because someone has a packed calendar. Think about that.
Like y'all
Why?
couldn't
Why?
do it over Zoom? Like did y'all try Zoom?
Not a Zoom healing.
Yeah.
But like think about what you're saying. Everything that you say leads back to human beings. Why would the power of your God be dampered by the busyness of human beings?
Can I tell you right quick?
Sure.
Oh, okay, okay. So in the new we're in the new covenant. The old covenant, God did all these miracles. In the new covenant, Jesus gave his disciples his power and commanded us to heal. It's just his disciples think their life is too busy to do it. I call up the prayer line, and I'm like I can walk up the stairs better now. I'm seeing smaller manifestations, and that's when I told you I prayed to God. I said, "Daddy, can you just heal me completely so I can go back to
Did you
work?"
say daddy
That's
or
what my
diddy?
neurologist just told. Daddy. I call God he's my heavenly father. I call him Daddy.
I'm sorry.
Daddy, D-A-D-D-Y.
Fee.
Cut the cameras. Cut
Fee and
the
Rhea.
show.
Fee and Rhea. If y'all kids came to y'all and they fell and they needed you to put a band-aid on their wound, how many times they got to ask you to patch that shit up?
They probably wouldn't even have to ask because I'm going to observe their pain and I'm going to react because that's what loving parents do.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's so crazy? My granddaughter has a cold, right? When I went in the kitchen, right? When she was crying, I took her in the kitchen. I'm holding her and I'm like, give me the code. Getty will take the code away from you
For
because your
real.
body is so small. Give it to me. You shouldn't have to beg your so-called daddy to heal you if your daddy is real and your daddy loves you and your daddy got the power to take it away because he gave the power to a demon to give it to you. It makes no sense.
And Black Snow, I'm going to say this because I'm being completely honest with you here. You are the type of believer that breaks my heart because I hear the sincerity in your voice. I know that what you're saying, you truly believe. And I think it's so sad that at an adult age, you are hedging your bets or putting your livelihood and your health and your safety in the hands of a belief system I don't know that you've truly investigated or thought through. And I understand where where faith plays a role in the lives of people, especially when you're dealing with health issues. Like, you just want to be okay. You want to live the life you want to live. I get it. I totally understand that. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I think the way you're going about it and some of the positions that you hold, you're not looking at the other side of the coin. And in doing so, you're actually hurting yourself. Because if you believe I'm going to put this in the hands of God and I'm not going to do anything, then you're only going to get worse.
And then, like, I think also for Fee and Rhea, if y'all had the power and you don't know Black Snow, and somebody called you and said, "Hey, there's a guy that has MS, and he's been waiting to get better. He's a really cool guy. Can y'all come out, fly out to where he is, and do your thing quickly for him?"
Absolutely.
Rhea.
Absolutely. Especially if I had the power.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because with power comes responsibility. And if you have that power, and if you think about this, you believe that God has all the power in the world. There is no limit to God's power. There's literally nothing this God cannot do according to your belief system. And at the same time, you are okay with him allowing you to experience the things that you are experiencing, and all the while glorifying and praising him at the same damn time.
And then think about what he's actually even glorifying the God for. The God is quote unquote manifesting and now giving you crumbs, right? He's healing you little by little. Now you can walk up the stairs. Oh, thank God. You still have the problem, right? The thing is still there. The thing that's making you sick and reducing your quality of life is still there, right? But now all of a sudden you're thanking him for the little things that he's doing, but he can heal you the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, and to Thinker's point earlier, like, as a parent, if I had multiple children, and my older children were, I did everything for them. They needed a car, I gave them a car. Like, this God did all kinds of miracles in this Bible. And then when it comes to the younger children, no, like, they're hungry. You got to ask me first. I'll help you, but I need to get Thinker and Rhea on board to come over here. I'll help you. I'll send that miracle and I'll send that relief to you. But as long as Thinker and Rhea come over and pray with me, talk to me at the same time, that doesn't make any sense. No loving parent would do that. They just wouldn't. But you all have to figure out a way to make excuses for this God not showing up in your lives in the way that you want them to show up. You conditioned yourself to believe that your prayer works when in actuality, you just said it doesn't, because you have to pray in accordance with God's will. So your prayer is ultimately asking that this God helps to make you okay with whatever the fuck he allows to happen to you. You know you can't change his will. You know that only thing that will happen is what he wants. So if he doesn't want you healed, he's not going to heal you. You already believe that. But y'all don't think
Oh,
it, y'all don't think that through.
okay. What I have done with my life is I have brought my life in line with God's word. So whatever he desire is what I desire for my life. And it's all good things. And I'm seeing them happen. Like the healing and other stuff. It was another situation when I had an ambulance service, and one of my ambulances was down, and my mechanic was out there fixing it, and it was about to start raining. I heard it thundering and all that stuff. And I pointed up to the sky and said, I command no water come down until he finished. And it was about an hour, maybe 2 hours. It was thundering and lightning, but no rain came down. Now, when he finished, we sat in his car and he's about to take me where he had to take me. We seen a raindrop hit his window once he finished. But it was thundering, lightning, but no rain it was not raining. And it started pouring down once he finished.
Black
That's what I
Snow,
say. Yeah,
Do you know the difference between correlation and causation? When
I
I say
don't.
when I say those two things are not the same, do you know what I mean?
No, I just told you I don't. What do
Okay,
you
I,
mean?
I didn't hear your answer. I'm sorry. So things can happen that at the same time. So, like you said, that you didn't want it to rain, and you said a prayer, and it didn't rain. How do you know that your prayer caused the cessation of that rain? How do you know that?
Well, that wasn't prayer. I commanded. I didn't say, Daddy, can you not let it
It
rain?
is so weird
I
that you
spoke to the
you you keep
sky.
saying daddy like that. I gotta put that out there, but call them what you want to.
No, he remind me of what was
Right,
the one
right,
that used
but,
to call him father? What was her name?
That's not Mrs. G. What was her? Not
What
Mrs.
was her
Jesus
name?
Christ.
Terrellin.
Tara Lynn. Yeah.
Yeah,
Carolyn.
he's the male version of Terrellin.
but do y'all understand what I'm saying?
No, we don't
It was
understand because
thundering.
your God can hold on to rain, but he can't heal you one time. Your God can literally stop rain for you. I don't know what kind of confidence comes with Christianity for you to think a God done held the rain for you to
And
finish doing whatever you want to do. But
right.
he can hold rain for you, but he can't heal you. Okay.
And could you have not prayed before Hurricane Katrina? Could you have stopped those winds, those rains? Like, if you have this power, use it for other people. Use it for good.
Y'all in the comments
I
talking about
agree.
let the man cook. All I hear is let the man lie to y'all. Why y'all
What
keep
is he
interrupting
cooking?
his lies? Let the man lie. Let
And
the man convince y'all of fairy tales. That's all I hear. Y'all don't like to be addressed with real questions. What the
Mm,
fuck is he cooking?
ladies,
For real.
um, some may be offended by what you said, but like I say, I'm a knower. I
Guess
don't even
what?
really
I know
believe.
that I don't give a fuck if they're offended.
he said he's a
Right.
knower. You said you were a
Yeah, I
knower.
know. I know God is real. I know the Bible is real. I know God of Israel is God of the universe. I know these things.
So
I don't even believe them no more.
where
I
was the God of
know
the
them.
where was the God of the universe before Jesus came on the scene? Where was he?
Jesus was the God of the universe.
Right, but I'm
Jesus,
saying
that's who
before you
Jesus
learned about
is.
him. But before you learned about him, where was he? Like, you talk about knowledge and belief as if they're different. Knowledge is just a subset of belief. Knowledge is justified true belief. Like, I there are things that we know, but there's no solution for heart solipsism. We talk about this all the time. There's no camp of knowledge or belief. They're the same thing. They're on the same spectrum, but they're just in different locations. You saying that you know that there is a God, how is that any different? It's just a belief that you hold very strongly, yet you justified this belief with faulty information, with fallacies. And you just, for some reason, refuse to admit that. No matter how many times we walk you right straight into the point, you're holding on to
Okay.
this belief system.
What faulty information did I give?
You just said that you commanded it not to rain. Do you really think clouds listen to you? Do you know how weather works?
It did that night. It didn't rain for like 2 hours,
Did
but
you
it was
check the
What?
did you
thundering and
check the did you
lightning.
check the weather app to see if it was gonna rain that day?
No, I
Okay,
didn't. What
so
I'm
stop.
telling you, it was
No,
nighttime.
stop. Like you don't even know if rain was in the daggone forecast for that day.
It was thundering and lightning like it was raining. It just wasn't no rain. And then it did start raining once we finished.
And you think your command of telling it not to rain is what held the rain up,
Mm-hmm.
and not that it was the water was going to form in the clouds the way water forms in clouds and comes down when it comes down naturally. Do you,
Yes, because that's what the word of God told me.
no, it
I did what
doesn't.
the word of God told me to do, and it worked.
You don't deal
It
with the
does when
word of
I
God
do
though.
it.
No, you don't. You do not deal with the word of God because you would be healed by now if you dealt with the word of God. You would have casted all of that nonsense out of your body if you were healed with the word of God. You're literally going through something that people all over the world go through, a sickness that people go through and are in pain for, and you're telling me that you can command rain, but you cannot command for God to heal you?
And my
Do
also
let me
and
ask you.
on let me ask you this question on this before you go off
Okay.
the rain
Okay.
thing. Do you think God
Okay.
wanted it to rain before or after you said your prayer? Like what time did God want it to rain that day?
I believe God set up the earth and set up systems for what to do, and it was just, the systems was just working how they work.
No,
I don't
I'm
think
talking about
God
that
make it
particular
rain and
day.
stuff.
But what time? But you think that everything that happens is in accordance with God's will, right?
Not everything. I told you the devil is the god of this earth, so the devil be influencing a lot of stuff.
So was the devil controlling the cloud and the rain that day?
Now I don't think that was really God or the devil. I think, like I say, I think God put things in motion and things just work the way it's supposed to work. I think that was a thing like that.
Then
That was
how is
wrapped
it
up with
that
that.
how is it that you commanded is it that you commanded the rain if that's the case?
But do you see what I'm saying? As soon as we finished, it did start pouring down. So it was trying to rain the whole time while I was lightning and thundering. But I told it wait until we finish,
You
and it
don't know
did.
that. You do not know that it did that exact moment where it was lightning and thundering. You do not know that rain was supposed to be falling in that moment. You don't know that. You don't know when the rain was supposed to start. You don't know if it was even supposed to rain that day. You don't know that. How
Okay,
do you know that it's supposed to
okay.
be raining
Why
that
did
exact moment?
if that okay, if what you like I told you, it was more than an hour that it was thundering and lightning. That accommodates
That does
that.
not mean it should be raining. That does not mean it should be raining at that exact moment.
That's what
That's not what that means. You don't know how that works.
And I think that's Bria touched
I'm
on.
not a weatherman.
We know that.
I
Yeah,
said
that's
I'm
the.
not right.
Oh,
I'm
I
not a
know.
right. So I don't know. I don't know how that stuff works. But I do know that as soon as we got in the vehicle, it started pouring down.
So what? Like literally, I've gone to the store. Like, oh, the clouds. I look at the clouds. It's probably gonna rain. Go to the store, and the minute I freaking come back home. The minute I open the door and put my groceries down, it starts pouring. I didn't pray for that. That happens all the time. Coincidences are a thing.
And that part.
My s-
Because
my
rainfall is
sister,
going to happen when the water droplets in the cloud become too heavy to stay in the cloud. And
my sisters. That's
gravity
the
pulls them to the.
miracle.
Oh my God.
That's the miracle in it. It
What
was
miracle?
rain.
I
It was
didn't
supposed.
pray for that though. So how did it
I
happen? I don't
know.
believe in your
That's
God.
when.
I don't believe
I
in
know.
your God. I
I
didn't
got
pray
you.
for any of that. I didn't want that. I was okay with if it rained right in the middle of me shopping. I would have been okay with that. So what kind of miracle is that? Whose
A
miracle is that?
miracle.
Who
Right.
prayed for
Um,
that?
a miracle would be it started raining everywhere but on the area that you needed to stay dry. That would be a
But
Exactly.
it
miracle.
wasn't.
But
But it
that would.
wasn't raining nowhere
But you're
until we got in the car.
black snow. Rain not starting until after you get into your car is not a miracle. That's not
I
how
believe it
rain
is.
works. Well, just because you believe it is doesn't mean that it actually is. And that's the piece that you keep missing. I don't know that this conversation is going to go anywhere because, again, it's somewhat like talking to someone who believes in goblins and
God.
things. Well, yeah, that same thing. Goblins, spooky boogeymen, and all of that. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. And when we talk you through the illogical nature and the illogical reasoning that you're using, you just keep going to, but I believe, but I believe.
That
I don't know if you really care if your beliefs are true. You just want to hold on to them because they're comfortable.
No, he doesn't care.
no.
They don't care if their beliefs are true. You know the video that I did about the little girl, and I asked the question, why doesn't the God have a test to determine if men were virgins on their wedding night?
I remember that.
Hmm.
Christians are in my comments talking about read the Bible. There is a test, bitch. Like the fact that you will comment something like that, one tells me that you haven't read the damn Bible. There is a woman in the comments that said the answer is the reason why you experience Genesis 3 verse 16 and still experience Hebrews 9 verse 27. Like literally, you would rather not engage with the thought of there is no test to determine that a man is a virgin on his wedding night. There's only a test to determine if a woman is, by saying this is why you have babies.
That doesn't make any sense.
None whatsoever. Another woman, like, and I think it's the women that's like literally pissing me off in my comments. She says, "I in a congregation with the leader who directs a church, he has the power to appoint responsibilities and positions. If that member violates them, then there's a disciplinary action which the member should know." They don't. They don't give a damn. They don't
No,
care if it's true.
no, not at all. They just want to be right. They want to have
Shut
a
the fuck
position
up,
of
Blake
authority.
Jackson. Come and make me calm the fuck down. Sorry, V.
Oh no, you're good. I don't know why they do that either.
Ladies, let me ask y'all a quick. Can I ask y'all a question?
Sure.
Do okay? Did are y'all offended with God?
I'm
With the
offended with the
ideal of
shit that you.
God?
I'm offended with the shit that y'all be spewing. I'm offended with y'all harmful ass beliefs. Yes, I'm offended. And like,
Okay,
you didn't
thinker.
bat an eye. You didn't even give a damn when Fee told you that my niece died on the altar because somebody believed that they had the healing power in their hands. You didn't give a fuck. All you cared about was
I
talking about that
do.
you didn't say shit. All you cared about was continuing to defend your belief that you have the power to heal people. Y'all don't care about nobody,
Think
but no, don't think of me. Y'all don't care about
thinker.
nobody but
I am
yourself. Shut
so
up. I am talking.
sorry.
I don't want your fucking I'm sorry now. You didn't care then when Fee said it. And you kept talking about it even when you saw that it bothered me. You kept pushing that narrative. Y'all don't care about nobody but yourselves. So the answer is hell yeah. I am offended by his believers in him. Yes. And I'm fucking angry.
And I think what offends me is this almost childlike stubbornness to hold on to a concept that you know is irrational. We've been engaging in this conversation for quite a while. And there's got to be a part of your brain that realizes these are logical questions for people to ask. Like, I don't know the answer to that either. Yet you still hold on to the belief systems despite how harmful they are, despite how harmful the entailments are. And again, if you want to believe illogical things, okay, that's fine for you, but don't present them and package them in a way that tells us as non-believers that they are logical, because they're not. Any investigation into anything that has ever been claimed to be miraculous has failed the burden of proof. Every place that God has been put in throughout the annals of history have been shrinking because we are learning more about the world we live in and the way that it works. I read something the other week that said that God resides in God is an ever shrinking pocket of scientific discovery. That's exactly what it is. They used to think that epilepsy was a demon. No, it's not. It's a neurological issue. They used to think all these other things were demonic possessions. No, they're not. They're medical, they're things that can be explained through science and medicine. And none of that has to do with a God. So every single place where we thought God was in the past, that's not where he is. And it's only a matter of time that that light gets bright enough for us to see that maybe there's not anything controlling everything, some intangible power. And it damn sure couldn't be benevolent based on the existence of the way the world is. That's what's irritating. So no, we're not angry at your God. I'm not angry at your God. I don't even think your God exists. That will be like me being angry at Voldemort. He's not real. He's a character in a book. But I am very upset at what the belief in this God has done to the minds of people, because it stops y'all from thinking. It stops you from asking questions. And it stops you from looking at how your behaviors and your beliefs impact other people. That's what I'm angry
Yeah.
at.
And then I can tell that we're getting under y'all's skin. You hate slave women. Y'all are some dumbasses. And then, like, see, Gavin, you said they are the things that can be helped by the hand, helped by the Lord your God. Can your Lord your God stop you from this block? They get on my fucking nerves. Like, your God can't even stop you from getting blocked. If he can't stop me from blocking your ass, don't expect me to believe that your God can heal shit.
Nice. That was nice. Thank you very much for that experience.
No,
Black Swan.
he's on. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I think I was going to tell him
Yeah,
he's
you're
on
on
mute.
mute. Yeah, that's what I was going to tell. You're on mute, Black Swan. Okay, so I guess we're going to move on. Are you not able to come off mute?
Can you command the mute button like you did the cloud?
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm trying to see if one of these motherfuckers is in the comments that's in the comments talking shit. Nope, of course not. Of course not. God's child, can you come up? Can you come up, God's child? Thank you, the realist. I appreciate that. Well, that's good. Cause we hate your God. So good. They're like, I don't understand black people, black Christians. Like, the same motherfucking God that encourages or motivates a person to create a TikTok account and name it I hate Negro slaves, and then come in here and type in all caps, God hates Negroes, because they're mad that we don't believe in this God. Like, how the fuck do y'all serve the same God? Answer that for me.
Heavy on that part.
How is it the same God? Because did y'all forget, right, that it was the God who chose them first? It was the God who motivated their ancestors to tell them that they were special and that they should rule over you. Did y'all forget that? That God changed his mind? Like, are black Christians this God's side chicks? Like the Gentiles became the side chicks of the Israelite God? Is that like a one for one? How did it happen? I need God to do what, Blake? God's child, you're not gonna come up? No, Blake, I'm not married. I'm not married. I don't have a slave owner.
How is that relevant?
Because they think that their God told them that their dick was what gave them substance and value. Another lie. I told you that I'm angry, Blake. I told you that I'm angry.
Yeah, you might want to do some little research too, Blake. I believe non-married women are a lot happier than married ones, so that anger, you might be putting that on the wrong camp, Pumpkin.
All right. So is God's child still in the comments? We're just gonna block them since they scared to come up. Like, just don't bring your ass back in here. Like, if you scared to come up, you're gonna talk shit in the comments, but you scared to come up. Like, I very rarely invite people up. If you're gonna talk shit in the comments and then be scared to come on stage and talk that same shit, don't come back in here. Well, you getting ready to say something, Fee?
No, I don't think so.
Damn, I just chose somebody to come up. I don't know what happened. Now I gotta wait on the box to open again.
I can get mine open. Who you want to bring up?
Anybody.
Let's see. I see a Dilly. That's the first person at the top.
Dilly? I don't think they're not connecting.
They drop down. See Magnus Wilson, Zabella, Jelani Moyo.
If you're in the box and you're want to come up, can you please comment?
It's okay, Jelani. Hold on.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
I wanted to
Wait,
come
how
up
old are you?
to.
I'm sorry, how old are you?
I'm 30.
Okay. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Deconstructing.
Okay, go ahead.
I heard the person before and what he was saying about MS. And I have a partner who was diagnosed with it. And she's actually doing pretty well. And she's also deconstructing. I don't think she was a Christian at all, really. But she is going through the phase of deconstructing from religion overall. And she's actually doing pretty well, not relying on anything in regards to the Bible or any religious belief system. She's paying attention to science. She's paying attention to natural remedies and such that has been helping her pretty well. You guys touch on a lot of things in regards to what the guy was saying, but he's adamant on the whole prayer thing. One thing I recognize with Christians, I was a Christian myself for 15 years. One thing I recognize is you're always encouraged to be praying, 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 praying. You're walking, you're praying, you're thinking, you're praying, you're eating, you're praying. Everything involves or revolves around prayer. So it is quite easy for a believer to then attribute anything that is happening in their lives towards the God that they believe because they're constantly in prayer. So anything that happens good is going to be the God that is doing it because they've been praying about it. And that's just some confirmation bias happening there, and that just further the whole belief system for them. So it's hard to separate themselves from that God when everything in their life, quote unquote, have been happening because they pray about it. Even the instance with the whole rain thing. I live in Jamaica, and we're allowed to drive in the back of the pickup trucks. And even this week, I'm going home and it was about to rain. I'm like, please don't rain, please don't rain, please don't rain. And it did not rain. It's been set up for the last 5 hours to rain, but it did not rain. It's not because I asked it to not rain. Based on how this ecosystem is, it just didn't rain because it wasn't time for the clouds weren't heavy enough, or whatever scientific explanation, the clouds are supposed to get heavy enough for the rain to fall. It's not because I was asking for it to not fall as to the reason why it didn't fall. But yeah, I just wanted to come up and say that I've been listening to your lives for a good while now, you and Bash, and really appreciate what you guys are doing. Really appreciate the questions. I've learned a lot from you and everyone here on the panel, and what you guys discuss and how you deal with individuals. I actually appreciate your lives in the sense that it's not always, you guys are pretty kind when dealing with people. Those who behave irrational can usually have you guys matching that energy. And I appreciate that because I've been on a lot of lives. I go live myself, and I see where individuals don't understand that talking about these things can be or is a very sensitive topic, because these are people belief system and they live by these things. And I think to always be dealing with it out of anger or belittlement is not going to get through to them. So I appreciate the approach that you guys have in dealing with these situations, not just when it's time to be straightforward and honest, there is no euphemism. I appreciate that, but you guys still deal with the situation out of love, and that is appreciated. So thank you guys very much.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for coming up and sharing that, because it's so true. Like people say all the time, and oh, I hope this, I hope that, and sometimes what they are hoping for happens. It doesn't mean that a God did it, right? We do it all the time, or say it all the time, just out of it's colloquial, right? So definitely, thank you so much for coming up and sharing that.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
I
Go
also
ahead.
think, oh, yeah, I was just going to say, I also think you made a good point because, things happen. Like you talked about the rain. That person was talking about God held off the rain for them, but there's an entailment to that. What if it was a person in that area that needed it to rain for their benefit? So did God not answer the first person's prayer in order to answer the second person's prayer? I just feel like when they talk about these miracles, which are not miraculous things happening to begin with, they're just natural processes that would have happened anyway, but they look at it from such a myopic perspective because it's all about me. They are the only person in the camera view at that particular time, and they don't see all of the other implications because they aren't the only person that's in the world. They aren't the only person that's getting impacted by that rain, but in their world they are. And I think that gets back to the selfishness that's inherent in this religion as well.
And I think Tinker just mentioned something in regards to, well, whose prayer is really getting answered, especially when it comes on to slavery, is the people who believe that these people should be their slaves, who believe that God has sent them over and they are the chosen people for whatsoever reason. What about the slaves that are also praying to that same God to be delivered, because praying to their God hasn't worked? So because they're now enslaved by these people, they believe, okay, these people, God must be more powerful. Let me turn to their God and turn to their God and start praying. And nothing is really happening for them. So whose prayer is really going through? How is that decided? And if you look at it, these third world countries that are faith-based, especially Christian-based, we have a tendency to pray a whole lot. And it was said that if like there was a lens to see prayers going up to heaven, you'd see the most prayers going up from third world countries because of what is happening. Yet the changes are not coming through. The difference is not happening. And when they do happen, it's always man that's doing it. Man meaning woman and man, or overall humanity, that is doing these or making these changes. But because there's this one person or tens of thousands of them who are praying for changes to happen, then they're going to attribute it to the God that they believe in.
I agree. 100%. And that's the case all around. Like you for the believers who think that God is listening to them and answering their prayers because they feel that God is listening to them answering their prayers. That's the case for every believer of every God that has ever been worshiped throughout time. So if the only thing that substantiates or proves that your God is answering your prayers is that you believe that it is answering your prayers, then you've just validated every other God that has ever been prayed to and worshiped throughout history. And that's just a logical entailment that is problematic for them. And no matter how many times we try to talk through this, and it's not to say that you can't, I'm not telling you you can't believe in your God, believe in your God, but understand that you have to flip that coin over to the other side and see what's on it as well.
Yeah, and I'm like, what makes the faith different from the person who believes in Hinduism or Islam or Christianity? What makes the faith different? If all of the religions take faith for you to participate in it. You can have faith for anything. You cannot differentiate your faith from another person that you have more, or their God is doing this and your God is doing that, when it really takes faith to say this and accept it and believe it and go on. I think also said it, that with faith anything is really possible because you can claim that this is what is happening based off of faith.
Yep, I agree 100%.
No, all right. Thank you guys for having me again. I will step back down and hopefully another time I can get to cover because I'm at work. Anyways, thank you guys and have a great day.
You're welcome. Have a great day as well. There was somebody in the comments that said, I think he thought that he had a question that was going to stump us. He said, who's going to answer this question? How many people were unalived due to religion and the belief in their God? And I responded to him. I'm waiting to see if he's going to respond to me. But I responded to him and I said, you do realize that it was believers of this God killing other believers of this God, right? Like, it wasn't non-believers going and killing believers because they believed in God. It was believers of the same God killing each other because they didn't believe in the God the same way. You do realize that, right?
That is crazy. Was he, do you think that has he responded yet? Because I would
Nope,
love,
not yet. Mm-mm.
yeah.
I don't think he thought of that. I think when they hear about the religious wars, they think it was atheists running around just chopping off heads of Christians because they just hated Christians. It was believers of the same God killing each other. Y'all do realize that, right? I see so many friendlies in the guest requests right now. I see y'all in there. Give me just a second. We've had friendly after friendly after friendly tonight. So give me just a second. I'm gonna have to like work y'all in so we don't have a panel full of friendlies. William, how are you? Hello, William. And then you know what else it made me think about? When the guy was in the comments and he kept making the accounts, talking about I hate slave women and God hates Negro ape Christians. The guy that kept coming back making those comments. Just think about the fact that that had to have been, right, a Christian who was not black, right, a believer who is not black, saying these things. And 9 times out of 10, that same believer will go into a black neighborhood and say, God loves you. That same believer will invite you to their church, will take, if they were, they could have been a pastor or a youth minister, whatever. Like the very fact that they will say shit like that behind a fucking account to defend their God, they'll go that damn low and use that same motherfucking mouth to tell you that Jesus loves you.
Exactly.
And
And not
this is
bat
what
an eye when they do it.
exactly. And but you know what it reminds me of? It
So,
reminds me of Abraham's lying lips having to pray to heal Abimelech after he deceived him. The same motherfucking mouth that deceived you. The same motherfucking tongue that took your shit and was about to get you killed. The same motherfucking lips that caused your wife to be barren. It's the same motherfucking lips. The same God that had to heal you.
I don't even know if they care to contemplate that reality. You know, like we talked about, you were saying before, the slave masters and the slaves were praying to the same God. The God that is worshipped by a person that would come into a space like this to say what they said, something as disgustingly racist as that, they can ignore it and say, oh, well, he's just not a real Christian. Oh, God is not on his side. But he doesn't believe God's not on his side. There's no way for you to demonstrate that God is not on his side. But when you say that and then you tell them that the God that they serve is in their brain, in their mind, their version of it, they deny that as well. I don't know how they get out of that corner.
They don't care. Like Blake is a black man. And you know what his response was to everything I just said? I'm praying for all of you. They don't give a fuck. Like a lot of us, like we are in the shit we're in because of their asses. Like they don't fucking care. It's a society, for society to change and get better. These motherfuckers got to care, and they don't. They are okay with the shit that's happening in the world because one, they think that it benefits them and makes them special to a God, and they think that they're going to have a mansion after they die. They don't give a fuck. They are willing to sacrifice everybody in order for them to get their eternal life. They don't fucking care. That's the only thing that I can see. Like you literally have to turn off your humanity. Omar, how are you? That's the dumbest shit. Like why are y'all so
Hello?
ignorant? Give me just a second. Like Donovan, why are y'all like it's like y'all lack critical thinking, right? How about the easier thing, Donovan, would be for you to give a fuck, for you to look at yourself and say, do I act like that? Am I carrying these harmful beliefs? Am I participating and causing the harm in society? It's easier than you fucking going to death, Jonathan.
And was that the why don't you just unalive us now then?
Yeah.
Donovan, because we don't want to. We don't have a desire to unalive people that believe differently from us. We just ask that y'all leave us the fuck alone. And the fact that you go to unaliving people who don't agree with you as your first response is very indicative of your God. And that is the problem that we have with Christians.
Y'all are so surface level. Like there's no depth to y'all whatsoever. None. I'll bring you up when the fuck I feel like bringing you up. If I feel like bringing you up. Omar, hi. How old are you? Your background is loud, Omar.
I'm sorry. Let me change my speaker. Can you hear me better now?
I can hear you, but we can hear your background more. It's quit entertaining. It's quit. QUIT, not quiet. Omar, I'm gonna have to take you down, okay? Because you're going in and out, okay? All right. All right. This person is not connecting. I think he's trying to say that hearing the warehouse, he's calling working slavery. That's what I think he's saying.
Who?
Saved.
Oh, I didn't even see it in the comments. Oh,
Why is Oso in my box twice?
because he's Oso. He's Oso.
Ellie. Ellie. All right. I'm gonna move on. Raina. Okay. Fee, can you take Raina down for me? Thank you. Let's see. Maverick.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. I'm a little frustrated, but I'm good.
Yeah, I'm a little frustrated too.
I wish they just realized that it's like we just wish they would just be decent humans. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And just cared about just making the world better. Like I just paying attention to what's going on in the world and how we interact with each other and the part that we play in it. I don't understand how they can't just see that small of a thing, that simple small of a thing, and how they would just jump straight to death as the solution to just being better. I I don't get it.
Yeah, that's the crazy part about it. I mean, that kind of goes with what I wanted to talk about when it comes to the whole fear mongering thing. You know, I used to be a believer. You know, I was a church musician for years. I got out when I was like 18 when I went to college. Became an atheist when I was 23. But like when I left, like everybody in the church, including family, stuff like that, was telling me, "Oh, well, if you're going, you know, you can't go to heaven. you need to come back so you can be with us. Don't you want to be with your mom? Don't you want to be with your sisters in heaven and stuff like that? And they made it seem like if I wasn't in this church, this specific church, I was just going to go to hell. And this church was a apostolic church, so they was really strong when it came to the whole hell thing. And for years, it took me a long time to not have that fear. There was a lot of things that could send you to hell in this apostolic church. Holding hands with the opposite sex and not being married, wearing shorts, wearing jewelry, going to the movies, going to prom. I didn't go to prom when I was in this church. Getting your school ring. All these things were singing to hell. And when I was going there, I was scared to death of going to hell because I thought any little thing was going to send me. I mean, they had this thing where you couldn't even think of stuff. Like you couldn't look at a woman and think about doing anything with her because that was a sin and that was going to send you to hell. So like thoughts and thought crimes was another way to go to hell. And it was just crazy to me. I was glad I was able to get out of it once I got to college. But even after I left, there was still some stuff that lingered.
I wonder if any of that, like the extreme fear mongering, the extreme set of rules, taking away people's ability, like making them hate how their body works, right? Like their mind works, and just like basic things, small things like having a ring, right? Or being a child, like enjoying the things and going to school dances or going to a football game. I wonder if like going to that extreme is why it like if it had any effect on like the increase of mental illness and crime rates in the world. Like, did it make people feel like, I don't know, you know how they say that a child that is sheltered, like they can't do anything when you let them free, they're gonna run wild.
Right.
Yeah, like that spring analogy.
Yeah. I wonder if these religions and their extreme rules have any effect in the level of crime that we saw over the years. I know that Bash had talked one time about how since people have started deconstructing, the crime rates have gone down.
Right.
So I wonder if these are the extreme measures that these churches did. Like, did it have the reverse effect? Did it have the opposite effect on the world?
It makes sense, just specifically because like we were saying earlier, because of the black and white lens through which religion paints the world. So either you are all good or you are all bad. And when you're not even told that a middle ground exists, when you're not even told that regulation of both impulses exists, and you as a human have the capability to do that, you don't even look to that as an option. So to leave religion means to live a debauched life. To leave religion means to live a crime-filled life. And sometimes people, I can absolutely see that people would just kind of go into that because that's what the expectation is. It's the self-fulfilling prophecy. So yeah, I mean, it's corollary, of course, because we haven't identified it in causal relationship, but it makes sense.
Like, even like not being able to like make decisions on your own. You know what I'm saying? Like, being confused in your mind, like the anxiety that it creates when it's at that extreme of a level. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Absolutely. Yeah, because you don't even know how to use your mind. You haven't even been given the tools to critically assess information. How do you think about what think about this? Like when you grew up, I can remember this very vividly. I forget what grade I was in, but they started talking about dinosaurs. And I'm like, okay, what am I supposed to believe about dinosaurs? And I went home and I started looking through all of the JW information about what we're supposed to believe about dinosaurs. And ultimately, we're supposed to believe that they weren't real. And so, okay, that's what I'm supposed to believe about dinosaurs. I didn't know how to take a topic and then find and research information. What does the data say? Like where does what is the general consensus and based on the information that we have access to? I didn't know how to do that. So if you think about a person whose brain has not been primed in a way that will allow them to use critical thinking skills, the only thing that they can default to is the binary that they've been raised around. So good resides in the church. Therefore, bad looks like this, and you go do all the shit that bad looks like, even if you don't want to do it. Like the spring analogy, like you can release a spring gradually and create the distance between the little coils. Or if you just let it go all at once, it bounces all over the fucking place uncontrolled. And I think that's the same thing that happens to a lot of people when they leave religion. There's such a repression while you're in it. And then when you get this freedom, all of a sudden you're all over the place doing shit you may not have even been interested in doing to begin with. But because you've been told, oh, the devil's going to be on your neck if you leave, that's exactly what you do. That's self-fulfilling prophecy.
Right. And to make it even worse for me is that I quote unquote got saved when I was like 12, 13. And this is right around the time I started puberty. So like I had, the thoughts and stuff and the growing pains. And you couldn't talk about this stuff because anything that was even remotely close to sexual was a sin. So I'm trying to figure things out, in my room by myself, just thinking, and I'm being told, oh, you need to pray or you need to just rebuke it. And yeah, it was just wild. And it kind of fucked me up a little bit, being a teenager and stuff, going through that without having, the guidance or anybody to actually show me what was going on with me and my mind and my body. And I was just being told that I needed to pray and I needed to get oil thrown on me, or I needed to fast. I needed to stop watching TV. And it was
I feel
just
like
crazy.
that's so abusive.
Yes.
I agree. It really is.
Stop fucking spamming my chat, John Doe. We realize that you think this is some dumb shit. We get it. Okay? Say it one time. You have typed that 6 times.
Is what we're talking about dumber than a person staying in a room where they are discussing dumb shit? Like, which one of those things is dumber?
This is what I'm talking about. Like I honestly think that the mental illness, like I've never done lives ever. Like I don't do lives, right? And I've only been doing it for a year. But reading their comments, right, and then seeing their behavior, like I tell them stop spamming my thing. He gets muted now. His ass is sending requests. Like they're just weird. Their behavior is weird, and I can't help but to think about how the repression of being able to really understand yourself, right? Being told that the way your body works, you have to pray against the way your body works, right? If you have a logical question about how did all of the animals fit on the ark, you are a demon. Pray against that, right? If you have a natural feeling, you see a young lady or a young man that you like, pray against that. That's wrong. Like something as simple as holding hands. Who the fuck is getting pregnant by holding hands?
Yeah. And every single thing about being human is demonized. Every
Well, I'm
single thing.
fucking doing it, John Doe.
What did he say?
You don't have authority to judge. Guess what? I'm judging your ass now. Bye. Sorry, go ahead, V.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm just saying, like, every single thing about the human experience that makes us human, like our emotions, our hormones, our desires, our development, all of that, every single part of it is demonized. And the reality is, if you zoom out, it's all about control. There's nothing inherently wrong with being horny. Like, everybody gets it. Like, it's part of the natural process of life. There's nothing.
Exactly.
Like, why are we demonizing that? You want to control people and you want them to do things on your terms. And that's the only reason that these natural experiences of growing up are demonized to begin with.
Like, I was watching this show, and this lady had a painting done of her, right? And in the painting, she's completely covered up. But guess what's showing? And they called her a whore. Guess what's showing in the painting?
What, a shoulder?
Nope.
What?
Just take a guess.
Maybe a side boob? Some cleavage?
Her ankle. Her fucking ankle.
Ankle?
Her ankle was showing. And they called her a whore.
Wow. Wow. And then your what do you call the people who, like, Thinker, you and I have talked about this, like, who raise their children to be responsible and to understand their bodies. Like, I had a conversation with my son many years ago about masturbation. It wasn't about, like, don't do it, you're gonna go blind, God hates it, blah blah blah. No, it's like, dude, be responsible, private, clean up, do that in your own room. I don't want to see it. Like, it's a natural part of life. When we talk about sex, when you decide to do this, that is your decision. Be respectful, be responsible. It is a natural part of life. But instead of equipping our children with the tools to navigate the world as a normal human being, managing the normal processes that happens in everybody's body, we suppress it. We tell them they're bad for feeling it. We make them feel guilty for natural desires. That doesn't make sense. If God did not want me to be stimulated, why put so many nerve cells in certain parts of my body? That doesn't make any sense. And when you ask those questions about the things that should make sense, then you're the problem.
This is why I say, like, they say their God created their bodies perfectly, right? Yet the man's G-spot is in his anus. But
That part.
Exactly. Who's supposed to reach that?
I ain't going in there. I'm just telling you now. Like, that's not my ministry. I'm not doing it. But it does beg the question though. Like,
Biologically,
who has the appendage to get to it? Make it make sense.
I mean, is he perfect or not? Did he create you perfect or not? Because only one of us got the material, the tool to fit that, to reach it.
Well, I
These are
wouldn't go
logical questions.
any of that, but I got one last thing to say, and I'm gonna get out y'all here. I recently, not recently. I lost my fiance back in 2020 due to
Oh my
COVID,
God.
and
I'm sorry.
thank you. And at the funeral, my family come and stuff like that. This is after years after I'd left the church and stuff like that. Everybody comes to the funeral, and instead of giving their condolences, instead of giving me a hug or saying how I'm doing, they come tell me, this wouldn't have happened if you would have stayed in the church.
Oh,
This wouldn't have happened if you had a
so
church
sorry.
girl. And I wanted to just fuck everything up in there because I'm like, I just lost my fiance. We just had twins a few years before that. We had
Oh
twins in
my
2017.
God.
So now I'm a single dad, and I just lost my college love, and now my family is coming to tell me that none of this would have happened if you would have just stayed with God. And I'm like, this is why I didn't come back to the church. I mean, because I was put on sit down just for holding hands with a girl. Because in this church, you couldn't do anything with the opposite sex. And we held hands for like 2 seconds. One of the members saw us, and he got this thing this punishment called sit down, where they stop you from operating in the church. And at the time, I was a church musician, so they stopped me from doing that. Nobody in the church could talk to me inside the
What?
church or outside the church. Yeah, yeah, you can't operate. Nobody can talk to you. Um, you can't participate in anything that's in the church, but you still have to come to service, though.
That's not a
Oh
foreign
my
concept, thinker. Like J Dubs had something like that too. It's called being put on reproof. So
What?
yeah, so if you were a man and you had privileges in the congregation, like,
Let me just hold on. Let me. I love my dad because he didn't do no shit like that. Like,
oh good.
oh, thank you for being that. He was that one. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's an embarrassment thing. Like you see a person who had been active, but then now they're just like sitting in their seat. But like Maverick said, you still had to come. You have to be there because you have to show humility and show that you've taken your punishment. But you can't. They can't talk to you. They have to basically walk around you as though you're not there. Even your own family members. Oftentimes, they wouldn't even let them sit in the same area with the rest of the family. They had to sit all the way in the back.
Oh my fucking god.
Very high control.
I'm so sorry that happened to you, Maverick. Like, I literally want to cry right now.
Yeah, I'm not trying to make anybody cry. It's something that happened, and I finally got through it. I had years of therapy, of course, because it really messed me up. It messed me up in my relationships. It messed me up in my friendships and stuff. I felt like because I was brought up in it, like I was born and raised in church, and I was brought up to be a musician. Like I was playing piano at the age of 10, and I still play for churches and stuff, but they gotta pay me. But but yeah, it was crazy. Like I had a messed up mind for years, and it took me wanting to take care of me in order to actually come out of it fully, like mind, body, and sorry to say soul, because I was stuck there. I was stuck. And even now, like to this day, there's still some stuff that linger. Like I haven't worn shorts since I was 12. And and it's just like it's just in me to just not like shorts. Like people done bought them for me, and I have shorts sitting here now that I haven't worn. And it's all because I was in that church where if I wore shorts, I would be put on sit down. I would be excommunicated. I would go to hell just because I'm showing some leg.
And I think it's this side of religion that the love and light believers don't want to see. They want to come in here. Jesus loves you. He welcomes them all. Like, let's feed some children. Like, that may very well be true for you, but our reality is very different. So don't read your Yelp review and then ignore ours because we're assessing the same exact thing. You have religious systems with grown ass people who are ejaculating dust basically and trying to tell young men who are just coming into their prime what they're supposed to do and what they're not supposed to do and inflicting trauma on them that lasts for decades. So kudos to you for doing the work to, claw your way out of that. And it is hard because every single thing that you think, when your thoughts and your questions cause you anxiety, you aren't even safe in your own mind. And I think that's what religion does to you. It creates an unsafe place internally so that you don't even feel comfortable processing the authentic things that come into your own mind. There's nothing more devious that can be done to a person in my mind.
Exactly. I mean, there was a time where they was teaching us, you can't have this thought. If you think this or look this way, you need to rebuke it. If you don't, if you let it sit in your mind and build a home, you're going to hell. So there were times where I would be by myself and I'm like, damn, am I going to hell for this? Oh shoot, I just thought this. Am I going to hell for that? Oh my God, I didn't rebuke this. Am I going to hell for this? And like, that's nerve wracking, especially 14, 15, 16 years old. There's lots of stuff going through my mind. Girls, football, music. but it was mostly girls, and I'm like, I gotta get this out my head, because I don't want to go to hell. And yeah, I was going to get prayer, almost every day, just because I couldn't stop the thoughts. I thought the thoughts weren't supposed to be there. It's
That
only after I became an adult that I knew that, that was normal.
that's why I say like it that's why I think it that stuff like that produces a lot of the mental illnesses that exist in the world today, because people they aren't, like Fee said, they don't feel safe in their own mind. They're not comfortable in their own mind. They don't understand their own mind. When I was going through what I was going through, I told you I used to play over and over and over in my head the things that I had gone through, the stuff that people were saying to me, and I would play it over and over into my head. It wasn't until in 2017 that I realized that I was using my mind the wrong fucking way. That I wasn't supposed to be reliving my trauma over and over and over again. And that it was me repeating the harmful shit and reinforcing the negative core beliefs that I had built up. It was me talking to myself and telling myself that over and over again. And I read a book by Cara Alwell Labor named Girl Code. And when I'm reading the book, and I'm like, it was almost like a light bulb went on. Like, wait, I'm not supposed to be using my mind like this? We're taught, we're not taught. First off, we're told that our mind is the devil's playground. That's why I seriously think that a lot of the mental illnesses that exist in the world today is due to these extreme doctrines, these ill-informed, self-proclaimed doctrines.
I think so too, and I also think that that mindset, what you just mentioned, was a huge light bulb moment for me as well, because you are not taught how to use your mind. You are taught not to trust your mind. Therefore, when you start using it, you just ultimately repeat the same things over and over again that has been fed into your brain, at whatever age you are. But I was the same way as you. Like, I don't have to just keep reliving this narrative. It took me a while before I was able to look back at my upbringing as a Jehovah's Witness and find any benefit from it. And I realized that the reason that was is because I was stuck in this cycle of the narrative and the feeling and the emotion. And until I stepped out and intentionally stepped out of that cycle, I was able to, okay, I don't have to see it this way. This is true. Two things can be true simultaneously. It was a destructive belief system. It's repressive. It has a whole lot of misogyny. All of that is true. But who I am right now is a result of all of that. So instead of choosing to use my thoughts and seeing it in the way that I had been seeing it, I'm in control of how I see these things. I'm in control of how I use this information. I'm in control of how my experiences benefit me from this day moving forward. But Christianity doesn't allow you to do that, because any internal introspection, it has to be made external, because you have to then detach from yourself to see if what your God says about what's going on in your brain. Fuck how you really feel about it. Fuck what actually comes up in your mind and what's authentic. You have to throw that away, erase it completely, and replace it with what somebody tells you you're supposed to think, believe, and feel. And that's how can you be an independent individual when every part of you has been given to you from someone else? And that's required in most of the Abrahamic religions.
Right. Well, ladies, I thank you for letting me come up and, speak my piece. Thank you. I appreciate your show. Fee, I appreciate your insight. Thank you, guys.
You're so welcome,
Thanks,
Maverick. Thank
Maverick.
you for coming up and sharing your story with us. And also, I'm proud of you for getting out of that, for moving forward, for healing, for being strong, for your babies. And you have our love and our support.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Oh, and thank us. Sorry about your loss, too. I meant to put it
Thank
in the
you.
chat, but I wanted to wait till I got up here to say it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem.
Man, can you imagine somebody telling you something like that, Thinker?
I would have went the fuck off. I told you I cussed that lady out the night my daddy died, and she was just telling me that he had blood coming out his ears because like she went with my brothers to identify the body, and I didn't want to go, and like she knew I didn't want to go because I didn't want to see my dad dead. Like I didn't want to see him like that. So I'm standing on the front porch. She's a missionary at the church. She come out and she's explaining his body to me. Like I went the fuck off on that lady.
Good for
Like
you.
man, so like missionary or not, like you knew I didn't want to go. That and you're doing this for a reason. Like you're coming and saying this shit to me for a reason.
And it's that control. Like you clearly stated a boundary, and they completely ignored and tell you what they think you need to know. It's selfish.
Very selfish. And now, like the one thing I didn't want to know, like I will forever know that he had blood coming out of his ears because of her ass. Let me see.
Hey, how's it going? It's kind of like a deep conversation that was just going on there. And if Maverick, if you're still listening, bro, sorry for your loss of your fiance. I know what it's like to be heartbroken, and also for you. I don't know the name. We was just talking about her dad. I can imagine it being very unfortunate too.
Thank you. I appreciate that. How old are you?
I'm 32.
And I assume that you are a believer because of what you said in the comments.
Yep.
Why did you go to such extreme measures for something that literally just takes for people to just look within themselves and check themselves to see if they carry the characteristics or the behaviors or their beliefs or the ideologies that we are talking about? Like why was the extreme solution is to kill Christians?
Well, one, there's a lot of denominations, a lot of different thinking and stuff, right? And so not
But hold on, but
everybody.
we're talking about the ones that affect us,
I know,
right?
I know.
But
I'm
but
explaining.
my question is, why did you go to such an extreme?
I'm, I'm explaining it. This is my thought process on that. So a lot of denominations, a lot of people think and carry out their thoughts and actions differently according to denominationals. Like, so I believe certain churches are cults, right? And so they will be very destructive. But they wouldn't say, "Hey, I'm not a Christian." They would say, yeah, they're Christian. So if the world is worse off by people who are claiming to be Christians, the simple solution would be just rid the world of Christians.
And that makes sense to you, Donovan?
Well, no, it doesn't make sense to me, but
So why did you fucking say it?
because
Like
I'm trying
I
to see if
literally
it makes
led you
sense to
into
you.
what would make more sense, right? I literally said something that as easy as checking yourself and
Not
saying, "Do
everybody's
I
able to do it.
carry? Do I care? What? Why the fuck can't you do it if you have Jesus?"
I can do it. Not everybody's able to
So
do
then
it.
why was your response what your response was? If you can look at yourself and say, "Do I carry these characteristics? Am I being what they're saying Christians are being?" Right? Why didn't you do that?
Everybody
Why
has the
didn't
character.
you, Donovan? Not everybody, you.
I do. I do it. I'm doing
Why
it now.
didn't you
And
do it?
I'm
Why
telling
didn't
you.
you do it in my comments, Donovan?
I'm
You.
telling
In
you.
my comments, Donovan, you went to an extreme. I'm asking why you did what you did, Donovan. Not everybody else, not every other Christian. You.
So that we can foster a dialogue right now.
Also, you're saying you did it on purpose?
Sure, let's go with that. I think that
Y'all, it is 10:12. I'm sorry. It is 10:12. I have been gassed the fuck lit all goddamn night by Christians, okay? My headache is no better. And I'm not about to let myself get mind fucked by Donovan's ass. Bye, Donovan. If you want to have conversations, be authentic, be transparent, right? Be for fucking real.
And it doesn't take rocket science for any logical person to realize that unaliving everybody who believes differently from you is not a viable solution. But it is on brand for worshipers of this God. And even the point that he was saying that everybody doesn't have the capability to do that, then teach them. Show them how to do it. Don't end their lives. Like that. But the sad part about it is his position is absolutely in line with worshipers of this God, because your God behaves that way. Your God acts that way. There's no conflict resolution skill set. There's no interpersonal skills whatsoever. It's think like me or DIE. And that is ridiculous, because we have, as a society, we've evolved enough to be able to have conversations about differences. We've evolved enough to be able to have conflict resolution skills. I'm able to engage in conversations with people who don't believe it like me. I do it every single day. And it doesn't result in believe like me or die. It doesn't. The world is not going to be a better place for that. It's going to be a worse place. And I just don't understand why y'all go to such extremes when there's so much real estate in the middle.
And then he comes up here and says, wow, that was a deep conversation. He commented, he said, I want to have a real conversation with y'all. But then he comes up here, right? Very superficial, right? Very disingenuous, because you just don't have the ability, right, to have a deep conversation. And you were dead ass serious. Jeremy, get the fuck out of my box. Nobody gives a damn about debating you. Like, the only reason why you're here is to debate. Get out of my box. The answer is no. I don't even forget. I don't forget what I was getting ready to say. Like, literally, they make my head hurt. Yep, you the truth, Jeremy. Go and tell everybody. Make a t-shirt. Go, do me a favor. Go and buy a t-shirt from Chicago John that says, on Chicago John shirt, it says, you want to be famous, don't you? And then at the bottom of it, okay, take a fucking white marker and type and write on it and say, I'm the truth. Jeremy is the truth.
Have you talked to Jeremy before? I don't remember him.
I don't know him. He was spamming my chat talking about debate me. That's all they care about. Like, they don't care about anything else but defending their God, like trying to prove that they are I don't know, great or some shit. Like, their motivations are like irritating the living fuck out of me right now.
Yeah, because I'm curious. I'm curious to know, is after this debate, will your God feed hungry children? After you've won the debate, will there be peace on earth? Will baby cancer go away? What is the benefit of the debate, Jeremy? Like, they don't care about getting shit right. They don't care about things being fair in this world. They don't care about being equitable. They just care about being right and proving themselves right.
Right, Kelly, that's it right there. Christians are taught to convert. She said it right there. Christians are taught to convert, argue about faith, and obey.
Exactly. In that order.
Yep, in that order. Joey, my addictions went away. I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why my addictions went away, Joey. Because I didn't want to disappoint my dad. And I'm not talking about God. I'm talking about my actual father. I got tired of disappointing my earthly father. And that was my motivation for my addiction to go away. And you know what's so crazy, Joey? It's even after when my father died, when my dad died, I had done the work, right, that I needed to do. in order to change myself. That when my father died, I didn't want to go back to my addiction. I didn't need your God for that.
I also don't think that they want to get better. They don't want to find strategies to heal and to grow and to develop and evolve, because if they do, then they don't need this God. Y'all only need this God because you're broken. And you're only broken because you won't do the work to fix yourself. And you only rely on solutions that are found in this book, quote unquote, which you don't even know what's in the book to begin with. But the nature of this God is vindictive. It's controlling. It's anger. It's fear. It's manipulation. And y'all learn from the best because you come up here and do it every single day.
You see him saying we're all broken though?
You know what? I don't even disagree with that. I think we are all broken, but some of us don't want to stay that way. Some of us want to identify where those cracks are and figure out how to repair them in a healthy way and in a way that doesn't hurt other people. And I think that's the major difference between us having this conversation and people like you who come up here and say, why not unalive all Christians?
Yeah. And I think like in him saying we're all broken though, it's a clear confirmation that they want to be broken and they know they're broken, and that's why they feel like they need Jesus.
That part. And they have to stay broken to keep their Jesus relevant.
That's the thing. But when they take this Jesus to somebody who is broken, what do they tell them? Jesus can what? Make you what? Whole. You lie. You lie to the person who's broken, while you know that you got the Jesus when you were broken and you're still broken, and you're taking this Jesus to another broken person.
And then he says, you cannot heal without hurting anyone because we live with finite resources. But you know what? That's where collaboration and cooperation comes in. But in order to get to that, you have to be able to be introspective. You have to say, okay, this is what I need. How would getting this need fixed or this need addressed, how would that impact you? And if it's going to hurt you, then we are going to have to figure out a different solution. But y'all don't do that. Again, everything you're saying, Donovan, is proving exactly what we're saying. You see the world through the lenses of black and white, and there are so many shades of gray. Y'all just don't want to see it. And you just want to continue to point to Jesus wherever he is and whatever he looks like in your mind as the solution that hasn't solved a goddamn thing in 2,500 years.
Unless you can make Jesus change that for you, Donovan. Tell Jesus to unbreak the TikTok system so that you can come up here and get your 5 minutes of fame. You want to show us, you want to prove to us that you have some power that we don't. Get back on the stage.
And to use all those goddamn numbers, Jehovah is a true God, creator. He loves you. No one's trying to convert you. Y'all go knocking door to door to convert people every day. So don't lie to yourself. They told us that too. Oh, we're not trying to change people. Then why the fuck are we going to their houses on a Saturday morning trying to tell them to worship this God? Which, if you investigate your belief system, it didn't start where Charles Taze Russell told you it did. So do a little research, pumpkin.
That was a Jehovah's Witness saying that a Jehovah's Witness said we're not trying to convert you.
Yeah, the irony, right?
What?
Like your whole ass belief system is about conversion and knocking on people's doors. Do you know how many people I woke up on a Saturday morning, interrupted their cartoons? That is what you're supposed to do. You used to track numbers of how many people you converted. You had to report each month how many hours you spent knocking on doors and how many magazines you gave out. And if you didn't get enough hours, you got called in the back room and talked to by elders. Don't tell me it's not about conversion. That's literally what it's about.
Oh, wow. The fact that they would even open their mouth and just straight tell that lie like that. Like, I bet you you didn't even think when you were typing it. I bet you didn't even remember y'all went door to door at that moment. I think there was a blackout. It had to have been, because like, what made you type that lie? Like,
It's not. But you know what? We used to tell them that. We were trained to tell them that we're not trying to convert you. We're not trying to bring you into this religion. Then what are we trying to do? If I believe I have the right religion and I believe you have the wrong religion and I go to your house to tell you about my religion, what is the goal?
To convert you?
I don't know why. Like they play you for stupid. Like you have to turn off your brain, completely unplug it, Control Alt Delete, and just go with the flow. Because none of this shit makes sense.
That is crazy. Donovan, go pray and ask your God how to start your own life. Like, you don't need to get it from us.
Yeah, and Donovan, I'm not saying that Jehovah's Witnesses don't do that. Like, what are you talking about? You know what? I'm not going to even respond to him because he said murder our Christians. So never mind.
He said what? Oh, yeah.
That's the same Donovan. I was looking at his comments.
Yeah, the extreme. And I think like his extreme is a good example, a blatant example of what's missing in their ability to critically think things through and to analyze problems, right? Decision making, like it's the issue. I remember you said something one day that evil lives in the ignorant, or evil is the symptom of ignorance, or something like that. Do you remember?
I said it.
Yeah, you said that. It was the reason why evil exists is because of ignorance, or something like that. Evil is the symptom of ignorance. It's the ignorance of people, or the willingness to be ignorant, that allows evil acts, or something like that. I can't remember how you said it, but you be spitting shit all the time. I feel like I said that.
That's the thing. I'm like, I've just come up here and run my mouth.
But they have to, like, ignorance has to exist in order to allow some of the evil shit that we see that takes place.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying?
I think I vaguely remember that conversation about evil can only exist in a perpetual state of ignorance.
Yes.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because but they personify it. They act like it's a thing that's out here, knocking on my door to come in here and influence me to do something. That's just not what it is. But when you are ignorant of the fact of what it truly is, of the dual nature of humans, then you can personify it and it can become this big monster in the closet. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and it's like they need that to stay that way, so that the monster lives, so the monster still exists, right? Because without the monster, then there's no need for the God. And so, as long as they're willing to stay ignorant, the high level of evil that we see in the world today will always exist at the levels that it exists.
Yep.
That's what I feel.
I agree 100%. And they get comfortable with it too. And then they start to grow bold in their convictions, when in reality their convictions are based on lies and conjecture and superstition and a whole lot of nonsense that they don't even want to really critically think through, and then get mad at us when we do.
I think they are the monster that they can't see, Delamora. That, like, not all of them. Some Christians are okay. The ones that like literally said that ain't none of my damn business. Like that don't mean God don't love you. Like those ones, you know what I'm saying? those ones are okay.
And
But
I also think like the area of your brain that processes critical thought must also be the area of the brain that uses grammar and spelling, because these motherfuckers cannot spell. Wrecker is not Wreckor. That's not how you spell that. They don't know the difference between your and your, two and two. What is wrong?
and the shit that they be coming in here to argue, like, who gives a fuck that you're calling us homewreckers? We know what the fuck we are. Like, we know. Like, do you think that we're gonna be like, no, I'm not a homewrecker? Like the shit that y'all come in here and try to insult us with is like, I am appalled.
A Petered and a John'd at some of this nonsense because it is ridiculous.
I think that's what irritates me too, because it's like, what? Look, homewrecker in all caps.
Oh
Like,
my
what the
goodness.
fuck?
I'm wrong.
Oh my gosh, y'all need help. Like, Jesus need to come and get y'all. Like, I'm mad at him for like taking so long.
I wish he would hurry up because
This how you know he don't answer their prayer, because you know a lot of them are saying, Jesus, how long? Oh, I can't wait till the day. Till that great day, till you crack open the sky. Like, you know he ain't answering their prayer.
and they also know good and hell well they're gonna be scared of shit when the day comes because they've been secretly doing shit and perpetuating this fallacy of being this pure Christian. They're gonna be scared too if he showed up. Like they know they would.
That would be a day. That would be so fucking funny. Like if it actually did happen, to see how many of their asses would be scared. Somebody ought to stage one, in their neighborhood, or like in their, like, at church, right? Like at a church event.
Mm-hmm.
They gotta like stage one that make people think that something is happening, like a alien invasion or something, to see how many of them get scared.
You know they would be running around here shitting their pants. You know they
Man,
would.
oh my God, that would be so funny. I hope somebody's listening. One of y'all that are creative, man, please do that, because that shit would be funny.
I'd be sitting there with my popcorn.
You see the truth come out then. Is Christina live yet, y'all? Wait, is today Wednesday?
Today is Wednesday. I need to pull up Discord.
Yeah, let's see.
She usually starts at 11:30.
Two more nights of this topic. We'll see if we'll make it through. Oh, she's not live yet. We'll take one more person until she go live. Two more nights, and then we can move on to something that they asked us will feel comfortable discussing. Watch near death testimonies and explain everything. How about my niece died for a couple of minutes because of some fucked up shit that her friends did to her, and dropped her off in front of the ER, and they end up having to like get her back right there on the ground in front of the ER. She's 14, and when I asked her what did she see, she said nothing. I didn't even know I was dead. I thought I was asleep.
NDEs explain what a brain does when it's dying. That's literally what it explains. It does not explain any afterlife. And if you really do the research, you'll see that the experiences that are relayed by people across the world, they coincide with the religion of that area, right? So a person that grew up in an area that was predominantly Hindu, they're not going to have Jesus-based near-death experiences. A Christian is not going to have a Buddhist-based near-death experience. It ultimately, your brain is going through a dying process, and all the information that you've stored either consciously or subconsciously is being processed through. There's no indication of a spiritual realm or all this other BS that people like to say it is.
That makes sense. Which, like, if you think about it, if you believe in a heaven or hell, right? Then if you have guilt when you die and you believe in hell, then your brain is probably going to picture the hell that you believe you deserve.
Exactly. Like I can remember like I don't have nightmares anymore. I couldn't even remember the last time I had one, but the few times I did growing up, it was always the pictures that were in the books that we grew up reading. Like there's this book called My Book of Bible Stories. It's for children, but it literally has pictures of like the flood and big ass elephants dying in water, and it had like fire and brimstone raining down from heaven when it was talking about Sodom and Gomorrah. Those were the things that showed up in my nightmares. It was never like this burning hell because Jehovah's Witnesses didn't believe in hell. So it coincides with like the
Wow.
iconography of the belief system that you were raised in.
That's interesting. Yeah, because like think about it. If somebody believes in Buddhism, they're not gonna have an experience like a Buddhist has a like. Here's the thing: if somebody in Japan that lives in Japan has never like believed in Christianity, you know what I'm saying? Hasn't been indoctrinated to Christianity, and then they die and they come back and say there was a Christian hell, right? Has
Exactly.
anybody ever done that? If the Senegalese people on that island, right, die and come back and be like, hey, there was a hell and there was this dude named Jesus in there. Like, how come the Senegalese haven't like learned about Jesus without this Jesus being taken to their island?
Yeah, and it doesn't make any sense. That would be a miracle, right? Like if you want to talk about a miracle, don't talk about rain not coming down at 1 o'clock, but coming down at 1:05. That's not a miracle. Talk to me about somebody knowing all the specifics about this God you think is so powerful that has never been spoken to by somebody that already believed in that God. Show me that. You show me that, then maybe I'd be like, there might be some truth to this. I'm still not going to worship the motherfucker because he's terrible. But it might like, that may be some truth to it. But they can't point to anything like that because it doesn't happen.
And they get mad at us for asking them that type of shit.
Yep.
But like, if you actually believed, right, that your God existed and that your God had this power, then you wouldn't be mad that it actually existed. Rare Juice, do you have faith that like you have a lot of faith, don't you, Rare?
See it coming, thinker.
Yeah, he does. You have a lot of faith. I can tell. Like you are a fucking go getter. Yeah, and I guess, right. I can tell that the reason you keep coming back in here, right, and hopping your young ass into my guest request box after I keep telling you no, that you're just not old enough, is because you are like trusting that Jesus is gonna like change my mind. He's gonna work on my heart and change my mind to let you in my box at your young age. Well, I told you, Rare, that the next time you cross my boundaries and you hop your little young ass in my box, that I was gonna block you. Right? I told you that. Now, I don't have faith. I have integrity. And my word is bond. So your ass gotta go.
Beautiful setup and delivery.
I gave that young dude, I gave him 2 days to respect my boundaries. 2 days.
They don't care about boundaries. They don't care. It's about pushing what they want you to hear and trying to scare you with fear. Like somebody one of the users was saying, you can speak to the truth, but be careful about blasphemy. I'm not afraid of your God. I'm literally not afraid of your God. Like he couldn't give me split ends even if he wanted to. So why would I be concerned about blasphemy? Do you concern yourself with blaspheming gods you don't believe in? Just like you don't concern yourself with blaspheming those gods. I don't believe in your God. I don't care if his name is blasphemed. But I do care about how y'all's belief in that God affects me and the people I love and people in this world. I do care about that. Can he do something about that?
Somebody said, so you have faith and integrity?
What? This is why I don't think they know what words mean.
They don't. They don't. And it's sad. it's sad that they don't know what integrity means. Like, here's the fucked up thing: for you to have faith in Jesus, and you claim that Jesus lived a sin-free life, your motherfucking ass should be saying you have faith in integrity, because you are making a claim that Jesus was a man of integrity. That's the crazy thing. Again, like y'all always, like, every day y'all solidify for me why I said no to this God every damn day.
And I say keep up the good work, because that shit is spreading. So continue to behave the way that you behave, and you will continue to show people who want to believe things that are true why you could not possibly have anything that's true. Based on your behavior, you absolutely couldn't have anything that's true, and you couldn't have anything that's good, because you're able to look at disgusting and atrocious behavior because your God did it and say, no, that has to be good. There has to be a reason. So I say continue to show up in the way that you show up.
I say your Jesus was a man of integrity. This motherfucker said no. He lived a sin-free life, and that's scripture.
They said no. So.
P and not P.
Oh my God, I cannot. I can't. I had enough. Christina's live, y'all. What's Christina's
Christina
topic
Ray.
today? Yeah, Christina Ray. I'll probably hop on her panel a little bit.
Cool.
Yeah, because I gotta like clear my brain out.
Oh, I'm
This
sure you
this
do.
topic is a motherfucker right here. What's Christina's topic first before I say I'm gonna hop on her? Before I say I'm gonna, Christina be dealing with Hebrew Israelites over there. Like Christina she bad it over there.
Let me
What's her
see.
topic?
I don't see it in the chat, and I'm in Discord right now. I don't see it listed.
Hold on, let me see if I can go to her. Let me see. Jesus wasn't born in sin, so he'll never understand. Exactly. He'll never understand what you're going through. Shit, Jesus ain't never had a wet dream. Like, that's the thing. Like, telling people that the thoughts that they have, they ain't supposed to have, because they supposed to live like Jesus. Jesus ain't never had a wet dream. And at least he ain't never told nobody that he knew how to keep himself to himself, because he had wet dreams. Hold on, let me see what Christina. Y'all sure she live? It's not showing me she live. Oh,
She
never mind.
normally.
Yes, she is. Hold
Oh,
on.
she is. Okay.
Her topic is my morals are better. Okay, I can rock with that one. I think that one would be pretty cool. All right, y'all. Okay. F Mill, send me a message. I got you with the Discord link. I'll see y'all later on tonight. Her page is Christina Carroll. Her username is She Worth It FRFR. So She Worth It for real, for real. That's her username. Let's do a thankerade. Those of you that were waiting in the guest box, go hop in Christina's box. She's a powerhouse as well, and Fee is a co-host over there also. So I'll see y'all in a little bit. I'm gonna hop on her stage for a little bit until I get sleepy.
See y'all. Love y'all.
Bye, y'all. Love y'all too. All right, to the YouTube family, love y'all. Thank y'all so much. I'll see y'all tonight. Post the link to Christina Carroll, Tone, to the Discord, or to Christina's TikTok. Which one? You want her TikTok, to her TikTok? Hold on. Yeah, I got you. Hold on. All right. Here's the link for the YouTube fam. There's the link to Christina's TikTok page. All right, y'all. The live it's ending right now. I'll see y'all later on tonight. Y'all have a good one.